Chapter 61. Although this claim was outrageous, in the days that followed, everyone discovered that these people were indeed teachers, though not their teachers, but the principals. Number 2 Middle School. Shaoli, our student cafeteria needs some improvements. There aren't many dishes. I think the teacher's cafeteria has a good mix, with meat, vegetables, and fruit. The student cafeteria shouldn't be left out either. The children are still growing, and they can't afford to eat too much. A gray-haired old man said to the principal. You're right. I go back and check tonight. Within 3 days, we should be able to increase the number of dishes in the student cafeteria. A student passing by with a lunch box couldn't help but cover his mouth. Oh my God, the cafeteria boss, number 1 Middle School. Principal Sue, there seems to be something wrong with this schedule. There's a morning reading session before morning self-study. In the summer, students have to get up at least at 5:50. That's too little rest time. A calm, middle-aged man said to the principal. You're right. I was a bit hasty. The added morning reading isn't really effective. I go back and think about it. Students who had gotten up early in the morning passed by and noticed the principal seemed wavering. Good heavens, he'd been so proud of the added morning reading that he wouldn't listen to anyone's advice. God, please, number 2 Middle School. Shaoli, even though there aren't many students here on this hillside back there, we still need to do some pruning. The vegetation is too dense, making it a great place for snakes and insects to hide. You're right. I've neglected this area since so few students come. I contact someone to sort it out tomorrow. The students squatting in the bushes nearby cover their mouths with their hands, laughing to themselves. Should they run out and give the principal a slap in the face? Actually, there were people there to play, but they were just wandering around in the thickest areas. Number 1 Middle School. Principal Sue, most of the books in our library are supplementary materials. The students are already working very hard, and other books won't interfere with their studies, and will help everyone relax. How about this? I request a batch of new books, and you can just have someone move them in. Okay, I see where the new book should be placed. The student slumped over the table nearby sat up straight. The school library was actually getting new books. He quietly closed his book, and immediately returned to the classroom to share the good news. Students from number 1 and number 2 middle schools. They must be some big shots, otherwise why would the principal be so obedient? I feel like that old man I saw in the cafeteria yesterday looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him on TV, but there's something different about him. He looks older. Maybe it's just a coincidence. So, I also feel like some faces look familiar, but I can't place them. Is it just my imagination? Quite a few students wondered this, but as time passed, the newcomers gradually regained their spirits and complexions. Several faces slowly matched the ones in their memories, and everyone was afraid to speak. It seemed like a real big shot. No more words, serious. Seriously? You must look your best. That's a real big shot. Forget all the trekking through the woods behind the mountains, or staying up late to hide your phone. Just put on your best act and be at your best for a chance encounter with the big shot. If the big shot's gaze lingered on you for even 3 seconds as you passed by, you might even have to start writing your own page in the family tree. The learning atmosphere at both high schools had greatly improved, and the two principals were both surprised and pleased. As expected. The guidance given might seem unrelated to learning at first glance, but the effect was truly remarkable. Day after day, the official teams scattered throughout the county slept through their days, their spirits visibly recovering. Gathering together that day, the team leader surveyed everyone's faces. We still need to get some sleep. Little Wang, who had once looked haggard, now had a rosy complexion and a bright look. Old Wang, who had previously been in a state of distress, now stood upright with a cane. The same was true for the other members, each one full of energy. The entire team looked completely different, from a group of refugees to a group of calm and composed officials. Tell us what everyone has observed during this period. The team leader's eyes were filled with satisfaction. We've investigated, and cat radio is widely used in this county. Even the smallest villages at the foot of the mountains use it. Some villages, without cats, listen to the radio from the larger neighboring villages. Everyone's used to it. According to our investigation, cat radio hasn't shown any side effects. However, we need to collect more samples and conduct more in-depth tests to determine if it's truly harmless. How long will it take for the test results to be available? 3 days, at the latest. The test results are in, and the report shows that those who regularly listen to cat radio have no health problems and are significantly better off than those who don't. They sleep well every day, and sleep is so important. We've also got a comparative report. The results show that the purring sound of this cat is essentially no different from that of an ordinary cat. Further investigation and comparison are needed to understand why it can produce a hypnotic effect. The villagers suddenly felt strange. They didn't know when, but there were already so many strangers speaking Mandarin in the village. They were tall and strong, and clearly from other places. "Hello, old man. Have you seen the cat seller at the market before?" Another one came. "You're talking about that handsome young man in white, right? He used to sell cats here. Walk 2 steps to the left." "Yes, that's right. He was squatting right here, with cats for sale right in front. I just want to know what kind of person he was." "Can you recall?" "Your question." "He was a nice young man with a good temper. Although he would sell to some people and not others, if he said he had a cat he liked, he wouldn't get angry if you bargained with him." "Where did he come from? Did he even mention it?" "He just came here to set up a stall." "How can he just open his mouth and tell me where he's from?" "Yeah. Has he been setting up his stall here since he arrived?" "Probably. My wife and I take turns buying groceries at my house. I saw him every time I came to buy groceries." He suddenly left. "Do you know why? Did he have any conflicts with anyone else?" "No way. Only the cat sold by that young man can broadcast. He has a monopoly on it. No one would think of offending him." "Then do you know where he went?" "I don't know. He didn't tell me. Even though I knew him well, he didn't tell me when he left." "You knew him well? Do you have his contact information?" "No, I didn't ask for it." "Then he suddenly left. Did he reveal anything before he left? Like where he was going?" "No, there should be boundaries between people. If someone doesn't say they're leaving and doesn't want to, then it's unreasonable to ask them." "Oh, I'm going to eat. Let's talk next time." "Okay." This kind of conversation happened in many places, and everyone realized that the cat vendor had become famous. Many young people, upon hearing about it, came to the stall to take photos, post them on social media, and share captions. Our village also became a little famous. People took photos and checked in at the cat stall. Due to the large number of people taking photos and checking in, this topic sparked a small online discussion, but it was too vague, so it died down after a brief pause. Chio, a villager, was carrying her white cat out of the house. After taking just 2 steps, she was stopped by a man wearing sunglasses. "Hello, Miss Chio, is this a good time?" The stranger, wearing sunglasses and speaking politely in Mandarin, made Chio take 3 steps back. "I have something to ask you." "Sorry, it's not convenient." Chio was about to leave, carrying the white cat, but after just 2 steps, a strange man and woman appeared in front of her and approached. "Oh no! They might be in cahoots." "Yo Yun." Chio dropped the white cat. As soon as it landed, the cat nimbly dove to the side, glancing at Chio before shifting its gaze to the strangers blocking her path. It arched its back and began to gather strength under its claws. The spiritual energy it had accumulated during this period was just enough to launch 3 attacks. Even if a creature was awake, if it was hit, it would instantly fall into a dream. But it needed a little more aim. "Wait, don't scare the little girl." An old man was helped out of the alley nearby. Chio looked over cautiously, but as she looked, she felt that the face seemed familiar. What was going on? Why was it so similar? "Are you scared?" "They're just too anxious." "Come to me, kid. Don't be afraid." The voice was the same. Chio hesitated. Was this the latest trick used by the scammers? But could it be real? If so, Chio looked back at the white cat. The white cat understood Chio's intention and slowly relaxed its back, but it didn't retract its claws. "Hey! Miss Chio. You misunderstood." The village chief ran out from the end of the road, his face flushed and sweaty. "They just want to ask you something. They were a little anxious." "I'm really sorry they scared you, Chio. Don't be afraid. They just want to ask you something. How about we go to the village chief's house?" Chio picked up the white cat beside her. "Miss Chio, don't be afraid. Come to my house and talk." Although she was still a little confused, since they said they were going to the village chief's house, there was no need to worry about safety. Chio walked away, holding the white cat, wondering what they wanted her to ask. Could it be about winning the lottery? If not that, then it had to be about the white cat. As expected, they came to ask about the white cat. More precisely, they came to ask about the owner who sold her the white cat. Chio was initially nervous, but when the old man said he wanted to find the boss to see if he could use this special cat to protect the people from nightmares, she gradually relaxed. Everyone outside the county was still having nightmares, and after all this time, they were almost exhausted. So Chio talked with the person for a long time, and after obtaining White Cat's consent, she shared a lot of information, including that the cat might not be local, but from another special world. The boss also casually mentioned that this was a special cat from the world of cultivation with the bloodline of the Beast King, but the sentence was too long, so she didn't take it seriously. A cat from the world of cultivation with the bloodline of the Beast King? The officials looked at each other in confusion. Chapter 62. The owner of the Beast King bloodline business, who monopolizes the cultivation world, is setting up a stall under the overpass. Business isn't great. Despite the numerous pedestrians, none of the cats seem to be interested. Okay, let's move to another location. Yi Zifeng expertly packed up the stall and, holding the cat, he made hand gestures. A flash of spiritual light flashed, and after a simple positioning, he quickly moved to another location. A crowded shopping mall. Slipping out of a corner of the plaza, Yi Zifeng, carrying the cloth bag containing the cat, found a spot with the heaviest traffic. At the traffic light, Yi Zifeng placed the bag on the ground. He couldn't believe that with so many people around, none of them would be chosen. People came and went in front of the stall, and the kitten, peeking out from the bag, showed no fear at all. This pure black cat with white ears was very active. Glancing at the dense crowd, it lowered its head and began pushing the cloth covering its stall. After smoothing out all the wrinkles, it sat upright in the center. Yi Zifeng stood behind the stall, and passers-by cast curious glances at the cat. Soon, two young girls approached. They looked a little tired, but clearly still interested. Hello? Are you setting up a stall? Yes, Yi Zifeng gestured, extending his hand. Selling this cat. The black cat with white ears stood up, smoothed out the wrinkles beneath its body with its paws, then looked up at the two girls. After no more than 3 seconds, it lowered its head again. Okay, not interested again. But the two girls didn't know this yet, and were still marveling at this discerning cat. So cute. And its eyes are dark purple. What breed is it, boss? Yi Zifeng looked at the cat, which lay down nonchalantly, then at the two girls. It's not a breed, it's wild, so it's very picky. The two girls left. But perhaps because this picky cat was quite cute, someone else soon came over. Boss, can I pet this cat? Yi Zifeng looked down. A black cat with white ears was lying on the stall, pretending to be asleep. Sorry, it bites. The visitor looked at the cat on the ground and left with some regret. Several groups of people came and went, but the black cat with white ears remained on the stall, as if nothing had happened to it. It pretended to sleep, then jumped, smoothing out the wrinkles beneath its body as it moved. The cat looked extremely busy and fulfilled. He watched another group of people inquiring about the cat leave. Yi Zifeng lowered his head, then pulled the golden Beast King from his pocket, and rubbed it several times in his hands. After rubbing, he lowered his gaze to the busy, picky cats on the stall. In fact, this was the 18th cat he traded in during this period. Although each cat had a different personality, none of them had taken a liking to anyone. At first, he thought it was just a matter of individual cats' personalities, but after 18 rounds of changing locations, and not a single cat had been traded, he realized something was wrong. Could it be that the ones left now were all extremely picky, the kind that, in the spiritual pet classification of the cultivation world, would cultivate for 100 years, waiting for someone? It's hard to say, it's really hard to say. Every species in the cultivation world lives a very long life. Spirit beasts can cultivate for many, many years, and the chances of meeting a suitable owner along their long journey of growth are quite high. But can this world wait until every cat slowly finds an owner? Clearly, it's not possible. Yi Zifeng looked at Ing Fengshu in 2.0, who was pretending to be deformed, and squeezed it twice before deciding he couldn't continue setting up a stall like this. So, cooperating with the authorities, it seemed possible. Although it was a little slower than he'd expected, the authorities should be arriving soon. The authorities were on their way. Suddenly, surveillance cameras in certain locations began to capture the mysterious figure in long hair and white clothes. However, when they hurried over, they found the place deserted. But before they could investigate the original location for long, they received news of the mysterious figure being spotted at another location. They'd been to more than a dozen locations, and each time, the same thing happened, rushing to find no one, and this time, too, they didn't hold out much hope. So, when they saw that familiar yet unfamiliar white figure, they were all stunned. You. Hello, are you the owner of the cat business that's been selling cats at the Zhongjia village market for a while? Yi Zifeng turned, looked at the dusty group, and nodded. Yes, I am. Do you have a moment? Would it be convenient to talk now? Asked the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier. Of course. Yi Zifeng and the middle-aged man sat together in the coffee shop next door. The place was not crowded, and the table was relatively secluded, so they wouldn't be disturbed. So the middle-aged man spoke directly. "Hello, do you still have that breed of cat for sale?" Surprisingly, he hadn't even asked about his origins right away. Yi Zifeng was a little surprised, but he didn't show it. He simply nodded and replied, "Yes, I still have it." The other party seemed a little agitated, clenching his hands on the table, but then realizing something was wrong, he gently loosened them. "How many more can you provide?" "Not many," Yi Zifeng thought for a moment. "Apart from the ones I gave away earlier, I probably still have close to 10,000. Then, the middle-aged man across from him restrained himself for a moment before trying to speak calmly. "I wonder if you could sell us all these cats? The price is negotiable." Yi Zifeng glanced at the man before him. The man hadn't asked anything about the cats, and was ready to buy them outright. He must have already investigated, but this world's technology isn't capable of detecting the spiritual power of the cultivation world. So, there was only one explanation: the authorities couldn't wait any longer. Sleep is a long-term process. Aside from some exceptionally powerful nightmares, the accumulated fatigue of most people from poor sleep will slowly, bit by bit, surface. And now, the inescapable nightmares have been going on for some time, and all the accumulated sleepiness and exhaustion are almost overwhelming. Yi Zifeng had no reason to refuse. Whether the authorities came to him, or he gave all the cats away, both were his wishes. But there was a crucial point. These remaining cats were incredibly picky. It was so incredibly picky, so picky that Yi Zifeng suspected the authorities didn't have enough people to choose from. If the situation was truly urgent, and he wanted to maximize the number of cats employed. "Well, as I'm sure you've heard, my cats aren't just ordinary cats. They're brought from another world specifically to select their desired owners. Their opinions are paramount. You can't just buy them." The person on the other end was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized, so that's how it is. What do we need to do then? Organize members to come and have the cats observe? Well, if it's not urgent, we can do this. Take in a few cats a day, and in a few years we have them all. You're joking, the person on the other end tried to laugh, but a wry smile slipped through his lips. To be honest, we're pretty desperate right now. Do you have any better suggestions? Yi Zifeng actually has one. He just came up with it. 6:30 p.m. Ding dong. People across the country received a message on their phones. National Security Center. Dear Mr./Ms. XX, hello. To protect the sleep environment and improve the quality of rest for our people, our country is launching a special competition. If interested, please click on the link https://XXX to learn more. Please fill in your details and strictly follow the registration process. Failure to do so will affect the award. Please be aware. What the hell? Spam message. A significant number of people deleted and blocked the message, while a majority glanced at it and ignored it. A small number even read and reread the message, even using their browsers to search for the number. What's going on? It's truly an official message. Has the account been hacked? Have the officials lost their minds? No one dared to click on such a strange link, but a number of people were still redirected to the web page, having accidentally clicked on it. It loaded very quickly, and the yellow-red page appeared instantly. It looked exactly like an official website, not polished, too formal. But an official website couldn't be this slick, so it had to be a scam. Those who accidentally clicked on it immediately left, while the few who stayed were drawn to it by the incomprehensible title. Cat owner recruitment for the Fall 2024 campaign has officially begun. This recruitment offers 8,632 positions, open to all Yan Nation citizens regardless of age or gender. Please see the attached file for detailed requirements. Link: Introduction to Special Cat Breeds. Link: Cat owner requirements. What the hell? Almost everyone who saw this page was completely bewildered, their eyes widening slightly. But no matter how they looked at it, the words remained the same. So what was this incomprehensible content? Was it an advertisement? A viral link? Randomly arranged words? It was baffling. Almost everyone left the site. Only a few, after careful consideration, realized it was the official website and emailed a complaint. The official website had failed to properly manage its operations. Even such an important website had suffered such a major incident. It was truly a dereliction of duty. But the email was surprisingly quickly responded to. Thank you for your report. There is no problem with the website. All announcements are valid and authentic. We welcome your understanding and participation. What's going on? The complaint channel has also been taken over by scammers? Frightened, The person took screenshots of everything and posted them online with the caption, "What's going on? How could such a major incident happen? Our upper levels have been hacked to this extent? Is there any hope for ordinary people like us?" The person scrolled through his phone and found countless similar posts. Some idiots even said it seemed real, but it must be spies sent by the enemy country. It's horrible, horrible. It turns out the people's heads are already riddled with holes. The person scrolled through his phone again, and suddenly a video of the 7 o'clock news appeared. The elegant and calm host smiled gently at the camera. Today is August 25th, 2024, 7 p.m., the 22nd day of the 7th lunar month. Today's program focuses on an investigation into the small-scale application of cat radio and the use of cat purring to dispel nightmares. Please listen to the details below. Chapter 63. At midnight on August 26, 2024, in Yin Country, countless people were unable to sleep. Streets, buildings, shopping malls, and villages were filled with voices. Is this true? Are the higher-ups exaggerating? This is too outrageous. Is it really a cat? They're talking about it like it has superpowers. Haven't any scientists come forward to refute the rumors? Is the nightmare situation getting worse, and the government is desperately trying every possible remedy? A way to appease the people? But are they treating us like fools? Ernie, did you watch the news broadcast just now? Are those cat breeds really that amazing? How do I register for that competition? Schwanzi's mom, what did that news report just now mean? What about cat purring broadcasts? I don't understand. Boss, don't start grilling my skewers yet. I need to get home. So that text message around 6 o'clock was really from the authorities? Oh my god, why is this link so slow right now? I got in. It's stuck again. The attachment won't open. Who has the fastest internet speed? It's downloaded. Let me check it out. A cat with alien genes. Skilled at devouring and creating dreams. Will now select its owner in an open competition. The judging criteria are uncertain. Anything is possible. We hope everyone will sign up. What does that mean? Here are a few more links. Click them and take a look. Oh my god, why did I end up on a live streaming app? A popular hypnosis live stream. Holy crap. I know this stream. I've been following it for a week. The theme is all about hypnotic cat purring. It's incredibly useful. I was even trying to recommend it to you today. Oh my god. So is this stream really about cats purring like the official claims? What cat? This live stream plays a really useful audio clip every night. Listening to it makes your nightmares blurry. I've been falling asleep thanks to it for the past few days. I thought it was some high-tech trick, calling it cat purring to be cute, but it turns out it's actually a real cat snoring. Holy crap. Is this true? Are there really cats that amazing? Do alien genes really exist in this world? So it's true that they can devour and create dreams? Hurry up and open that attachment. See what the requirements are. I can't open it. It's so laggy. Turning. It's out. There are a limited number of cat owner positions. The first round of recruitment will be a trial on August 27th, 2024, with 100 positions available. Please apply for the position that suits your situation. There's no limit to the number of positions one person can apply for. But please pay attention to the competition schedule. That's it? Isn't August 27th tomorrow? Oh my god. How did it happen so quickly? We haven't even started talking about what we're competing for yet? The offline discussion was incredibly intense, and the online discussion was even more heated. All the software was terribly laggy, especially the real-time discussion forum. I couldn't even load a single page after refreshing. Oh my god, this is so laggy. They make so much money every year. Why don't they improve the server? Will it work? If not, make way for new software. Support XX replacement. The massive technical team worked scrambling, everyone sweating anxiously. Okay, it should be working now. A huge number of netizens refreshed again, and finally, on the next refresh, the massive amount of information was available. The real-time square page kept changing, one message after another being pushed down so fast that the words were almost indistinguishable. Everyone quickly reached out to press the button, only to find that the next second it showed 99 new messages. What's going on? Is the country kidding? What kind of cat is that? Does alien genes really exist? Where are alien planets? Does that live streaming room really work? Does this cat really stop nightmares? What's the principle behind dream fabrication? Is there any scientific research? It's so confusing. What a terrifying country. Luckily I've already left. What do those cats look like? The competition is tomorrow. Has the candidate been chosen? Has anyone registered? I only received a link after registering. Is there really a system? Isn't that too hasty? The links for different positions seem different. Real-time information streamed by like water. The constantly increasing feeds were dizzying. Most people abandoned the page and chose to sort by popularity. The top post had a large headline. Announcement out. Register now. Competition starts the day after tomorrow. Click to see Teacher Xiaomin explain the announcement. Others are starting to understand. Are you still skeptical? Below the title was a live streaming room page. A woman in pajamas and glasses sat solemnly at her computer, analyzing the announcement while answering questions for the live stream. The recruitment information is incredibly believable, given the tight deadline. If the higher-ups were trying to divert our attention or appease the public, they definitely wouldn't have set the date for tomorrow. Scroll down one more update. Choose a position. The requirements for the corresponding CAT positions have been released. Teacher Huahua will guide you step by step through choosing the most suitable position. The official website just updated 100 CAT photos and the corresponding position requirements. We can see that the requirements are very relaxed, with relatively low age, gender, and educational requirements. Some positions have different competition times. For example, this one is in the morning, and these are in the afternoon. Officials say there's no limit on the number of applicants, so I suggest applying for as many as you can. There's a schedule. The competition starts the day after tomorrow. Teacher Jiang predicts the content. Hurry and get in. One step ahead of your opponents. Currently, successful applicants will receive a link, one for each position. So, I prefer to take the online exam and compete with my peers. However, the announcement mentions a competition, which is worth considering. Scroll down one more time. Don't miss this opportunity. Here's your chance to beat those who failed the civil service exam in the first half of the year. Click here to see Teacher Dammy's exclusive guide. Everyone knows this competition is online. The position is for cat owners, so the questions will definitely be cat-related. Students with cats at home have an advantage here, so be sure to seize this opportunity. But don't be discouraged if you don't have a cat. I compile some information about cats later. Deduct one in the comments section to claim it. Scroll down a few more times. All of them are updates from major institutions, analyzing the announcements from every angle, suppressing all personal discussions. Hashtag civil service positions with no age or gender restrictions. Hashtag nationwide recruitment. The internet is buzzing with activity, with everyone from young to old discussing it. It's a civil service position, and one where you get a magical cat upon joining. The exam starts tomorrow. Who wouldn't be curious? Discussions escalated, and organizations large and small began offering various answers, ranging from interpreting the announcement to guiding job selection. Countless videos appeared on their homepages, and information exploded exponentially. Anyone with an internet connection couldn't help but watch several tutorial videos. Once everyone had a basic understanding of the announcement, the following topic began to gain popularity rapidly. Hashtag what is the competition about? Mr. Yi, can we just send out the link? Yi Zifeng sat on the sofa, took a sip of his cup of tea, and then put it down before answering. Don't worry, when the time comes, just click the link and you'll be pulled into the corresponding cat stream. I try assisting 100 cats first, and once I get the hang of it, the rest can join. The number of applicants is already quite large, and the number of positions available is quite high. Can we really pull such a large group of people into different dreams at the same time? Yi Zifeng turned to glance at the middle-aged leader. Don't worry, every cat has the ability to create dreams, and with my assistance, we can accommodate so many people. The other person seemed hesitant to speak. Yi Zifeng took a sip of tea. If you're worried, you can organize people to enter each dream. Hee hee. The other person smiled, as if expecting this. Then we send someone in. There's no standard for this competition, right? Yes, every cat has different preferences, and every dream scenario is different. I'm just providing support. I'm not sure exactly how you need to perform to be chosen by the cats. All I can say is that it all depends on fate. Okay, I understand. Everything depends on fate, even though every cat has different tastes. Immediately identify the unique talents within the organization, especially those with unique personalities, and urge them to sign up. August 26 seemed to pass quickly. Heated discussions stretched from early morning to afternoon, and from dusk to late night. The closer it got to midnight, the more excited everyone became. Although the first match started at 7 o'clock, after midnight, the day had arrived. 100 unique battles will be held from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. on the 27th. Some will last 5 minutes, while others will take half an hour. Countless people filled out their applications, and signed up on the 26th. According to reports, only a tiny minority signed up for just one match. The vast majority signed up for 5 or more, and some were so ruthless that they signed up for 10. The schedule was so tight that there wasn't even time for meals. As dormitory. Hey Xiaowei, how do I fill out this information? I just uploaded my photo, but they said the format isn't acceptable. Can you take a look? Xiaowei walked over, bending over his roommate's computer. Cat owner application form. Holy crap. You really believe this? Huh? Isn't this official? It can't be fake. The boy named Xiaowei scoffed. Where have all those science classes you took all these years? This is impossible. This is just the authorities trying to divert our attention. Lately, people suffering from nightmares have been getting increasingly restless, so they issued this announcement to calm people and gather information. I thought anyone with common sense would know not to believe it. Xiao Liang looked up at Xiaowei's confident expression and couldn't help but feel a little skeptical. Xiaowei patted his roommate's shoulder, his tone remarkably calm. Think about it. If there really were such a magical cat whose purring could stop nightmares, the country would have already released it. Why wait until now? Unless you're saying the country just loves seeing people have nightmares and dark circles under their eyes. That's why they've waited so long to release this cat. Xiao Liang glanced at the registration page, then at Xiaowei, who looked shrewd. But hasn't the official website already posted the announcement? There's a position with a payroll, so applying shouldn't be a big deal, right? Xiaowei looked disappointed. There's no such cat, and naturally no corresponding job. Unemployed positions will eventually be eliminated. If you apply, even if you're selected, all your time will be wasted. Being a recent graduate is crucial. Finding a regular job is paramount. Xiao Liang came from a poor family and studied hard just to find a suitable job. He was initially interested in this mysterious position, but after hearing his roommate's words, it suddenly made sense. You're right. Thank you for teaching me. You're a teachable child. Although you're easily fooled, you're lucky to have a smart roommate like me. If you have questions in the future, you can ask me first. This should help you avoid many pitfalls. Thank you. Xiao Liang closed the registration page and handed a bottle of Coke from the table to Xiaowei. Watching his roommate calmly return to bed, Xiao Liang's opinion of Xiaowei changed significantly. The other roommate said Xiaowei was mean, but that wasn't true. It turns out that getting along with others requires personal experience. You can't trust what others say. It was 11:45 p.m. on August 26th, 15 minutes before the registration deadline. Xiaowei had just left when the other 2 roommates returned. Hey Xiao Liang, you have no idea how busy the library is today. It's so noisy and bustling. Everyone's talking about the cat owner job posting. Yeah, the library was incredibly busy today, but no one said it was noisy because everyone was buzzing. I listened to 3 groups of seniors' conversations, and I ended up registering for 8 competitions, from morning till night, leaving only time for meals and bathroom breaks. Which ones did you apply for? I didn't. Xiao Liang scratched his head. What? Why didn't you apply? It's competitive, but there are opportunities. Don't you want to start a job right after graduation? Do you have a mine at home? That being said, the roommates knew Xiao Liang's family wasn't well off, so logically, he should have applied. Xiao Liang rubbed his hands. Are there really so many people discussing this in the library? Isn't this a lie? When I tried to sign up today, Xiaowei told me it was the government's way of appeasing people. There's no such thing as a cat. Even if there are positions, they'd be quickly removed. You might as well just look for more jobs if you're still applying. You're stupid. One of his roommates wailed. It's even on the official website, and on the news. Everyone's rushing to sign up. You just believe that scheming guy. There's still time. Hurry. Xiao Liang was carried to the computer by 2 roommates. One of them quickly opened the registration page and pushed Xiao Liang up. Hurry, enter your information. Xiao Liang began typing, confused. Only 9 minutes remained. Because the required information for each position varied slightly, even if Xiao Liang rushed, he'd only registered for 3 by midnight. Damn it! I'm too late for the last one. There was no need to rush, so one of his roommates began shaking Xiao Liang's shoulder. I told you Xiaowei was a mean guy. Why did you still believe him? Do you believe he told you not to register, but he'd already hidden away and registered for 10 matches? Do you believe it? Do you believe it? I believe. Xiao Liang was dizzy from being shaken. But no matter what, the situation was settled. The dorm had to stay, and the roommates had to continue spending time together. With Xiaowei, who had just returned, the 4 of them climbed into bed. Ding-ling-ling. The alarm clock rang, and Xiao Liang opened his eyes. It was 6:30, half an hour before his first match. Xiao Liang rushed to the bathroom to wash up, but found someone already inside brushing their teeth. It was Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei usually doesn't get up this early, and he hadn't heard his alarm just now, so he'd secretly gotten up early because... Xiao Liang felt a mix of emotions, especially when he saw Xiao Wei brush her teeth and then sit down at the desk, where the light from her computer shone through. Xiao Liang washed up in silence, took a deep breath, and told himself not to worry. He sat down at the desk, turned on the computer, and followed the instructions to find the corresponding message link on his phone. When the time jumped to 7 o'clock, Xiao Liang entered. Chapter 64. Xiao Liang's eyes were blinded by the bright light. Before him lay a vast river, so wide that he couldn't see the other side. The water surged relentlessly. A massive wave crashed onto the shore, splashing Xiao Liang in the face. He quickly stepped back. Attention, contestants. The first round is about to begin. Please grab your tools, and try to catch as many fish as possible. Xiao Liang looked down and noticed a bunch of gaudy objects had appeared at his feet. He picked them up and saw a red plastic bucket and a small yellow net bag, both as small as children's toys. Use these to fish in the river? Xiao Liang gazed at the surging river ahead and fell silent for a moment. Holy crap! Why do you have a net bag? Why do I only have a bowl and a spoon? Xiao Liang turned around and saw a young stranger next to him staring at him in surprise. He held a green porcelain bowl with a white porcelain spoon inside. Maybe it's random? Xiao Liang looked down at the toy tools in his hands. But mine isn't much better. It looks like it can't possibly be used to scoop fish out of the river. Right. The other person seemed to have regained some balance, but suddenly seemed to see something. That guy across the way seems to have a large fishing net. I go check it out. You wanna go, brother? No. What's the point of watching others? Xiao Liang shook his head, watching the young man walk in another direction, then returned his gaze to his tools. Examinees, please note, this exam is fully monitored. The scoring criteria are not fixed. All interpretations rest with the examiners. The competition begins now. Xiao Liang pursed his lips, picked up his toy-like bucket and fishing net, and cautiously approached the shore. The river was surging, and the murky water made it impossible to see if there were any fish. Tentatively, he picked up the half-meter-long fishing net, dipped it into the water, and scooped it out quickly, but there was nothing. Perhaps the depth wasn't enough, so Xiao Liang crouched on the shore, lowering the small net as far as he could into the water. Then, with a desperate scoop, he saw mud and sand at the bottom. Something was wrong. Xiao Liang pushed aside the mud and sand, and saw a fish the size of a fingernail beneath. At least he had caught something. Xiao Liang filled half a bucket with water, and carefully lowered the tiny fish into the water. The first one. Xiao Liang crouched back on the shore and reached out. The net was swaying violently in the current. He held the net tightly, and fished left and right in the water. After a long while, he lifted it up, and saw 2 tadpole-sized fish. Okay, at least I caught something. Xiao Liang wrung out his soaked clothes and pants, then picked up the net bag and resumed his efforts. Hey brother, you're actually using that toy to catch fish. Wow, you even caught a few. That's impressive. The young man from earlier passed by again, but the bowl and spoon in his hands were gone. Instead, he had a dark green fishing net, high quality and capable of catching a lot of fish. Xiao Liang watched the young man leave, then glanced at the small tool in his hand before continuing his fishing relentlessly. After fishing for most of the day, his hands were wrinkled, and he'd caught half a bucket's worth of fingernail-sized fish. Many people passed by, but each one paused for a moment when they saw Xiao Liang's small fishing gear before continuing on their way. Xiao Liang fished intently, until he was completely lost in thought and dizzy, when he finally heard the sound signaling the start of the competition. Attention, contestants. There are 30 minutes left. Please speed up, and use your tools to catch as many fish as possible. The competition was finally coming to an end. Xiao Liang looked down at his white, wrinkled hands, took a deep breath, and pumped his arms vigorously, preparing to push hard in the final 10 minutes. Meow, meow, meow. Lying on the shore, Xiao Liang looked up and saw a rain of cats starting to fall. Identical furry creatures clattered down, and upon landing, they slowly wandered off in different directions. Xiao Liang rubbed his eyes, released his grip, and met the eyes of one of them. As expected, the cat rain began to move toward him with light steps as it landed. But for some reason, its pace slowed, and finally, as if exhausted, it collapsed in place. Meow. Amidst the chaos of the world, Xiao Yang heard the cat's weak voice. Xiao Yang had never had a cat, but when he was a child, his neighbor's grandmother had one. The cat was incredibly fat, unusually fat. Every time he saw it, it was eating the rice the grandmother mixed for him, the birds in the trees, all sorts of eggs. But its favorite food was the fried fish the grandmother had prepared. "Oh my God, you naughty cat stole my fried fish again. Why are you so greedy? I can't have it anymore. I'm throwing it away tomorrow." The grandmother's voice echoed in Xiao Yang's memory, but he knew she wouldn't throw it away. The grandmother and the cat were the only people living in the neighbor's house, and the grandmother's teeth were so weak that she couldn't eat fried fish. Meow. The kitten raised its head, then drooped it back down weakly. Xiao Liang looked at the tiny fish swimming in the bucket, sighed, and walked over with the bucket. Xiao Liang set the bucket down, pinched a fish, and placed it near the frail kitten's mouth. The kitten swallowed it with a meow, incredibly swift. What was going on? Could a starving cat move so quickly? Xiao Liang was puzzled, but the kitten before him lay down again, meowing weakly. Perhaps it was just too hungry. Xiao Liang fed it another fish. The kitten swallowed it with a meow, then lay on the ground again, meowing hungrily. Xiao Liang looked at the remaining full bucket of fish. A few more should be fine. Xiao Liang started feeding again, 1, 2, 3. After half a bucket of fish, the cat lying on the ground had a bloated belly, but it still looked weak and powerless. It meowed weakly, staring at the bucket with watery eyes, then tremblingly opened its mouth, indicating that it wanted more fish. Something felt a little off. Attention contestants, there are still 10 minutes left before the exam ends. Meow. As if it knew he was leaving, the cat lying on the ground made a somewhat anxious sound. Forget it. Xiao Liang sighed. After all, his tools were so small, they certainly couldn't compare to a fishing net. Instead of carefully preserving these fingernail-sized fish, it was better to feed the cat in front of him. Xiao Liang carefully poured out the water from the bucket, leaving only half a bucket of fish crammed together. Looking at the weak cat's open mouth, Xiao Liang scooped some out with his hand, then tilted his palm towards the cat's mouth. The little fish slid down. When the exam ended sounded, Xiao Yang's bucket was empty. The surrounding scene began to tremble, and in a blur, Xiao Yang saw the frail cat on the ground nimbly jump up, lick its lips, and leave without looking back. Xiao Yang woke up from his desk with a start. His phone dinged, as if he had received a message. Yi Zifeng watched as the officials sent messages to the top 12 one by one, then glanced at the tabby cat sitting at the computer with headphones on. It was his first time seeing this, truly his first time. Back in the cultivation world, he had never imagined that a spirit pet could choose 12 masters at once. Was it inspired by Earth's 12-month system? One person stayed there for a month, and that was exactly how a year went by. It was truly amazing. Yi Zifeng looked at the cat again. Mr. Yi, the information has been sent out, and the public notice has been issued. Please review the scoring criteria for this competition. If it's correct, we make it public. Yi Zifeng took the document. 001 Competition Scoring System. Theme: Fishing on the Shore. Answer: Your own tools. Judges: Your corresponding cats. At the start of the competition, contestants must use their own tools to fish. Tools are bound to each other. If you use someone else's tools, any fish you catch will count as theirs. 30 minutes before the end of the competition, your corresponding cat judge will appear. Each fish you catch will count as 1 point. At the end of the competition, the top 12 contestants will be accepted into their corresponding cat positions. That's right, Yi Zifeng handed the document back. Uh-huh. The other person laughed. Yi Zifeng guessed there must be someone from the government among these 12 people, otherwise the other person wouldn't be laughing so happily. Excuse me, I just thought about how we're all used to following orders. No one changed their tools. Even if they were given an ear pick, they still tried their best to scoop it out. I never thought there would be such a small fish, haha. Yi Zifeng responded politely, yet respectfully. After the conversation, he turned back to look at the cat in front of the computer. It felt like a small, spiritual beast with a big mind. Amazing. Yi Zifeng took Fengshuan 2.0 off his shoulder and pinched its round, golden head. The small dormitory in City S was also in an uproar. Holy crap! Xiao Yang, you're accepted? Awesome. I knew you could do it. Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh. His roommate looked down at the message on Xiao Yang's phone. Congratulations. After the assessment, you've been successfully hired as the owner of cat number 001. What does that 112 mean? Was it a typo? It must be fake. Xiao Wei poked his head out from behind him. That 1/12 is clearly an error. Someone's taking advantage of the massive recruitment to send out scam text messages. How dare you say that? You even lied to Xiao Liang before, saying the job posting was fake. If you try to trick us like that again, do you believe the three of us will team up and give you a beating? Unjust? Xiao Wei's expression changed. I only found out later. I really thought it was fake at first. I was really asking Xiao Liang for his own good, wasn't it? Xiao Liang raised his head and took a deep breath. No, you were just trying to trick me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so sneaky brushing your teeth in the bathroom without even setting the alarm. Xiao Wei was speechless, unable to think of a retort. His two roommates pushed him away. Go away. Get out of here. Go back to your seat, and don't get in our way. Xiao Wei stumbled after being pushed. Looking at his three roommates in different expressions, he scrambled back to his bed in frustration. Xiao Liang, don't listen to his nonsense. That's clearly official information. Just trust his word. I know. Xiao Liang scratched his head. I just checked the public list. I'm first. First? One of his roommates grasped the point. Are there more? Let me see. 12. It's explained below. After careful consideration by examiner bracket 001, cat bracket, we're hiring a total of 12 people for this position. We share the position and rotate it monthly. The first place will go to the first place, the second to the second, and so on. What do you mean? Are positions now shared? It seems the cat chose it. It's okay, Xiao Yang scratched his head. More people means more strength. I'm afraid I can't do it myself. Really, his roommate patted Xiao Yang's shoulder to reassure him. Even if it's 1/12, it's impressive. You can't even count the number of people who participated in the first round. Yes, you're still first place, which means you get to spend the first month with the alien cat. That's amazing. I just don't know when it arrived. Xiao Yang had barely finished speaking when he heard a tapping sound on the dormitory window. The frail, tabby-striped kitten from his dream was now standing at the window, full of energy. Seeing Xiao Yang approach, it simply turned its head slightly. Welcome. Xiao Liang's voice trembled. The other two roommates didn't dare speak, fearing they might scare the cat. Xiao Wei poked his head out of bed, nearly fainting from the pain. Ring, ring, ring. If the alarm hadn't gone off, the two roommates would have insisted on getting a closer look at the mysterious tabby cat. But their exams were approaching. Xiao Liang had already secured one of the 12 positions, and they couldn't afford to fall behind. Following the instructions, he opened the text message, found the corresponding link, and clicked. Everything went black. Xiao Feng, one of Xiao Liang's roommates, opened his eyes and gaped. A towering rock wall stood before him. Xiao Feng stepped back, trying to see its full extent. But no matter how many steps he took, he couldn't see the entire wall. Only when he saw the towering peak did he realize it wasn't a rock wall, but a small face of a mountain. Oh shit! Sorry. Xiao Feng instinctively apologized after bumping into someone, but as soon as he finished speaking, he realized the voice sounded familiar. Xiao Yu. The two roommates reunited. Attention, contestants. The competition is about to begin. Please start from the foot of the mountain and climb as best you can to the summit. Xiao Feng and Xiao Yu exchanged a glance and hurried back down the mountain. The cliffs were high, but perhaps for the sake of the competition, numerous small rocks appeared along the face of the cliff, providing support for climbing. They took a deep breath and stepped onto the first rock. It was stable, and after a slight reassurance, they climbed onto another, gradually making their way up. The climb was a bit difficult, but thankfully, the rocks were stable. As long as they were careful and didn't look down, they should be fine. Oh my goodness! These branches really prick my feet. A faint sound came from far away. Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu looked at each other, realizing that countless others were climbing the same mountain with them. They gathered their strength and struggled upward. They reached for a rock higher up, but Xiaofeng's grip suddenly loosened, and the rock crashed down. Xiaofeng's heart pounded. He took a deep breath before starting to scale another rock. Suddenly, a small tree growing on the cliff edge appeared before him. Its branches were covered in thorns, and it bore bright red fruit. Upon closer inspection, the fruit was infested with insects. Xiaofeng quickly realized that this was the tree someone had mentioned, but since the fruit had insects, it must be non-toxic. Though he wasn't thirsty or hungry, seeing something like this was hard to resist. It was like money on the ground. He couldn't resist it. Since he was already here, pick one and try it. Xiaofeng specifically picked one with a worm in it, flicked it away, and took a tentative bite. It was sweet and sour, neither spicy nor numbing, with an indescribable fruity aroma. It was edible. Xiaofeng stopped and called Xiaoyu, who was not far away, pointing to a nearby fruit tree and saying it was edible. Xiaoyu, who often went fruit picking with Xiaofeng at school, quickly understood and cautiously moved over. The two of them stopped in the middle of the cliff and began to eat the fruit one by one. Some people have started eating. The middle-aged leader turned to look at Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng nodded, and couldn't help but turn to look at the chubby, pale yellow cat lying on the sofa, eating fruit. Who would have thought that the towering mountain was just a backdrop? The real key point was the various fruit trees on the cliff. This fat cat was looking for a master with a certain characteristic. A master of catching food, preferably one who disregarded the location and didn't mind eating anytime, anywhere. Chapter 65. Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu, unaware of what was happening outside, were clambering up the cliff, munching on fruit. They'd finished munching on all the red fruits on the small trees, still feeling a bit unsatisfied, but now that was all gone, they had no choice but to continue climbing. After only a few steps, they saw another tree. Hanging on the small tree were several large fruits. They were yellow-green and crystal clear, and up close, they could smell a faint, ethereal fruity fragrance. If you don't pick them, you're not a descendant of Shenong. Xiaofeng plucked one and admired it for a few seconds. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, something struck him. He took it down and took a closer look. Okay, there were insect holes, so it was definitely not poisonous. He flipped it over to the other side, which was clear of the holes, and took a big bite. A crisp snap echoed between his teeth, and the refreshing, slightly sweet juice splashed into Xiaoyu's mouth. Xiaofeng chewed it subconsciously, and an indescribable fragrance spread upward from his mouth, refreshing and pleasant, the aroma filling the air. Unable to stop, Xiaofeng nibbled the fruit, sucking the juice that trickled down onto his hands. It took a tremendous effort to avoid the worm-eaten part. This was only true outside, where one was more particular. At home, enjoying such delicious fruit, one would simply pick the worm out and flick it away. Xiaofeng. Damn, you're eating all of it alone. Xiaoyu's voice echoed from the other side. Before Xiaofeng could react, Xiaoyu scurried over. In less than 10 seconds, his hand was on the fruit. Xiaofeng also hurried to pick. After they finished, they both realized they had no pockets. A steep cliff lay ahead, a cool breeze whirred behind them. Without further ado, they just stuffed their food into their stomachs. They devoured the fruit with gusto, completely captivated by the yellow-green fruit. How could there be such a crisp, juicy fruit? The slightly sour, slightly sweet flavor spread across their tongues, and the refreshing, pleasant aroma filled their noses, an intoxicating beauty. When the two reached out to pick the fruit again, only to find it missing, did they realize they'd eaten it all again. Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, their tacit understanding from climbing trees at school suddenly rekindled. They'd already eaten, and their climbing speed was already far behind the others. Since they couldn't win the competition, they had to eat their fill, right? Yi Zifeng glanced at the pale yellow cat sprawled on the sofa. If I'm not mistaken, those yellow-green fruits are a specialty of the cultivation world. One year, Ying Fangxuan even picked a perfectly good one, and secretly showed it off to him. But if I remember correctly, these fruit trees don't exist in the forest. Ying Fangxuan dug them up from somewhere else. So, since they could appear in dreams, this cat must have eaten them. Even a spirit beast of the Dream Eater's caliber had eaten them. How many trees had Ying Fangxuan planted? Yi Zifeng glanced at the unconscious golden creature on his shoulder, and reached out to pinch its short tail. The cultivation world was collapsing, and the King of Rolls was suddenly obsessed with love. Truly terrifying. Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu were still eating fruit. This truly was a magical mountain. The steep cliffs were covered in all sorts of bizarre fruits, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty, but all of them were incredibly delicious. No other voices could be heard around them. Everyone had clearly reached the top, but so what? Life is a journey. The experience is what matters. When his stomach was so full that he couldn't eat any more, Xiaofeng stretched and retracted his hand, looking at the small tree with pale pink fruit in front of him. Attention, contestants. 10 seconds left. 10, 9, 8. The race is almost over. Xiaofeng didn't care if he could eat any more. He immediately told Xiaoyu to pick the fruit, racing against the countdown, picking one after another. 1-0. The game is over. Xiaofeng jerked his eyes open from his seat, and instinctively glanced at his right hand, now brimming with fruit. It was empty, nothing at all. Ding dong. Ding dong. The sound of two messages. S University has become famous because 3 people, all from the same dorm, have won prizes in the cat competition. It's inevitable that they won't be popular. S University had several banners hanging around campus. Celebrate the arrival of 2 cats. The 3 hidden talents of dormitory 605. The future of S University depends on you 3. And at the dormitory entrance. Hey, classmate, make way. The principal is coming soon. Don't block the door. Shao. Wei was furious, but he didn't dare offend the student union president, so he put on a gentle front and stepped aside. Xiao Yang, lean back a little and let Teacher Cat stand on your lap. Yes, 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 just like this. Secretary Cat, come look at me, with a more arrogant look. That's it. So cool. Click, click. The student union president snapped several photos, then instructed Xiao Yang to strike several poses, just to make the cat in the middle look even cooler. Xiaofeng. Xiaoyu? Take a picture, both of you. Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu stood on either side of Xiao Yang. Click, click. They snapped several more photos. Not bad, not bad. Everyone's in high spirits. When we get to it, the title should be Dorm 605 of the 2 cats of S University. The student union president nodded, satisfied with the photos. President. Xiao Wei was about to say he was also from Dorm 605, but before he could finish his words, he was pushed away by a group of people. The principal is here. The principal is here. Principal. Over here. A gray-haired old man, surrounded by a crowd, entered. His eyes lit up at the sight of the calm and dignified pear-shaped cat, but he quickly controlled himself and shifted his gaze to the students nearby. Xiao Yang, Xiaofeng, and Xiaoyu, right? I'm so grateful for your outstanding performance in the competition. Without you, our country wouldn't be able to keep these mysterious cats. As the principal spoke, he shifted his gaze to the pear-shaped cat beside him. The nimble cat glanced sideways at the principal, then wrinkled its nose, as if about to sneeze. Xiao Yang, standing next to him, immediately held a piece of paper in front of the cat's nose. The sneeze motion smoothly shifted to licking its lips, and the cat wagged its tail. Xiao Yang set the tissue aside, careful and practiced. The principal didn't quite understand, but the gestures were enough to tell him that Xiao Yang and the cat were getting along very well. Harmony is good. Harmony is the key to a long-lasting relationship. The principal began to praise them, praising both the person and the cat. Afterward, he looked over to Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu nearby. Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu, right? Your cat secretary will come over next fall and winter, right? Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu smiled, yes. Great. The principal gave a thumbs up. Our students are truly exceptional. Other schools don't have even one, but we have 2. You're truly outstanding. Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu were both embarrassed and delighted, because they were given the position because they ranked 3rd and 4th in fruit consumption. Thinking about it again, it still felt strange, but perhaps cats from the world of cultivation simply judge people differently. Oh, right. The principal waved. I almost missed the point. Come, Xiao Yang, I'm not here to chat, I'm here on behalf of the organization to deliver your equipment. The principal leaned over, revealing a large pile of boxes behind him. To ensure the public sleep quality, the first batch of 100 cats will begin their work tonight. Xiao Yang, you be assisting the cat officer tonight. Remember to start promptly at 9 o'clock. Principal. Xiao Yang opened his mouth, but was interrupted by the principal. I forgot to tell you, you also have a salary. However, when the position was established, we didn't anticipate that a cat officer would have multiple owners, so the salary was changed to a shift system. 3,000 a month while the cat is here, and nothing when she's not. Don't think it's too little, because the job description is simple. You just need to assist the cat officer with broadcasting when she's on duty. Xiao Yang didn't complain at all. Perhaps for a university student from affluent families, 3,000 yuan is just normal living expenses, but for Xiao Yang, it was a considerable sum. Okay, principal. Thank you. Another round of enthusiastic praise and encouragement followed, and after that, the group photos session began. Xiao Yang, Xiaofeng, Xiaoyu, and the tabby cat posed for photos with the principal in various combinations. After the principal left, the students nearby rushed forward to pose for photos. Of course, Xiao Yang, Xiaofeng, and Xiaoyu were just incidental. Everyone's main focus was on the sleek, beautiful pear-shaped cat. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the faces of the 3 people who had taken the photo together were a little stiff. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, an hour before the broadcast started at 9 o'clock. The pear-shaped cat was remarkably calm. After a brief stroll through the equipment, it slowly hopped out the window and perched on a nearby tree, gazing into the distance. Xiao Liang began inspecting the equipment the principal had brought. It wasn't large, but it was very sophisticated, densely packed with buttons. Xiao Liang checked each one, ensuring that the evening's broadcast would go off without a hitch. 40 minutes passed, and the equipment had been checked 3 times. With 20 minutes left, Xiao Liang felt strangely nervous. He swallowed, and the tabby cat also jumped in through the window. To distract himself, Xiao Liang resumed inspecting the equipment. The tabby cat remained incredibly calm, wagging its tail and jumping around, happily enjoying itself. 5 minutes left. Without Xiao Liang's request, the pear-shaped cat leaped onto the table, surveying the complex equipment before it, and moved with unerring precision to the designated position. Xiao Yan adjusted the microphone and carefully placed it in front of the cat. Meanwhile, across the country. What channel did the village chief just say it was? How do I tune this radio? Xiang Wazi, come over and help me tune it. Is it this live broadcast room? There are so many people. It's so lively, haha, so many people chatting in there. Just turn up the volume and put it aside. Daughter, turn up the volume a little. I'm worried, I won't be able to hear it clearly when I sleep. The volume in the live broadcast room is a bit loud. I turn it down. Countless people connected to the voices of different cats through various channels. 100 cats were broadcasting using specially prepared equipment from the state. Some cats' voices were soft, while others purred loudly. But regardless of the style, the inherent power of the Dream Eater cat was inevitably integrated into their voices, spreading through various channels across the country. Hoo. The rampant nightmare was roiled by a series of rhythmic sounds, trembling in my mind. The usually vivid images blurred into a blur. Amidst lines that formed no scene, everyone fell into a daze, immersed in a true dream. On the night of August 28, 2024, the people of the country slept soundly for the first time in a long time. Chapter 66. This sleep was incredibly refreshing. Countless people felt their heads had never felt so good before. Drowsiness was now clear, and the dull aches and pains were much alleviated. Hey honey, this really works. I slept through a full night yesterday. I didn't wake up at all. Mom, I fell asleep without medication yesterday. You don't have to send me money. I have more than enough left. Hey Tion. Did you listen to the radio last night? It was so exciting. I've never slept so soundly in my life. Hey boss, there's a sale at the supermarket today. Ha. I slept so well too. I even had time to buy snacks. Thank goodness you reminded me to listen to the radio yesterday. It really worked. My dark circles are gone. The whole country was filled with the joy of a good night's sleep. Everyone on the street was beaming, smiling, and nodding at everyone they saw. The atmosphere had never been so good. Oh my goodness! I went out today, and everyone's so much better spirits. It's completely different from the previous slump. This is incredible. I suggest making this a legal holiday. I support it. And so, a trending topic took off online. Hashtag suggest making yesterday a legal holiday hashtag. With spirits rising and people having the energy to surf the internet again, the hashtag quickly gained popularity. Clicking on it, everyone was giving their support. Yesterday was such a beautiful day, it's not too much of a rebirth for the whole nation. I support making it a legal holiday. It could be called a dreamless night. I support it. It's so meaningful. It was so tough. We were exhausted the last few days. Yesterday is truly worth celebrating. I also support making it a legal holiday. The topic continued to grow in popularity. Anyone who had gotten a full night's sleep clicked in to show their support. Even the few who didn't try cat purring the previous night would click in and immediately show their support for the idea of a legal holiday. The topic dominated the charts all day, with 80% of netizens contributing to its popularity. Countless positive emotions filled the internet, and Yeet Sifeng, sitting on the sofa, turned his head and saw tiny specks of light drifting in from the window. Yo, here they come. The specks of light drifted in gently, landing slowly on his body, melting into his body, like a drop of water sinking into a pool. Yeet Sifeng closed his eyes, his body relaxing. After a while, Yeet Sifeng opened his eyes. The specks of light continued to drift in from outside the window, so he reached into his sleeve and pulled out the golden beast, Ing Fangxuan, who was pretending to sleep. He rubbed it to forcefully wake him, and then placed it on the table. Nearly half of the specks of light had found another target, swaying and changing direction, gradually pouring into the golden beast's body. Ing Fangxuan's little beast moved its arms and legs, as if a little uncomfortable, but Yeet Sifeng held it in place. Yeet Sifeng observed carefully. Golden specks of light repeatedly merged into the small beast, but like a drop of water merging into the ocean, nothing changed. After observing for a moment, Yeet Sifeng decisively cast a spiritual barrier around himself. Suddenly, Half the specks of light lost their bearings and swayed, slowly swirling around before slowly surging onto the golden beast on the table. Ying Fangxuan's beast seemed uneasy with the onslaught of the light, but unable to move due to being pinched. It could only tremble constantly, as if it would collapse at any moment. And then, Yi Cifeng suddenly saw the delicate and adorable beast's form crumble. One moment an ear was missing, the next a leg appeared, and in another instant, 3 tails appeared. Yi Cifeng couldn't help but curl his lips. He raised his hand and cast a spell to capture his image. When Ying Fangxuan recovered, he would probably want to reflect on his own journey of growth. Yi Cifeng took numerous images, ensuring every moment was recorded. The golden beast remained oblivious, quietly disintegrating as its form crumbled. The light gradually faded, and Ying Fangxuan returned to his carefully designed, adorable form. Yi Cifeng released his hand, watching Ying Fangxuan shifting around on the table. While still the same shape, it had grown a bit larger overall. Great, there's hope for recovery. Yi Cifeng deftly tucked the golden beast into his pocket, and casually began browsing the internet. Hashtag suggests making yesterday a legal holiday hashtag. Hashtag why wasn't I on duty? Hashtag. 2 prominently featured trending topics caught his eye, and Yi Cifeng clicked on the one below. The most popular blog post. Jiang Feng Yuhua, I have a question. Why was I the first to reach the cliff climbing dungeon? I was clearly the first to reach the top, even pulling down the small tree at the top and holding it above my head. Why didn't I win in the end? Is there some hidden agenda? Is a fair game for all truly fair? Yi Cifeng clicked on the comments. The original poster obviously didn't read the announcement dog head. That cliff climbing competition doesn't seem to be about who climbs the highest. That competition is pronounced climb the cliff, and written eat fruit. This is hilarious. Blogger, don't you read the announcement after the competition? This competition is about who eats the most fruit. You want to screen out those who are good at obtaining food. Bloggers reply, if that's the case, why not explain it right from the start? Is it fun for others to work so hard to reach the top? Isn't that a joke to the public? This comment has a reply. You have a point. By the way, the competition I signed up for was even more outrageous. It was about making marshmallows. I racked my brains to make a big, colorful one, but the person selected made one. A pure white flower. Later, the announcement said it was because the cat examiner liked clouds. I'm so drunk. I burst out laughing. Thinking about it this way makes a lot more sense. The sword flying competition, the top 3 fastest ones were admitted. Hey fellow contestants upstairs. I signed up for that one too. I was wearing a fluorescent green t-shirt that day. It's you, brother. Were you the one who fell into the lake and said you never wanted to cultivate immortality again? No, you must be mistaken. I said I would definitely work hard at cultivating immortality, doghead. Bloggers reply, no one's asking about your competition. Could you please post it yourself? I'm making my own demands. Don't change the subject. I'm getting sidetracked. Blogger, please read the announcement more. The last one has a note. Each competition is based on the preferences of the cats in the corresponding position. Just because you're first in a certain area doesn't mean the cats will choose you. Yes, it's actually quite interesting. My tools were taken away from the 7 o'clock fishing competition. At first, I thought I was doomed, but I was actually selected. I later found out the tools were bundled. That person must have worked hard, as they actually got me second place. Surprise! A successful applicant has appeared above. How's it going? What did the cat examiner for that competition look like? Reply to the above, it's not my turn yet. The cat is in first place right now, and won't come to my place until next month. So envious. Bloggers reply. Yi Cifeng found it a bit amusing and exited the page. The moment he refreshed the page, he saw a huge new trending search on the homepage. Hashtag second round of competition is about to begin hashtag. Everyone was excited. After a complete, dreamless sleep, no one could resist this magical alien cat. Rumor has it that owners of such a cat have a chance to enjoy a custom dream experience. This rumor was quite plausible, and coupled with the job posting's description of the cat's specialty as fabricating dreams, countless people's eyes lit up. Days of nightmares often lead to a good night's sleep. Now that I can listen to the radio and sleep soundly, rest is satisfied, and higher-end demands suddenly arise. Since dreams can be customized. I'm watching my partner kiss in my dream, distorted laughter. The above person was being reserved. I want to see them have sex. If dreams could be customized, I'd like to be the white moonlight in ancient Chinese literature, standing atop a city wall, looking back coldly, tears streaming down my face, saying, "In this life, I don't owe you anything anymore." Then he leaps. Gaga gaga gaga. "Let me act it out too," covers mouth. "You can customize your dreams, yet you still want to jump off a building? How pathetic. Of course I'm going to a land of women and starting a harem. Embracing women on every side, understand? I think. Although everyone is very happy, I want to remind you that now that everyone's in good spirits and there are more people competing, that famous glutton posted a video today saying that no matter what competition, he eat everything he can in order to be chosen by a cat who loves food. I know her. She posted a video saying she couldn't sleep and was devastated, unable to update anymore. Has she recovered so quickly? Yes, that apocalyptic survival blogger has also resumed updating and said he'd definitely sign up, hoping for a cat who enjoys the wild. Moving forward. The singing blogger I follow has also resumed updating. She still has some light dark circles under her eyes, but she's still so beautiful and radiant. She said she'd apply, and it would be great if she's selected. Not to mention all these young people from all walks of life. My neighbor's uncle says he's good at making popcorn, and I've already called the village committee to get him registered. My grandma also says she's good at weaving baskets, and there's bound to be a cat that appreciates her craft. Yeatsifeng was amused. The internet was clearly even more lively after recovering. Some claimed to be good at climbing trees, some were great at fishing, and some even claimed to be amazing at cooking instant noodles. Since the competition criteria were so random, anything was possible. A cat from another world, even if it could only be with me one day a year, was as beautiful as a gift from heaven. If I were chosen, what dream would I ask the cat to make up for me? Everyone was imagining things, and Yeatsifeng couldn't help but follow suit. Although he hadn't dreamed in years, if he wanted to have a dream, to experience a brief moment of joy. Yeatsifeng suddenly thought of a day in the world of cultivation. He had painstakingly returned to the forest, but he was in high spirits because he had just snatched a precious opportunity from a human cultivator. He had spent 3 months absorbing this opportunity. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ing Fangxuan standing not far away, saying that he was too slow to admit defeat this time. Yeatsifeng dug into his pocket and pulled out the small, round Ing Fangxuan 2.0. The delicate beast's form was adorable, but it was a far cry from the aloof, pretentious freak he had always imagined. If only the world of cultivation hadn't collapsed. He would still be cultivating in the forest. He wasn't a love-obsessed person, and he was definitely further along the path of cultivation than Ing Fangxuan. But now, with the world of cultivation crumbling, he had to repair Ing Fangxuan while conducting his business. Ding-ling-ling. A call suddenly rang on his phone. Yeatsifeng looked down and saw, as expected, it was from the official. Yeatsifeng answered. The person on the other end was extremely politely asking how Yeatsifeng was resting before gradually getting into the topic. The official wanted to start the second round the day after tomorrow and hoped to handle the remaining 8,000 cats all at once. However, they were worried that Yeatsifeng might disagree, so they called to ask if it was possible. Yes, no problem, Yeatsifeng replied. With experience maintaining the dreams of 100 cats simultaneously, he knew he could handle 8,000 as well. It would just cost more spiritual energy, but he had just replenished himself with a wave of warm golden light, so it was no problem at all. The official acted quickly and posted the announcement almost an hour later. There were more than 8,000 positions this time, corresponding to 8,000 different cats. The densely packed cat photos were dizzying, and even made people suffer from decision-making phobia. Chapter 67. Announcement. Regarding the recruitment arrangements for over 8,000 cat owner positions, registration opens on August 31, 2024. September 1, 2024, 1,003 competitions will be held between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Please plan your time accordingly. Registration closes on September 2, 2024. September 3, 2024, 1,010 competitions will be held between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Please plan your time accordingly. September 4, 2024. The internet went wild as soon as the announcement was released. Hashtag how do I choose a position? Hashtag. From August 31st to September 15th, registrations open daily, and competitions start the next day. Nearly 1,000 competitions are spread across 11 hours, meaning there are nearly 100 competitions going on every hour. So how do I choose a position? I have to work, and I can only compete during my lunch break. But isn't that a busy time? Should I avoid it? I just take a leave of absence. For the past 2 weeks, I've been at the competitions all day, except for eating and going to the bathroom. That's very risky. I lose my job if I take a 2-week leave. If I don't find anything, you'd be at a huge loss. I'm a college student. I can skip classes, but don't cats like people who skip classes? There are 1,000 competitions going on every hour. How do I choose? My eyes are blurry. I really want to go to every one. Woo! Should I choose a position in the corner? Wouldn't that position have less competition? Being in the front row and being a pretty cat would be incredibly competitive. I think there's an organization that can help with position selection. If you're too hesitant, you can sign up for a class and let the professionals teach you. That makes sense. Any recommendations? This comment immediately drew numerous replies. Recommend Sunshine Institute. The teachers are incredibly responsible. Doesn't Sunshine Institute have a melon? Recommend Jiaotu Institute. Xiaobai recommends Shubao Institute. Step-by-step guidance. Yi Zifeng raised an eyebrow at this. This advertisement almost rivaled his efforts in the spirit mouse world. But Yi Zifeng thought about it and replied to the person who asked the question above. There's no need to sign up for a class. The bond between humans and cats is crucial. Accepting guidance from others might not allow you to follow your original path. Really? Then I don't have to do anything? Yi Zifeng continued typing. That's right. When choosing a position, just pick one that appeals to you. If fate holds, we meet no matter what. Thank you, master. You're welcome. Good luck. After sending the message, Yi Zifeng was about to swipe away when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a small golden light drifting in from the window. Reaching out to catch it, a soft warmth melted into his palm. Yi Zifeng inexplicably felt that the light had come from the online friend he'd just met. Yi Zifeng took out his compass and gently spun it. The runes intertwined, emitting a mysterious aura. As the light danced, Yi Zifeng spotted a tiny node. A short thread of fate had been altered. Yi Zifeng put the compass down and focused on surfing the internet. Due to tight schedules, there were over 1,000 positions open each day. No matter how they were organized, they could only select about 20 at most. But how to choose just 20 from 1,000 was a real challenge. The internet was full of questions, and related topics were all trending. Even in other fields, netizens couldn't stop talking about job selection. Yi Zifeng mingled in, offering advice. By the end of the day, he'd earned a dozen extra golden beams of merit. He absorbed 10 of them himself, and gave the rest to Ing Fangxuan. What a rich and fulfilling day. I surfed the internet, and earned extra golden beams of merit. August 31st, 2024. Registration for the first competition has begun. The internet has never been so lively. From young to old, everyone is discussing the same topic. How many positions did you apply for? Which ones did you choose? Everyone has different free time slots. How can you apply for the least competitive position during your free time? The only thing you can rely on is the internet's trending opinions. But Yi Zifeng felt this wasn't reliable. According to the answers he just randomly compiled, 6 out of 10 netizens were lying. I saw the 88th one, the cat with a black spot over its eye. It looks like no one applied for that one, so I applied for that one. In fact, he applied for the 21st one, which is completely different from the 88th cat. Don't sign up for position 32. I just asked my whole class. 80% of us signed up for position 32. The competition is insane. Avoid position 32. She actually signed up for position 32 herself, telling everyone she met this way. You can avoid auspicious numbers like 6, 8, 66, 68, and 88. That should keep the crowds down. This person actually chose those numbers specifically. Yi Zifeng was happily surfing the internet, pinching his fingers to see who had lied. Even after a day of online browsing, his fingers were sore, yet he still felt a bit unsatisfied. After a moment's thought, Yi Zifeng pulled out his computer, found the registration page, and randomly selected several events by time slot. After registering and submitting, his phone quickly received 5 text messages, corresponding to the 5 matches he would enter tomorrow. Tomorrow, he would find a spiritual tool to assist the cat during those 5 time slots, and he would enter the competition directly. Yi Zifeng rested peacefully. Time quickly arrived the next day. From 7 o'clock in the morning, Yi Zifeng sensed a subtle sense of restlessness in the land. Countless people from all over the country were doing the same thing at the same time, and the atmosphere of the land seemed a little different. Yi Zifeng's first match was at 9 o'clock, so he slowly rose, leisurely made himself breakfast, and leisurely enjoyed it. Only then did he leisurely open his phone, find the corresponding text message, and click on it. A faint spiritual energy was drawn from it, and Yi Zifeng relaxed his mind and did not resist, and he smoothly merged into it. Opening his eyes, he saw a vast, empty valley. A breeze blew from a distance, and the air was filled with the faint fragrance of plants. Yi Sifeng looked at the valley. If he was not mistaken, it was modeled after the small valley in the southeast corner of the forest in the cultivation world. But that valley in the cultivation world was beautiful, filled with tall trees whose leaves turned yellow in autumn, just like the plants in the mortal world, reflecting the cycle of the seasons, a style completely different from that of the cultivation world. Back then, Yi Sifeng would occasionally sit in that valley, watching the autumn leaves fall from the trees and the ground turn a dusky yellow. Yi Sifeng blinked, looking at the treeless valley before him, and suddenly realized something. Attention all contestants, the competition is about to begin. Please pick up your tools and plant as many plants as possible in the valley. A shovel and a bag of seeds appeared at Yi Sifeng's feet. Sure enough, Yi Sifeng bent down and picked up the things. There were many seeds, all of varying shapes, but looking at them from all angles, they didn't look like anything from Earth. Okay, my little pet is quite nostalgic for home. Yi Sifeng picked out a few, squatted down, and used the shovel to break up the hard soil. He placed the seeds in and compacted the soil. He repeated this several times, finding it quite amusing. Perhaps it had been too long since he'd done this. Back in the world of cultivation, he hadn't needed to plant things this way. He could simply channel his spiritual energy to make the plants grow as he wished, which was much easier. After planting a row of different seeds, Yi Sifeng subconsciously wanted to channel his spiritual energy to help the plants grow, but he stopped himself before reaching out. There was no need. This wasn't real. He continued to cultivate, planting all the seeds in his hand. Finally, he patted the non-existent soil on his hand and looked towards the other side of the valley. The other contestants were also getting into shape. Teams divided the work, while lone rangers worked diligently. The entire valley was bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of activity. But it was a bit noisy. Yi Sifeng found a tree to lie down and rest. From this location and angle, it felt a bit like the tree he often rested under in the cultivation world. Yi Sifeng suddenly thought that the cat might have created this dream. The cat he and Ing Fengshuan had often seen in the valley. But at that time, he was so focused on his cultivation that he hadn't noticed what the cat looked like. Ing Fengshuan should know, because he had once petted the cat twice in his noble capacity as a beast king. Looking at the similar valley before him, Yi Sifeng's thoughts hadn't yet begun to wander when he felt a drop of rain fall on his face. It's raining. Yi Sifeng turned his head. A gentle drizzle was falling in the valley, raindrops falling from the sky into the soil, soaking the newly buried seeds and nourishing these fragile little lives. People not far away took refuge in the nearby woods. Yi Sifeng didn't raise a spiritual barrier, letting the raindrops fall on his head and body. The long-lost feeling made him blink. Amidst the hazy rain, Yi Sifeng saw a soft green appear in the valley soil. The seeds he had planted grew into small sprouts, stretching their bodies in the rain, climbing upwards along the raindrops. One by one, small trees gradually grew in the rain, their crowns spreading and their forms growing stronger. In an instant, the valley that had been empty just a moment ago was now filled with large trees, exactly as he remembered. The rain stopped, and the leaves in the valley fluttered gently in the wind. A familiar scent wafted through the air, like the spiritual air of the cultivation world, or like the forest in his memories. Yi Sifeng leaped down from the tree, the mist on his body long since dried by his spiritual energy. Looking at the familiar forest, he raised his finger with a touch of emotion, channeling his spiritual energy. Instantly, the emerald green of the forest, like a painting, was gradually tinged with golden yellow. Amidst the drifting yellow leaves, an orange cat leaped out. Seeing him, it trotted a few steps before finally stopping in front of Yi Sifeng. Yi Sifeng rummaged through his sleeves, pulled out the unaware little beast, Ing Fengshuan, and placed the golden figure atop the orange cat's head. Perhaps there was a mark within his soul, as Ing Fengshuan stood atop the orange cat for a moment, before pacing left and right, rubbing the fur beneath it with his short legs. He'd really made it big, petting a cat again. Attention all contestants, the competition ends in 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8. Ing Fengshuan, who had been rubbing the orange cat's fur on his head, seemed to sense something and, in the final 3 seconds, quickly took off and slipped into Yi Sifeng's sleeve. The competition is over. Yi Sifeng opened his eyes on the sofa, and the next second, a message arrived on his phone. Yi Sifeng now had a cat. The orange cat hopped around the house, occasionally coming over to cuddle with Yi Sifeng. After that, Yi Sifeng would cuddle with Ing Fengshuan, a true master of treating everyone equally. Yi Sifeng glanced at his clean sleeve and lamented that the Dream Eater cat didn't shed, otherwise it would have been stuck playing in the spirit beast realm, never living together. Yi Sifeng pulled Ing Fengshuan out of his sleeve and placed it on the orange cat's head. He shook his sleeve, feeling relieved, and returned to surfing the internet. The announcement for the planting competition he had participated in had been released. Announcement of the scoring system for the 312th competition. Theme: Valley Farming. Answer: Valley Trees. Judges: corresponding cats. This competition takes the form of a planting competition. Participants must use tools to plant their assigned seeds before the rain. After the rain, trees grow, and the corresponding cat judges will judge whether the planting results closely match the standard scenario. The closer the result, the higher the score, and the planter with the closest result wins. Yi Zifeng didn't click on the comments. Instead, he reached out and petted the orange cat. It was soft, but some of its fur was a little prickly. The orange cat paused, a moment before reacting, purring and rubbing against him for a closer hug. But before Yi Zifeng could respond, the golden-ing Fanshuan beast blocked the orange cat's path. The orange cat, blocked by the tiny beast king, dared not move forward. Yi Zifeng turned to look at his phone. There were only 4 matches left, and he was too lazy to go anymore, so he just started surfing the internet. My neighbor's grandmother was chosen. Please share. Please share and get one more. I actually know. Because she and I signed up for the same match. It was truly amazing. As soon as we entered, we found ourselves at a cat farm. The fields were filled with different cats, black, white, spotted, and yellow. We were dazzled. Then the announcement said, "Let's randomly choose a cat to care for." By this time, everyone realized there was probably only one correct answer, but there were simply too many. I randomly picked a cute one, but it turned out not to be the real cat. That brings me to my neighbor's grandmother. She was very handy. Seeing so many cats, she immediately cut grass and started weaving baskets. She made a very large basket and placed it right in front of her. What happened next? Then cats kept jumping into her basket. By the end of the competition, she had over 30 cats in her basket. Oh my goodness, what about the others? The others could only hold 3 cats at most. Any more would make them run away. It seems cats just love these kinds of containers. Oh my goodness, this is a perfect match for my profession. Are there any quick basket weaving classes? I'd like to sign up for one too. I recommend a straw hat weaving organization. The teachers there are very responsible. Why are there so many advertisements? Don't trust such organizations. If you want to learn basket weaving, just go to the street and ask the locals. They teach you for free. That makes sense. Thanks, upstairs. Am I the only one curious? Was your neighbor's grandmother the only one who won that competition? Back upstairs, yes, she had 1 cat. Oh my goodness. It turns out everyone else had 1 cat. I thought cats would choose multiple people in every competition. My cousin from my aunt's family won the 930 round. She was 365th in the competition, just the last one to be selected. Seeing a cat once a year, I thought she was amazing. To reply to the above, it's pretty good. You have no idea how many people compete. There are hundreds of millions competing in each round. Rank 365th is already pretty impressive. Can you really get selected in this kind of competition? I've been busy all morning, not even leaving time for a bathroom break, and haven't seen a single hair of the cat. I'm just a runner-up in every round. Running up is the norm. There are so many people competing. Oh, I want to lie down. Anyway, there will be cat broadcasts. I don't want to work myself up for half a month and end up with nothing. Seeing this, Yi Zifeng calculated and discovered, unsurprisingly, that this netizen had switched to several platforms, learning from various success stories, while posting all sorts of slacking comments. Actually, I still recommend everyone to try it, especially if you have an earth cat at home. I used to have 3 at home, and today I participated in a cooking competition. I made 3 recipes tailored to my cat's tastes, saying, "We already have 3 earth friends at home, so cats with alien genes are welcome to come." And then? Were you chosen? Chosen. Even though it's only 1 in 7, I'm already very satisfied. That cat will come to my place every Sunday to play with my 3 earth cats, laughing with her hands covering her mouth. Woohoo! Please share more tips from the chosen ones. Chung, I'm so jealous. There's no hope of getting selected. You can try snatching it from someone else. I recommend picking someone elderly, weak, or sick, as the success rate is higher. Huh? The above is hilarious. If you're not afraid of death, give it a try. Share link. Man tries to snatch his neighbor's alien cat, only to be. Yi Zifeng clicked on this news item. The story tells of a tall, muscular man who saw his neighbor's grandmother had an alien cat. He was so frightened he tried to snatch it away, but was struck down by the cat's claws. He was unconscious for 4 hours before waking up. Not only did he miss other competitions, he also received a 10-day detention. In the new, at the end of the post, it was emphasized that, as a sign of respect for the alien cats, the man would not be allowed to sleep with cat radio during his detention. If nothing unexpected happens, this man won't be able to sleep for 10 days. Yi Zifeng exited the page and returned to the forum. At Xiao sorry the news. I'm not really going to rob someone, so why are you taking it so seriously? I can't possibly be breaking the law. I was just joking, and you can't even take a joke? Speechless. I don't want to bother with you. Hello, everyone, why can't I register? It's impossible that I can't register? Is it because the internet is bad? You? Refresh a few times. It must be the IP address. Oh, I didn't see it just now. This is a regular position, open only to all Yin citizens. Foreigners can't apply. Hello, how can I become a Yin citizen? I'm not sure about this. Can foreigners immigrate here? Are the requirements quite high? Replying to the above thread, the requirements are quite high. Foreigners can't apply. I'm not a foreigner, so why can't I apply? Seeing this, Yi Zifeng pinched him and, unsurprisingly, discovered that this netizen no longer lived in China. It seemed he had just immigrated last month. Yi Zifeng typed away. Maybe it's because you just immigrated last month. You just immigrated last month, and I haven't even learned English yet, so how can I be considered a foreigner? It's unfair, why can't I sign up? The above comments are making me question my own understanding. Hilarious. No more talking, the next game is about to start, so I'm leaving. The person I was chatting with just now went offline, but new people quickly became active. Over 1,000 positions are open at various times each day. People are competing every moment, and people are leaving the field every second. The entire world, both online and offline, is bustling with activity, and heated conversations are taking place everywhere. Oh my god, my competition is actually driving. I can't do anything. Are you as weird as me? My competition is mixing toilet water. The competition is about shoveling shit on the grassland. Did I say anything? Your competition is so weird. Mine is just playing the piano, flying a sword. There's only one exaggerated sword show, but everything else is pretty normal. But it's hilarious. Let me tell you, there's a guy on the field. Please help me with a tutorial. Please help me with a tutorial. Ha ha ha. The competition lasted 15 days, with great fanfare. Every day was as lively as Chinese New Year. Registration day was filled with job selection instructions, and competition day was filled with complaints about the scene. But no matter what day it was, there was always 1 or 2 lucky winners showing off. But with the end of the last competition, the excitement finally subsided. The 15-day competition was over. I'm so happy. 2 cats have fallen for me at the same time. I have a cat for 1 month, and 1 day out of the year. I hate you. Did you take my cat's spot? Why have I been running around for half a month? I don't have a cat, but my neighbor's grandfather has won the heart of a cat with his amazing popcorn making skills. I have a cat tomorrow. I'm going to go get one tomorrow. I'm so envious. Please give me your address. Sorry, I can't tell you this. Woo woo. It's okay, just be positive. Even though I can't touch the real thing, the end of the competition means over 8,000 cats will be on duty. Just imagine lying in bed at night, looking at my phone and choosing which cat radio show to listen to today. It couldn't be happier. That makes sense. I'm already looking forward to it. The official announcement has been released. Link, regarding the duty arrangements for over 8,000 cat officials. The whole country is beaming. While over 8,000 cat officials aren't working every day, but rather spread out across 7 days a week. So what? There are still over 1,000 choices every day. Lying in bed, I clicked on the official new app. I couldn't scroll to the bottom, but a ton of cat avatars in formal uniforms and black hats appeared before my eyes. I didn't know how to choose. I had no idea how to choose. It all depends on my eye. This cat steward with round eyes and almond-colored fur is called Winkle. Is this a unique name? Clicking on his profile picture, a rhythmic purring sound slowly emanates. This steward's voice is soft, but quite endearing. I comfortably set my phone aside, closing my eyes to the gentle purring. During the day, officials announced they would be training all stewards, allowing them to meow rhythmic songs and record them as audio. I wonder what songs stewards will meow, so I buy the audio to show my support. People across the country listen to the stewards' broadcasts, slowly falling into a sweet, deep sleep amidst the various purring sounds. Chapter 68. September 2024 was a very special month. The entire nation enthusiastically participated in a 2-week-long competition. After the competition ended and everything settled, the long-lasting sleep problem seemed like just a nightmare. Upon waking, the world returned to normal. Breaking news. The CAT officials have recorded their audio. Click on the app to listen. Vote for your favorite song. Oh my god, how did it happen so fast? The CAT officials are incredibly talented. Who knows? I'm so adorable by the CAT official from Post 76. Meow, 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 he's absolutely perfect. So awesome. I almost fainted from laughter. The CAT official from Post 7661. As soon as I heard the audio, I knew why he's called Dubatian. What a powerful voice. Can you really sleep to that? To the person above, this isn't something we should worry about. These audios are mainly exported and used for hypnotic purposes by foreigners. Dog head. Oh my god, I was listening to the snoring livestream at night. So why do you need CAT official meow songs? I laughed so hard, I almost thought even alien cats were caught in the internal conflict. Luckily it wasn't. It was just normal work. Inside information. Other countries originally wanted to send a few, but our superiors refused. We're only exporting some audio for humanitarian reasons. While it's not as good as the live broadcast, it's still somewhat useful. This is hilarious. I was wondering why Secretary Cat's songs are all lullabies. I thought they were just simple tunes, but I didn't realize it was for foreign friends' needs. Dog head, it seems they're not all lullabies. What song is Secretary Cat meowing at Post 100? It sounds so good. So soft, it feels like being stuck in a ball of cotton. That song is nice, right? It's one my cousin composed specifically for the CAT officer at Post 100. Proud, you can do that. I can compose music too. Could you tell me how to submit it? Haha, no, it's my cousin who was spotted by the CAT officer at Post 100 in a competition. She's 1/10 of his owner, so she can compose music for him. Okay, wearing sunglasses and crying, wait. How can the song from Post 1045 be so cute? Oh my god. It's a divine song. I'm going to listen to it. Oh my god. Seeing this, Yeatsefin curiously clicked on the official broadcasting app and found Post 1045. It was a pure white cat with a black plum blossom mark on its forehead. Its name was Hualele. Yeatsefin clicked on the audio. Meow meow meow. It was pleasant, the tone ordinary, but incredibly catchy. This dream-eating cat had unconsciously infused some of its spiritual energy into its meow. Perhaps the recording was intended to dispel nightmares, so the resulting song had a strangely soothing effect of clearing the mind, making it incredibly soothing to the average person. Infusing spiritual energy into sound creates influence. A phrase inexplicably appeared in Yeatsefin's mind. In September 2024, the Dream-Eating Cat clan, led by Hualele, officially embarked on the path of musical cultivation. Yeatsefin raised his hand to take a picture. As he lowered it, he felt a furry creature brush against his arm. It was an orange cat. The usually lively orange furry creature now wore a serious expression, staring intently at the screen, its ears twitching as it listened attentively. The golden little beast, Ing Fengshuan, also emerged from his sleeve and flew onto Yeatsefin's shoulder. Facing the screen, it pretended to listen to music, but in reality, it inched closer until it rested against Yeatsefin's neck, stopping and continuing its pretense of listening. The orange cat listened to the entire song, then fell into deep thought. It forgot its favorite meal, refused to sleep, and even stopped paying much attention to Yeatsefin. It was caught up in a state of intense feline contemplation. Yeatsefin guessed it had been swept up. This state lasted for 3 days. During the day, Yeatsefin watched it ponder in various places, and at night, he heard its meows in various tones. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, Yeatsefin brought breakfast and entered the house. As soon as he set the table, he saw the orange-patterned cat leap onto the table, raised its head with a reserved air, and opened its mouth. Meow meow meow. The meow and spiritual energy blended perfectly, evidently requiring extensive practice. Yeatsefin, who listened to it every night and had a deep understanding of its progress, said eh. But after looking at the orange cat, whose eyes lit up after meowing, Yeatsefin paused before praising it. Not bad, not bad. You're incredibly talented. The history of dream-eating cats begins with you. The orange cat walked away, its tail raised, with the golden beast Ing Fengshuan perched on its head. Unsurprisingly, the audio clip of Cat Secretary Hualele took first place. In response to popular demand, the official album was specially produced and sold at cost price. Unsurprisingly, this album, titled Cats Autumn 2024, became the top-selling album of the year. I'm so happy. Listening to this album, I sleep sweetly every day, like I'm sleeping in the softest cotton field in the world. I can even smell the fragrance of the plants at the tip of my nose. Waking up refreshed every day is so comfortable. I used to think sleep was unimportant, but then nightmares kept me awake. Now, finally, the hard work is paid off. Everything is so wonderful. It's like a dream. Really, looking back, everything feels like a dream. Inexplicable nightmares, magically clicking on links to experience illusions. Falling asleep every day listening to Cat Live. If I hadn't experienced it myself, it would seem like something out of the blue. I've actually been curious for a long time. How can you start dreaming just by clicking a link? Is this something scientific? You guys didn't ask before. I thought I was the only one who was surprised. Funny. I've been wanting to ask this for a long time, but seeing everyone act so nonchalant, I was afraid I'd be laughed at if I asked, so I kept this question to myself. Haha, inside information. Actually, the higher-ups were going to explain it initially, but since no one asked, they didn't post it. I was actually curious too, but I had to compete every minute and didn't have time to ask. When I had some free time, I was already listening to the radio, so asking again felt a bit out of date. Hilarious. Actually, clicking on this link to a dream isn't scientific. It's also about cats from another world. Dog head, another world? Isn't that alien? Sorry for letting it slip. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Bye-bye. Hashtag cat from another world? Hashtag. This topic went viral, and netizens were speculating about which otherworldly cat it was. I have an idea. Me too. Considering the venue of our competition, it should be pretty easy to guess. What? Didn't they say it was from outer space? Why is it another world? Actually, it's pretty easy to guess. I can give you a hint. Several of the competitions are themed around flying swords. I was curious too. Why did the alien cat competitions not involve flying spaceships, but flying swords? But the themes were so diverse, I didn't think much about it. Wow. Cats from the world of cultivation. Cats from the world of cultivation, that seems to explain why sound can stop nightmares. Why are cats coming to the world of cultivation? Can humans go there? Can I go there to cultivate? I want to go too. I don't want to study, I want to travel the universe. Woohoo! Seeing this, Yeatsifing thought of the hardship he had just experienced when he was reborn into the world of cultivation. Life. Typing. To reach the level of roaming the heavens and earth, one must at least survive 100,000 near-death experiences in the world of cultivation. Haha, that makes sense. Is this what it means to cultivate without effort, and become brothers in the 10,000 souls banner? Dog head, netizens began to laugh, and the original topic was diverted. After a while, the thread gradually faded, and a new topic became popular. Hashtag cat secretary's audio is getting more and more amazing hashtag. Indeed, under Hua Lele's leadership, Earth's dream-eating cats have officially embarked on the path of sound cultivation. The spiritual power contained in their sounds is increasing, and their effects can be flexibly adjusted. For example, one sound is hypnotic, while another is calming. It is believed that soon, meows will also be used for attack. But there was still one thing to be resolved. Yeatsifing began counting on his fingers. As far as he knew, a considerable number of cats still hadn't signed contracts. These cats, without exception, had chosen 2 or more owners. This, in fact, was a hidden danger. Without a contract, they weren't bound together, making it easy for humans to use the excuse of being outside their species as a pretext for hostility. Yeatsifing entered his storage space and rummaged through it, finally finding 2 volumes of loot from years ago. Spirit Pet Contracting Array. Comprehensive collection of universal arrays. Yeatsifing devoted all his effort from his early years of cultivation to painstakingly researching contract arrays, finally developing a group-binding contract after 3 days. With a spirit pet contract, a single spirit pet is bound to 2 or more humans. The pet's treatment remains unchanged, and neither does the humans. What does this mean? If one pet versus one person is 1v1, then one pet versus 5 people is 1v5, not 1v0.2x5. This way, there's no chance of a human paying 0.2 damage points to take away 1 health point from a cat. What a perfect magic circle. Yeatsifing was brimming with pride. He pulled out Yingfangxuan and began to show off, but the little golden beast was clearly confused. It paused in front of the paper for a moment before returning to its original form. Never mind. He had to quickly earn more golden merit to restore Yingfangxuan to his former self. Otherwise, even if he gained a head start on the path of cultivation, it would be pointless. Yi Sifeng pulled out a compass and twisted it with his fingers. Nearly 10,000 strands of light emanated from its center, connecting with different cats one by one. Yi Sifeng closed his eyes and skillfully channeled his spiritual energy. Rays of light connected with each cat's spiritual sea, and he transmitted the newly developed shared contract. Tens of thousands of people suddenly noticed their cats approaching, meowing and offering their paws. Hey, handshake. The stimulating lightning shot from the palm of their hand straight into their brain, exploding after a few flickering characters. That evening, sensing that every cat had signed all their contracts across provinces, Yi Sifeng pulled out the compass again, and another spell followed it. Again, contract. All the cats on this land raised their heads, as if sensing something. A path back to the spirit beast realm. With just half the effort in life, one could transcend all dimensions and return to the spirit beast realm. Everything was settled. Yi Sifeng lowered his hand, tucked Ying Fanshuan into his sleeve, and picked up the orange cat. He turned the compass and began to locate the next world. Chapter 69. The symbols on the compass lit up one by one. When all the runes were illuminated, Yi Sifeng infused them with spiritual energy. A pulling force was felt, and the man and the beast vanished from their original position. The interstellar space remained pitch black. Yi Sifeng turned with Ying Fanshuan. The deep blue planet seemed to pause for a moment, then shed countless points of light. The golden points of light gathered into a ball and rushed towards them. Yi Sifeng placed the golden beast in front of him, and the light instantly surged up. Amid the golden rain of light, the beast, having absorbed the immense amount of golden light, lost its shape. The round ball grew larger and larger until, at a certain critical point, it sprouted short, round arms and legs, finally squeezing out a cute-looking head. Yi Sifeng warned enthusiastically, "This size doesn't fit this shape anymore." The basketball-sized golden beast seemed to pause for a second, then, as the next golden light poured in, it transformed into a round shape, twisting and turning until it finally took on a more refined form. Its legs were longer, its body more refined, with pointed ears and a long tail. It resembled a cat, but still more like Ying Fanshuan as a child. Yi Sifeng extended his hand, and the golden beast scurried forward, struggling to tuck all four legs into his palm. Yi Sifeng reached out his other hand and touched it. It felt strange, like a gust of wind, a feeling but not concrete. I wonder how many more worlds I have to travel. Yi Sifeng looked down at the golden beast in his arms. The slender, beautiful golden beast moved its tail and touched his arm. He wondered if Ying Fanshuan would recall these scenes after regaining his memory. If he did, he would then mock him. If he couldn't, he would show him the photo and then mock him. How could one talk about love on the path of cultivation? What a lack of ambition. Clinging to the unmotivated beast king, Yi Sifeng slowly took out the compass and placed it in the air before him. With a flick of his right hand, the compass spun rapidly. Glowing characters lit up one after another. A vast dive led into the darkness in all directions. Yi Sifeng channeled his spiritual power. Amidst a clattering sound, the compass suddenly paused. Yi Sifeng seized the opportunity, channeled his spiritual power, and man and beast vanished into the darkness along with the compass. Darkness. This was Yi Sifeng's first feeling after landing in the new world. It was pitch black as far as the eye could see. Only with a flicker of his spiritual power did Yi Sifeng begin to see something. A modern street, with traces of human life, yet at this moment, no one was on the road, not a single light. The absence of people was understandable. Perhaps it was the dead of night, perhaps it was a restricted traffic hour, but the absence of any light was unusual. Even in remote areas, the night would still be filled with starlight, moonlight, dim lamps or candles, and the glow of fireflies. But at this moment, Yi Sifeng looked up, and the entire world was pitch black, without a single ray of light, not a single lamp. But the houses on either side were occupied. Standing here, Yi Sifeng could hear the faint sounds of conversation in the residential buildings on either side of the road. This must be the problem with this world. Yi Sifeng began to pinch his fingers, following the line of darkness. Although it was not clear, he could vaguely discern a major event that had occurred in this world 3 months ago. 3 months? That should still be in time. Yi Sifeng stood on the street, cradling the golden Ying Fanshuan in his arms, and began to search his spirit beast space. Something glowed. If he remembered correctly, there was a spirit beast particularly suited to this world. What was it? Yi Sifeng's mind raced, quickly retrieving the relevant memory. Drenched in water, Ying Fanshuan clutched a massive cauldron in his arms, and approached him silently and dignifiedly. The lighthouse at the deepest point of Sihai, a luminous water beast. Found it. Yi Sifeng sensed the massive cauldron in his spirit beast space. Directly locating it, Yi Sifeng landed beside a pool of water. The cauldron was at the bottom, so, if nothing unexpected happened, those jellyfish from the world of cultivation should be there. But the pool seemed tranquil, devoid of anything. This aquatic beast is quite unique. It cultivates by feeding on the positive spiritual energy emanating from other aquatic beasts on the seabed. The stronger the positive spiritual energy of nearby aquatic beasts, the faster their cultivation progress. Why are they called lighthouses? Because they inevitably glow when they cultivate. Interesting, isn't it? Yi Sifeng could still remember the look on Ing Fangxuan's face when he said this. Noble and calm, yet he effortlessly revealed his erudition and humor. He was truly putting on a show in front of him. But why aren't there any jellyfish in this pool? Yi Sifeng felt something was amiss. He squatted down and extended his hand. Light green spiritual energy emanated from his fingertips. After a while, he finally saw a few fleeting figures appear at the bottom of the pool. They were tiny, as small as soybeans, but they stretched their bodies with the waves. Light green light and shadows followed the trembling of the small jellyfish, adding a sense of tranquility and mystery to the dark pool bottom. As long as there are still some alive, good. Yi Sifeng withdrew his hand and looked at the few jellyfish still emitting a faint glow beneath the water, using the overflowing positive spiritual energy as energy for cultivation. Ordinary people also have spiritual energy, but most are relatively weak. It certainly doesn't overflow during daily activities. It only leaks out during times of intense emotional fluctuations, calling for both positive energy and emotional fluctuations. Yi Sifeng sealed his spiritual energy and tentatively glanced at the pale green, glowing jellyfish at the bottom of the pool. What a beautiful green! The jellyfish stretched its body, its light brightening ever so slightly, barely noticeable to the naked eye. Really quite interesting. Thinking of how this world would develop in the future, Yi Sifeng curled his lips slightly. Then, using a small, round, transparent container, he fished the green jellyfish out. Holding Ing Fangxuan in his arms, he returned to the outside world. The pale green jellyfish suddenly stood out in the pitch-black world, its quiet light flickering in the darkness, along with its translucent body, a breathtaking display of elegance and beauty. Yi Sifeng placed a transparent container the size of a ping-pong ball before his eyes. A green jellyfish the size of a soybean swung back and forth within. Although he had already decided to release these jellyfish into the world, another problem arose: how to sell them. The world was pitch black, all light swallowed up. Setting up a stall on the roadside wouldn't be visible to anyone. Yi Sifeng glanced around until he suddenly spotted a lollipop-shaped object on the side of the road. It had a pillar at the bottom, and a spherical transparent container on top. It was filled with colorful bouncy balls, which he seemed to draw with a coin. Yi Sifeng looked at the small transparent ball containing the jellyfish in his hand, then at the bouncy balls. He calmly walked over and dropped the ball containing the small jellyfish into the pile. The jellyfish ball glowed faintly among the bouncy balls. Yi Sifeng looked around, quite satisfied. It was visible, yet not too conspicuous. Someone with a predestined connection would surely find it. After everyone else left, 6-year-old Pan Xiaojun walked to the door alone. He groped around until he finally found the spare key hidden under the carpet. He tiptoed and inserted it into the keyhole. After a few random turns, the lock clicked. Pan Xiaojun crouched down to listen. After confirming there was no movement, he quietly opened the door and walked out, following his memory. It was dark, but that didn't matter. He remembered the stairs down. Pan Xiaojun felt his way along the wall, inching forward. He descended the stairs incredibly slowly, but all he saw was pitch black. He grew increasingly frightened. He looked back, but the sheer darkness was blinding. Pan Xiaojun shuddered, trying to overcome his fear. He turned around and carefully felt his way along the wall. When the wall cleared, he squatted down, feeling for the bumps in the road to determine his direction, inching forward. Should we be almost there? The shop downstairs shouldn't be that far away. Pan Xiaojun inched forward, making no sound. Almost there, almost there. Turning a corner, Pan Xiaojun groped forward, following his memory. Shop. The shop was closed. Pan Xiaojun was shocked. The shop that had always been bustling in his memory was now a closed roller shutter in the darkness, its metal sheet cold and covered in dust. The store was closed. 6-year-old Pan Xiaojun realized for the first time that it wasn't just his own home that was plunged into darkness. Everything outside was also shrouded in darkness. The stairs, the trees, the traffic lights, and the store he remembered as always bustling. Warm water welled up in Pan Xiaojun's eyes. He sniffed, then leaned against the wall, turning to go back. Pan Xiaojun turned his head, his eyes wide open. A faint green light flickered, like a firefly in the pure black world. Pan Xiaojun rubbed his eyes, only to find that the small green light was still there. He groped his way towards it, finally touching a large, smooth round sphere. Pan Xiaojun knew what it was instantly: the container for bouncy balls at the entrance of the store. He had been a regular there, with at least 20 bouncy balls stored at home. Pan Xiaojun stared wide-eyed at the green light floating in the container. It was light. Pan Xiaojun, who hadn't seen light in 3 months, remained motionless, afraid that his loud breathing would extinguish the light. Pan Xiaojun didn't know how long he'd been standing there. Just as his left leg was starting to ache again, and he was about to switch to the other leg, he suddenly heard a distant announcement. "It's 6 p.m., time to get off work." The announcement repeated 3 times, and Pan Xiaojun broke out in a cold sweat. His family would be home in about 10 minutes. If they found him away, he'd be doomed. Pan Xiaojun hurriedly tried to get up, but his eyes couldn't move away from the bouncy ball container. Wait! Did he have pocket money on him? Pan Xiaojun fumbled around, then pulled out a handful of coins from his inside pocket. Frantically, he began inserting coins. First coin, a soft bouncy ball came out. Second coin, another soft bouncy ball. Third, fourth. Last coin. The light in the bouncy ball box seemed to dip a little. Pan Xiaojun's heart was pounding as he tossed in the last coin. Thump thump! He could hear the sound of his own heartbeat. The small green light gradually moved downwards, finally falling from the exit and landing in his hand. Chapter 70. Pan Xiaojun squeezed the sphere in his hand and held it before his eyes. A pale green star flickered in the pure black world, like a small flower constantly blooming. Its petals shimmered, releasing tiny specks of light, like fragments of the Milky Way in his memory. How beautiful! Pan Xiaojun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The small, glowing green jellyfish seemed to pause for a moment, then swam a twirl within the ping-pong ball-sized container. The scattered specks of light seemed to multiply. Pan Xiaojun was about to take a closer look when he suddenly heard voices nearby. He ducked down, realizing the person couldn't see him, and then he began to grope his way home with his left hand, tightly holding the small round ball in his right. The pale green jellyfish spun within, but the light was blocked by Pan Xiaojun's tightly clenched hands, not a single ray of light leaking out. Pan Xiaojun's heart pounded as he groped forward with his hands. Fortunately, the road had been cleared of obstacles. He had imagined this route many times, so he made it home safely. In front of him was a table. Pan Xiaojun slowly moved his feet and groped his way to the chair he remembered. He felt the familiar texture and sat down. Still holding the round shape in his hand, Pan Xiaojun carefully moved it to his eyes. A jellyfish, emitting a pale green glow, floated in the air, scattering tiny dots of light. Pan Xiaojun didn't dare blink, fearing this was all an illusion. Was it light, or his favorite green? Could this really not be a dream? Pan Xiaojun shielded the glowing jellyfish with his hand, closed his eyes for a few seconds, then opened them again. He gently removed his hand from the sphere, revealing a small, flower-like jellyfish glowing independently in the darkness, like a single star in the night sky. Click. The door opened. Xiaojun. The parents' hoarse voices were caught in their throats. Pan Xiaojun looked down at the bright green light in his hand, then glanced toward the dark doorway. Mom and Dad. Xiaojun quickly dodged. Xiaojun? Mom Pan paused and began to explore, bit by bit. Xiaojun leaned forward, letting his parents touch him. You're still here? That's great. Mom Pan breathed a sigh of relief, her throat tight from not speaking for so long. Papa Pan also sighed with relief. Guessing guilty, Pan Xiaojun hesitated for a moment. Oh, right. Just now. Mom Pan's voice sounded doubtful. Papa Pan also took a deep breath. Pan Xiaojun suddenly felt even more guilty, clutching the round object in his hand, not daring to let go. Noticing Xiaojun's tenseness in the darkness, Pan's mother's heart tightened. She coughed twice. Xiaojun, you definitely tell Mom if anything happens, right? Xiaojun, are you hiding something from us? Xiaojun's heart was pounding. He didn't dare let Mom and Dad know he'd sneaked out. Xiaojun. Pan's mother's voice was tinged with tears. Pan Xiaojun immediately panicked. No, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Pan Xiaojun struggled for a moment, but then slowly brought his arms in front of him and opened his palms. A small flower appeared in the darkness, its petals unfolding one after another, like a miracle in the night. Where did this come from? Honey. Papa Pan's voice trembled. I saw it. It's light. Mom Pan muttered. The light is coming. Papa Pan groped his way into the bedroom, but after a few clanging sounds, He emerged dejectedly. It's still the same as before. No light. Whether it was a flashlight, a lamp, or any other light-emitting object, it still emitted no light. The world was still pure black. Except for the tiny sliver of light in the living room. Papa Pan rubbed his eyes. Honey, is it brighter than before? No. Mom Pan had been standing there watching, so she didn't notice. It's always this bright, Dad. Pan Xiaojun took it for granted. This is the star I finally drew. It's always this beautiful and bright. Mom Pan got the point. What did you draw? Pan Xiaojun began to sweat. It doesn't seem like an illusion. It just got a little brighter, Dad Pan said firmly. Just as she was about to turn around and tell Dad to stop interrupting, Mom Pan thought she saw a flash of green in the corner of her eye. It really had gotten brighter. Both the Pans noticed. Originally, the world was pitch black, with only a pale green luminous jellyfish visible in the center. But now, Xiaojun's hand could be seen, slightly illuminated by the jellyfish's light. Mom Pan reached out to touch her son's hand, which was in her sight, then ran her palm over his face and head. Just as she was about to offer some sentimental words, she suddenly realized she had touched a hand full of sweat. Mother Pan fell silent. Since childhood, Pan Xiaojun had never been a good liar. He would stutter whenever he lied, and as he grew older, he learned to use silence to avoid the correct answer. But he was still easy to spot, because his forehead would sweat when he felt guilty. Xiaojun, you just said you won it. Where did you win it? Mother Pan said slowly. It's. Huh? Realizing he couldn't fool anyone, Pan Xiaojun had to tell the truth. After hearing this, the Pan couple fell silent. But watching the little hand trembling under the green fluorescent light, Mother Pan sighed first, her voice a little hoarse. Honey, it's dangerous out there. Mom and Dad told you before, the house key is for emergencies, not for you to go exploring. Father Pan echoed his words, and together they lectured Pan Xiaojun before turning the conversation back to the glowing jellyfish. Did you pull this from the pile of bouncy balls at the grocery store entrance? I pass that place every day, and I never see any light. Papa Pan took the round ball from his son's hand. It's much bigger than a bouncy ball. A jellyfish the size of a soybean floated in the air, slowly and leisurely. It looks even more beautiful this way. Papa Pan looked up in admiration. The tiny jellyfish seemed to pause for a second, then turned a corner in its container, its light growing even brighter. Papa Pan seemed to have discovered something. Isn't it beautiful? Papa Pan asked tentatively, but the jellyfish continued to float, no different from before. Dad, can you give it back to me? This is my star, not yours. Pan Xiaojun tiptoed to reach it. The pale green, glowing jellyfish caught a key word, and its light grew a few points brighter. Now Pan's mother noticed it, too. The tiny starlight, once shining alone, now illuminated a human face. Honey, I think I can see your face clearly. Pan's mother reached out to touch it, giving a long overdue smile. It's so dusty. Go wash your face. Don't worry, I think I've discovered something. Looking at the tiny jellyfish flickering in his palm, Pan's father took a deep breath and racked his brains to summon his emotions. Ah! You are the brightest star in the universe. The green jellyfish paused for a moment, then visibly brightened. The round ball of light placed itself in the middle, and the three of them could begin to see each other's faces. Honey! Pan's mother exclaimed. Dad, can you give me my star back? The little jellyfish swam a corner in the water, and its light grew a little brighter. Ahem. Papa Pan coughed lightly and began. You are a miracle in the deep sea, the brightest star in the sky. Dad. Pan Xiaojun was still distracted. Give me back my star. Just go and recite poetry yourself. Don't worry. Having confirmed a possibility, Papa Pan grew increasingly excited. If all went well, a second son would be born from his hands. Ahem. You are the brightest star in the Milky Way, the only moon in the sky, the spark that saves us from the darkness, the most perfect of all lives. Father Pan's voice was sonorous and majestic. The little jellyfish suddenly tightened its body, but it brightened at a visible speed. Its tentacles spread out, and the room looked like a small green light bulb. Wow! Pan Xiaojun was stunned. Looking at the bright little yellow bean, his mouth was wide open, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Pan Xiaojun stopped clamoring for his own star. Under the green light, he looked at his father, then his mother, then his body, then his surroundings. So this is what home looks like now. The tiny jellyfish, in its ping-pong ball-sized container, bounced back and forth, still looking like a fluorescent flower on the seabed. Father Pan suppressed his excitement and racked his brain, reciting every compliment he could think of. The little jellyfish glowed little by little, but in the end, it wouldn't light up again. The interior of the house was now brightly lit, and the placement of the various furniture pieces was clearly visible. Wow! Pan Xiaojun was overwhelmed with curiosity. Everything felt like a dream. Sneaking out felt like a dream. Drawing a small ball filled with jellyfish stars felt like a dream. Watching his father recite a poem felt like a dream. Lights turning on in the house felt like a dream. Papa Pan glanced at his excited son, then at his wife, who hadn't even had time to take off her work clothes. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly stood up. The curtains were tightly drawn. No light should be able to see through. Slightly relieved, Papa Pan placed the dimly fluorescent jellyfish on the table, watching the bean-sized flower flicker in the water. Isn't this container too small? The jellyfish should grow quickly, right? Mother Pan nodded, and Pan Xiaojun agreed. So the family rummaged through the drawers, and found a large fish tank. They carefully cleaned it, filled it with clear water, and tentatively tapped the transparent ball. It broke, and the jellyfish slid into the tank. The soybean-sized jellyfish had become noticeably more active, darting around in the large aquarium, its body fluttering like a rapidly blooming green flower. But Pan Xiaojun couldn't bear to look away, yet he had to squint because it was a little too bright, a bit glaring. Papa Pan suddenly spoke up, "By the way, why don't we bring Dad over here?" Papa Pan was referring to Pan Xijuan's grandfather. Ever since the world had plunged into darkness, the always robust old man had refused to leave the house. Before, we had no choice but to let Dad live there alone. Now that we have jellyfish, I think he'd agree to bring Dad over. Chapter 71. Shijuan's grandfather would never agree to live with his daughter. He'd refused so many times before that he was familiar with the process. He opened the door and said in a cold, hard voice, "I'm not going. Give up." Then he slammed the door shut. After about 30 minutes, his daughter's family would leave on their own after their persuasion failed. But for some reason, the door wasn't closed today. The daughter's family of 3 were particularly excited and rushed straight into the house. Unlike the usual painstaking persuasion, this time they simply pulled one after another, with one of the younger ones clinging to their thighs, leading him out while persuading him. Their overall spirits were incredibly high, as if they had found $1 million and wanted to share it with him. "I really don't want to leave." Shijuan's grandfather struggled grimly in the darkness, leaning on his cane. "Dad, just come with us. You're not safe here alone. Can't you stay at my house?" Pan Shijuan's mother said as she dragged him. "Yes, Grandpa, my home is your home. Come live with us." Pan Xiaojun fumbled to grab the old man's legs. "Dad, just listen to us." Shijuan's father kept reaching out to either side, afraid they'd bump into the furniture. "I really won't leave. This is my home. Your mom and I's home." Shijuan's grandfather unleashed his ultimate move. Shijuan's mother paused in the darkness for a moment, then let go of Shijuan's grandfather's hand and clattered away. Shijuan's grandfather breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaojun and his son were just beginning to feel lost when they heard Shijuan's mother clattering back again. "I'm going to get Mom's photo frame. Let's go." Without a word, Shijuan's mother began to support Shijuan's grandfather's arm, and the whole family worked together to pull Shijuan's grandfather out. Before Shijuan's grandfather could react, he was supported for a short distance. As his feet touched the ground, the door slammed shut behind him. "You guys." Shijuan's grandfather pointed, but not knowing which direction the person was heading, he angrily let it go. "Put me back. I'm not going out. Dad, just come with us." The daughter's hand tightened again, her voice filled with an inexplicable confidence. "Dad, our house is different now. I guarantee you want to stay here again and stay with us." The son-in-law's voice was strangely proud. "Grandpa, my house is so beautiful now." The little grandson's voice was filled with joy, a kind of uncontrollable happiness. Shijuan's grandfather was both reluctant and delighted. He hadn't heard such cheerful voices since the world had plunged into darkness. What had happened to his daughter's family? Did they get a raise? Did they buy him 2 dishes and invite him over? "Ah, you guys." Shijuan's grandfather still wanted to go back. The world was pitch black. Only the house he had lived in for decades gave him a sense of security. Beyond that, both the outside world and his daughter's home were pure black, unknown territory. "Dad, just come with us. Come on, there's a step here. Lift your feet." The son-in-law was enthusiastic. "Dad, we're almost there. Just a little more walking." The daughter's steps were firm. Proof that even the most heartless of old people couldn't resist the enthusiasm of their children. Shijuan's grandfather was supported as he continued to walk out, his cane snatched from his hand at some point. Xiaojun trotted, clutching his mother's coat. The world was pitch black, but his family was bustling around him, and the home they were destined for was filled with light. Just thinking about this made Xiaojun quicken his pace. Ha ha. Shijuan's uncontrollable laughter drifted on the wind, and Yi Sifeng could hear it clearly from the roadside. After watching Xiaojun and his family leave, Yi Sifeng thought for a moment, and then entered the spirit beast's space again to fish for jellyfish. With one swipe of his net, he caught one. It was only the size of a ping-pong ball, but it was transparent and not glowing. It truly is the brightest lighthouse on the seabed of sea. It looks different. The jellyfish, like a signal receiver, suddenly raised one tentacle, and then, as if a circuit had been connected, the edges of its body lit up, gleaming with a faint pink light. Okay, this is normal. Yi Sifeng found a palm-sized transparent container, filled it with water, and dropped the jellyfish in. The pink jellyfish stretched its body in the water, and began to swim 3 seconds later, bouncing back and forth. Its tiny tentacles made it resemble the cap of a swimming mushroom, working very hard. Yi Sifeng suddenly remembered the appearance of the previous jellyfish. Its tentacles were relatively wide and long, giving it the appearance of a flower. There were quite a few individual variations. Yi Sifeng took the jellyfish container and left the spirit beast space. He walked all the way to the familiar convenience store, eyeing the lollipop-shaped container that sold bouncy balls, and smoothly tossed the jellyfish in. The second one. The pale pink jellyfish was dropped into the bouncy ball container, but the world was pitch black, so it looked like a ping-pong ball-sized glowing mushroom, constantly swimming in midair. A truly bizarre sight. But that wasn't enough. Yi Sifeng thought for a moment, then raised his hand and cast a spell, reinforcing the container that held the bouncy balls, ensuring that no one could destroy it. If you want fate, want the glowing jellyfish, just drop a coin in and draw. Yi Sifeng lowered the jellyfish balls again, allowing them to block most of the light. He watched again and again before leaving satisfied. Shijuan's grandfather was speechless by this point. A pale green light filled his world. The sofa, the walls, the cabinets, and most importantly, his 3 family members were right before him, as if no different from before the darkness descended. 1,000 words clung to his throat, a bitter taste in his mouth, and finally, only one utterance escaped, I see. I saw home, my daughter and son-in-law, their faces stained with sweat, and my taller grandson, his eyes gleaming with light. Shijuan's grandfather was helped to the table, the light source directly before him. This is... Shijuan's grandfather blocked the light. It's a jellyfish. Xiaojun answered quickly. It's the smartest and most unique jellyfish in the world. Its hobby is hearing people praise it. It gets happy whenever it's praised, and when it's happy, it shines even brighter. My parents say it's the brightest, most perfect star in the sky. Because it was so close, Shijuan's grandfather squinted to observe it. I move it to the cabinet. This light is perfect up there. Shijuan's grandfather nodded calmly. Seeing his son-in-law carry the jellyfish to the cabinet, he slowly walked over. Can this jellyfish really understand? It should, Xiaojuan's father nodded. It loves to hear compliments. At first, it was as dim as a firefly, but it brightens with every compliment. Now it can illuminate our living room. Is that really true? Shijuan's grandfather couldn't believe it. Before the apocalypse, he'd only heard of wind power, electricity, and hydropower, but never of praising energy. Really, Dad? It's amazing. But now my praise doesn't seem to be working. Maybe it's already reached its maximum potential. Shijuan's father came over. Shijuan's grandfather, a little curious, asked, How did you praise it? Oh, it's so exhausting. I've been reciting poems and reading aloud. I've read more wonderful words and phrases these past 2 days than I did the year I took the college entrance exam. Anyway, Dad, we're going to work now. You and Xiaojun, stay home and don't wander off. The Pan couple left. Shijuan's grandfather sat calmly for a moment, then, leaning on his crutches, he casually went under the cabinet. Pale green jellyfish swam in a container on the cabinet, looking incredibly relaxed. Ahem. Jellyfish. You are the anchor. Nothing happened. Under his little grandson's gaze, Grandpa lifted his cane and walked away, circling before stopping under the cabinet. You're the brightest flower in the dark night. Nothing changed. But Shijuan's grandpa didn't give up. He simply stopped where he was and began to work harder. Ah! You're... He recited every poem he could think of, but the jellyfish continued to float alone on the cabinet, the light showing no difference. What went wrong? His son-in-law's words suddenly flashed through his mind. Reading poems and reciting. You've read more good words and phrases these past 2 days than you did on the college entrance exam. That's quite a lot. Wait, all poetry, if it were him. No matter how much he wanted to hear praise, hearing the same old thing over and over again would get tiresome. Looking at the green light bulb jellyfish floating on top of the cabinet, Shijun's grandfather suddenly spoke. Nin is such a beautiful and sweet child. The little jellyfish seemed to pause for a moment, then its light grew a little brighter. Nin is amazing. So sparkly and beautiful. The little jellyfish swam a twirl in the tank, transforming into a flower that grew brighter and brighter. Wow! Xiaojun also moved under the cabinet, looking at his grandfather with admiring eyes. Shijun's grandfather became even more excited, showing off his extensive dialect vocabulary to his grandson. Wow! Xiaojun was speechless, watching his grandfather's mouth chattering and the jellyfish's light growing brighter, until the entire living room was as bright as green daylight. Only then did Xiaojun reach out and tug at his grandfather's sleeve. Grandpa, didn't Mom and Dad tell us to stay home and be well? Shijun's grandfather suddenly came to his senses. Glancing around and seeing the closed curtains, he breathed a sigh of relief. He set his crutches aside and climbed onto a stool to retrieve the jellyfish. Block it with something, and it won't be so bright. As Shijun's grandfather retrieved his things, he sighed. He felt truly blessed to be able to block out the light for the rest of his life. After blocking the light, Shijun's grandfather sat back on the sofa with his grandson. They sat quietly for a while, then both of them felt uncomfortable again. Shijun's grandfather thought that if they were at home, he could just pull out his wife's photo frame and touch the glass when bored, but that wasn't the right thing to do in front of Xiaojun. Grandpa. Shijun's voice rang out. What's wrong, Xiaojun? Do you want to see where this jellyfish came from? What? Grandpa and grandson stealthily opened the door, held onto the wall as they descended the stairs, inching their way towards the corner. But as he groped his way out from around the corner, Shijun's grandfather spotted him without his grandson pointing him out. Specks of pink scattered across the black world, like scattered stars in the Milky Way. Grandpa, how many coins did we bring? Shijun's grandfather instinctively reached into his pocket. 39. Then we should be able to win. Come on, come on. Shijun's grandfather was dragged over to insert the coins. 1, 2. 39. Grandpa, they're all bouncy balls. My pockets can't hold them all. The grandson's panicked voice echoed. Chapter 72. Shijun's grandfather felt his empty pockets, then touched Shijun's, bulging with balls. Oops. Grandpa seems to have dropped one, and it bounced away. Shijun's grandfather stopped his grandson from groping on the ground. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Don't bother with it. We still have so many. Okay. Standing in the darkness, listening to the bouncy balls bounce away, Xiaojun felt a little sorry. I wonder what the ones that bounced away look like. I like star-shaped ones best. Shijun's grandfather's heart sank into a pool of sour water when he heard that. Poor little thing. He reached out and touched his grandson's head. After listening carefully, he leaned in close to Shijun's ear and whispered, It's okay. We still have so many. We see how many star-shaped ones we have when we get home. That's right. Thinking of the sparkling jellyfish at home, Xiaojun felt happy again. Do you want to go home? Shijun's grandfather asked, stroking his grandson's face. Xiaojun turned to look at the pink stars in the bouncy ball frame. Tiny pink dots of light drifted gently, and for a moment, a rounded edge seemed to appear, like the cap of a mushroom on a rainy day, but it quickly vanished. Pink is so beautiful. Xiaojun stared intently. Indeed, Shijun's grandfather turned his head. Pink is a very warm color, unique in a world of deep black, like a final tenderness from heaven. Let's watch a little longer, Grandpa. Xiaojun tugged at the corner of his grandfather's clothes. The little grandson asked pitifully, and Shijun's grandfather couldn't refuse. Then I watch with you. Grandpa and grandson sat down where they were. Oh, Grandpa, I think I dropped 2 more bouncy balls. Then you can put some in my pocket. After dividing the bouncy balls, they finally sat down quietly. Beside them were beautiful pink stars, which Xiaojun stared at without blinking. Grandpa, when do you think the Earth will be like it was before? Is another week okay? Maybe. A little longer. What about 2 weeks? Maybe at least. A year? That's a long time. I really hope that day comes soon. Shijun's grandfather smiled, still retaining his gentleness for his grandson. I hope that day comes soon, too. All around them were quiet. Xiaojun and Grandpa still sat beneath the pink jellyfish, Xiaojun alternately lost in thought and looking at the pink stars overhead. Grandpa, we've taken out all the coins in the house, right? Yes. Every drawer was left untouched, every corner searched thoroughly. Will Mom and Dad bring back new coins today? Shijun's grandfather fell silent. No, they don't give out coins anymore. I know. They give out food. Yeah. In reality, it wasn't just food, it was all the necessities of life. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. They called it salary, but in reality, it was just relief supplies in another form. I wonder if Mom and Dad are tired from working. A little? Shijun's grandfather knew full well that the earth had plunged into darkness, all work had ceased, but the country couldn't stop functioning. Over 1 billion people wandered aimlessly in the darkness, and no one knew what would happen in the end. So people can't rest. Even if there's no work, they have to find it. It's best to exhaust their energy at work, so they don't have the energy to think about anything else when they return home. But I don't know how long this stability can last. It's already been 3 months. The supplies will eventually run out. Then when I grow up, I go out and work to earn food for my family. Shijun's childish voice echoed in the darkness. Shijun's grandfather couldn't help but laugh. Xiaojun, you're awesome. Haha, I'm just average. It's still the light and the jellyfish that are awesome. Haha. The grandparents sat and laughed, and suddenly realized something was wrong. Why did they seem to be able to vaguely see a figure? Grandpa? Xiaojun leaned closer. Shijun's grandfather could also vaguely see the outline of his grandson's face. Recalling what Xiaojun had just said, the jellyfish are even better. Grandpa suddenly understood. It was the pink jellyfish that felt praised, so it glowed. Shijun's grandfather suddenly stood up. He suddenly had an idea. Since they can't take the jellyfish away, it's fine to let the neighbors have it. Although we haven't interacted in the past 2 months, before darkness fell, everyone got along so well. The open space at the entrance to the community was bustling with activity, chatting during the day and dancing at night. It was a well-known harmonious community. Looking at the glowing pink stars, Shijun's grandfather took a deep breath and began to write. Since he had already practiced this with the green jellyfish at home, this time it came easily. He started with Mandarin, using common compliments, then increased the difficulty to recite poetry and write beautiful prose. After his cultural heritage was exhausted, Shijun's grandfather took a deep breath and, in his most fluent dialect, praised the pink light bulb from head to toe, from its shape to its color, from its texture to its variety, from its quality to its moral integrity, leaving no detail unaddressed. The neighborhood now had streetlights. Standing beneath a pink streetlight, Xiaojun looked around and saw the familiar store entrance, the cracked floor tiles, and his grandfather's rosy face. Wow! Grandpa, you're sweating so much. Xiaojun reached for a tissue, but his hand was covered in bouncy balls. It's okay, it's okay. Shijun's grandfather wiped his head with his sleeve. Grandpa, you're amazing. Xiaojun turned to look at the streetlight. It's just SOSO. Shijun's grandfather was both proud and modest. After a few laughs and banter, the grandfather and grandson suddenly heard unfamiliar footsteps not far away. Shijun's grandfather immediately picked him up and strode toward the dark corner. The man, wearing a black sweatshirt and a hat, was tall and slender, dragging his sneakers under the pink light. Shijun's grandfather ducked back. The man paused by the jellyfish lamp, examining it carefully. Then he began shaking the device. After a while, nothing happened. He paused to examine his palm. Shijun's grandfather suspected his hand might have turned red from shaking. In fact, it was more than just red, it was swollen. Akan looked at his hand. If he remembered correctly, he had just shaken the container. How could the skin be broken? There must be something wrong. Recalling the voice he had just heard, Akan curled his lips and, with the commanding and cool tone he imagined, looked toward the corner. Come out. I know you're there. Shijun's grandfather's first feeling was panic, but his second was that the voice sounded incredibly familiar. Not the familiar, neighbor-like kind, but something even more familiar. Shijun's grandfather squinted his eyes, watching the slender figure beneath the pink light. Tall, thin, and acne-stricken. Chun! Shijun's grandfather shouted. Urchin's cold, domineering expression instantly shattered. Uncle? The atmosphere suddenly shifted to one of warm family. Grandpa smiled and introduced Xiaojun. This is Ahan, call me brother. He's incredibly smart. He won tons of awards when he was in school. You should learn from him, and try to bring back as many awards as you can when you go to school. Hee hee. Akan, now a rebellious teenager, didn't dare speak. All the awards he'd won were in elementary school. Hello, brother. Xiaojun raised his childish face. The three of them sat down under the streetlight again. It was workday, so the fact that there were 3 people on the street was a complete coincidence. Seeing his calm uncle and cousin, Akan couldn't help but hold back. No. Uncle. How can this light glow? Next to Urchin's finger, there was still pink. I know. Xiaojun leaned over to his new cousin. Because this is a star jellyfish. If you praise it, it will glow. Huh? Oh. So that's how it is, haha. Akan chuckled politely, not taking the word seriously. He turned to look at his uncle, his eyes questioning. Shijun's grandfather, ? Uncle. Akan pointed to the glowing light above his head. Huh? Shijun's grandfather glanced at the jellyfish lights overhead, then at his older nephew, who was waiting for his response. He immediately realized he treated Shijun's words as childish. Actually, how should I put it, let me show you. Shijun's grandfather propped himself up with his crutches, coughed twice at the pink light, and began his performance. Akan froze. Amidst his uncle's chattering praises and his younger cousin's applause, the pink light grew brighter and brighter. Cough, cough, cough. The uncle finally stopped, as if choking on saliva. Akan looked at the brightly lit street, then at his delighted younger cousin, and finally at his uncle's face. So? Now you believe it's real, right? The uncle was smug. Akan was speechless. He looked at the radiant pink jellyfish, then at the inky black sky. Suddenly, he felt as if he were dreaming, his head spinning. He sat down, lost in thought, occasionally glancing upward, then back at his uncle and younger cousin sitting next to him. Fresh footsteps sounded not far away. Old Gu. Shijun's grandfather called out. The figure suddenly paused, then straightened and quickly strode over. Old Gu. You're still in great shape. Shijun's grandfather greeted with a smile. The old man, emerging from the darkness, paused, taking 5 seconds to switch to his long-in-use social status. Lao Jin, 3 months since we last met. Haha, you're still so refined, old man. Come sit next to me. You old man, you're still so sarcastic. Finding a familiar feeling, old man Gu relaxed. Move over a little, let me sit down. Why don't you ask where that overhead light came from? Shijun's grandfather quipped. I didn't even need to ask, someone immediately rushed to tell me. Guess who it is? Old man Gu was calm and composed. Hey you! You looked like a wandering spirit just now. Now your mouth is so powerful. Who looks like a wandering spirit? Only those hiding under the red light look like wandering spirits, right? Guess who it is? Xiaojun and Akan moved their hips quietly away from the battlefield. Looking at the pink jellyfish light in the container next to them, Akan suddenly swallowed. Cousin, that jellyfish in there moves. Yeah, Xiaojun looked up. Of course it moves. Cousin, praise it. Maybe it even dance. Chapter 73. Akan still didn't dare to speak, because someone else was coming. Auntie Hohot. Shijun's grandfather called. A somewhat plump middle-aged woman emerged from the darkness, stopping not far from the crowd. Auntie Hohot. Come on, come on. Long time no see. I'm chatting with old Gu and my 2 children. Lao Jin? A vague voice came. It's been 3 months, Auntie Hohot. How's it been staying home? Come on, sit here. As if a switch had been turned on, the other person scurried towards them. 5 people were sitting by the pink streetlight, 3 elderly and 2 children. The transition from initial unfamiliarity to warmth took only 10 minutes. Oh, don't even mention it. My son and daughter-in-law leave their child in my care every day when they go to work. And when they come home, they complain that I'm raising him wrong. But what's wrong with that? I've raised so many children, how could I possibly understand? Yeah, didn't you raise your son too? Shijun's grandfather complimented him. Right. Why didn't I ever say it was wrong when he was little? Now that he's a father, he says he can't raise his child that way? I think he's just talking without thinking. Old Gu nodded. That's right. Watching the 3 elders chatting away, Xiaojun and Akan moved aside again. With no one paying attention, Akan began to stir again. He pulled Xiaojun up, pretending to be brothers, and then stood under the pink light, preparing his thoughts. How could one casually offer a compliment that would make the jellyfish glow without anyone noticing? A little compliment? Akan opened his mouth. Oh my! It's you, Aunt Hohot. I thought I was seeing things from upstairs. What's going on? What's going on? Akan closed his mouth again, pretending nothing had happened. A plump, middle-aged woman emerged from the darkness, her face slightly round and a warm smile on her face. Yujio. And Hohat extended her hand, beckoning. Come sit down, come sit down. I'm just chatting with your two uncles. It's been ages. Hey! You're here. 6 people were sitting under the streetlight. Xiaojun and Akan sat at the very edge. The 4 elders sat under the streetlight, chatting about everything from the far reaches of the world to their children, finally turning the conversation to the pink light nearby. I don't know how to put it, but this light is definitely not just some ordinary electric light. How could we not know that? Nothing in the house is glowing right now, even the flashlight in the drawer. I felt it was hot yesterday and realized it was on. So this light is actually the light of a jellyfish. Shijuan's grandfather chose his words carefully. Jellyfish? The ones that swim in the ocean? How did the jellyfish's light get to our neighborhood? Actually, there's a jellyfish inside this machine. It's just trying to shine. Old Gu was stunned for a second, staring at the pink light. He squinted and blocked it with his hand. Only then did he realize the light was actually flickering. It seemed to be just as old Jin had said, a tiny jellyfish swimming gently, but its range was small and too bright to see clearly. And Hohat and Yujia also gathered around the pink light. Xiaojun saw this and immediately rushed forward to introduce it. This is a pink star jellyfish. If you praise it, it will light up with joy. Haha, is this your grandson? Children are so adorable. Yuji was being polite to Shijuan's grandfather. Well, actually, what my grandson said is exactly what I was thinking. This jellyfish is very special. Let me show you how. Shijuan's grandfather started again, but his vocabulary was exhausted, so he resorted to repetition. Sure enough, nothing happened, nothing changed. Old Gu, Hohat, and Yujia just stared at him as if he were a fool. I have a reason. I've already praised it before. It's boring, so of course people won't buy it. Shijuan's grandfather acted calm. Come on, Yujiao. You're the best talker. Come on, give it a try. Me? Yujio hesitated, feeling the scene was too strange. But with the beautiful pink light beside her, and Uncle Lao Zhen's expression so resolute, she hesitated for only 3 seconds before stepping forward. Although it felt strange, her basic strength remained. Yujiao was the most talkative person in the neighborhood. From 98-year-old ladies to 2-month-old babies, there was no one she couldn't chat with. So, looking at the pink light, it took only 3 seconds for her to start talking non-stop. From the brightness of the lights to the warm colors, from the compact shape to the rounded curves, he first praised it in standard Mandarin, then gradually changed the tone and the dialect came out, with diversified names, flexible wording, and the chatting experience accumulated over half a lifetime. He praised it for a full half an hour. The 5 people nearby were stunned. Akan, in particular, watched Yujia's chatter flow through his mind. He tried to imitate her, but couldn't catch a single word because it was so fast. Oh my god, I'm so thirsty. The king paused, not because his vocabulary was lacking, but simply because his mouth couldn't keep up. The 5 of them breathed a sigh of relief. The jellyfish had already begun to gleam with a dazzling brilliance. It's so bright, a little too bright. Let's turn our backs. If only the light could be higher. It's still too low. Yujiao, you're amazing. You've made a small light bulb into a beacon. Yes, it could be considered a beacon. The pink jellyfish floated in the center of the machine, glowing brightly. Even with the bouncy ball nearby, the light still shone through the gaps, illuminating the 2 adjacent buildings. Xiaojun suspected that if the residents nearby hadn't drawn their curtains, they would have been able to detect the pink glow. It was a bit dazzling. Yi Sifeng felt the same way. He stood not far away, watching the pink jellyfish, praised for its dazzling brilliance. However, due to its small size, all the light was concentrated in a body the size of a ping-pong ball. The brightness was astonishing, blinding, and too bright to look directly at. This was not what he had expected. Yi Sifeng turned to take a look at the Yingfangshuan light beast, which hovered in the air above his shoulder. Since he had originally said that the jellyfish was a lighthouse, and not a giant light bulb, then its current form must be wrong. Looking at the small elastic ball frame, and the huge little light bulb within, Yi Sifeng finally understood what the problem was. Over there, the 4 elders and 2 children were still chatting. Yi Sifeng gathered his spiritual energy into a wrench and calmly walked over. Ignoring everyone's gazes, he used the fake wrench in his hand to pry open the container containing the bouncy ball. Amidst their astonishment, he pulled out a palm-sized transparent container. Pink jellyfish floated inside, looking incredibly happy. That's right, jellyfish from the deep seas of the cultivation world, seeing such a rich and varied spiritual power for the first time, accompanied by wonderful language. It was a feast for the cultivators. Yi Zifeng said nothing. After opening the container of bouncy balls, he casually pulled out a bathtub-sized transparent container from his sleeve. The others, seeing this, dared not speak anymore and slowly gathered around. Maintaining his calm maintenance worker persona, Yi Zifeng pulled out a long pole and attached the bathtub-sized container to its top. Thus, he had a giant lollipop. Yi Zifeng filled the container with water, then pulled out the shimmering pink jellyfish and dropped it into a large, transparent container. He then pulled out 2 new, smaller jellyfish and dropped them in. The container containing the bouncy balls remained intact and was placed directly below the jellyfish container. The whole thing now looked like a double-layered lollipop. The top ball held the jellyfish, while the bottom ball contained numerous bouncy balls. Yi Zifeng placed the giant double-layered lollipop upright, then took out a coin and dropped it into one of the openings on the pole. Pop! A jellyfish ball rolled out. After completing his demonstration, Yi Zifeng picked up the jellyfish ball and nodded to the crowd. Staff, I've come specially for maintenance. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Silence, a long 3-minute silence. Only after the white figure disappeared did one of the 4 elders and 2 younger children slowly speak. Who was that just now? Big brother said he was a staff member. Xiaojun whispered. Is there any work around here? Yujiao, have you heard of it? No. Yujiu denied. There's absolutely no such work around here. Besides, if there were something that glowed, wouldn't everyone have used it long ago? Then what is this? There's no such handsome young man around here. So what is this? Old Gu looked up. Wow! What a huge jellyfish! Everyone looked up at the words. A jellyfish the size of a wash basin floated in the container, its body swaying with the waves. The center was the brightest, the light gradually dimming towards the edges, and the outermost layer was a faint, transparent pink glow. But the overall brightness was still very bright, brighter than the old streetlights. The vast light illuminated the residential buildings on both sides of the road clearly, but they were all pink and tender. Xiaojun heard the sound of windows opening in the residential building. After a while, several dark figures appeared around him. Old Lu, Aunt Chen, Zhang Kuaizui, Good Cho too. Shijuan's grandfather greeted them one by one. The warm greetings were like a switch, and the dark figures gradually stepped into the pink light, revealing familiar faces. It's me, Lao Jin. It's been so long, how could you not recognize me? We might be old, but we can't get Alzheimer's. Shijuan's grandfather joked. Don't worry, Lao Chojin. If I got Alzheimer's, you'd be the first one I forget. Why is there a light here? And a pink light at that? It's hard to explain. Although it was difficult to explain, Shijuan's grandfather was already very adept at it, explaining it with actions, and this time, he didn't get much questioning. Because everyone could see clearly, the light was coming from a large jellyfish, its round pink body swimming through the air like a giant mushroom floating in the air, its tentacles tiny, like the tassels under an umbrella. What light? I'm not dreaming, am I? Someone in the crowd murmured. Maybe the absence of light is the only way to dream. I don't know who sighed so deeply. For an unknown amount of time, no one left. Even after all the conversations had ended, everyone sat quietly under the pink light, looking at each other and the world. Until a loud announcement came from the distance. 6 p.m., time to get off work. The children were coming home. Chapter 74. Today was even darker than usual for Zhao Ming, because it was his turn to lead the team. After a day's work, he inched forward in his heavy work clothes, keeping his mind clear, constantly remembering when to lift his feet and when to turn. Behind him was a series of footsteps, a shuffling sound. The world before him was pitch black. No matter how far he walked, he was simply immersed in a sea of darkness. 3 more steps before turning. 1, 2, 3. With his left hand supporting the corner, he stopped dead in his tracks the moment his right foot stepped forward. Ouch! Why are the people ahead stopping? Zhao Ming lifted his foot, but his eyes widened, trying to catch the tiny speck of light in his vision. It must have been an illusion, it must have been, but even if it was, he hadn't seen it in 3 months. Light. Before darkness fell, he had never realized how crucial light was. Unable to see or distinguish, even with his eyes wide open, he couldn't perceive the world. He could only reach out his hands, groping for clues. After 3 months, his hands had peeled several layers of skin. The tiny speck of light grew larger, a rather human illusion. It grew larger and pinker with distance. If his little daughter could see it, she'd be delighted. She'd love pink the most. Zhao Ming, lost in his own world, led the way sluggishly until someone behind him nudged him, bringing him to his senses. "Hey! Did you see that speck of light up ahead, too?" A hoarse voice came from behind him. Regaining consciousness, Zhao Ming heard whispers from the group behind him. "Is that light?" The team scattered. Zhao Ming suddenly felt gusts of wind, and when he came to his senses, he realized that the people behind him had passed him and were running ahead. "It's light!" Others saw the light too. Without thinking, his feet had already lifted up, and when he came to his senses, the whirring of wind filled his ears. "There's light ahead." He passed footsteps after footsteps, kicking up puffs of dust. It was truly light. Growing stronger and stronger, Zhao Ming's teeth chattered with excitement, and he ran forward with all his might, like a drowning man grasping at a last straw, no longer considering anything, only determined to reach his goal. Light, disappearing light, a light that would never appear again. Finally, it illuminated this pitch-black world again, closer and closer. Before he could even stop, Zhao Ming was surrounded. "Hey Xiao Zhao, you're the first one. Not bad, not bad. Looks like you haven't wasted these 3 months. You're still the fastest. Hey son, everyone's talking to you. Why aren't you responding?" Zhao Ming finally came back to his senses when his mother's voice rang out. But his mind still couldn't process enough information. Why was there a pink light in the pitch-black world? And it looked like a swimming jellyfish. Why were there so many neighbors here already? Had he been working away from home for years? If I remember correctly, he'd only left this morning, right? "Hey Xiaoli, you're not bad either. You're the second one back." Xiaoli, who lived next door, had also arrived, looking dazed. The Lu family's daughter. Grandpa Lu's granddaughter also arrived, looking overwhelmed. Then came the fourth, the fifth. Seeing the young people present all looking dazed and bewildered, Zhao Ming finally felt relieved. It turned out he wasn't the only one doubting his own life. Thankfully, the elderly men and women who were chatting were very helpful. They pulled their own children or neighbors' nephews over to the curb and sat them down, then explained the situation from the beginning. This light bar wasn't just any ordinary light. It was the light emitted by a pink jellyfish that understood human speech and loved being praised. Its origins were mysterious, but it couldn't be tampered with. It had a program set by a specialized maintenance worker, and if tampered with, they could remove it at any time. "Oh, you still don't understand? How about this? Let your Aunt Yuji demonstrate." Yu Jiao made another dazzling appearance. With even more people watching, she performed even better this time. A jellyfish, its gradient pink hue, gently swayed in the air, its center gradually brightening at a speed perceptible to the naked eye. The concentrated light then flowed from the center to the edges, gradually fading, from bright to dim, like a miraculous relic from the ancient seabed, gradually floating in midair, then slowly growing stronger amidst resounding praise. Everyone looked up at the scene. Staring directly at the light source for too long made their eyes sore, but no one was willing to lower their heads. It was light. The light that illuminated our shadows and the world. Only half the people went home to sleep that night. The majority paused beneath the jellyfish's streetlight, unwilling to close their eyes. But their families sat nearby, and all around them were the bustling neighbors. The light made it possible to clearly see every smiling face, familiar and harmless. The pink light was incredibly soft, and bathed in it, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of security, as if a stool had been placed beneath their empty hearts, allowing them to finally stop and sit. "Hey, now that we have light, can we plant some vegetables?" "I think so. Don't plants all need photosynthesis? Can pink light synthesize it?" Go ask the Lu girl. She's always loved growing things on the balcony. Her mom even said she bought a pink light specifically for that. "Where is she?" "I saw her." "Lu girl. Come back." "Aunt Pan. What do you want me for?" "Lu girl, can we plant some vegetables?" "Oh, I think so. Aunt Pan, you can try." "What kind of vegetables are you planning to plant? Can you give me some seeds?" "Why not? Just come to my house and get them sometime." Time slipped by, but the place under the pale pink streetlights was still bustling. Walking left and right, I saw one familiar face after another. Many people were reluctant to go back, afraid that if they closed their eyes, they would open them again, plunging back into the pitch-black, endless night. "Aunt Hohot, what are you looking at?" A curious passerby approached and asked. "I'm looking at the pink jellyfish." "Is its light dimmer?" "Really?" The man looked up, but he wasn't sure if it was an illusion. "It seems a little." Yujiu suddenly felt a surge of crisis, her sense of responsibility stronger than ever. She had praised the jellyfish so brightly, and now it was gradually dimming. Did she need to work harder? But Yujia wasn't stupid. She was just one person, so even if she could do 100, it wouldn't be as good as if 200 people each did one thing. Maybe I didn't give enough praise right now. Yujia turned her gaze to the person next to her. The passerby questioning, ? Come on, praise it, and work hard. Although it was a little sudden, and Hohat kept urging her, and the person was eager to take the stage. But after opening and closing her mouth several times, she could only manage one sentence. So beautiful. So bright. Nothing happened. And Hohat slapped her thigh anxiously. Keep working. Just treat it like your bread and butter. Praise it. So pink and tender, so cute. The person stuttered nervously. The pink jellyfish remained calm, as if she hadn't heard anything. Is it a little brighter? The person was hoping for a lucky break. No. Not at all. And Hohat realized something was wrong and turned to look around. Come. It's bad. Something serious is happening. The jellyfish is going dark. What? Oh my god. Ah. A crowd quickly gathered around Hohat, and soon the streetlight was a huge crowd. Hohat stood under the streetlight, waving her arms. Look, everyone. Isn't the light not on when it first came on? Everyone looked up at this, their keen observations quickly noticing the difference. Oh my god, it's true. At first, I could see the windows of the 7th building. Now I can only see 6.5. Oh my god. It seems to be true. I could shed 5 tears just now, but now I can only shed 3. The crowd suddenly became agitated. After 3 months of darkness, it felt like they were sinking into a dark sea. Now that they had finally surfaced and seen the stars, how could they bear to sink further into the sea? So we have to take action. Hohat's face was serious. She extended her hand to gesture towards the pink, glowing jellyfish floating above. Since this child loves to be praised, and doesn't like to hear it repeated, we have to ensure it receives constant praise. Otherwise, why would it work so hard for us? That's right. We can't just enjoy without giving back. Who's got the best eloquence? Express your opinion. Hohat's face was filled with disapproval. We can't put all our hopes on a few people. Are you confident that our jellyfish will be owned by those few? Of course she wasn't. That's the only light we've had for 3 months. And Hohat, decide what to do. We all listen. Everyone echoed. Hohat's face remained serious. I've lived here for so many years myself. This is my second home. Since everyone trusts me, I'm speaking up. Everyone expressed their support. Our streetlight is perfectly situated, right at the entrance to the community. People pass by it every day. So, I suggest that everyone passing by stop. For 5 minutes maybe? Stand under the streetlight and praise this child. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the child, who shines day and night. 5 minutes is a relatively short time. Just stopping and talking for 5 minutes every day can replace the light lost for 3 months. No matter how you look at it, it's a very cost-effective deal. I support it. As expected of Aunt Hohat. You're so thoughtful. Can you praise anything during these 5 minutes? Hohat raised her hand to muffle her voice. After the crowd fell silent, she spoke seriously. You can praise anything, but you can't just slap it on the wall and try to get away with it. It's unfair to everyone. Isn't that right? Everyone nodded in agreement. It might be good at first, but eventually someone will try to fool you. That's just how people are. What should we do? I listened to Aunt Hohat. Hohat, what do you think? Since everyone still trusts me, I'd be frank. I suggest we have 2 people stand guard under the streetlights every day to ensure that everyone who passes by gives a genuine 5-minute compliment, and isn't just giving it for show. What do you think? Chapter 75. A mighty bell rang out, waves of sound enveloping countless ordinary people in their dreams. Slowly, consciousness was pulled back. Then a cold female voice rang out. 7:30 a.m. time to wake up. It was repeated 3 times. Xiao Han drowsily opened her eyes, feeling the pitch blackness. She opened and closed them several times before realizing, oh, it was now dark, not that she hadn't opened her eyes. After staring at the ceiling for a few moments, Xiao Han began to grope, getting up in the darkness and entering the bathroom to wash up. Every movement was slow and careful. She slowly finished her breakfast, her mouth dry, and she fumbled for the water glass. The moment the back of her hand touched the glass, Xiao Han stopped and carefully grasped the glass. The glass didn't break, and Xiao Han felt a slight sense of relief. When the pitch-black darkness filled the entire field of vision, a dropped glass was a truly terrifying sight. She had no idea where the fragments would land, perhaps on the carpet beneath her feet, or perhaps on the floor not far away. In the darkness, the sharp shards of glass seemed just waiting for her to step on them. This month, she had already spent 10 nights searching for fragments along the path she needed to cross. Despite her utmost caution, she had still been caught 3 times. But there shouldn't be many fragments left. Xiaohan slowly placed the glass on the table, making sure it was in the center. Then, she slowly stood up and walked along the path she had cleared of the fragments, heading for the door. At the door, there were heavy, loose work clothes. Xiaohan slowly changed into them in the darkness. She turned her head and looked towards what should have been her home. It was pitch black, as if a predatory ghost lurked in the darkness, yet it seemed nothing at all. If there was, it would have devoured her long ago. But it was too dark. Xiaohan opened the door. It was pitch black outside, too. She couldn't see the road ahead, couldn't see the future. She had considered suicide, but jumping from a building wouldn't allow her to see downstairs, and there was a high chance she'd hit someone. She didn't necessarily want to kill someone else, and she felt embarrassed to do such a thing. If she committed suicide at home, she was afraid the stench would be too overwhelming, and it wouldn't be good for the grandmother next door, who wasn't very mobile. Forget it, she'd better wait and see. Xiaohan walked alone in the empty hallway, listening to her own footsteps. Gradually, it seemed as if someone else's footsteps were mixed in. Coming from behind, heavier and louder, she judged it was a grown man. Xiaohan's heart sank, but she didn't react abnormally. She walked forward as usual. When the footsteps behind her gradually approached, Xiaohan ran without a word. Darkness enveloped her in all directions, but Xiaohan knew the route near her home well. There were 2 flower beds ahead. As she approached them, she slipped her shoes off, stepped on the soft ground with her socks, and tiptoed off in the other direction. The footsteps of the adult man echoed near the flower beds. Xiaohan stood at the intersection, thinking to herself, I guess I can't live here for the next month. I moved to my best friend's house. I tell her when I get to work today. After calmly listening for the man's footsteps as he left, Xiaohan took another path. She walked silently through the darkness in her socks, when she felt a sudden, sharp pain on the sole of her foot. She must have stepped on something. Xiaohan squatted down and felt for it. It was a branch. She slowly pulled it out. If it was a branch, she'd just apply some medicine back home. Fortunately, it wasn't rusted metal. They were running low on tetanus shots these days. Xiaohan squatted and listened. After making sure no one was around, she put her shoes back on, trying to make her footsteps as quiet as possible. Darkness is everyone's hiding place. The criminals, but also hers. Xiaohan moved forward silently in the darkness. When her nose caught the scent of sweat and her ears heard the clamor of voices, she knew she had arrived at work. Today's job involved packaging. As the person in front of her handed her something, she would grab a bag from the side, stuff the items in one by one, peel off the adhesive tape, and seal it shut before passing it to the next person. The person working ahead of her today seemed to be a woman. She could smell a faint fragrance as she handed her something. But the person behind her was a man, because every time she handed something over, he responded. Here you go. Okay. You're great. Very good. Xiaohan turned and handed the item over again. Quick! He responded again, his voice loud in the darkness, yet also quite abrupt. Xiaohan was silent for a second, but she still took the item in front of her and passed it behind her. You're awesome. Xiaohan passed another package. Wow! Another package. Excellent. Each package she passed triggered a response, and each one was different, with almost no repetition. Xiaohan turned around and passed it again. Perfect. Xiaohan was a little puzzled, but her 3 months of caution prevented her from asking questions. She simply silently took the item, and slowly passed it behind her. Absolutely fantastic. What a smooth job. We're so blessed. Oh my god, we're getting better every day. Xiaohan was initially curious, but as the workday wore on, and she handed over more packages, the man behind her kept talking longer and longer. Oh my god, what perfect packaging. What efficient work. We're worthy of this. We strive for today to be better than yesterday, for the future to be brighter than the past, and for everything to get even better. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Xiaohan couldn't help herself. Brother. Are you human? I mean, are you some new machine? Silence fell all around. Xiaohan immediately realized that the people working nearby had also been noticing this man for a while, and they all shared her curiosity. The sight of so many people standing in the dark, listening intently, struck Xiaohan as a bit amusing. Since no one was watching, she curled her lips. The man behind her was also silent for a second. But soon, A cheerful voice echoed, "Ha ha ha, sorry to startle everyone. I was actually practicing my eloquence. I thought you wouldn't notice me while I was working, but I ended up disturbing you." The tone was normal, the response was appropriate, so it couldn't be a robot. "Practicing eloquence?" a weak voice inquired from nearby. "Yeah. Our community. Our community has an assessment that requires everyone to be eloquent. But I'm not good with words, so I have to work harder or I won't pass." "Is your community so lively?" Another male voice came from the other side. Actually, that was exactly what Xiaohan wanted to ask. What kind of community could launch an oratory competition in the darkness? How cohesive and energetic are those people? Our community is indeed quite vibrant. The man behind him seemed to be organizing his words. "Because we quite like being lively, and to get together, we have to be good at oratory. And jellyfish. And I don't want to lose to anyone. I want to beat everyone, and win first place in the oratory competition." Xiao Han found this strange. "Haha, are you disturbing everyone? How about I keep my voice down?" The man's voice returned to a cheerful tone. "It's not disturbing, it's quite interesting. Please continue." Another voice came from the other direction. Xiao Han followed suit, saying it was okay. Everyone returned to work, and Xiao Han did the same, taking the items in front of her and handing them to the man behind her. "Nin is beautiful. Amazing. That's incredible. Does the eloquence test also have a dialect section? What kind of neighborhood is that? How energetic are those people? Nin is truly the pearl of the deep sea. The brightest star in the universe. Nin is the most perfect creation in the world. A glowing mushroom personally molded by the goddess Niwa." "What is that?" Xiao Han felt like she was hearing something strange. This guy didn't sound like that when he was practicing his eloquence in Mandarin just now. "You are our savior. The Jesus who saved us from danger. The most perfect and outstanding Shuimu." "What is that, Shuimu? Sleepy eyes? Jellyfish?" Xiao Han was confused again. She took the item in front of her and passed it back, but no matter how many times she tried, she didn't hear the same syllable again. Did she just hear it wrong? For some reason, Xiao Han suddenly felt a little concerned about this word. Not the kind of gossipy feeling that wanted to pry into someone's inside information, but a deep-seated desire to understand what it was. Water curtain? Tax item? Sleeping wood? Xiao Han worked silently, countless words with similar syllables lining up in her mind, but no one followed through. It was time to get off work, and the big brother, who had been talking non-stop all day, ran away the moment the bell rang, as if he couldn't wait to take the public speaking test. Xiao Han was still a little concerned, and she couldn't even explain why. Maybe she was too nervous this morning, and her mind was a little unstable. Otherwise, why would she be so obsessed with what others said? After a moment's effort to overcome her curiosity, Xiao Han steeled herself and headed out. She hadn't run into her best friend today, and couldn't figure out the way to her house, so she'd have to go home. She'd sleep in the kitchen tonight, keeping a kitchen knife handy for self-defense if someone broke in. Xiao Han followed the group slowly out. When they reached their designated location, they each took their own way home. Xiao Han took the quiet path she'd taken home that morning. She followed the left wall until she came across a large hexagonal hole. She could take a shortcut by crawling through it. But this time, Xiao Han paused at the hole, her eyes widening after 3 seconds. There was light in the abandoned garden. An irregular, luminous object bobbed in the pitch-black night, its light radiating outward. Xiao Han could then see clearly that there was another figure there, holding a long stick, at the end of which was the mysterious, glowing object. Shuimu. Jellyfish. Xiao Han saw the shape of the glowing object clearly, stepped directly onto the hexagonal hole, and leaped into the yard without hesitation. Yi Sifeng, holding a new prop, turned around at the sound and couldn't help but sigh at his powerful mental strength. The blue-purple jellyfish in his hand was already stirring, its silky ribbon-like tentacles gently swaying in the water, its canopy slowly opening and closing. It looked like the most graceful and composed jellyfish in the world, if its center hadn't begun to glow. Chapter 76. Xiao Han had a jellyfish. That might not be quite accurate, but she had a mysterious, magical jellyfish that could emit light in this world, understand human speech, and love to be praised. Everything was magical, like an absurd dream. On her way home, she saw a light in the desolate yard. A mysterious man stood there, and it wasn't surprising to see her leap across the wall. "Hello, would you like to learn about jellyfish?" And then she had a jellyfish. The large fish tank on the table held a blue-purple, translucent jellyfish. The rippling water reflected an intoxicating light. The blue-purple light swayed, and Xiao Han saw a pale blue floor and pale purple walls. It was light. She no longer had to feel around in the house. Xiao Han touched the large, transparent fish tank on the table. In fact, this tank had also been given to her by the mysterious man. The mysterious figure snapped his fingers in the dim light, then said seriously, "You don't seem to have anything to hold it at home. Let me give you a container." Then, he pulled a table-sized fish tank from his sleeve. From his small sleeve, he pulled a massive fish tank. Xiao Han was stunned. When she came to her senses, she was holding the enormous fish tank in her hands. Translucent jellyfish with blue-purple ribbons were already swimming around inside, emitting a faint glow. The mysterious figure had long since vanished. Xiao Han placed her hand on the fish tank and leaned over the edge of the table. The blue-purple jellyfish, as if sensing something, slowly swam towards her, its soft body expanding and contracting, its gorgeous ribbon swaying gently beneath it, accompanied by a gradient of blue-purple light. It was truly beautiful. So beautiful. She sighed softly. The jellyfish in the tank paused for a moment, then gently spun around. Its ribbon-like tentacles spread out little by little, like the hem of a dancer's exquisite skirt, shimmering with brilliance. Wow! Xiao Han's exclamation came from the bottom of her heart. Even before darkness fell, seeing a jellyfish like this would have been enough to captivate her. Not to mention now, in the utter darkness, the elegant and beautiful jellyfish shone faintly in the water. It was the only star in the Black River, the only remaining miracle in this dark world. Xiao Han blinked, realizing the light had brightened a little. Perhaps it was because of the compliments she had just received. Even though she had some understanding, the setting was still a little strange. A single bioluminescent jellyfish was normal, but for it to glow brighter and brighter the moment it was praised, wasn't that a bit unrealistic? But a world completely dark isn't entirely scientific. So what's wrong with her little jellyfish being unscientific? The world has been unscientific for 3 months now. So what? The bluish-purple jellyfish didn't understand humans' anxieties. It simply swayed gently in the large aquarium, a bluish-purple light flickering in the very center of its body. The light flowed like liquid, gushing outwards, its flickering like blue-purple shooting stars streaking across the sky. So beautiful. Xiao Han was mesmerized again. The jellyfish in the large aquarium spun again, and the light in the center grew even brighter. Xiao Han came to her senses, realizing she'd accidentally complimented it again. This wasn't going to work. The curtains at home were just ordinary cotton. Any brighter wouldn't be enough to block out the light. We had to think of something. How about taping our mouths shut when we were near the jellyfish? Would clenching our teeth while sitting still work? It didn't sound very reliable at all, and Xiao Han turned to look at the elegant jellyfish spinning on the table. It swayed in its tank, appearing joyful and carefree. It was happy. Probably because she had praised it. Even though it was truly beautiful, and her compliment was so simple, but it was also happy. Xiao Han couldn't imagine how happy this blue-purple jellyfish would be if it had met the man who stood behind her during the day practicing his eloquence. Wait, suddenly, something connected in her mind. Jellyfish. Practicing eloquence. Community. Assessment meeting. A light flashed in Xiao Han's mind. Could it be that the man's area also had a jellyfish? But unlike hers, it could only be shared by everyone, hence the assessment meeting, where everyone had to praise it. That must be the case. That would also explain the man's careless mention of the jellyfish. A jellyfish praised by the entire community. Xiao Han turned to look at the small jellyfish swaying on the table. Isn't that jellyfish so happy? There's a whole neighborhood out there. Even if one person praises it for a minute, it can hear hours of praise a day. But her little jellyfish, after just 2 words of praise, was already overjoyed, as if it had never seen the world before. Xiao Han sighed, suddenly feeling quite selfish. Xiao Han slowly moved to the table. The little blue-purple jellyfish in the aquarium seemed to sense something, and swam gently closer to her. Wouldn't it be better if more people praised you? The blue-purple jellyfish seemed oblivious, still floating in the water, but its body gently contracted and swayed upwards, its translucent body emerging above the surface before pausing, as if waiting for something. Xiao Han was confused, but the jellyfish swayed a few more times, then extended a ribbon-like tentacle, and tapped her head. Xiao Han? ? A strange hypothesis arose in Xiao Han's mind. Tentatively she extended her fingertip. The small jellyfish in the tank didn't move, so Xiao Han tapped its head. Wetness was Xiao Han's first feeling, but then, an indescribable electric current rushed from her fingertips straight to her brain. After the dazzling fireworks exploded, only a few distorted lights remained. Xiao Han froze in place. But somewhere deep in her mind, a happy message echoed. Know this? Even though she already knew jellyfish weren't very scientific, this was still a bit too sudden, wasn't it? Huh? Xiao Han looked at the jellyfish, then at her hand, then at the jellyfish, then at her head. Deep in her mind, she felt a strange sensation, as if a door had opened, a path had opened, and on the other side of the path was the jellyfish in the tank. Happy. Floating. The tiny blue-purple jellyfish in the fish tank spun in the water, its blue-purple light gradually flickering, flowing from its center to the edges, gradually brighter and more dazzling. Xiao Han stretched out her hand and placed it against the fish tank. The blue-purple ribbon gently lifted and extended a piece towards her. An extremely strange feeling spread from her palm. Xiao Han felt as if she had entered an endless deep sea. Her consciousness was suffocating, her soul was squeezed, but in that moment of despair, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. A giant lighthouse, as vast as the world, floated in the deep sea, illuminating the entire seabed with each breath. All kinds of tiny creatures appeared around it, like insignificant grains of sand. She seemed to be sinking, but her eyes could not be taken away from the giant tower of light. The jellyfish-shaped tower seemed to rotate, and for a moment, she seemed to meet its eyes. Xiao Han's consciousness faded, and she opened her eyes in her room. A blue-purple jellyfish the size of a cantaloupe was still swimming in the fish tank, as if nothing had happened to it. Happy. Floating. This simple message still echoed from the depths of her mind. But Xiao Han suddenly had a feeling that the world-sized Teratopsis dornii jellyfish was exactly what the small blue-purple jellyfish before her would grow into. For most of her life on Earth, she had never heard of such a giant, bioluminescent jellyfish in the deep sea. Coupled with the mysterious contract in her mind, it was easy to deduce that this jellyfish was not from Earth. Human power is limited, and she is even more insignificant. Recalling the giant lighthouse, as vast as the world, Xiao Han made up her mind. But before that, she needed to do some research. The next weekday, Xiao Han used her listening to locate the man practicing his eloquence. She then groped her way there on her way home from get-off work. Luckily, the man was working very hard, talking non-stop. Xiao Han took off her shoes and quietly followed him. This was a relatively unfamiliar road, but hearing many people heading this way, Xiao Han tiptoed in, blending in perfectly. Hey! How's your practice been lately? Is Anhua's eloquence class next door reliable? If so, I'd like to sign up too. I think it's okay, but the price is a bit high. That's true. Although Uncle Jiang stutters a bit during his lectures, the prices are cheap. Actually, there's no need to sign up for a class. Just because a teacher is good at speaking doesn't mean they can teach. You have to rely on yourself. You know my neighbor Dawei? I saw him stuttering at the entrance to the community yesterday morning, and that evening he said he couldn't even breathe for 5 minutes. Can you guess why? Why? Several people asked in unison. This kid. He said he'd been practicing at the factory all day. The rule was to speak a sentence every time he moved. He never stopped talking. He'd made such rapid progress in just one day. Oh my god, is that really that useful? How did you practice at the factory? There were so many people around, I was embarrassed to speak. I asked Dawei the same question. Guess what he said? What did he say? He said it was pitch dark, and he didn't have a fixed position. Who knew who he was? He could be Dawei today, and Xiaoqiang tomorrow. That makes sense. Anyway, no one can see each other now. Xiao Han was caught in the middle, listening and digesting information. It seems the neighborhood with the jellyfish is buzzing with activity. Even people have signed up for public speaking classes. Really ambitious. Whatever the other jellyfish have, hers must have too. Xiao Han made up her mind and continued to lurk in the group. They walked along one path after another, turning one corner after another. If it weren't for Xiao Han's excellent hearing, she would have lost them long ago. It was a relatively remote neighborhood, Xiao Han thought to herself. No wonder they could secretly own a jellyfish. The noises on this section of the road grew louder, and it seemed they were almost there. As she turned another corner, a pink dot of light appeared at the end of her sight. She pursed her lips and followed it. It was a pale pink jellyfish. Xiao Han didn't move forward, but simply watched as the line of people finishing work formed. Each person paused for 5 minutes under the streetlight, presumably to admire the jellyfish. The pink jellyfish in the air shone, like a giant light bulb, illuminating the entire neighborhood. It flickered with the movement of the group, as if it were still drawing energy. Xiao Han watched quietly for a moment, then returned home. Yi Sifeng suddenly snapped his fingers. It felt like someone was looking for him, perhaps for after-sales service. It was quite novel. Xiao Han pursed his lips, and returned to the dilapidated courtyard, where he had first encountered the jellyfish. After waiting for nearly half an hour, he finally heard a different sound. "Hello, are you planning to build a jellyfish streetlight?" Yitzifeng asked directly. A 3-story tall lamp had been erected in front of Xiao Han's house overnight. Atop it, a translucent container housed a blue-purple luminescent jellyfish, casting a brilliant light that illuminated 3 neighborhoods and the neighboring factory. This brightness was the result of Xiao Han's all-night hard work. According to the mysterious person, her spirit was more vibrant than the average person, and her compliments were much more effective than those of ordinary people. This was why the jellyfish chose her. What if she praised the jellyfish every day, and others also came to praise it daily? That would be even better, the mysterious person replied. Looking at the happy jellyfish in the transparent fish tank by the window, Xiao Han secretly made up her mind. Someone was almost here. She had to get downstairs first, guide public opinion, and ensure that her blue-purple treasure heard all kinds of compliments every day. Chapter 77. Xiao Han opened the door. The hallway was still dark, but a bluish-purple light shone through near the window. The world was no longer pitch black. Her little jellyfish was glowing outside. She took a deep breath and strode downstairs. No one was downstairs yet, so she took the initiative and stood under the light, striking a suitable pose. Someone was coming. Xiao Han turned around, her tone filled with just the right amount of shock. "Hello? Am I hallucinating? Is there a light up here?" The man seemed relieved too. He ran up and looked for a long time before speaking hesitantly. "Sister, I think you're not mistaken. There really is a light up here." "Wow." Xiao Han looked up in disbelief. After a moment's pause, a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. The man across from her was infected by the heavy atmosphere, his eyes reddening. Xiao Han lowered her head and wiped her tears. "Humph, shouldn't I be moved? That's her incredibly beautiful little jellyfish, giving it its all." The contract in her mind echoed. Happy. Floating. Xiao Han's tearful expression was almost uncontrollable. Ahem. Xiao Han covered her mouth and said, deliberately making sure those nearby could hear, "Actually, when I first arrived, there was someone standing here." He looked very mysterious. He said, "What?" the man asked. Xiao Han rubbed the corner of her clothes. He said, "This isn't an ordinary lamp. It's a jellyfish from the deep sea. The light is emitted by the jellyfish, and? The man opposite asked. Xiao Han heard footsteps slowing down nearby. "It can be even brighter. If enough people praise it. It could even be brighter than the sun." The man opposite was stunned. "Praise it? The sun?" Several more people emerged from the shadows, men and women, young and old. "Girl, what did you just say?" an elderly person in the crowd asked. So Xiao Han repeated it, inadvertently emphasizing that simply by praising it, darkness could be dispelled and light could be restored. The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment. "Actually, I can't believe it either. Is that mysterious person trying to trick us?" Xiao Han seemed a little hesitant. The man came to his senses and looked at the jellyfish in midair. He first touched the pillar with his hand, then tapped it twice. "I've never seen anything like this before. I used to work in building materials, and I've never seen anything like it." Xiao Han was surprised. "This is incredible. Could that mysterious man be telling the truth? We know if we try it." The man coughed twice, then suddenly recited aloud, "Big jellyfish, you're so bright." Xiao Han covered her mouth and coughed twice, then secretly let her little blue-purple jellyfish shine a little. "Be patient for now, dear. People these days haven't been trained yet, so it's understandable that their skills vary." The blue-purple jellyfish swayed twice in midair, then silently brightened a little. "It's on! Oh my god, it really works." Xiao Han also feigned surprise. "It seems to be true. Why don't we all try it together? Hurry up and give her precious jellyfish a change of pace." "I try it again." This man was so stubborn. He pretended not to hear her and started spouting a bunch of words with a very limited vocabulary. "Big jellyfish, you're so beautiful. Big jellyfish, you're so beautiful. Why aren't you glowing?" "It seems the same," everyone observed. Maybe the sentence structure is a bit repetitive. "How about someone else try?" Xiao Han suggested. "Then I try." The man was finally squeezed out. Then a woman in her 30s appeared, with short hair and a calm expression. She stood under the jellyfish lamp and spoke tentatively. "If meeting could become poetry, then this moment is the most beautiful. We meet at this moment." Xiao Han guessed that this woman herself loved poetry, because the more she read, the more absorbed she became, and the more moving her voice became. All hourglasses stopped for this. The blue-purple jellyfish spun in the water, its ribbon-like tentacles dancing gently, its center glowing faintly. Happy, spinning. Feeling the excitement in her mind, Xiao Han felt secretly happy too. Her little treasure was finally getting a good bite. By the time the poem was finished, the blue-purple jellyfish had become much brighter. Specifically, it used to illuminate 3 blocks, but now it could illuminate 3.5. Most people noticed this, and there was a moment of agitation in the crowd, but under the bright headlights, no one made a rash move, and the line continued. Let me try. Now it's my turn. One after another, the streetlights were always busy, each with a different thought, curiosity, caution, shock, or exclamation. But no matter what, since they were here, they had to try it. More and more people came. Xiao Han could almost guess that as the jellyfish's light grew brighter and brighter, illuminating a wider area, quite a few people, groping in the dark at home, suddenly noticed the light. Oh my god! I thought I'd evolved. My night vision had suddenly improved so much. Me too. It startled me. Something felt wrong, so I opened the window and saw this giant light bulb. I hadn't even changed my shoes before I came out. What's going on? How did this giant light bulb appear? I don't know. Asked the person in front of me. Hey! Hey! Why are there lights here all of a sudden? And they're bluish purple. Wouldn't white be brighter? I don't know. It seems like some new energy source. It gets brighter the more you praise it. As for, why is it blue-purple? Maybe it looks better with the jellyfish shape. This new energy source is really new. This is the first time I've heard someone charge it with praise. What's the scientific basis for it? If I knew, I'd be a scientist. I won't tell you anymore. It's my turn now. Xiao Han stood by the streetlight, watching the crowd file forward. At first, the people taking the stage kept asking questions, asking why there was a jellyfish in the sky, and why the light was getting brighter. But gradually no one asked anymore, and Xiao Han only heard words like new energy and scientists. Blue-purple jellyfish floated in the air, gradually illuminating as the crowd below spoke. Some people who found one that particularly suited their taste would spin around to show their appreciation. Happy, happy. Full. Floating. Spinning in circles. The contract deep in her mind transmitted this message. Xiao Han stood under the streetlight, incredibly satisfied. The bluish-purple jellyfish was already incredibly bright, and to others, it would have been unbearable to look at directly. But she was different. Perhaps it was because of a contract, but no matter how bright it was, her bluish-purple jellyfish remained translucent to her eyes. Her tentacles flowed like ribbons, and as they moved, they resembled the hem of a swirling skirt. Looking at the long line, Xiao Han was incredibly satisfied. A tall woman now took the stage. She glanced at the pillar before launching into a torrent of speech. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction, but gradually, something started to feel off. The voice sounded more and more familiar. Not the familiar voice of a friend or family member, but something more special, as if she heard it every day, yet not with such familiarity. I thank you for your light every morning at 7. Wait! An idea flashed through Xiao Han's mind. 7 o'clock in the morning. It was 7:30 a.m. time to get up. Isn't that the voice that broadcasts every day? Xiao Han's heart trembled. If I remembered correctly, the announcers in each region were officials. The jellyfish in midair sensed her emotions and paused its circling motion. The announcer below, as if realizing something, looked up, but the jellyfish was too bright, and Xiao Han guessed she couldn't see clearly. Xiao Han suppressed her emotions and pretended nothing had happened. Fortunately, the announcer didn't notice anything was wrong and, after praising her, returned to the crowd. Xiao Han lowered her head. The world had been plunged into darkness for 3 months, and the officials' deterrent power had gradually weakened. At this critical moment, facing a bioluminescent jellyfish, what would the officials do? Would they let it develop or forcibly take it away? Logically, the authorities wouldn't do the latter, but the world was dark right now, and it was uncertain whether some things had changed. Xiao Han began to struggle, regretting whether she should have released the little jellyfish, yet also wondering how she could have done that. When everyone had left, and the jellyfish had shone brightly enough to illuminate 5 residential buildings and 3 factory buildings, Xiao Han still hadn't come to a conclusion. She wasn't such a hesitant person. If it were something about herself, she'd make a decision in 3 seconds, but when it came to the little jellyfish, she hesitated like an elderly mother, hesitating over the consequences. Xiao Han looked up. The jellyfish, suspended in midair, had become incredibly bright, and seemed to have grown in size. The contract deep in her mind told her that the other party was very happy, extremely happy, having feasted on a variety of snacks, feeling full and satisfied. Never mind, let's just wait and see. I can't let a child starve over something that didn't happen. Xiao Han encouraged herself and walked back home. She opened the window and looked at the blue-purple jellyfish so close. It was indeed larger, and the light was even brighter. Its blue-purple tentacles floated in the water, the beautiful blue and purple colors complementing each other, dazzling like a miracle shared by the Milky Way and the seabed. Everyone must praise her. Isn't it obvious how to make the child better? Xiao Han immediately made up her mind. No matter what difficulties she encountered, she would find a way to solve them. If she couldn't, they would just run away together. It wasn't a big deal. Xiao Han pulled herself under the covers with great ambition, said hello to the giant blue-purple jellyfish outside the window, and fell into a deep sleep. 7:30 a.m., wake-up time. A familiar voice awoke Xiao Han, and she opened her eyes to a world of blue and purple. Wow, there's light! How blissful! Xiao Han climbed out of bed, quickly washed up, and quickly finished breakfast. As she reached the window, she noticed a crowd of people downstairs. Xiao Han squinted, but against the backdrop of the bluish-purple hue, she couldn't make out the group. Only when she went downstairs did she realize they were an official, uniformed group. Hello, ma'am. We are the Light Guardians Team 09, specializing in matters related to the luminous jellyfish that have appeared in various locations. Here are the materials we've distributed. Please keep them. Xiao Han, stunned, took the 3 books and glanced at them against the bluish-purple light. The Art of Speaking. How to Turn Language into Productivity. The Most Appropriate Way to Praise Someone. Chapter 78. Xiao Han, carrying the 3 books, walked to work. The world seemed strange. Deep purple trees, pale blue roads. Everyone seemed to be cast through a blue-purple filter, their faces mysterious and blurry. Of course, everyone also held 3 books. Xiao Han pinched the books in her hands. How should I put it? Everything was different than she had imagined. She had thought the authorities would sneak in. She had also thought they would forcefully seize the books, but she had never imagined they would directly send people to guard the place, and even give 3 language arts books to every passerby. A slow stream of joy echoed from the other end of the contract in her mind. Spinning. Floating. Spinning. Happy. The little jellyfish must be getting compliments again. Xiao Han pursed her lips, suddenly feeling that this was a good thing. With the authorities guarding it, at least she didn't have to worry about it being snatched away by someone else. Happy. Xiao Han's heart gradually relaxed. She looked outward, the world aglow with a bluish-purple light. Everything was clear, every turn and every step clearly visible. As Xiao Han walked, her steps couldn't help but fly. Ding, employee card. Arrived at work. Xiao Han calmed herself down and put the 3 books in her locker. After taking 2 more steps, she realized something was wrong. Why is it so bright inside too? Xiao Han looked up. Wow, a bluish-purple ocean. Pieces of glass replaced the pitch-black ceiling, and when the light filtered through, the world looked like a mysterious ocean floor. So she was just a small fish in the ocean, a working fish. Xiao Han's lips curled up. Come on, everyone, return to your seats. I have an important announcement. Xiao Han put the corners of her mouth back on, and slowly returned to her seat. I'm sure you've all noticed. After 3 months of darkness, we finally have light. Everyone applauded. The supervisor was excited. Xiao Han followed suit and clapped. But this is only temporary. To keep this light alive, we must make some effort. Do you have confidence? Xiao Han agreed drily. I think everyone does have confidence. Because we're not fighting alone. We have a country ahead of us and a home behind us. How could we not have confidence? The supervisor waved his arms. Xiao Han responded drily. Excellent. Everyone, be loud. Pick up your study materials. 3 copies, not 1 less. These were officially printed overnight. They took out 6 printing factories. Isn't that a shame? What a shame! Xiao Han shouted along. The supervisor looked heartbroken. How can we let such hard work go to waste? No. So I'm announcing this. Starting today, in addition to the regular work responsibilities, there will be an additional performance evaluation. Whatever it is, I believe our factory staff will definitely pass it, right? Yes. Okay. Do you see the light above us? It's actually a new energy source. It's called emotional energy. The more emotions you can provide, the greater the energy. The brighter the light will be, illuminating your home and mine, as long as you're powerful enough. Stand under the streetlight and boast. It can illuminate 30,000 kilometers. So what should we do? Praise it. Praise it louder. Do you all have confidence? Yes. Do you want to learn? The supervisor's voice grew louder. Yes. Everyone echoed. Xiao Han's toes suddenly started working. Though everything was so sudden and awkward, Xiao Han's life was indeed getting better. The little jellyfish outside the window had grown a circle larger, its blue-purple light growing brighter, and the message conveyed to Xiao Han became increasingly fluent. Happy, joyful, colorful, kissy, bah. I don't like this, hee hee, I like this. Being picky about food is good. It means you don't have to worry about food. It means your living standards are improving. Xiao Han raised the corners of her mouth, overjoyed. Ah! You are the most beautiful poem. The most moving music. The voices from downstairs reached Xiao Han's ears. In the past, she would never have been able to hear them so clearly. It seemed that as the jellyfish grew, her physical fitness had also evolved. Her hearing had become so good that even standing by the window she could hear the whispers of the people downstairs. Her vision had also improved significantly, allowing her to see more clearly and at greater distances. But there was more to it than that. There were also subtler changes. While walking down the street, she could sense a leaf about to fall, and even amidst the chaos of conversation, she could quickly pick up on a topic of interest. It was a strange feeling, like she had become Spider-Man. Xiao Han attributed this to heightened perception, and after much reflection, she still found it incredibly miraculous. She stood by the window, her chin propped up. It was already 6 p.m. In half an hour, her little jellyfish would be off duty. Xiao Han waited happily. I distract the others first. Then you just climb straight up. I start on the count of 3, okay? Leave it to me. 2 whispers drifted through the wind, and Xiao Han froze for a moment, looking down. 3, 2, 1. A figure suddenly leaped out of the group, holding 2 pitch-black objects and shouting as they ran, homemade cannons. Don't come close. If you come close, I ignite them. The group seemed to be in a state of brief turmoil, but was quickly calmed down by the officials. No one is allowed to come close. If anyone dares to move, I ignite these cannons. Shunzi! Go! Another person ran out of the group, slipped directly under the streetlight, and began. Brother! I can't climb up. There's no foothold. Can you please stop? Haven't you practiced at home for days? Climb. The man under the streetlight began to move again, but after a long while, it was clear that he was unsuccessful. Xiao Han stood at the window, looking down, watching the man under the streetlight keep moving, watching the man claiming to have a homemade cannon retreat. Then, in less than a minute, they were both apprehended. Sorry, sir, I was just joking. Actually, it wasn't a cannon at all. It was some leftover fireworks from last year, the type of sky rockets. The man wailed. Don't arrest my brother. I was the one who wanted to climb. Arrest me. Xiao Han rubbed his ears and continued eating melon. The official asked a few questions, mostly about their purpose and why they were doing this. The 2 men were vague at first, but perhaps triggered a certain point, and suddenly became emotional. It's just across the river. Why do you have light here while we're still groping in the dark? My father fell downstairs yesterday and is still bedridden, taking medicine. It's not fair. We need light too. So your plan is to come here and steal the light? The man, feeling guilty, hesitated for a moment, but kept resorting to phrases like it's unfair. Why don't they have it? Xiao Han suddenly realized that there was a solution to this problem. All he had to do was 15 days of detention, but considering your special circumstances, you'd be allowed to bring someone from your neighborhood here before you're detained. Huh? The man seemed to haven't reacted yet. Xiao Han suddenly felt like laughing. Sure enough, it was true. Bring someone from your neighborhood here, especially someone with good eloquence. In about a week, the light should be able to cross the river. Go ahead, try another direction. Yi Zifeng never stopped working. Every time he fished a jellyfish out of the pond, he made a tool to set up in that area. Most of them were lollipop-shaped streetlights, with the occasional special container. Take this lottery machine, for example. It has 3 jellyfish. Just drop a coin in for a chance to win a prize. If you're lucky, you might win it right away. Yi Zifeng took out a 1 yuan coin he found and tossed it in through the opening. Swish. A sound effect played, and the jellyfish in the lottery machine lit up one by one. 5 seconds later, one of them moved, then with a click, fell out of the opening. Not bad, not bad. It works great. Yi Zifeng placed the round water ball containing the jellyfish back into the lottery machine. Just as he was about to turn around, the nimble Ying Fangxuan hooked his arm with his tail. Yi Zifeng? ? After watching Ying Fangxuan, who was still on the lottery machine, for 3 seconds, Yi Zifeng inexplicably understood. He reached out and pressed the lottery machine. After a rustling sound, the jellyfish lit up one by one. At the same moment the jellyfish in the lottery machine moved, Ying Fanxuan curled up and rolled into his arms. Yi Zifeng curled his lips and raised his hand to take a picture. If he didn't use this to mock Ying Fanxuan for 20 years, he would have wasted his spiritual energy taking a picture. Carrying the slightly grown, but still childish Beast King soul into the spirit beast space, Yi Zifeng went directly to the pool where the jellyfish were. Calculating the time, another batch of small jellyfish should be out of the pool. Yi Zifeng took out his tools and began to fish. He caught 10 tiny ones, about the size of a fingernail. But no matter what, 10 more at last. Once these 10 were stable, the whole province would be lit up. This is a densely populated province. With light, many production activities can be put on the agenda, communications will gradually be restored, and more people will learn about the bioluminescent jellyfish. The authorities will surely organize talented people with language skills to come and restore light as quickly as possible. The lighthouse at the deepest point of the Sea Sea. Back in the cultivation world, their ancestors couldn't have imagined their descendants cultivating in this way, right? But it must be said, this world is truly suitable for their growth. In the cultivation world, the Sea is deep and dark. The fish below have barely seen the world, and the spiritual energy they can provide is limited. It would take countless tens of thousands of years for a jellyfish to grow into a lighthouse. In this world, it's different. Human culture is diverse, especially here. A few days ago, Yi Zifeng saw someone extolling a pale yellow jellyfish for 3 hours with different praises. The uninitiated little jellyfish was almost dizzy, but the light wouldn't stop. However, not every jellyfish receives this kind of treatment. There are regional variations. Some people are quick with words, while others are stiff. In the area Yi Zifeng had spent the previous few days, people were either reciting ancient poetry or memorizing scripts. Worst of all, they would stutter the moment they took the stage. The local officials were understanding, and put up a curtain the next day. When someone needed to speak, they simply pulled the curtain over them and entered. It was a very useful method, significantly improving efficiency. Yi Zifeng teleported to another province. The moment he pulled out the jellyfish, he suddenly felt like he was playing a game of lighting stars. Chapter 79. The process of lighting the stars went very smoothly. With the groundwork laid by the previous province, the authorities also began to take action. Specifically, 99% of the jellyfish were found by the authorities, and they did so very quickly, rarely taking more than 3 hours. The authorities couldn't possibly track him, so there was only one reason for such high efficiency. Intensive patrols were underway across the country. Yi Zifeng sighed as he fished jellyfish from the pond. How long had it been? He had caught another jellyfish. Yi Zifeng lifted the net bag. A shallow layer of tiny jellyfish lay on the transparent bottom, each the size of a fingernail, huddled together and moving like tiny flowers. 23. At first glance, it seemed like a lot, but if they were scattered across the country, few would make a splash. However, if they were all used as small streetlights, even 100 million wouldn't be enough. The pond was already visibly clear, and these 23 were practically the last. But it wasn't a big deal. With so many people, we just had to work together. Yi Zifeng immediately left the spirit beast space and skillfully fashioned a lollipop container. He picked up a small jellyfish and dropped it into the container. This one surprisingly glowed white. The tiny jellyfish shrank and shrank in the darkness, swimming in the water like a small white flower. A faint glow clustered around the white flower, a radiant and gentle style. Yi Zifeng took a look, and then stood aside to wait for someone. About an hour and a half later, footsteps were heard in the pitch darkness. The footsteps seemed to pause for a moment, then picked up speed and approached. Yi Zifeng appeared just in time. Yi Zifeng had once again reached a cooperation with the authorities of this world. Perhaps this was fate. At first, the officials were wary, but when he pulled out from his storage space those unique and meaningful porcelain pieces, parting gifts from previous worlds, their expressions suddenly changed. They held the pieces, repeatedly examining them under the white jellyfish light. From wariness to shock, from amazement to certainty, they asked several detailed questions. After Yi Zifeng answered them one by one, they were finally convinced. So there really are other worlds beyond Earth? Yes. Yi Zifeng nodded. There are many parallel universes, too. It's truly amazing. It seems our country is saved. Something struck them, and they suddenly sighed, if only those children had waited until now. What a pity. At the beginning of the darkness, something terrible happened in the country. The events leading up to the incident are complex, but the gist is that someone took advantage of the situation to organize a riot, resulting in the deaths of nearly 100 innocent citizens nearby. By the time officials learned of the incident and rushed to the scene, the perpetrators had already vanished into the pitch-black darkness. Light. Light is so crucial. Without it, the authorities lose their ability to keep an eye on the perpetrators, and without it, they lose a significant portion of their credibility. Even after paying a considerable price to apprehend all the perpetrators of the riot, the nation remained in a state of fragile tension. In pitch darkness, only silent footsteps could be heard throughout the world, and no one knew who was approaching. Most residents choose not to leave their homes. But what if they ran out of food? Should they check with their neighbors to see if they had any food? Yi Zifeng knew with a quick guess that this situation wasn't going to work. Fortunately, we distributed the relief food, preventing the situation from getting any worse. Yi Zifeng could almost predict what would happen next. After distributing food for a while and building some trust, they could finally get people out of their homes and expend their energy. It's a bit difficult. Even if there weren't so many jobs, we still have to find things for people to do. But the more people do, the faster they starve. It's really hard to find the right balance. If it weren't for the recent discovery of a jellyfish-shaped light source, we'd be practically overwhelmed. Yi Zifeng could tell the other party was exaggerating, but he wasn't lying. That was pretty much it. I do have a bunch of jellyfish here. Looking at the other person's eyes lighting up, Yi Zifeng moved his lips and finally said 23. There was a 5-second silence. 23, even if each province gets one, it wouldn't be enough. The old man across from me trembled, looking like he was about to faint. Well, but this jellyfish has great potential. Once it grows to a certain size, 23 of them will be enough to illuminate the entire country. Really? How can we grow it to that size? I mean, what do we need to do? Yi Zifeng thought for a moment. We just need. On September 13, 2024, this voice was heard on radio stations across the country. Attention, attention, an important announcement is about to be released. As of September 12, 2024, our country has discovered a form of illumination energy that is unaffected by darkness and can provide stable lighting for the general public. Attention, attention, an important announcement is about to be released. The announcement continued throughout the nation, causing those cautiously navigating the darkness to straighten their stance. Attention, attention, can provide stable lighting for the masses. The broadcast continued, replaying this message over and over again. Only after the fifth replay did someone tremble and ask, Is this true? Did I hear correctly? Attention, attention. This energy source is unaffected by darkness and can provide stable lighting for the masses. The people in the darkness stopped where they were, listening to this message over and over again, understanding every word over and over again. But no matter how much they listened and understood, it just said that lighting would be available soon. Ah! Is this true? We'd be able to see soon. Oh my God! I have finally waited for this. God still loves me. I almost committed suicide yesterday. What a close call. The broadcast echoed in every area. Old man, what does that mean? If I heard correctly, it seems like they're saying there's going to be light soon. Attention, attention. Our country has discovered a new energy source. The entire nation was engulfed in this tearful joy. It seems there's going to be light, wife. I heard it too. We've discovered a new energy source. Our country is awesome. The broadcast continued. Impossible. Our country hasn't even found a solution yet. Other countries can't possibly be faster than us. It must be a lie. Just a lie to fool the people. The broadcast continued, and Yi Zifeng clapped his hands. That's about it. Time to start the next section. September 13, 2024. Following the previous exciting message, another voice rang out over the radio. Attention, attention. The development of new energy requires the combined efforts of talent from across the nation. We are now calling on the public nationwide. Those with good eloquence are encouraged to register at the local offices. The criteria for good eloquence include, but are not limited to, believing oneself to be eloquent, being recognized as eloquent by others, being unanimously recognized as eloquent, etc. Attention, attention. New energy development. Those with good eloquence are encouraged to register at the local offices. The crowd began to sense something was amiss. What? Eloquent? Some kind of scientist? That doesn't seem likely. Perhaps a technical talent. Why does it sound so strange? The broadcast continued. Those with good eloquence, please actively go to the local office to register. The atmosphere fell silent. Old woman, what do you mean by this? I don't understand. Does eloquence mean someone who can only talk? Don't talk nonsense. Why would someone who can talk be useful in energy development? They might be some kind of technical talent. I asked the village chief later. The factory broadcast continued to play this message. Did I hear correctly? Eloquence isn't what I understood, is it? But I can't think of anything else to do besides this. How about I sign up and try? I think I'm quite good at talking. Across the country, an eerie atmosphere gripped everyone, a mixture of confusion and disbelief, a mixture of eagerness and hesitation. How about we go ask around? I remember being praised for my eloquence. What if the country's in need of people? Well, then let's go ask around. I come with you, two hoes. The announcement echoed throughout the neighborhood. Brother, is this someone who's good at talking? Then we have to go. There's no one in the whole neighborhood more eloquent than us. Go! Go! I have to. I'd be ashamed of myself if I don't. I can't stand this darkness any longer. Just go and sign up. Grassroots offices across the country were bustling with activity, voices echoing in the darkness. I'm Joe Gaogwa. My name is Song Ching. I'm Zhang Zihan. My name is Long Aihua. The voices were mixed, from the old to the young, from the mature to the tender, from the young to the old. Excuse me, little one, you're still too young. Auntie believes you're a great speaker, but this mission requires you to travel. Can you wait until you're older to participate? The staff member lowered her voice. Auntie, I'm all grown up. Excuse me, my little one is clamoring to participate. Is this causing you any trouble? No problem. The staff member shook her head in the darkness and spoke calmly and firmly. As long as you're here, you've contributed. The recruitment mission across the country is progressing steadily, and the first group of speakers with excellent speaking skills have already packed their bags and set off. The destination is Province H, the geographical center of the country. Yi Sifeng looked at the 23 jellyfish lights lit up downstairs, and watched the crowds arrive one after another. Even from this distance, he could feel the dust, but everyone was clearly excited. Oh my god! You look so cute. Go away. I'm old and still cute. Those big wrinkles are so deep. You can tell at first glance that they're impressive. I can't be bothered with you. Hee hee. Those lights are so beautiful. Yi Sifeng couldn't help but curl his lips, and he picked up Ying Fengshuan, who was glowing faintly. Chapter 80. Mid-Autumn Festival, September 17, 2024, is a date many will never forget. Thanks to the efforts of the first group of eloquence volunteers, the pure white jellyfish has already emitted a light bright enough to illuminate half the province. Is it time yet? Almost. We can begin now. Yi Sifeng stood in the line, watching the giant jellyfish gradually rise. When it reached the highest point of the water tower, radio broadcasts across the country began to broadcast the news. On September 17, 2024, the jellyfish Yaotai has fully charged and landed on the top of Lighthouse Number 1 at 6:10 p.m. that day. Nearly 60% of the local province has been restored to light. On September 17, 2024, the jellyfish Yaotai has fully charged and has restored light. The broadcast echoed across the country, countless people listening silently. Some burst into tears, others collapsed in disbelief. Impossible. This must be a lie. Yen country couldn't possibly do that. This is just misleading information. Be firm. I'm sorry, sir. I was so presumptuous. Next time, I definitely screen the information carefully before reporting to you. Wait, I don't trust your screening abilities. Just tell me the news as soon as it happens. Just trust me. Yes. The radio continued. Dad. Mom and I are out. You should practice your speaking skills at home, so you can catch up next time. Bye. Wait. Can we still go now? Didn't I charge it? I can see you weren't paying attention to the village chief's meeting yesterday. This is the first lighthouse. There are many more to come. Enough talk. Let's go. September 17, 2024, Jellyfish Yaotai. Lights restored. Shunzi. What are you doing there? Come help. I'm looking at our lighthouse. Oh my goodness, it's so bright. It's so delightful to look at. Have you forgotten what day it is? Don't just stand there like an idiot. Come and knead the dough. I'm going to make the 5-nut filling. Mom, why 5-nut again? Can you make something else? I like meat filling, or egg yolk and lotus seed paste. You don't have to. I didn't make your share. These 5-nut mooncakes are for the children working downstairs at the lighthouse. Just make whatever you want. Mom, I was just kidding. 5-nut mooncakes are the best. Yi Sifeng was given a white 5-nut mooncake. Breaking it open under the bright jellyfish light, a variety of melon seeds, almonds, and nuts came into view. Yi Sifeng tasted it. The outer layer had a rice aroma, while the inner layer was a mixture of maltose and various nuts. It had a crunchy texture, but the overall aroma blended perfectly. Yi Zifeng broke off a piece and passed it to Ying Fangxuan on his shoulder. The pale golden soul swallowed it without hesitation, gulping it down. The small piece of mooncake floated within the golden body, looking a bit magical. Auntie! This 5-nut mooncake is quite delicious. Why is the outside white? The outside is made of rice flour. The inside is the filling I made myself. It's delicious, right? I thought I wouldn't be able to enjoy it this year, but I didn't expect to be able to celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival again. A middle-aged woman with slightly graying hair looked up at the lighthouse. The top of the tall building was transparent, and white jellyfish floated peacefully within it. Can that giant jellyfish eat mooncakes? Huh? As if unexpectedly asked, the staff member paused for a second, then caught himself and smiled. Of course. Although Yaohai loves to be praised, it can actually eat anything. Oh, then I shamelessly let it try my mooncakes. Yi Zifeng watched as the human woman pulled out another small box. It was clearly not a whim, but something specially prepared. Mid-Autumn Festival. Yi Zifeng looked at the remaining half mooncake in his hand, broke off another piece, and dropped it into Ying Fangxuan's mouth. The jellyfish Yaohai glowed even brighter. No one could tell why. Perhaps it was from eating those small rice mooncakes, or perhaps someone's eloquence was particularly impressive. The local province was completely illuminated. It was said that everyone could see light the moment they opened their eyes, and the whole country was overjoyed to hear about it. We're from the next province, so it'd be our turn soon. Yeah. Even if it's not our turn, once Yaohai recharges a bit, it'd be able to illuminate our area. I heard from relatives that Yaohai is still recharging and will get even bigger. Wow, that's incredible. Are other countries as awesome as ours? Of course not. Hey, where are you going? I'm packing my things and heading to Province Y to help Yaohai. You're being too impulsive, aren't you? Forget it, wait for me. I go with you. The second group of volunteers set off again. Even though most of them weren't known for their eloquence, just because they weren't good now didn't mean they wouldn't be in the future. Just practice along the way. Who knows, maybe they get better once they reach their destination. Imagine I'm a handsome guy, and you praise me. You're really handsome. No, I can't imagine it. Why are you so weak? Try harder. No. Imagine you're a handsome guy, I just can't relate. Screw you. Time flew by as he practiced his eloquence. Even with a rope tied around his waist, and even more careful walking, the thought of seeing the legendary lighthouse Yaohai filled his heart with a fire, and the night became less terrifying. Countless people from all over the country were approaching. Yi Zifeng looked at the long queue, at the countless more dusty figures. As the crowd waited by like flowing water, a second lighthouse emerged from the river. North Star. The name of the pale yellow jellyfish. Lighthouse number 2 was located in a northern province. Under the pale yellow light of the North Star, the construction team built this tall and magnificent lighthouse piece by piece. As the pale yellow jellyfish gradually moved upstream, countless people shed tears. On September 25, 2024, the jellyfish North Star completed its recharge and landed on top of lighthouse number 2 at 6:31 a.m. Nearly 90% of the local province has regained its lighting. The nation was once again engulfed in excitement. Even if our province hadn't yet reached its turn, it would soon. Besides, if we couldn't wait, we could just rush to the next province to recharge the jellyfish. Let's go! San Langzi, come with me. I stutter. Stuttering doesn't mean I can't speak. One more person means more help. Come on. Okay. A third jellyfish rose slowly in the southeast, illuminating the entire province, where lighthouse number 3 was located. 3 days later, the fourth jellyfish landed in the northwest region. Its orange-yellow light was affectionately called the sun. Within a week, its brightness had tripled. Yi Zifeng guessed the locals had given it a perfect emotional value. The fifth, the sixth, the seventh was a pale green jellyfish. Curious, Yi Zifeng pinched his fingers and discovered it was indeed the first one to arrive in this world, the one a child had brought home. Wow! Grandpa. Pan Xiaoshu has grown so big and bright. You're happy now, right? You cried like a kid in the past few days. Pan Xiaoshu has grown so big. You have to eat well too. Otherwise, you become a dwarf and Pan Xiaoshu won't recognize you. No. Where's the food? I want to eat now. Yi Zifeng lowered his hand, marveling at the miraculous power of young jellyfish. When the 25th lighthouse arrived in Yin country, light returned to the entire country. Everything that had been stagnant began to slowly move, As if the 3 months of darkness had only been a temporary hiccup, and now that the bug had been fixed, everything continued on its way. But there's still something different. Yi Zifeng scrolled through his phone. Hee, the world has turned pink, so girly. The photos my boss takes look like they've been filtered with a pink filter. So fun. Over here, it's green. Everyone has a green light above their head. It's so dazzlingly green. It's a miracle. It's so magical. I can't even imagine it. Over here, it's still white. Everything looks the same as before. What's so hard to imagine? National Day is coming soon, right? Come visit us during your break. Ours is orange and purple. It looks like a magical world. It's really photogenic. I want to go too, but I have to be on duty during National Day. It takes an hour to get to Kuayao Tai, and with my round trip, it takes 3 days. I don't have much time to go out. It seems the person above didn't watch the news properly. If you're on duty, you have to travel a long way. Now we have communication systems installed. When it's your turn, just call the jellyfish in your area. You have to write a request if you want to see it. Huh? When did that happen? It was yesterday's news, but it's interesting. Yes, the news also hinted that Yao Tai's number starts with 888. I don't understand. Does it mean it's auspicious? Let me share my guess. I think Yao Tai might call people too. The news is saying that if you see a number starting with these 3 numbers, you should consider whether it's Yao Tai's number. Huh? That's fake. Isn't Yao Tai a deep-sea jellyfish? Can jellyfish call people? The people above are discriminating against Lighthouse number 1. Get busted by the internet police. That's not what I meant. I mean, Yao Tai receives tens of thousands of calls a day. How does she have the time to call people? After get off work, Yao Tai has to get off work too. If she gets a call from someone she likes during the day, can't she call someone in the evening? I'm so ahead of my time. I don't know what to say for a moment, stunned. Did they only hint at Yao Tai's number? What about Polaris's? I want to get a call from Polaris. I don't know. The news didn't announce it. They only mentioned Yao Tai's number. Yao Tai is probably the only one who calls people. What about Pan Xiaoshu? By the way, why is our lighthouse called Pan Xiaoshu? Why does it sound so much like a person's name? Because Pan Xiaoshu is from the public, donated by kind-hearted people. It was given that name when it was delivered. It's quite cute. I think it's great. Coincidentally, my last name is Pan, which, rounded up, is my jellyfish. Hee. The internet was abuzz with people sharing photos with various color filters, discussing how to make a phone call that would impress the little jellyfish. And even someone popped up in the middle of the discussion asking, my son is in the 3rd year of junior high this year. And why is there a new topic on the high school entrance exam called elocution skills? This is so unexpected. At least give people time to prepare. But the message was quickly deleted because the authorities issued another public call for submissions. The announcement was long and full of technical terms. Many people read it over and over, but still couldn't understand it. Why is it so complicated? What does the new announcement mean? Can someone explain? Replying to the above thread, it's a long list, but it boils down to one thing. We're hiring construction workers. Construction workers? I don't get it. What are you building? Aerial plank roads across the country. Huh? Has our country developed this far? I haven't even figured it out on the ground, and we're already taking to the skies? You're overthinking this. This isn't for you. This is for the 20 or so lighthouses across the country. The announcement says they're going to build aerial water planks across the country, so the lighthouses can travel while still operating. Huh? Great. Will there be other colored lighthouses coming to our area? I'd love to try out the other colored filters, especially the pink ones. So dreamy. That depends on whether the plank road has been built in your area. It's amazing, like building a high-speed rail line. Those of you who are slow to react are still discussing it, but I've already signed up. Haha, I heard you can get up close to the lighthouses. I'm going to take a photo with Yao Tai. I want to sign up too. But I'm studying Chinese. Chapter 81. The first aerial water plank road has been completed. Yi Zifeng listened to the announcement celebrating the plank road's completion while scrolling through his phone. Clicking on the latest topic, a flood of news popped up. I was wondering why I've been itching all over these days. Listening to the radio finally made me feel better. This is hilarious. You've gotten used to it in 3 months. You feel uncomfortable if you don't listen, right? You're right, doghead. Really? Is there anyone who loves listening to the radio? I don't want to listen at all. It makes me feel like I'm working in the dark in a factory, and tears start streaming down my face. I can't listen to it either. I tremble all over and feel like I'm about to walk to work at night. That's impossible. It's only been 3 months. Just think of it as summer camp. I've been hammering nails in the dark in the factory every day, and no one says anything even if they're crooked. It's so fun. I also think that my supervisor doesn't see me. I can slack off every day, and the government still gives me food. It's so nice to have no one to worry about. Wow, am I the only one working so hard? I'm mixing cement so hard every day. The first thing I did when I heard the plank road was completed was online. I actually saw you guys discussing something else. Plus, I was stunned. The topic just slipped away like that. What? The first plank road is finished? How come I didn't know? I didn't even broadcast it. It might have been demolished in your area. You can find out by searching the official website. No need to search, the topic has exploded. Hashtag first skywalk completed hashtag. After clicking on the topic, the most popular post was, why doesn't the skywalk pass by my area? The comment section is full of laughter, but everyone's just adding ones and ones. Seriously, why does the skywalk run from Province G to Province L? Neither of those two provinces are prosperous, nor are they major industrial provinces. You don't know, right? It's by the sea, so it's convenient for jellyfish to slip into the sea and rest when they're tired from work. I thought everyone figured it out. Jellyfish have to go off duty, and we need the night too. So both ends of the skywalk lead to the sea. I have a concern I'm not sure if I should share. The ocean is so vast, will our lighthouse ever be lost forever? Good question. If the sky falls, there's someone tall enough to hold it up. If you can think of it, how can the higher-ups not? Don't worry too much. Inside information. It's no ordinary jellyfish. It's from a very powerful background. Unclear, but impressive. Excuse me, now that the first skywalk is complete, when will the trial run begin? I can't wait for the jellyfish from other provinces to reach us. Proud? Wow, if I were the IP address above, I'd be impatient too. Jellyfish might just pass by your doorstep, making it a check-in spot. Great idea. Thanks for the heads up. It's free if you check in. Just register your username when the time comes. It's time. The trial starts tomorrow. Polaris will be the first to go in. Wow, I checked the official schedule. It's almost noon, so our province's turn. Tomorrow my world will turn yellow, just like dusk, won't it? Amazing. Looking forward to it. Night is falling, and the local jellyfish are leaving their shift. Yeatsifeng leaned against the window, gazing at the pale golden beast, mysterious and agile in the darkness. He raised his hand, and Ing Fengshuan 2.0 glided gracefully to his arm, nuzzling his palm and then hooking his arm. Yeatsifeng reached out to push it away, but it didn't work, so he ignored it, letting the golden beast's soul rest in his arms. When the last ray of light faded from the horizon, Yeatsifeng knew the local jellyfish had finally gone home. Carrying the golden beast in his arms, he slowly moved to the bedside and lay down to rest. Amidst nationwide attention, the jellyfish Polaris swam onto the skywalk. The people below looked up, feeling as if they had entered a dream. A giant jellyfish loomed over the city. Its edges resembled translucent lace, soft and light. From the edges, it shimmered with pale yellow light, like a series of illuminated stars. Everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes to peer into the center, where the light shone brightly, as brilliant as the sun. Huh? How come I can see without squinting? Have my eyes evolved? Can they now look directly at such intense light? That shouldn't be the case. I can't have evolved in a second. You obviously haven't been following the latest news from the lighthouse. They say Polaris has been upgraded to a higher level, allowing it to adjust its light independently, ensuring illumination without damaging human eyes. What do you mean by upgraded? A year older? That's right. Has Pan Xiaoshu from my hometown upgraded yet? My dad asked me to buy him sunglasses online yesterday. Pan Xiaoshu is rather slow. He's not very enthusiastic about upgrading. Wow, that's quite a character. Oh my goodness! How can Polaris swim so fast? I haven't seen enough. I won't tell you anymore. I haven't taken any pictures yet. A gigantic golden jellyfish floated on the skywalk, its spiritual power swaying downwards. This was a colorful world, filled with small blocks of various colors and fields of green plants. But the cutest thing were the tiny two-legged creatures, dressed in colorful clothes, like running grains of rice. North Star. That's what the grains called it. The golden Turritopsis dornii adored the name. Whenever a two-legged creature called it that, it could read a faint message from the spiritual vibrations. The vast night sky, the boundless Milky Way, a star that shone brightly yearningly on the sky's surface, visible year-round. The golden Turritopsis dohrnii hailed from the deep sea, but it had to admit that every deep-sea creature had once yearned for the stars. Polaris. Let me see you. The golden-colored Turritopsis felt this spiritual wave again, paused for a moment, and the speed of its tentacles dancing slowed noticeably. There's really no other way, just go slower. Time passed, and various things on the internet fluctuated, but the skywalk became the hottest topic again. Report: 81 skywalks completed. Construction completed. All to be operational tomorrow. Oh my god! Has time flown so fast? I feel like it wasn't long since the first one was finished. We're already 81. The above poster clearly has no idea about efficiency. A mere 81, they're so easily manipulated. It's not that I have a problem, but only 3 of the 81 skywalks pass through our province, and they're all over the provincial capital. What's going on? Are they looking down on other regions? I'm laughing so hard. The IP address above proves it all. I'm embarrassed to brag so openly, but the skywalks are already built. When will the Jellyfish Lotus platform from the neighboring province come? I also want to experience the feeling of the whole world being pink and tender. So dreamy and girly. No, buddy. When will the Demon King come? What is the Demon King? The name of the lighthouse in the neighboring province, the orange-purple one. Isn't it called Mandragora? Am I remembering it wrong? If I remember correctly, Mandala was last month's name, and it changed again this month. Its preferences are quite changeable, and this is already its 3rd name change. Wow. Back to the previous thread, the Demon King's schedule is out. You can join the fan group and check it out. It's okay if you don't join. He'd probably be passing through your province the day after tomorrow at noon, so just remember to go out and check it out. Hello, how do I join the fan group? Go to my homepage and scan the QR code to join the group. Hello, I can't find the QR code. There's a tutorial on the homepage. Just follow the tutorial. I don't understand. Wait, why do you keep changing your IP? Is there something wrong? Don't add me, I've hidden my status. Damn! I was discovered right away. The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man pounded his keyboard and looked at his subordinate standing nearby. You, apply for the Jellyfish Care job. Report back in 3 days. Yes. The subordinate lowered his head, uttering no objection, as he silently exited the room and slipped out in a few steps. How unrealistic. How could he possibly get the job? With his status questionable, he couldn't even stay in a decent hotel, and yet they told him to apply for the core team? How irresponsible. The subordinate hurried out, grabbing 2 rice balls before the convenience store closed and munching on them as he walked. Forget it. I just go back to my place and sleep for a few days. When the time's up, I just say I failed the job. Just be sincere. The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man in the room, unaware of his subordinate's plans, was lost in his fabulous fantasy of infiltrating the core team. First day caring for the jellyfish, 2nd day collecting experimental samples, 3rd day cultivating relationships, and 4th day convincing the jellyfish to return to their country. Of course, their identities were inconvenient, preventing them from traveling by boat or plane, but they had jellyfish, one large enough to carry them across the vast ocean. Then, with the dazzling jellyfish beneath them, and the cheering citizens before them, the mere thought of it thrilled this sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man. But now, they needed to infiltrate. The man began typing, "Does anyone know how to join the fan group? Please send me a private message. Thank you forever." Why is the tone of the person above so strange? Are they spies? I've reported them, and am waiting for the government to give me 500,000 yuan. Damn it. Damn Yanguan netizens. The man pounded the table in anger, spilling water everywhere. But the most infuriating thing was that before he could clean up the mess, new information popped up online. They're actually silent now. Seems like it's really happening. Guys, stop clicking report and let me do it. I'm afraid you all be sharing the spoils with me. Clicked. Click. Yitzifeng also happened to see this, and suddenly felt a twinge of curiosity. He pinched his fingers, and then fell silent for a moment. Really? But this is clearly a show. Maybe that country is too busy to handle it. Yitzifeng casually clicked report, and started reading new messages. Is it my imagination? Why do I feel like there's a person lying on top of this lighthouse called Tail Flame? Doesn't that 5-pointed star look like a figure in a diving suit? Did the above person see it wrong? The skywalk is off limits to people. It's only for the lighthouses. This 5-pointed star could be the shadow of something, or it could be a camera issue. Really? Maybe I really saw it wrong. Oh my god! The tail flame is so beautiful. The blue-purple color is so dreamy. And the light is so bright and powerful. Chapter 82. Xiao Han expertly donned her diving suit and, with a gurgle, dove onto the skywalk. Bluish-purple jellyfish spread out below, like waves shimmering with blue-purple light, stretching as far as the eye could see. Is it coming? Is it coming? The contract deep within her mind urged her. Xiao Han curled her lips, and gently sank down until she landed on Wei Hua's head. Let's go. Xiao Han sat on the soft, springy Wei Hua's head. The world outside her goggles was wondrous. Bluish-purple light spread out, swaying against the waves. Soft currents of water swept over her body, gurgling behind her. Xiao Han couldn't help but smile. Her heart felt like countless feathers, gently carried by a gust of wind, spreading across the world. The world became so beautiful. Even the swift current couldn't hinder her breathing. It's hard to describe this feeling, but in Wei Hua's words, it was a shared experience. Hee, I'm happy too. This news reached the tail fire deep in her mind. Ever since she started answering calls from all over the world, the tail fire had occasionally uttered a few scattered phrases in her dialect. Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh again, but immediately said to the tail fire in her heart, I love you, I love you. The bluish-purple tail fire beneath her visibly jumped for joy, its tentacles spreading out in all directions before suddenly contracting, and she swam a considerable distance again. The water gurgled behind them, and amidst the deep and shallow bluish-purple light, the man and the jellyfish continued to advance. They passed by endless lavender plains, crossed layers of ink-purple mountains, and crossed one deep blue river after another. When the world turned pink and purple, Xiao Han and the tail fire reached their destination. My sister's just up ahead. Do you want to come with me? Xiao Han agreed, of course. In the pink-purple water, with two giant jellyfish, one blue-purple and one pink, in the background, Xiao Han happily took a photo. So happy. Report. Lotus platform was hit by another jellyfish. As the title says, I'm from the Lotus platform area. Today, I watched a flash of purple light from the plank road approach closer and closer, and then it suddenly knocked over Lotus platform. Is this purple thing called a false fire? Why would it hit another jellyfish? Can the higher-ups do something about it? Please! It's called tail fire, the tail fire tiger from the 12 constellations. Can you show some respect? That's right, and the poster's tone is so strange, and the picture they provided is blurry. It's reasonable to assume they're trying to provoke a fight. It wasn't a collision, was it? I think they're two lighthouses huddled together, and I even took a picture. Picture? Wow! Two cuties huddled together, the world turns pink and purple, like a sunset covering the mountains. So beautiful. Checked in. Picture? I got one too. Picture? Off topic, I just realized that there's a small, star-shaped shadow on the tail of each of these photos. Is it a birthmark or something? Have to say, it really looks like a person. That's impossible. I see that shadow in every photo I took along the way. If it were a person, they couldn't have stayed underwater for that long. Makes sense. Yi Zifeng happened to come across this while surfing the internet, and couldn't help but pinch it with his fingers out of curiosity. It was indeed a person, the owner of the blue-purple jellyfish contract. The thought of the lighthouse jellyfish from the depths of sea secretly leading people to their workplace made Yi Zifeng want to laugh. The world is so unpredictable. Back in the world of cultivation, these inexperienced jellyfish couldn't have imagined this scene. They really had to survive. Yi Zifeng beckoned, and Ing Fangxiuan 2.0 clung to his arm, looking like a little beast, incredibly docile. Yi Zifeng raised his hand, leaving a shadow. Material +1. Time slowly passed, and the era of the colorful Yan nation gradually came to an end. The reason was simply that the jellyfish were becoming increasingly brighter, a single one enough to bathe the entire nation in light. So began the era of the lighthouse jellyfish's shifts, one for a month, and a rotation every 2 years. This meant that for 2 years, every month in Yan nation would be a different color. Ni hao, I'm a foreigner, learning Chinese. What can I say to please that white jellyfish? This is a jellyfish on vacation, having swum to a foreign beach. An emotionally stable netizen replied. This is Yao Tai. It's quite picky, but lately, it's become fascinated by folk tunes. You could start by learning the tunes from Northeast China, then create some lyrics and sing them to it. It loved them. What? That's too hard. By the way, don't speak English in front of it. If it feels like it can't understand what people on shore are saying, it quickly drift away. Okay. Unlike the bustling internet, Yi Zifeng journeyed alone through this world, passing through city after city, climbing over mountain after mountain, exploring every inch of land with his spiritual power, but found nothing amiss. It seems the darkness of this world isn't caused by external interference. It's probably like the collapse of the cultivation world. It's reached this point, and naturally, it's over. Okay, since that's the case, there's nothing for him to do. Grabbing the shimmering golden Ing Fengshuan, Yi Zifeng stood on the mountaintop and looked back at the land. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, and the pink jellyfish had been off duty for an hour, but the world still had light. Scientists had recently developed a reflective material that absorbs light during the day and emits a faint glow at night. But when the material was first introduced, it met with considerable resistance, as some people complained that as soon as the office installed the reflective material, their boss hinted that a 996 work schedule was almost over. This is completely inhumane. Isn't everything going smoothly now that we get off work at 4 o'clock? This kind of reflective material is completely unnecessary. We're perfectly content with our current lives. The excited netizen said this, but the reflective material still launched with great fanfare. Fortunately, science won't stop for anyone, but the government will. A subsequent policy successfully calmed the anger of many netizens. The policy detailed working hours, limiting each person to no more than 8 hours per day, including lunch breaks, and encouraged the public to report violators. As a result, hundreds of organizations violating the policy are now being apprehended every day. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but laugh. Humans are truly amazing. I wonder what the next one will be like, but before leaving, there's one last step to take. Yi Zifeng stood in front of him, his index and middle fingers pressed together. The moment he closed his eyes, his mental energy transformed into dozens of pulling lines. There are still about 10 jellyfish that haven't signed a contract with humans. After so much time, at least one should be selected. Of course, the more people who sign the contract, the better. More people means more protection. The jellyfish swimming around the world paused for a moment. Those on vacation rushed back home, while those working hurried to find someone. After about 10 hours, all the jellyfish had signed contracts. The few assigned one, the most signed 3,000. As for why 3,000, it was because the fan group had exactly 3,000 members, all of whom were signed. Yi Zifeng curled his lips, and beckoned Ing Fengshuan to spin the compass. With the whirring sound of the compass, spiritual energy spread out, connecting with each lighthouse jellyfish. Let's settle. Contract. The jellyfish, radiating various lights, paused slightly, their tentacles shaking uncontrollably. Wow! A path back to the spirit beast dimension. Yi Zifeng lowered his hand, took a last look at this pink world, spun the compass, and began locating the next world. A familiar suction came, and Yi Zifeng grabbed Ing Fengshuan 2.0 and appeared in the spatial rift in the blink of an eye. Pitch black. Yi Zifeng looked back. The dark pink planet seemed to notice his gaze, trembling slightly. A vast golden light emerged, gathering into a cluster and rushing towards him with unstoppable force. Yi Zifeng placed Ing Fengshuan before him. A golden beam of light rushed towards Ing Fengshuan's body. Amidst the golden light, Yi Zifeng was just about to see what was happening, but the next second, he was struck by a pair of pale golden eyes. Yi Zifeng was stunned. He watched the eye's owner curl his lips, then saw the other person extend a translucent hand toward him. Amidst the shimmering golden river, Yi Zifeng came back to his senses. He couldn't help but curl his lips and squeeze the hand Ing Fengshuan had extended. Long time no see, sworn enemy. There was a sudden silence on the other side. Yi Zifeng was about to speak when the soul form across from him dispersed again, its light points swaying and slowly gathering into a massive beast form. The golden beast form, even larger than Yi Zifeng, yawned and then lay flat on the ground, as if asleep. It's known that soul forms don't feel sleepy, so there's only one reason for this. The moment it returned to human form must have expended a lot of energy, right? Okay, another step forward. Yi Zifeng stored the beast form in a suitable space and turned the compass cheerfully. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before he could mock the full version of Ing Fengshuan. Thinking of this, Yi Zifeng suddenly felt a surge of regret. If he had known it would only take a second, he wouldn't have bothered to shake hands. He could have just pulled out countless love photos and placed them in front of Ing Fengshuan, just to satisfy his desire. What a mistake. I definitely do it next time. Yi Zifeng spun the compass, absorbing the remaining golden light of merit. When the golden light was completely absorbed, the compass's symbols all illuminated. This is it. Yi Zifeng infused his spiritual energy, and an irresistible suction force overwhelmed him. He relaxed his body, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot. Something's wrong with this world. That was Yi Zifeng's first reaction. It smelled extremely dry, at least half as dry as the normal Yin Nation. But it was worth noting that this dryness didn't seem natural, as if it had occurred recently. Very strange. And it wasn't just dry. Yi Zifeng gently extended his spiritual energy, and quickly sensed an indescribable force of rules. It was subtle, yet pervasive, and inescapable. Yi Zifeng paused for a moment, feeling inexplicably familiar with the operation of this rule-based force, but unable to recall its specifics. He let go of the question and headed towards the densest area of the crowd. Let's first see what's going on. Why is this world so dry and oppressive? Only after understanding the situation can we analyze the problem. But before Yi Zifeng could even reach the city, he encountered a strange scene in a relatively prosperous town. A huge crowd had gathered in front of a screen. The entire place was silent, everyone watching the events unfolding on the screen with unblinking eyes, breathless. Yi Zifeng looked at the screen. It was divided into 10 sections, each containing a person sweating profusely as they worked on something. Chapter 83. Yi Zifeng squeezed into the crowd and watched the big screen with everyone else. Xiao Hui, sweating profusely, anxiously placed his trophies one by one onto the final platform. The red light kept flashing, and the alarm blared incessantly. A bird feather wrong. A leopard cat whisker wrong. A human hair wrong. A wrong. Error, all wrong. What on earth was that whisker of 100 beasts? Oh my god! Time is running out. Xiao Hui's anxious tears began to flow. He kept pulling things out. Broken stones, plant roots, strange vines, all sorts of things were placed on the identification platform, but the red light continued to flash. Wrong. Every time he pulled something out of his pocket, Xiao Hui's heart tightened, but the next second, he was struck by the cold, painful sound of wrong. What else? The countdown had already begun. Xiao Hui desperately dug out his belongings from his pockets, withered leaves, fruit, and shapeless trash, placing them one by one on the platform. But as he listened to the countdown, Xiao Hui vaguely realized that Yin Country was about to lose this third match. No one knew where the consciousness on the other side came from. Just like in a novel, after an ordinary night, a voice, indistinguishable between male and female, echoed across the country. Yin Country, connection successful. Everyone looked up in a daze. Then, screens of all sizes appeared across the land. 10 people, divided into 10 small grids, appeared in the scenes on the screens. Oh my god! Isn't that our boss? Oh my god! The office is empty. What's going on? I just saw him go in. This netizen's comment was like a switch, forcing people to realize that a new era, straight out of a fantasy novel, had suddenly arrived in Yin Country. Yes, only Yin Country. At first, people outside the internet thought the information posted online was a movie and mocked the plot. But it wasn't until images of countless cities and villages were uploaded online that people around the world finally realized it was real. Yin Country was facing something unimaginable. Oh my god! This seems too good to be true. Is this really not a prank? I know this. In the story of Yin Nation, there will definitely be a hero who will appear next and help people gain more. Why doesn't our country have one? Isn't this unfair? I think Yin Nation should share it and invite people from all over the world to come to their country and join this sacred battle. I agree. This isn't just Yin Nation's opportunity. This is the opportunity for the entire planet. Refuse Yin Nation's dominance. Everyone in the world must join together. At first, people couldn't help but feel a little smug when they saw this information. Although they still didn't understand what it was clear their country was different and about to become even more powerful. But what happened next on the screen was clearly not a happy story. In the first match, the 10 people on the screen appeared on a long road, but they were separated from each other, with only one person in each square. First match, newbie bonus. 10 contestants from Yin Nation are requested to find food hearts and place them on the settlement platform within a limited time. Find 6 or more, you win. 5, it's a tie. 5 or fewer, we win. After both teams win, our team will determine the spoils. Good luck. The 10 people on the screen moved, but 7 of them remained wailing, 2 pinched their thighs, and only 1, who looked like a college student, walked forward with a pale face. The straight road stretched endlessly on both sides, covered in golden rice. Everyone watched as the college student walked dazedly for a while, before collapsing and slamming into the rice fields lining the road. Everyone's heart tightened. But fortunately, this unidentified competition wasn't bloody, because after a while, the college student rushed out again, his body and face covered in scratches from the rice leaves. Hurry! Go find that heart of grain. Otherwise, we're doomed. We're definitely going to be missing something after losing the first game. Don't be so scary. This is unscientific and impossible. This must be a conspiracy by another country. Otherwise, why would only our country have it? I'm devastated. To reply to the above, I hope I've read too many novels, but how do you explain 10 people randomly disappearing across the country? Other countries can't have a technological leap of 100 years. My grandma was picked. Will she be in trouble? I can't stop crying. If only I were picked. I'm so impressed. I'm working peacefully, and this happened. The world is really upside down. Superhero world. The internet was in turmoil, and the offline world was also in turmoil. The reason was simple. One of the 10 contestants fainted from crying. No words of blame could be uttered, because everyone had watched the child suddenly appear, watched him collapse, watched him cry. Those with strong empathy would have shed tears at that moment, not to mention that he had fainted from choking on his tears. What else could be said? Nervously and fearfully, they could only turn their gazes to the other small boxes, to see what was happening with the other 9 contestants. The entire Yen nation was gripped by a strange tension. All programs stopped running, and everyone stared intently at the suddenly appearing screens, their hearts trembling with every move of the people on them. Some people fainted in the middle of the road. Some were still crying by the roadside. Some had calmed down and gone into the rice fields. Someone fished out a round stone from the side of the road. Could that be the heart of grain? Everyone watched with awe as the male university student placed the round stone on the identification platform on either side of the road. A light flashed, and an indistinguishable male and female voice echoed across the country. A useless stone mistake. The stone rolled off the appraisal platform, striking the hearts of people across the country. The first match was a failure. Until the end of the match, no one had found the so-called heart of grain. The first match is over. Yen Nation lost and we won. The spoils will now be drawn. The spoils have been drawn. Yen Nation friends, please prepare for the second match within 10 days. Good luck. When the voice rang out, some people couldn't help but wonder if the so-called spoils were the 10 people who had been drawn. But it soon became clear that this wasn't the case. News spread online that the 10 people had returned safely, and then a trending search suddenly appeared. Hashtag all the rice is gone hashtag. From south to north, from plains to mountains, countless images of bare fields appeared before everyone's eyes, as if a giant hand had wiped out all traces, the rice vanishing without a trace. The nation wept, realizing with all its might that this wasn't a prank by another nation, nor was it some once-in-a-millennium opportunity. This was a disaster, a clash of civilizations. After a sleepless night, I woke up feeling like the sky was falling. Is the world in trouble? Am I dreaming? Why did my mom suddenly tell me the country's food supply is gone? Good news, there's still food. Bad news, you're not dreaming. This is all real. Oh my God. The moment I got off the plane and heard the news, the sky fell. What's going on in this world? Is everything real? Is it too late to move abroad now? I don't even dare stay in Yen country anymore. The supermarket is in chaos. Everything's sold out. One of my shoes has been stepped on. The end of the world is really coming. The above person said that the end of Yen country is really coming. Foreign countries are still doing fine, just leisurely watching the fun. The next immigration application is in 10 days. Are there any immigration procedures that can be completed within 10 days? Anyone with experience can tell me, forget it. The office is already packed. Everyone can't get out, and the road ahead is bleak. Let's eat our favorite foods, and do what we want to do. At least the last leg of our journey will be a little easier and happier. But that being said, who wouldn't want to live until the very end? The nation waited apprehensively for the second match. The 11th day arrived, and that indistinguishable male and female voice resounded across the nation. Screens large and small lit up, revealing 10 terrified faces in an unfamiliar scene. A long highway, flanked by rivers, deep and shallow, laid out on either side, like scars on the future. The second match was lost again. Even though those 10 individuals were in far better shape than the first group, even though they were individuals who had never stopped striving, the so-called river spirit could not be found, not even one, let alone 10. Yen country had thus lost 50% of its freshwater resources. Some drought-stricken areas were plunged into despair, and even those with relatively abundant water resources began to panic. Even the government's promise to import water from abroad failed to appease the public. Everyone began hoarding supplies, fresh water, food, and daily necessities. The nation was in chaos, yet only the government's heavy-handed intervention maintained a precarious peace. But the third match was about to be lost. Yi Zifeng glanced at the screen, almost foreseeing the outcome. All the 10 people had collected were junk of various shapes and sizes. It couldn't possibly be what the organizers were looking for. But Yi Zifeng felt a sense of familiarity with this format. But after much thought, there was no such thing as a national fortune dungeon in the world of cultivation. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Yi Zifeng cast this doubt aside, left the crowd, and entered the spirit beast dimension to begin pondering. What kind of animal is suited to this world? A specialist in cracking dungeons? A master of strategizing? But based on the information just received, the first 3 dungeons were all about finding items. And for some reason, Yi Zifeng had a feeling that the subsequent matches would also be about finding items. Yi Zifeng always trusted his intuition, so he immediately began searching the spirit beast dimension. He remembered an animal that seemed well suited to this world. Found it. Yi Zifeng pulled out a chubby, palm-sized piglet. Its round body was adorned with a round pattern that looked a bit like the calligraphy of the word Xiaokai Jin Bao, meaning attract wealth and treasure. This pig was once a major threat in the forests of the cultivation world, specifically plundering the treasures of other spirit beasts. When Fan Chuan went to exterminate them, he caught one and showed it off to him. Because the pattern on its belly resembled the Chinese characters for attracting wealth and bringing in treasure, Yi Zifeng had saved a few of them, and now they were ready for use. Yi Zifeng tossed the chubby little pig and caught it, a true expert on the job. Chapter 84. But the third match was underway. Yi Zifeng looked at the big screen. The 10 people inside didn't look well. 7 were sweating profusely as they ran around the forest. 2 were crying and picking up trash. The one who looked the most reliable was constantly pulling things out of his bag. Error. 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 Well, it seems the outcome of the third match is already decided. Based on the content of this match, Yen Nation will probably lose this round. The third match is over. Yen Nation loses, and we win. The spoils will now be drawn. Yi Zifeng looked up. He felt an indescribable power ripple in all directions, thread by thread, as if tightly connecting everything. Suddenly, a portion of the thread suddenly ripped away, something completely detached. The spoils have been drawn. Yen Nation friends, please prepare for the 4th match within 10 days. Good luck. The androgynous voice sounded calmly. Oh my god! A loud cry came from the crowd, and Yi Zifeng turned around. My dog, De Huang, is gone. He was right at my feet. Is my eyesight getting worse? Has anyone seen De Huang? Has anyone seen him? The old man shouted, his voice trembling with anxiety. Ah! My koala is gone too. Oh my god! All my chickens are gone. Damn it! Those old hens that lay 2 eggs a day. I'm going to die. Where are my ducks? Where are the ducks in the pond? Oh my god! So many animals are gone in this massacre? How cruel! They're killing us. The crowd was in chaos, some crying, some shouting, and others scrambling to get out. The only thing to be thankful for was that there wasn't a stampede, thanks to the efforts of several people maintaining order. Yi Zifeng guessed that there were officials stationed around each large screen, specifically to maintain order and prevent any further incidents amid the commotion, as the situation in Yin country was already dire. #AnimalsGone hashtag. The hashtag reached the top of the trending searches within 10 minutes, and within 20 minutes, no further news appeared. #MyPetsAreGone hashtag. #The farm was razed to the ground in a second hashtag. #No more fish to catch hashtag. #The aquarium is empty hashtag. #No more meat to eat hashtag. #You deserve nutritious meat hashtag no. Tell me I'm dreaming, right? No, I'm not dreaming. My Meow Meow and Gaga teams are gone. Where's justice? I've already completed my immigration procedures. I really can't stay in China anymore. Milk has become a luxury. I really want to cry. It feels like a dream. My farm was completely wiped out in an instant. Not even a mosquito can be found. What happened to Yen country? I never thought I'd be so sad the day the cockroaches disappeared from Province Y. Yi Zifeng glanced at the messages on his phone and reached out to pinch the line marked with the animals. Strangely, it felt less sad than before, and more strangely familiar. An illusion? Yi Zifeng pondered for a moment, but couldn't come up with anything. He gave up and decided to spend the next 10 days carefully analyzing the situation, hoping to get the fortune pig into the hands of a contestant before the next competition. Zhang Yi woke up from his bed in a daze, pulled out his phone, and checked it. #the animals are gone hashtag. It seemed he was still dreaming about this TV series. Zhang Yi reached out his hand, ready to slap himself unconscious. As he gathered his strength, he suddenly heard a sound from the window. It sounded a bit like a bird tapping on the window. Haven't all the birds disappeared? Zhang Yi suddenly jumped out of bed, ran to the window, and opened it. As darkness fell, a round creature moved around behind the windowsill, with fluttering ears, a large nose, and a curly tail. It was a pig. Could a pig be that small? And knocking on the window outside the 28th floor. This dream was getting increasingly outrageous. Zhang Yi couldn't tell if he was relieved or not. He ignored the round pig on the window and scrambled back to bed, pulling the quilt over him calmly. He might as well go back to sleep. After a night, things would surely return to normal. Yan country remained stable and peaceful. There were all kinds of rice, water was generally sufficient, and animals roamed the streets. Zhang Yi relaxed. His dream had become buggy, so he should wake up soon. He breathed slowly. But he was awakened by a crackling sound in the room. What was going on? Zhang Yi fumbled to turn on the light, squinting to see the chubby bug-like pig rummaging through his drawer. What was going on? This bug had some initiative? The chubby, palm-sized pig scrambled into his drawer, fiddled around, and then pulled out a wad of cash. Zhang Yi's eyes widened as he watched the pig, holding his money, leap up to the window and then, without a backward glance, walk downstairs. Zhang Yi froze for a full 10 seconds. He pinched his thigh 3 times, each pinch painful. After the pain subsided, he dazedly walked to the window and looked down. The little round pig had become a dot in the darkness, but even so small, he could make out the white string floating above it was his cash. This bug was quite unreasonable. Zhang Yi stood by the window, enjoying the breeze, but he still felt a bit confused. It was hard to judge. Everything was hard to judge. It was like a hammer had fallen from the sky and struck him in the head, and when he opened his eyes, he saw heaven. Everything was in utter chaos. Forget it, now that things have come to this, let's go to sleep. Zhang Yi climbed back into bed, his consciousness gradually fading in the confusion. He half-dazedly heard another noise coming from the window. He didn't care. It might have been an illusion. Zhang Yi turned over and felt something round, warm and springy. He reached out and felt something warm, the size of a palm. His eyes widened. It was pitch black, and it took a moment for his eyes to adjust before he could vaguely discern what was in his hand. A round pig. The one with the bug tattoo, small, flappy ears, round nostrils, and a curly tail. The same tattooed pig that had taken the cash from his locker. Zhang Yi turned on the light, but nothing had changed. The pig slid up his arm, then to his other arm, then onto the bed, where it began to rummage around on his nightstand. Zhang Yi pinched his thigh, the pain agonizing. The round, tattooed pig slowly approached, suddenly extending its short, tiny leg to touch his arm. An indescribable electric current shot through his arm, blasting his dizzy head clear. It felt like a communication device had been added to the depths of his mind. A grunting sound came from the other side, and Zhang Yi froze in his tracks before fainting. Zhang Yi was awakened by the heat, his face feeling the sun's direct rays. He shielded his eyes with his hand, and blearily opened his eyes. For the 4th match, please have 10 contestants from Yan Nation search for plant hearts, and place them on the settlement platform within a limited time. Find 6 or more you win. 5, it's a draw. 5 or fewer we win. After both teams win, we will determine the spoils. Good luck. The voice echoing in his ears was exactly the same as the one on the screen before, so terrifying, so cold. Zhang Yi covered his face with trembling hands. Is it true that the more you try to avoid something, the more you have to face it? Wasn't he just hypnotizing himself at home? How did he suddenly teleport to a strange forest, and become one of the unlucky 4th contestants? 1.4 billion. 10 people were picked from 1.4 billion, and he was the one picked. God is so cruel. He didn't think of him during the lottery. This thankless task. The unfortunate task suddenly fell upon him. Yes, thankless work, and even more unfortunate. Unfortunate refers to the shared fate of Yan Nation, while thankless work is easy to understand. The human heart is a fascinating thing. Even if one knows the 10 citizens on the screen are innocent, if they had given a little help, wouldn't the country have lost? It was very realistic, and also very powerless. Zhang Yi was about to sigh, when he suddenly felt something move in his pocket. He looked down and saw a round, pink, little pig's head peeking out from his pocket. Does that young man have something in his pocket? Yes? I couldn't see clearly. Oh my God, it moves. Is it a pet? Impossible. We've had no pets for a long time. Woo woo woo, my meow meow team. What's going on? How could he have brought anything in? And it looks like a chubby little wild boar. Amazing. Zhang Yi was as incredulous as everyone else outside, but deep in his mind, He still had a subtle connection to the tattooed pig in his pocket. Everything was so sudden and unbelievable. The countdown for the competition has begun. Please respond immediately, contestants. A voice, indistinguishable between male and female, rang out, and before Zhang Yi could react, he had already taken a step. What were you looking for? Plant heart. This was the response from the depths of his mind. Zhang Yi looked down and saw the chubby little pig in his pocket blinking at him, as if asking why he wasn't leaving. Okay. Actually, if you think about it from another perspective, this isn't so bizarre. Living in this world means allowing everything to happen. If unknown entities have already landed on Earth, then it's no big deal for him to contract a magical beast. Perhaps. Zhang Yi's mind grew brighter as he thought about it. Earth has entered a period of chaos. What's the name of the only person who has had a strange adventure? The protagonist. Zhang Yi's mind suddenly brightened. He's just an average-looking otaku, but isn't that exactly the protagonist's profile? So that's it. No wonder they lost the first 3 games. It turns out he hasn't even appeared yet. Zhang Yi suddenly gained energy and focused on the surroundings. It was a dense jungle, with towering trees soaring into the sky, each one thriving and thriving. The heart of plants. We already know the heart is an internal organ, so could the heart of a plant be hidden within the bodies of these large trees? But Zhang Yi didn't dare approach. Each tree looked incredibly combative. One tree was covered in thorny, moving vines, while another tree's dripping sap had burned a large hole in the ground. Who would dare go there? Zhang Yi looked left and right, but couldn't find a suitable tree. The little round pig in his pocket wasn't moving, and even his contracted beast, the protagonist, hadn't reacted. So, he decided to move on. The right tree definitely wasn't here. Zhang Yi wandered left and right, dodging and moving, until he finally found a tree that looked like it. The half-sized tree before him was tender and lush, full of vitality, seemingly brimming with life. The heart of a plant. Should I peel the bark off this tree? But it felt so cruel. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, and at that moment, the little pig in his pocket moved, conveying a special message to him. Zhang Yi hesitantly walked to the stream, scooped water with a large leaf, and then stood beside the tree, slowly watering it. He couldn't quite explain what he was doing. Great. The little round pig in his pocket said so. Chapter 85. But Zhang Yi still felt unsure. Could such an idealistic thing exist in the world? You water a plant, and it thinks you're kind, and gives you what it wants. This sounds a lot like helping an elderly person on the way to a job interview, only to find that person is the company's boss. It's ridiculous and untrustworthy. Go get some more water. This message echoed in the depths of his mind. Zhang Yi walked silently toward the river. As he walked, he thought of another excuse. It might sound implausible, but his peerless spirit beast had given him this advice. What if there really is true love in the world? Zhang Yi scooped up another large leaf of water and slowly poured it down the tree from his position. Suddenly, he sneezed 3 times. He rubbed his nose in confusion and continued watering. What's Player 8 doing? Why are others working so hard? He's just leisurely watering the flowers? You can't just play it down like that. So powerless. Mysterious enemy, precarious situation, and clueless comrades. The sky is falling. Zhang Yi didn't even realize he was being scolded, or maybe he was just trying not to think about that. Standing there, what else could he do? No one, but the magic pig was guiding him. What could he do? More water. The magic pig said this again in his mind. Zhang Yi walked silently to the river, scooping water with his large leaves and watering the tree again and again. Is number 8 mentally ill? The moment I saw number 8, I felt something was off about him. Let's take a look at number 1. He's tall and strong, and he's already split 3 trees with his bare hands. I think number 1 has a good chance of leading us to a comeback. Families, keep an eye on him. No, what's going on upstairs? It's so urgent now. Why is it like an idol audition? The more urgent the situation, the more you need to relax. I wasn't like that a few days ago. I passed out 3 times in a row due to anxiety. Since I calmed down, I haven't fainted again. Can I? Grandma number 3 is awesome. She actually cut through those vines. The first big tree is split. Wait. What's that? I'm asking you guys what that is? A green crystal. Ah. Is that the one? Congratulations to contestant number 2 for winning a tree heart crystal. A cold voice echoed across the nation from the screen. The atmosphere froze for a second, then the crowd's energy exploded like a bomb. Ah! We got one! We finally found it. 4 more to go. Just 4 more, and we have our cake and eat it. Can we still win? Oh my god. I want to cry. Can we win the rice back? I'm dying to eat rice. I'm crying. I've been eating noodles for 3 days. And I can't even eat enough. I'm afraid I won't have another meal. I can't even bear to drink water. I'm always thirsty. Everyone cheered, laughter mingling with tears. The old woman on screen number 2 also looked relieved. Although those vines had been incredibly difficult to tangle with, and it took a lot of effort to cut them all, at least they had something to gain. Grandma number 2 held up the dark green, translucent crystal in her hand. It was cold and shimmering. This must be the plant. Wait. What was the name of the announcement? Congratulations to contestant number 2, you've obtained a tree heart crystal. Tree heart crystal. But the initial requirement for the competition was to find a plant heart. Quite a few people off-screen noticed the discrepancy, but watching the cheering crowd, they silently swallowed the feeling of something amiss. May God bless Yin Nation and prevent any more dramatic events. Domestic resources have already been drastically reduced, and they can hardly bear any further losses. The theme of the 4th game is plants. According to the previous rules, the loser should disappear. Stop thinking about it. If you think any further, you're doomed. A small number of people watched the scene on the screen with cold sweats and fear. Zhang Yi was still watering the sapling, carrying water in bags, watering again and again, until he was exhausted, numb and suffocated. Finally, the moment his hands were empty, he received no more instructions to return to the river. Can I rest now? He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, not even daring to think about it, fearing the little pig would catch him and force him to return to the river again. Go trim some leaves. This is it. Zhang Yi resigned himself to his fate and walked forward. He circled the tender, half-grown tree 3 times before finding a slightly yellow leaf. This is it, right? Zhang Yi mentally asked the little wild boar in his pocket. Pick it off. The little wild boar commanded him. Zhang Yi gently plucked the leaf, but suddenly felt unsatisfied and reached out to tidy up the sapling again. He fiddled with the leaves, brushed away the dust. Just as he stepped back, the tender green tree trembled, and a bright speck of light emerged. Congratulations, contestant number 8, for obtaining a plant heart. Silence, a long half-minute silence. Zhang Yi, realizing what was happening, transformed into a gorilla, howling, leaping and pounding his chest. No one laughed at him, because the audience outside the screen was even more excited. Oh my god! I heard something. So this little speck of light is the plant heart. Ah! The audience members spun in circles, occasionally letting out excited screams. Ah, I'm so sorry, contestant number 8. I'm the only one who didn't know what it was. The audience member slapped himself hard. Damn it! Is it really necessary for the other team to be so secretive? And even use a tree heart crystal to confuse everyone? Fortunately, our compatriots have sharp eyes. Well done, contestant number 8. Everything depends on you. The audience member gave a big thumbs up. These were just the average excited crowd. The most excited were the ones who had noticed something was wrong with a tree heart crystal from the start. There's nothing better in the world than having your worries resolved. It's like taking a swig of iced soda in the dog days of summer. Exhilarating and exhilarating. Oh, I told you, everything will be resolved. Our national destiny is here. 5,000 years is a long time. Yeah, I was so worried just now. Luckily I didn't tell anyone, or I'd have scared everyone along with me. The internet was also cheering up. Hee. So the main show has just started. Yeah, God, I was being a little too humorous earlier. The first 3 matches really scared me. Don't do that again. Yi Sifeng mingled with the crowd, taking in everyone's cheerful faces, and then looking at the obedient young man on screen number 8. If he calculated correctly, the game was almost halfway through. Zhang Yi didn't realize it at first, grinning foolishly as he held the sparkling light. Although he was standing on the ground, his heart was already soaring into the sky. Haha, many people must be watching him right now, watching him persevere to the river, watching him calmly water the plants, and of course, also seeing him handsomely obtain the plant heart. How will everyone praise him? Just thinking about it makes me excited. The competition time is halfway over. Please keep working hard, contestants. These words were like a heavy fist, slamming Zhang Yi back into reality. Wait, half the time has already passed. It's clear that he hasn't stopped since entering the competition, and he's only obtained 1 plant heart now. Of course, if 5 out of 10 contestants can obtain a plant heart, then they won't lose. But is that even possible? Without the guidance of the peerless spirit beast Piglet, Would a sane person suddenly start caring about the plants within the national games after entering them? No matter how you think about it, it's unlikely. Zhang Yi suddenly sensed the urgency of the situation. It was very likely that he was the only 1 out of 10 who had touched the plant heart. Damn it, by the end of the competition, he would only have one more. Wouldn't that mean he still lost? The back of his mind tensed. Apparently, the peerless spirit beast piglet in his pocket also sensed the urgency of the situation. Zhang Yi suddenly felt a sense of relief. It wasn't that he was inexperienced. It was that the peerless spirit beast piglet in his pocket was a professional. Professional matters should be left to professionals. He just had to follow orders. But let's put it this way. Zhang Yi stopped dead in his tracks, wishing he were a nail driven into the ground. Even with the impulsive little wild boar tugging at his trouser leg, he refused to move forward. That tree looked like the toughest for miles around. The entire tree was entangled in terrifying vines, which were still twitching slowly, and sticky sap dripped from it from time to time, making a sizzling sound on the ground. It was clearly corrosive. While it was possible to sacrifice him alone for national stability, this thing had to be exchanged for something else. This was clearly a one-way trip. By then, he would be dead, and the competition would have been lost. It was completely unnecessary. Help! He didn't want even his bones to dissolve. Help! How could this little wild boar be so strong? Zhang Yi leaned back hard, his entire body collapsing into a diagonal line, but even so, his feet continued to inch forward. Go say hello first. The little wild boar said so. Zhang Yi mustered up the courage to glance over. The imposing tree was right before him. The vines on it seemed to have sensed something, and were twitching faster, as if preparing to strike. What a ridiculous hello. The ideal was to escape quickly, but the reality was that the ferocious little wild boar kept pulling his feet, drawing ever closer to those highly corrupted, soul-stealing vines. The vines twitched ever faster, and at the very moment they began to move, Zhang Yi threw himself to the ground. Actually, this old slave is here to serve you. Silence. Suddenly, an intense silence filled the air. No response came from the contract deep in his mind, and everything fell into an inexplicable stillness. Haha. This kid is quite adaptable. Young people these days are quite interesting. The internet also fell into an eerie silence. How can I put it? I really didn't expect this. I need to go watch contestant 1 and take a break. It's not that contestant 8 is wrong, it's just that my empathy is a bit too strong. Yi Sifling was also a little surprised. That moment was so fast. One moment, he was struggling to resist, and the next he surrendered. Incredible. Human potential is truly limitless. But if this is the case, it should really work. Chapter 86. Zhang Yi diligently began to work. His mindset shifted in an instant. Previously, the tree had looked terrifying from afar, and it certainly wasn't much better now. But there was one eternal truth in this world: you're already here. Zhang Yi first used his limited manual labor to make a large watering can, and made 3 trips back and forth to the river. But the tree was so enormous that a single bucket of water barely spilt a drop of dew. This wouldn't work. Zhang Yi straightened his back, staring at the giant tree tangled in terrifying vines. He realized that if he continued to use this small watering can, nothing would happen. Yes, he probably wouldn't be succumbed to death by these vines, but what about the country and the people? The villagers are waiting outside. If he were still as ordinary as before, he wouldn't be so anxious. He'd do great things as he grew up. Before this, the most he could boast about was his exceptional performance on the college entrance exam math test, scoring 102 out of a possible 150. Yes, he was just that ordinary. But now is different. Everything in the past is just the beginning. When the protagonist of the world stands at the starting line, everyone's eyes will only be on what's below him. Countless possibilities begin here. Zhang Yi stood up. Zhang Yi's ambition soared. Using his limited mathematical knowledge, Zhang Yi mapped out the shortest route from the tree to the river, and then, with his stubborn hands, he began digging a ditch. Since bucketfuls of water weren't enough, he could dig directly from here to the river, ensuring a constant flow of water for this old, overlord tree. Zhang Yi initially wanted to use tools, but the forest was so primitive that digging would require grinding stones, and time was running out. Zhang Yi dug with a roar, and the pig in his pocket jumped out at some point, spinning around to cheer him on. Inspirational, so inspiring, Zhang Yi was almost moved to tears. Perhaps startled by his howling, his clean pig froze for 10 seconds before leaping over to join him in digging. The vines on the tree seemed to be moving a little slower, and the slime fell onto the ground, burning a medium-sized hole. Zhang Yi was oblivious to the situation. His mind was preoccupied with digging. What's wrong with contestant 8? I didn't mean to. But he really does seem like me when I was mentally unstable. I really don't understand. Didn't he get the plant hard by watering and pruning that little tree? Why is he suddenly digging now? Has he gotten carried away? No. The cruelest thing in this world is seeing hope only to be disappointed. God, do you have to toy with us like this? Why do I feel like contestant 8 is digging towards the river? Is he trying to dig a ditch to divert water or something? Really? That makes sense. That must be it. Ah, it's true. I saw the river. Oh my God. Contestant 8 cut his hand. I was just about to ask, what's that jumping thing? It looks like a doll? It's so round. It looks like a piggy doll? But it feels so springy. I don't think it's a doll. Dolls can help dig? But real pigs don't do that either. What a weird thing. What's so weird about this? The National Destiny Dungeon has even landed in Yin Country. I declare that there are no more weird things in this world, because the whole world is weird now. I'm replying to the above thread, only Yin Country is weird. The other countries are fine. They're still simulating our topic and having a blast. I'm having a blast. I'm so unfair. Smile. Oh my God. Number 8's hand is bleeding. Why is he suddenly so anxious? I guess the above thread wasn't looking at the screen. The game ends in 10 minutes. Huh? The internet fell silent for a moment. Countless people dropped their phones to watch the young man digging on number 8's screen. Although everything was so uncertain, what if, hearts pounded, the countdown ticked down, and everyone silently counted down in their hearts. Zhang dug desperately. No matter the outcome, he had dug this far, his hands were bleeding, and he would not be satisfied until he reached his destination. Everything faded from Zhang Yi's sight. The hopping little round pig, the dusty forest, the nation's precarious fate, the red eyes of his neighbors. Everything gradually faded, and the entire world was reduced to the ditch before him, and the rushing river ahead. Attention, all competitors. 5 minutes left. Please speed up. Zhang Yi risked his life, using his hands and feet. 3 meters, 2 meters. Attention, all competitors. 2 minutes left. 1 meter. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. Water dripped down his face. He couldn't tell if it was rain, tears, or sweat. The last drop. Zhang Yi used all his strength to kick the piece of dirt into the river, but he lost his balance and fell into the water. Gulp. Zhang Yi was drowning in the river. Just before he was swept away, he felt a tug at his trouser leg. Splash. Zhang Yi propped himself up by the river, gasping for breath. Attention, all competitors. 10 seconds left. 10, 9, 8. Zhang Yi's eyes widened. Through the hazy mist, he saw the river water trickling into the ditch. 3, 2, 1. In the final second of the countdown, nearly 1.4 billion people across the country watched as the water from the ditch reached the roots of the trees. The screen fell dark. A cold voice echoed across the nation. The competition is over. Yin Nation has obtained 1 plant heart. The cold voice suddenly paused. 6 plant hearts. We lost, Yin Nation has won. Now draw the spoils. The spoils have been drawn. Plants nationwide receive a 20% bonus to their stats. The next competition will begin in 10 days. Good luck. Silence fell across the nation. A moment later, shouts echoed throughout the land. Ah! I want to cry. Sob, sob, sob. I knew I wasn't seeing things. At the last second, light really flew out. 5 plant hearts. This is real. Someone slapped me. This is real. Oh my God. We won. Sob, sob. Yi Sifeng, mingling with a crowd filled with laughter and tears, couldn't help but curl his lips. Home. Ouch. Has this tree gotten a bit bigger? A man suddenly exclaimed in the crowd. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. Oh my God. My vegetables are growing so tall. Oh my God. Everyone's attention gradually shifted, focusing on the prize. A 20% bonus to plant attributes. Oh my God. This 20% doesn't look like 20%. A man fumbled with the trunk of a roadside tree. Everyone looked over. The ordinary street tree had now transformed. Fresh and vibrant, anyone passing this way would undoubtedly look up and exclaim in admiration at the tree's vitality. What a fragrance. The person with a keen sense of smell sniffed. Now that you mention it, I can smell it too. Such a refreshing fragrance. Is this tree a camphor tree? But it smells a little different than before. Maybe its attributes have been boosted by 20%? Wow. That's amazing. Everyone had a vague idea of the 20% attribute boost, but wasn't there something amiss? 20%? Could a dull camphor tree be transformed into something vibrant and refreshed? How was this attribute calculated? Was 20% really that powerful? Yi Zifeng had a vague suspicion. At the moment of victory, the surrounding power fluctuations felt somewhat familiar. This familiarity didn't refer to the familiar spiritual energy of a particular person or object, but rather to the operation of a very common power. But was it even possible? I'd never heard of this before in the world of cultivation. Yi Zifeng, uncertain, pulled out his phone and began to scroll through messages. Hashtag 20% plant attribute bonus hashtag. Next to the topic was a large explosion character. Oh my god! This is incredible! When the game was over, I was standing by the window and turned around to see the peaches in my yard had grown enormously, just like in a TV show. Picture? Wow! They still look normal size though. Aren't those sold in fruit shops like that? Back upstairs, an hour ago, the peaches on the tree were only the size of lychees. Is this true? It must be true. I was walking down the street and saw the mangoes had grown enormously. They were so tempting, so bright and yellow. That's not all. Everyone, go out and take a look. Wow! Countless pictures were shared, from the streets, in the parks, in the fields, under the eaves, and beside the mountains. Whether it's a towering tree or a tender flower, a vine treading on a wall or a majestic tree on a mountain, from the century-old trees soaring into the sky to the tiny white flower among the moss, all plants with roots deeply embedded in the earth seemed to have broken free from their former forms, their souls emerging into this new world. Uplifting, upward, vigorous, and brand new. You must try the new leek scrambled eggs. I was completely blown away by the aroma. How could such a delicious dish exist? My tears and saliva flowed for miles. I picked a cherry tomato from the balcony, took a bite, and it was so delicious I was blown away. There are tomatoes in the world that are so delicious, sour, sweet, and tangy. I don't grow vegetables. I just picked a leaf from the street and chewed it. It's quite juicy and 80. I recommend trying it. Haha, although I don't grow vegetables, I went to the rooftop to pick some myself. These water spinach are so crisp and tender. I'm going to pick another bunch. I can't stop. Wait a minute upstairs. You're picking vegetables I grew, smile. Stay here for the follow-up, silently chewing on a peach. Scrambled eggs with leek, it smells amazing. Thanks for the recommendation. I'm almost dizzy from the aroma. I just really want to eat rice. Rice. I can't even imagine how happy I'd be if rice's properties were boosted by 20%. Replying to the above thread, although we're out of rice, we still have wheat. The wheat has been upgraded, and the first batch will be ripe soon. You can enjoy noodles, buns, and cakes made from the upgraded wheat. Wow! Is it just my imagination? The air is so fresh. Why am I feeling so energetic walking down the street in the middle of the day? What's the above thread doing on the street? I don't have anything planted. I remember there are mangoes in the green belt. I pick a couple to try. Chapter 87. Zhang Yi searched the green belt for a long time before finally finding 2 palm-sized mangoes. What's going on? Aren't there supposed to be plenty of fruit here? Just as he was questioning his memory, he heard a noise behind him. Zhang Yi turned and saw 2 elderly people standing behind him, carrying bags. They looked like the old man and woman who ran the small shop downstairs. Zhang Yi had some recollection of them, but he wasn't entirely familiar with them. Just as he was about to nod and leave, his hand was grabbed. Ouch! Picking mangoes? The mangoes here aren't good. Come on, come to Auntie's house, let's eat something. Before Zhang Yi could react, the old woman grabbed him, supporting him, and he stumbled to the door of the small shop downstairs. The old man took out his key and opened the door. The old woman clapped his hands repeatedly. The 2 elderly people smiled happily. As he was dragged into the shop, Zhang Yi realized with a deep sense of rage that he had become a celebrity. Oh! My heart ached when I saw it. Your hand must be hurting. Come on, let Auntie give you some medicine, old man. Go make Xiaoya a bowl of noodles and put 3 eggs in it, okay? Zhang Yi swallowed. To be honest, ever since the animals disappeared from Earth, he hadn't dared to touch the 3 eggs left in the refrigerator. He hadn't eaten eggs in at least 13 days. Old man. 5 eggs. And some meat. The old woman immediately shouted. What else? A response came from inside the room. It wasn't the old man's intentional question. His family ran a small grocery store, and they had a wide variety of meats to add to their noodles. Besides the fresh meat in the refrigerator, they also had braised pig's trotters, braised duck feet, chicken feet with Sichuan peppercorns, tiger skin quail eggs, and other things. The children loved to put them in their noodles. Wait a minute. The old lady pondered for a second, then decisively decided, Shui, go pick it yourself. Zhang Yi was shoved into a large shopping basket. He opened his mouth to refuse, but swallowed hard. The next second, he was pushed to the other side of the shelf by the old lady. You kid. You really don't know what you've done. You're literally a national hero. What's the big deal about just taking some food? If you don't, I'd be furious with you. Zhang Yi was herded to the front of the shelf. Faced with a dazzling array of snacks, he shamefully gave in. Oh my god. Is this what it feels like to be a hero? So cool. Braised pig's trotters. Wait, pig. Remembering that his unique and magical beast was a pig, Zhang Yi silently lowered his outstretched hand. Take 2 bags of chicken feet, the old lady said with an encouraging smile. Take one of these duck legs to try, the old lady said, grabbing a row for him. Take a bag of this, the old lady said, snatching his shopping basket away. Items clattered into the shopping cart. Soft, hard, crispy, and everything in between, fragrant, sweet, sour, and spicy. Zhang Yi happily ate noodles on the table, a large basket of snacks and drinks beside him. Thinking of the magical pig playing treasure hunt at home, he quickened his pace. Eat slowly, you must be starving, right? Yes, yes, want another bowl? The elderly man and woman were beaming, looking at Zhang Yi like a grandson. No, perhaps even more than a grandson. After all, not every grandson could achieve such great success. In the previous month, 3 unexpected games had occurred, and the entire country had lost things like a dream. It was so outrageous that every morning when he opened his eyes, he wondered if the lack of rice, water, and animals was just a dream. But now I finally knew it wasn't a dream. The vegetables in the backyard were so delicious, so juicy and tender. Just one bite and the sweet, refreshing vegetable flavor washed over me. It was such delicious food indeed. Look at how the little hero, number 8, ate without even looking up. The old lady exclaimed with pride, then very naturally went into the next room and brought out a basket of vegetables. Child, take some home to eat. If you don't have enough, come pick some directly from my backyard. Come at least once every 3 days. Otherwise, I come to your house and urge you to come. Zhang Yi had never seen such enthusiasm before. He opened his mouth several times, but couldn't get any words out. The old lady already had several grandchildren, so it was no surprise she understood. No need to be polite here. Just be the head of the family. But I have one more favor to ask of you. Can we take a photo together? Zhang Yi placed the basket of vegetables and snacks nearby and happily went to take a photo with the old lady. After seeing Zhang Yi leave, the old lady immediately grabbed her phone, opened her group chat, and sent all 23 photos she had just taken. Years like songs. I ran into the little hero, and accidentally took a few photos together, grin. Zhang Yi carried his things into the elevator, looking left and right, feeling a mixture of joy, shyness, satisfaction, and guilt. To others, he might seem incredibly impressive, but he knew his own limitations. He only watered and dug the soil under the guidance of the magical piglet. He had no idea if he could obtain the plant heart, but he simply obeyed the piglet's instructions. He felt guilty, but the fact that the piglet chose him meant that he was a little special. He was so happy. Emotions raced through his mind, but only a few seconds passed before the elevator doors dinged and opened. Zhang Yi walked forward, carrying his belongings. Turning a corner, he suddenly saw several uniformed figures standing outside his home. Police officers? Zhang Yi called out tentatively. At the magical pig's prompt, Zhang Yi explained everything. The people on the other side exchanged bewilderment. Can we take a look at that spirit pig? The contract deep within his mind didn't object. It was a sign of agreement. Zhang Yi, along with the 4 people in the living room, gently knocked on the bedroom door. Excuse me? After a moment's wait, seeing no objection, Zhang Yi led them inside. A chubby, pink piglet was watching a tablet, accompanied by cheerful, playful music. The 4 visitors were stunned. Up close, this piglet-like creature was even more remarkable, palm-sized, round, and tender pink, with a unique pattern on its belly that looked a bit like the cursive calligraphy of Zhao Kaijin Bao. This creature, never seen before, is exceptionally intelligent, estimated to have the IQ of a 10-year-old. It can play casual games and recognize people. According to outstanding citizen Zhang Yi, our victory in the last match was all thanks to this creature. He calls it a spiritual beast, and has a high regard for it. What are your thoughts? A member raised their hand and spoke. According to outstanding citizen Zhang Yi, this spiritual beast came to his home in the middle of the night and actively established contact with him. Is it possible that it came with a purpose? Nothing comes easy. I disagree. Another member retorted, things so far indicate this creature shares a common origin with the mysterious entity that landed in our country, but its purpose is likely completely opposite. This creature has also signed a contract with our outstanding citizen Zhang Yi, so I believe it's on our side, or at least beneficial to us. I agree. I agree with that statement. The leader standing at the front nodded slightly. Next, let's look at something else. The screen shifted, revealing images of several fruits and vegetables. These are the fruits and vegetables with the greatest changes so far. According to testing, each nutrient has more than doubled, and there's even an energy that's difficult to analyze with current scientific methods. However, this level of improvement is only the 20% attribute bonus that the mysterious entity mentioned. Any thoughts? The conference room fell silent, and after a moment, someone swallowed. I believe this 20% attribute bonus shouldn't be based on the attributes of Yin country or Earth itself. It should be based on a different standard. The conference room fell silent. Another standard. What exactly would that standard be? Since the victory in the fourth match, everyone has more or less witnessed the dramatic changes in the plants. It's no exaggeration to say they've undergone a rapid purification and complete transformation, but even at this level, it's only a 20% improvement. If it were 100%, if not just the plants, but also the rice in the first match, the water resources in the second, and the animals in the third, could all win, what would become of Yin country? Everyone's heart was pounding, suddenly realizing that this wasn't just a disaster, but also an opportunity. This crisis, which had landed solely on Yin country, could have a reversal that could completely overturn global evolution and advancement. The leader at the head folded his hands. We can't miss any opportunities, and we can't afford to lose anything. So, based on the setup of the first 4 games, our professionals have roughly deduced the operation of that mysterious competition. Food, water, animals, plants. So the theme of the next game is most likely land. The conference room fell silent, everyone silently staring at the figure in front of them. So, we can no longer wait for fate to decide. We must prepare ourselves. After this meeting, everyone will get back to their new work. Everyone, start classes. Everyone must take supplementary training. When the community knocked on his door for the 3rd time, asking him to go downstairs for an agricultural class, Yi Sifeng was filled with emotion. Their drive is strong. On the morning of the 3rd day after the 4th game, everyone began a vigorous traditional agricultural supplementary training. How to make primitive tools. How to plant on dry land. How to thrive in a specific environment. Nomadism. How to cultivate soil in tropical arid regions. And so on. There's a wide variety of topics available. Considering your limited energy, you can also learn according to your own preferences. But no matter what you choose, the organization ensures that the remaining 7 days are full of learning, not wasted time. If you don't work hard today, you won't have a home tomorrow. Learn an extra second now, and you have more possibilities tomorrow. Please, everyone. Learn more. Large banners hung in every corner, and gray-haired agricultural experts rushed around. Seeing these familiar old men and women working so hard, everyone felt embarrassed to slack off for even a second. Study! Isn't that just studying? What's a mere 7 days? The internet is buzzing again, but there's no gossip or chatter, just questions and answers. Help! Is there anything else I should pay attention to when choosing a stone hoe? Why won't my hoe dig the ground? Can anyone tell me if there's anything wrong with my soiling method? Why are my onions still falling over? What's the name of that book about making your own irrigation tools in the wild? Is anyone taking that class? Help! How many methods are there for disease prevention and control in animal husbandry class? Why do I only remember 3? Did I miss one? The flood of agricultural Q&A is so overwhelming that it's almost astonishing to foreigners, who are now discussing it online. Crazy Yin people. They've been driven mad by the competition. Thank goodness God bless us. Did they win the last game? But it only made the vegetables greener. So pitiful. At least they don't have to lose anything anymore. I'm so scared the Yin people will flee to our side. That's too bad. There was a lot of condescension and hypocrisy, but unlike before, not a single Yin person came out to challenge them. Everyone was busy studying, dizzy and drowsy, memorizing even in their dreams. 7 days passed in this kind of study. When screens across the country lit up, quite a few people realized that the 5th game had begun. Attention, contestants. The 5th game is about to begin. 10 Yin contestants, please search for Earth Hearts and place them on the settlement platform within the time limit. Find 6 or more, you win. 5. It's a draw. 5 or fewer we win. After both sides win, the spoils will be determined by us. Good luck. Chapter 88. Yi Zifeng sat by the window, watching the big screen downstairs. For the past 7 days, the entire nation had been studying agricultural knowledge, and the atmosphere was so intense that he felt uncomfortable resting. Practice some divination. To be honest, he wasn't very good at this yet. He'd only learned the techniques after the collapse of the cultivation world. Since he'd be using them soon, he decided to learn more. Yi Zifeng diligently studied for 7 days, and successfully figured out the specific locations of the 2 contestants last night. The 2 little round pigs had already passed by, and of course, he hadn't forgotten to let the pigs withdraw their money. The contestants whose money was cruelly taken by the 2 little pink pigs were number 1 and number 9, women aged 18 and 45, respectively. Yi Zifeng leaned back, and the giant light beast behind him adjusted its position, allowing him to lean more comfortably. Yi Zifeng glanced sideways, and reached out to rub the beast's head. Not bad, quite conscientious. He put his hand down after rubbing it, looking out the window with a relaxed and comfortable expression. The 5th game began. Heart of the Land. How can one obtain the Heart of the Land? Before the training, people across the country would have speculated on various possibilities. If they kept digging, something special might very well be the Heart of the Land. If they kept searching, a strange sight might also be the Heart of the Land. But after 7 days of intense training, everyone's mind was only on composting and planting. Since the previous game involved watering and pruning plants to obtain the Heart of the Land, this one involved composting the land and then planting. It made perfect sense and plausible. The 10 people on screen were visibly excited. 8 of them began scavenging for things on the spot, composting, first looking for weeds, then dead leaves. Leaves are primarily carbon, while grass is primarily nitrogen. The ratio was something like 2 to 1. The people outside the screen watched intently as the 8 people inside began to forage for weeds and dead leaves, and they couldn't help but recite composting mantras. Nitrogen grows leaves, phosphorus promotes flowering, potassium. Wait! Why are there still 2 people not moving? One viewer noticed something was amiss. Number 1 and number 9, why haven't they started looking for weeds yet? What are you standing there for? I'm so anxious. Why haven't you chosen me yet? I'm a great student. I always get over 90. Don't worry. Even if they don't move, there are still 8 others. Don't get angry, brother. I give you a cucumber to calm you down. My cucumber is upgraded and tastes delicious. Oh! I'm just anxious. 2 fewer people means less chance of winning. Which unit are these 2 responsible for? Did they not attend class well enough? Hey, your cucumber is really good. I bring you some tomatoes from my garden later. They're so sour. The people outside were talking. Even though number 1 and number 9 weren't busy, there were still 8 others. Mainly because everyone couldn't do much outside the screen, they had to force themselves to relax. If number 1 and number 9 knew what everyone was thinking, they would definitely say they were even more anxious than the people outside. Little sweetheart, is this plot of land okay? Number 9, 45-year-old Kai Ching, asked the little round pig in his pocket. No, not this plot of land. Go further and check the one ahead. Kai Ching hurried forward, then stopped to ask if it was possible. No, this patch of land is too flat, it's definitely not the main area. Go to the right and front. Kai Ching quickly ran to the right, and when he reached a relatively flat patch of ground, he stopped again and asked, Little darling, is this here? Close. But a little further ahead. Kai Ching tentatively ran a little further ahead. That's it. The main area of land. Move on. Kai Ching didn't blink, and immediately began collecting weeds and leaves. Only in his spare moments did he have the energy to glance at the patch of land. It was very flat, and at first glance, no different from the previous patch. But a closer look revealed that this patch was noticeably poorer, with more sand and drier soil, a pale grayish-white hue. Gray-white soil. Kai Ching weeded skillfully, pulling up the smaller blades of grass suitable for composting, uprooting them, and gathering them in a pile nearby. Afterward, he collected the deeply buried dead leaves nearby, preferably those with white mycelium, which would speed up the composting process. Kai Ching placed dead leaves underneath, burying tiny blades of grass on top. The 1-meter-high pile still felt insufficient, but time was running out, so he had to find a water source first. The little pink pig in his pocket immediately flashed a message in his mind. There's a small river to the right. It's the shortest straight line. Kai Ching quickened his pace, first composting, then diverting water, and finally loosening the soil. He was busy like a spinning top, the little pink pig in his pocket poking its head out. Come on, come on. This girl is really fast. You can tell she works very efficiently. This piece of land is a bit difficult to manage. Although she works efficiently, time is running out. People on the internet also noticed Kai Ching on screen number 9. Wow. This Andy's so quick. I thought she'd be slow. So she just couldn't find her destination at first. Is there such a thing as a destination? These plots aren't all that different. I see the other contestants just starting wherever they land. Going back upstairs, number 1 isn't the one. She was also looking for a spot at the beginning, but now she's hard at work pulling weeds. Wow. The weeds in her plot are so dense. Why did she have to choose this one? There's no way they all be pulled. If number 1, 18-year-old Lu Han, knew this comment, she'd definitely wail and say she thought the same thing. The weeds in the plot before her were half a person's height, so densely packed, one right next to the other, that pulling without both hands was impossible. Using both hands would likely result in a fall. Hanin, hurry up. The competition is almost over. A message came from the depths of her mind. Her spirit beast, the piglet, was urging her on. Lu Han gritted his teeth, grasped the bundle of weeds in front of him with both hands, and pulled with all his might. As soon as his butt touched the ground, he quickly climbed up, gritting his teeth and pulling out the entire bundle. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Finding this place, in the first place, has already delayed us. We must at least pull out all the weeds in this patch of land, otherwise there's no chance of obtaining the heart of the land. What a wicked plan! Lu Han yanked at the bundle of weeds. If it weren't for the guidance of the spirit beast, the piglet, this perfect patch of land would have been completely lost. Lu Han got up and continued pulling weeds. Hanin, I join you. The pink piglet in his pocket jumped out, its palm-sized pink ball bouncing up and down, and he began to pull out the weeds one by one. Thank you, little feather. Lu Han thanked him mentally. Her hands didn't stop, plucking weeds with a grumble, until her hands were raw and calluses were falling off. Attention, contestants. There are 5 minutes left. Please speed up. Lu Han's heart skipped a beat, and she clenched her teeth even tighter. She no longer cared about whether the blades would cut her arms. She used all her strength to pinch the roots of the weeds and pull them upwards. Almost there, only one tiny piece left. Lu Han didn't even have time to wipe the sweat off her face. Little Feather, the pink spirit pig, hopped onto her head and wiped her forehead with its tiny hoof, preventing the sweat from running into her eyes. Lu Han didn't even have time to thank him. All she had to do was pull weeds. She had worked so hard to find this plot of land. If she couldn't even pull the weeds, she would hate herself. Lu Han gritted her teeth and pulled the last bunch. 1 minute left. Lu Han sat on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes completely dazed by sweat and dirt. Lu Han took a 5-second breath, then looked around at the bumpy ground. Suddenly, the plowing lessons he'd learned in agricultural training came to mind. We need to loosen the soil as much as possible, so it can breathe. Of course, after you're done, remember to level it a bit to make it more aesthetically pleasing. The land has a soul, treat it well, and it will reward you. Lu Han's heart suddenly began to pound. With only 40 seconds left, the field before him had been weeded, but inevitably, it was a bit messy. Lu Han pulled himself up and, bit by bit, moved to the messiest areas, bending down to smooth it out with his hands. 20 seconds left. Lu Han could barely straighten his back. The little pink pig in his pocket poked its head out. Hanin, let me help you. The pink pig suddenly grabbed the corner of Lu Han's clothes and pulled him up. Attention, contestants. 10 seconds left until the end of the competition. 10, 9, 8. There was a patch of uneven ground not far away. Lu Han hesitated for only half a second before suddenly leaping forward, rolling 3 times and flattening it with his body. 3, 2. A drop of sweat trickled down from the corner of his eye. As it fell, Lu Han saw 3 shining stars. The competition is over. Yin Nation's contestant number 1 has received 3 land hearts, and contestant number 9 has received 5, for a total of 8 land hearts. We lost, and Yin Nation has won. Now draw the spoils. The spoils draw is complete. All land in the country receives a 60% bonus to its attributes. The next competition will begin in 10 days. Good luck. A gentle breeze seemed to pick up from all directions. Yi Zifeng leaned against the window, his spiritual energy radiating outward. If the previous 20% wasn't obvious enough, then this 60% was enough for him to discover what this thing was. It was amazing, truly amazing. In the world of cultivation, he had never heard of a spiritual vein that could become a spirit. But apparently, the one that had landed in Yin country had not only become a spirit, but also possessed a remarkable learning ability. Because the world of cultivation had never been popular with games that tested national destiny, they were usually those that tested one's inner demons. But now, this instance's operating mechanism was clearly a fusion of Chinese and Western elements. On one hand, it emphasized national destiny, while on the other, it emphasized the heart of all things. Yi Zifeng sighed. If he had discovered this spiritual vein that could become a spirit and possess such innovative capabilities in the world of cultivation, he and Ying Fangxuan would have been able to dig it into the forest together. But now, it was wandering around, and the spiritual vein had chosen its initial landing location. He could only marvel and sigh. Since we already knew the other side was a spiritual vein, their purpose was easy to guess. A spiritual vein, whether spiritual or not, needs a place to carry it. It's understandable that the other party first landed in Yin country, as Yin country's culture makes this spiritual vein familiar to the cultivation world. It was truly astonishing. The fluctuating spiritual energy in the earth gradually subsided. Because of the high-rise buildings nearby, the ground seemed unchanged at first glance, but Yi Zifeng could already smell the scent of the forest blowing in from the nearby wind. The air was full of vitality and greenery, and spiritual energy filled the air like popping candy. Every breath filled my heart with lightness and my eyes with joy. Oh my God! Why is my nose suddenly clear? I've had rhinitis for years. I suddenly feel so good. The air is so fresh. Wow, the trees along the road are a little greener. Number 1 and number 9 are awesome. Chapter 89. The land is truly remarkable. People across the country have realized this. Whether in the mountains or in the city, in the field or on the balcony, all soil is different. Can you believe this? I saw mist rising from the soil on the hill behind my house today. Video. OMG! How does it look like a fairyland? Zoom in, and you see it's really coming out of the ground. Amazing! How does this work? This is outrageous. Replying to the above poster, what's so outrageous about this? Didn't we get 60% more land properties? The soil must be different. 60% can't be like this. It shouldn't be possible, but the poster must be right. This morning, my mom and I went to water the vegetable patch and noticed white mist rising from the ground. I even took a picture. Picture? Wow! It looks like a vegetable patch in heaven. It's so beautiful. No, why are you still concerned about whether it looks good or not? Don't you realize that the soil these days is amazing? Picture. Looking at the 2 leaves, who would have thought that I just threw this peach pit into the flower pot yesterday? It's grown like this today. Really? I don't see any changes in the trees downstairs in my complex. None of my neighborhood has changed either. Gardeners, come and share your experience. The soil is truly different. I was mixing fertilizer yesterday, and it smelled terrible, but I mixed in some soil, just like a chemical reagent, and the smell instantly changed. It smells like wet grass after rain, fresh and rich. Wow! I thought it would just be easier to grow vegetables, but it sounds like the soil species itself has changed. Is this still soil? All I can say is, everyone, give it a try. I've been feeling down, but yesterday, on a whim, I laid down in the vegetable patch and asked my roommate to cover me with a layer of soil. I instantly felt better both physically and mentally. Peaceful seeing this, Yi Zifeng gave the comment a thumbs up. Good. This is currently the best way to absorb spiritual energy. The land, with a 60% bonus to its attributes, was not much different from the soil in the cultivation world. Yi Zifeng stood by the window, gazing into the distance before deciding to move. He pulled out his compass, and was about to spin it when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the golden light beast lying next to him. Ever since transforming into a human form in the spatial rift, Ying Fangxuan 2.0 had been quite quiet. It didn't look uncomfortable, nor did it seem like he changed his nature. Last night, he'd even insisted on sleeping next to him. Could it be that he'd regained his memory? The thought intensified Yi Zifeng. He took a few steps forward, used magic to summon the love image Ying Fangxuan had captured in his mind, and tentatively placed one on his arm. Nothing happened. The golden light beast remained quiet, merely licking his arm with its tongue. Was he overthinking it? Normally, a soul of this level shouldn't have regained its memory, but Ying Fangxuan had indeed changed somewhat recently. Was he really overthinking it? Yi Zifeng displayed a few more photos before the golden light beast. Ying Fangxuan 2.0 yawned, and just before closing its mouth, its tongue licked his face. Yi Zifeng looked left and right, but still couldn't see anything wrong with the beast's face. Yi Zifeng narrowed his eyes. The golden beast yawned, signaling it was about to sleep. Never mind. Yi Zifeng, Ing Fengshuan 2.0, took out the compass and turned it. The area with the most spiritual energy right now is Jade Province, Sanqing Mountain. If memory serves me correctly, there seems to be a mountain with that name in the world of cultivation. Then we go there. Yi Zifeng input his spiritual power, and the first character on the compass lit up. The golden giant beast not far away moved, stood up calmly and casually, and walked towards this side. When all the characters lit up, the man and the beast vanished from their places. Sanqing Mountain in Jade Province. With its unique peaks and rocks, surrounded by greenery, white mist rose from the forest, giving the entire mountain a fairy-like aura and breathtaking beauty. So many people came. My handsome treasure, I can't climb up. My thin arms and legs are so thin, I'm sure I fall. Zhang Yi whispered to his peerless spirit beast, little pig. It's okay. I watch you. If you fall, I pull you up. Climb, climb, climb. The pig's response echoed from the depths of his mind. I really don't dare to climb. This is too high. Let's try another place. I'm determined to climb another place. Zhang Yi's face was filled with determination. So, with a look of sorrow on his face, Zhang Yi climbed another, higher peak. After all, he had already said it. If he had known, he would have climbed the lower one. His bold little pig really believed him, telling him to climb Sanqing Mountain. Is this height okay, baby? I really don't dare go any higher. The last time I exercised was during my physical exam in college. I really don't have any confidence in myself. Is this all I can do? Zhang Yi asked timidly. A little higher. Don't be afraid. You're different now. You can definitely make it. That makes sense. At any other time, Zhang Yi would have instantly gained confidence, but now he was climbing a steep cliff. A cool breeze blew, and the ground beneath him was shrouded in white mist, making it impossible to see the bottom. No, he couldn't be confident even if he wanted to. Who would save him? Who would give him the order? Climb a little higher. Go, go, go. The dawn of victory is at the top of the mountain. I keep feeling like there's something there. Hurry up. Zhang Yi climbed shakily. Yi Zifeng was drinking tea at the top of the mountain when he turned and saw Zhang Yi laboriously climbing the mountain, guided by his spirit pig. As expected, their race's talent is treasure hunting. Yi Zifeng felt a sense of emotion. He actually had a guess. The spiritual vein that had reached Yin country was very likely in Sanqing Mountain. But he couldn't pinpoint its exact location. Because spiritual veins have no fixed form. A rushing river, a series of towering mountains, a jade mine formed over countless years buried in the ground, a man-made corridor of spiritual objects, and so on could all be spiritual veins. But it wasn't a big deal. This spiritual vein had already reached Yin country, and given the current progress of the competition, it was almost certain to remain. But there was another possibility, Yi Zifeng suddenly thought. Since this spiritual vein could even become a spirit, its size must be enormous. Could Yin country alone contain it? If not, it would definitely extend outward. Given the interest of this spiritual vein, it's bound to undergo some testing before landing. Therefore, there's a high possibility that the National Destiny game will be launched in other countries, but we don't know when. Yi Zifeng pulled out his phone and expertly surfed the internet. Oh my god! My friend says their country has undergone tremendous changes. After winning 2 games, the land and plants have improved significantly. I think that's a lie. Disappearing things is reasonable, but upgrading them isn't scientific and doesn't conform to common sense. You should be more discerning before spreading information. Even if the plants and water sources are slightly different, what they've lost is real. Without rice, water, and animals, Yin country is already hell. Without rice, are they starving? Reply to the above poster. They also have wheat. Wheat? They can also make bread? Is the above poster a primitive person? Only golden gorillas can make bread. We not only make bread, but also steamed buns, dumplings, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and so on. We can't even eat enough. And what is bread? We're already tired of it. Angry. Are there any friends who can help me refute the person above? I can't, but I can recommend my friend from Yin country. He's really good at cursing, but he charges a fee, $30 for half an hour, $50 for an hour. That's too expensive. Poor yellow-haired gorilla. Hee hee. I won't argue with you. Your country's demise is already inevitable. The next match is in 8 days, right? You definitely lose something new, and no country will help you then. Just wait for your doom to come. Yi Zifeng raised an eyebrow at this. 8 days later? I wonder if that spiritual vein will open servers in other countries? Yi Zifeng pinched his fingers, following the thread of online comments, and actually managed to deduce a bit of information. That spiritual vein was starting to feel a bit insecure. He pinched his fingers again, following that thread. Yin Nation's progress was too rapid. Yeatsefan curled his lips. Since Yin Nation's progress had eroded its confidence, there was a high probability they would seek out other experimental sites, and certainly not a small number, since this spiritual vein needed more samples to confirm its validity. It looked like they were going to find it soon. 8 days until the next match. The country had begun its vigorous tutoring program again. The victories in the previous matches had already provided enough information to communicate with nature and gain insights into various things. Of course, in layman's terms, it meant composting, cultivating the land, and protecting the environment. The whole nation was busy with tutoring, and this time they were already very proficient. I didn't know if it was an illusion, but everyone felt their minds were extraordinarily clear. It used to take 3 recitations to memorize a book, but now only 1 was enough. What's going on? Is agriculture my natural talent? Why do I feel like this is so easy for me to learn? To the person above, I feel the same way. Maybe this is the descendant of Shenong. If I had known, I wouldn't have studied engineering, I would have studied agriculture. Agriculture doesn't make much money. We should have contracted a piece of land and sold fruit. After all, we have talent, so we can easily make money from growing fruit. Hey everyone, stop daydreaming. Haven't you learned anything else recently? Actually, learning anything is much easier now than before. News reports say it might be due to the climate. Can climate improve memory? A beautiful environment, fresh air, means you sleep well. If you sleep well, you be in a good mood, and of course, studying will be fine. What I mean is, I've made progress, but everyone else is making progress, so overall, it's like I haven't made any progress. That's not true. Compared to foreigners, you've made progress. That makes perfect sense. Enough, I'm off to class. The internet fell into a brief silence because a top agricultural expert had started a live stream class. People from all over the country tuned in. Those who could attended on their own. Those who couldn't join the group downstairs or at the village entrance. Yeatsefan didn't rest either. He practiced his divination skills on the summit of Sanqing Mountain. The mountain mist gradually rose, and spiritual energy intensified in all directions. He leaned against the quiet Yingfangshuan, reading and practicing with his fingers. 7 days passed like flowing water. Early on the 8th morning, people from 10 countries heard a voice. Attention all participants. The 6th round is about to begin. Please search for the heart of air. 10 countries are participating. The top 5 will be judged on a standard basis. The bottom 5 will be deemed unsuccessful, and our team will take the spoils. The criteria for judging results are as follows. Find 6 or more hearts of air, and your country wins. 5, and it's a draw. 5 or fewer, and our team wins. Good luck. Chapter 90. Old Yang stepped onto this desolate land. Even though he had been mentally prepared, what he saw still startled him. A gray sky, a pale earth. A strong wind occasionally blew, sending raging sand billowing from all sides. Cough, cough, cough. Old Yang covered his mouth with his sleeve. Take a few steps to the right, where the wind will be a little less. From the depths of his mind came the voice of the piglet that brought wealth and fortune. It was strange. In all his life, Old Yang had never known that the pig in the wall poster could actually jump. On the round, pink piglet's belly was a flamboyantly painted bringing wealth and fortune. It looked, if not exactly like the pig in the poster, but it was pretty close. When the fortune-bringing pig leaped onto him, he immediately felt an indescribable aura surge from the point of contact straight into his head. After a crackling explosion, only the words XXX Bao X remained, Divine Pig. It must have jumped from a picture book. The feeling was exactly like the firecrackers in the picture book. Old Yang, you should be selected to participate in the competition tomorrow. The Divine Pig's voice echoed in his mind. What competition? Old Yang was momentarily stunned. Of course, it was the competition that hinged on the survival of the nation, the one being broadcast live across the country. The Divine Pig's voice rang out. Old Yang was startled. Tomorrow, I can't. I have to lead the villagers to plant trees in the sand field next door. Even if I don't, I'd still be selected. This? Old Yang didn't know how to react. It was truly sudden. This weird screen that just appeared last month is on TV every 10 days. It is said that the contestants are drawn from all over the country, and the results of the competition are related to the livelihood of the people. You finally get used to it, and suddenly someone jumps out and says, it's your turn to be on TV tomorrow. It's okay. I go in with you tomorrow. I'm a professional. But old Yang still felt utterly dazed. The sudden appearance of the divine pig, the impending competition, everything was so unexpected that he couldn't react at all. But even if he couldn't react, he had to react. Old Yang had been village chief for many years, accustomed to making decisions faster than anyone else. This habit made his mind race. First, he'd suddenly acquired a divine pig tonight. Since he was going to the competition tomorrow, it wasn't a big deal. At least, he wasn't completely unprepared. Cram, scramble, and start scrambling. Old Yang took the little divine pig back to his house. Inside were many tools, all the ones he'd used over the years planting trees on the battlefield. Time waits for no one. In the midst of all the busyness, he'd reached this age. But even an old man like him needed to be put to use. He began to arrange things, organizing the tools in his home, writing a long letter to his wife, and hiding it in a cabinet, and choosing a trustworthy person to lead the villagers. Old Yang walked into the house, and pulled out a small, worn shovel. It was the first tool he'd bought since settling here. Old Yang took it with him. At first light, when that indistinguishable male or female voice echoed in his ears, Old Yang's feet turned into this barren land. The heart of air. If it were anything else, he'd still be a little unsure, but air, if he wanted to purify the air, the first thing he thought of was planting trees. He had been planting trees and cultivating forests for most of his life. Every day, he'd open his eyes, grab his tools, walk swiftly to the sand field, plunge his shovel into the ground, dig out a seed buckthorn tree, and plant it. In his earliest youth, he was alone in this endeavor. But gradually, he no longer walked alone. His gentle and amusing wife joined him, and people with similar aspirations flocked to him from all directions. He had a village and became its chief. His daily mission was to lead a large group of people to plant trees in the sandy fields, planting trees and protecting against sandstorms. This was his life, and what he excelled at. The heart of the air. If air had a heart, then its aspiration would surely be to be unpolluted, pure and clean. Old Yang, walk forward with your eyes closed. At the 38th step, turn left, silently count to 10, and then open your eyes. The piggy's voice in his mind sounded cautious. Old Yang's expression grew serious. Planting trees requires trees before planting them. Now, the surroundings were flat, without a single tree in sight. Old Yang closed his eyes, and did as he was told. After counting to 10, he opened his eyes to see a vast expanse of plants. It's truly magical. Old Yang couldn't help but sigh. If I don't close my eyes, won't I be able to find the tree? Will I be unable to obtain the air heart? Old Yang asked himself as he dug at the roots with a shovel. Not really. The piglet's voice was very steady. Only by finding this pile of trees can you guarantee the maximum number of plant hearts. Old Yang calmed himself. The most plant hearts meant he had every chance, and the potential to make his country number one. Old Yang stopped talking and focused on digging at the roots. 102, 103. That was almost enough. Old Yang slowly stood up and set his sights on the vast expanse of sandy land before him. Even with his limited skills, he would plant these plants evenly throughout the field. Old Yang began to act. The people outside the screen also noticed something different about this old man. Oh my God! This old man is so skillful. You don't understand, kid. He's obviously a professional. He's a seasoned worker. You can tell he's different. So quick. But why is there a round pig in his pocket? Where is it? I didn't see it. It just popped up. Look carefully. It's in his right pocket, the bright red one. I didn't see it. You look at me. You should look somewhere else. Look at Little Our Country. See what they're doing. Oh. The young man pulled out his phone, switched to the internet, and started watching videos. The homepage of the platform displayed links to live streams from 9 other countries. Everyone had vague suspicions about who had posted the link. That mysterious being seemed quite up to date. The young man clicked on the live stream link from Little Our Country. The screen was divided into 10 sections. At first glance, only 2 or 3 figures appeared. The young man squinted and zoomed in, only to discover that the other sections weren't empty. Instead, they were all lying peacefully on the ground, covered in a thin layer of dust and sand, seemingly blending in with the surroundings. What was going on? The young man zoomed in, observing the dusty figure's calm and serene demeanor, and a sense of crisis suddenly overwhelmed him. Could this be the secret to passing the level? Just lie down and do nothing, letting the dust and sand bury you in the dirt, and you win and obtain the heart of air? Something doesn't sound right. The young man switched to another grid with figures moving around in Little Our Country. A grown man was running non-stop, frantically searching, his voice rasping as if he were cursing something. I don't understand. If only there were subtitles. The young man frowned, watching the young man's frantic pace, watching him run to the plant pile, watching him break off a sharp branch, watching him bring it to bear on himself. The young man's eyes widened. The next second, the screen in that grid went black. Huh? The young man suddenly realized that he had just been looking for a tool to kill himself. The young man immediately shifted his gaze to his own screen. He watched 10 people diligently digging and planting, and then the most outstanding old man planting a large patch of small trees. He felt relieved. Home is better, reliable and secure. Are other countries too fragile? Or is what he saw just an isolated case? The young man suddenly thought of the few people lying peacefully in the sand. No way. This shouldn't be the case. This wasn't even the case when Yin Nation bravely entered the Vanguard dungeon for the first time. Those selected for the first match were truly caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, they were transported to another world. The announcements blared, and they were so flustered they couldn't even hear what the mission was. Although they lost badly in the first match, they didn't lose a single member. They just ran out of rice. Rice. Thinking of this, the young man shed 2 more tears. Who could possibly understand the importance of rice to a southern child? He sniffed and glanced up at the screen of the nimble old man. Peace of mind, truly reassuring. Rows and rows of trees, neatly planted in the ground, stood tall like a shield against the approaching sandstorm. The trees were still growing, the shield growing larger and more stable. Everything felt so reassuring. Ah, I wasn't feeling nervous this time. It was a little strange. The young man couldn't help but smile, already imagining the wonderful scene after victory. After imagining it, he looked up and saw, oh, even more trees. We have to win. No, we can't be complacent. Pride comes before a fall. Let's tone down our euphoria by looking at other countries' screens, especially those in the United States. The people in their country acted the most calm online, claiming that the mysterious dungeon was Yin Nation's retribution, that everything was what Yin Nation deserved, and that Yin Nation would gradually descend into hell. I wonder how they're doing. Have they found the secret to unlocking hell? The young man clicked on the United States screen and, as expected, saw a roaring, screaming figure. Oh my God! The young man understood what he meant. It was like he was crying out to the heavens. This is Yin Country conspiracy. What the hell? Didn't understand? What's in Yin Country? The young man switched to a web search and tentatively pronounced the word. The young man was speechless. It seems our country's is retribution, yours is conspiracy. Double standards are so simple, as natural as breathing. The young man endured silence, silently reciting the principle of knowing oneself and the enemy before patiently analyzing the situation in Country M. First, there were 10 of them. 4 of them looked young and immature, but they were all yelling and shouting. 5 of them were adults, but they were all confused and bewildered. Only one elderly man, wearing a white coat and a calm expression, was stirring the dirt with his hands, seemingly absorbed in careful thought and analysis. The young man shuddered. No way, why does this person look so confident? Are they about to win the first match? No. I need experimental equipment. The old man's steady voice rang out. The young man was taken aback for a moment, then realized he was talking about experimental equipment. Huh? The young man zoomed in on the screen, taking in the barren sands around him, the pristine environment on all sides, and finally fixed his gaze on the old man's calm, reliable eyes. Experimental equipment? Huh? That's completely unrealistic. A shovel or hoe would be fine, and they could even grind it with a stone. The young man couldn't help but curl his lips. It might sound a bit unethical, but Yin Nation has already suffered 3 battles. They even warned the world, but do they care? Not at all. They're just making sarcastic remarks. Now, it's finally their turn. The young man couldn't help laughing. When he looked at his own screen, seeing the lush green trees growing on the sand, his laughter widened. Attention all competitors, there are 30 minutes left before the end of the competition. Please speed up and obtain the Heart of Air. Chapter 91. The plants in the dungeon are growing at an accelerated rate. Everyone noticed this. The planted trees stretched their bodies in the wind, their branches and leaves spreading out, growing taller and taller, bit by bit, larger, blocking the swirling sand and trapping the murky air. Old Yang didn't look up, simply digging and planting with his small shovel. The little pink pig in his pocket popped its head out, and he carefully counted the trees. 1, 2, 3. The sound of counting echoed in his mind, and Old Yang's hands continued to move, planting one tree after another. Old Yang's hands remained steady, not pausing for a moment. 205, 206. Old Yam continued to plant. The people outside the screen were also infected by the aura surrounding him, their eyes unblinking, their breathing becoming light. Trees lined up one by one, rows and rows forming a forest. A vast ocean of green appeared within that small grid. At the same time, that indistinguishable male and female voice rang out. 10 seconds until the end of the game. 10, 9, 8. The bent figure on the screen continued to work, new trees constantly being planted in the ground. 3, 2, 1, the game is over. The rankings will now be made. First place, Yin Country, 10 air hearts, 1, 1, 8. Second place, RS Country, 6 air hearts, 1, 5. Third place, Y Country, 5 air hearts, 5. Fourth place, D Country, 1 air heart, 1. Fifth place, M Country, 1 air heart, 1. Sixth place, R Country, 0 air hearts. 10th place, W Country, 0 air hearts. The loot will now be drawn. Congratulations to Yin Country for increasing the air's properties by 100%. Congratulations to RS Country for increasing the air's properties by 20%. And congratulations to Y Country for maintaining the status quo. Extract 40% of the air from Country D, 40% from Country M, 50% from Country R, 50% from Country W. The next match will begin in 10 days. Good luck. A series of voice announcements followed, and a long silence descended upon the entire Yin nation. We're first place, right? The speaker's voice trembled. How many air hearts did we get? Another person was also incredulous. 10. Someone reacted, shouting with joy. Oh my God! How are we so awesome? First place. 100%. 10. The person shouted, their voice piercing the vast crowd. Everyone suddenly erupted in excitement. Shouts, laughter, and howls all blended together, a wave of sound like a tsunami, piercing the mountains and seas, drowning the sky and the earth. Yi Zifeng leaned against the window, rubbing his ears. It was a bit too noisy, but understandable. After all, it was the first place with a 100% attribute boost. 100%. Yi Zifeng closed his eyes, and the 5 elements of spiritual energy leaped up from the ground, filling the world. The trees swayed and stretched in the wind, a moist, nourishing scent wafted from the earth. The river gurgled like music, and the hard rock shimmered with a subtle light, suddenly giving those with cold a sense of warmth. Amidst the boisterous howling and cheering, at least half the people across the country instinctively raised their heads. The sky was vast and high, the surroundings clear, and the air was filled with an indescribable joyful aura, lively and clean. Oh my God! This air smells so good. My 10-year-long asthma is now relieved. Yin Nation is awesome. It smells so pleasant, indescribably good. It's not fragrant, but just so comfortable, so comfortable. It feels so refreshing and cool, like a mint popsicle. So blissful. Why do I feel like I'm smelling a lot of trees? So refreshing. Huh? Does everyone have different tastes? I smell warm and blissful. It smells like grass after rain. I love it. Yi Zifeng chuckled as he looked down at the crowd marveling at the air's flavor. The transition from 100% earth air to 100% cultivation air was so instantaneous that one could sense the perfect harmony of the 5 elements' spiritual energy. What would this world become? A single spiritual vein isn't enough to support an entire world's cultivation system, but as long as it exists, there are endless possibilities. Yi Zifeng glanced at Ying Fanshuan, who was yawning again, and leaned in naturally. The golden soul beast had no form, but it provided a subtle support, like a soft breeze, gentle and light. If only there were long, warm hair. Yi Zifeng's thoughts soared upwards, and as he breathed in the air brimming with the spiritual energy of the 5 elements, his soul seemed to have returned to the forests of the cultivation world. Back then, he was still very weak. Trying to escape the cultivators, he often tore himself apart. Transforming into a human form was horrific, but he had to do it to escape. The cultivators had no idea that this rare spiritual plant harbored a human soul, nor did they realize that he had acquired the ability to transform so early. Excessive transformation was exhausting, like a baby trying to support a human body. He stumbled into the forest, dripping blood as he went. Even when he encountered the small spirit beast that had long coveted him, he stood firmly upright, raising his hands to form a thin layer of defense. Perhaps because he looked so desperate, the little spirit beast was clearly frightened and whimpered. He couldn't remember what happened next. Perhaps he fainted, or perhaps he had exhausted all his spiritual energy in the attack. Regardless, the moment he opened his eyes, he saw a bloody mouth. The little spirit beast had grown enormously to eat him, ready to swallow him whole. Thankfully, he woke up in time, slapped the furry mouth, and flew away 10 miles. The road to growth is truly nostalgic. Such thrilling times, but looking back now, I'm not afraid. I only remembering Fanshuan's mouth was wide open, but the hair on his back was very soft. The moment he opened his eyes, he thought he was lying in some cotton. But now it has become tangible air. Yi Zifeng suddenly felt a pity. I'd better focus on my cultivation. Once Fanshuan recovers, I see if I can trade the evidence of his love-crazy behavior for him to be my couch potato, letting him enjoy the moment for a decade or so. Thinking of this, Yi Zifeng regained his enthusiasm. He pulled out his phone and started surfing the internet, ready to see what was going on. Wuhu Xiuxianle, family, you never guess what these added attributes represent. As the title says, my family practices traditional Chinese medicine. When we lost from the first to the third game, I thought this was some kind of infinite flow game. But by the end of the fourth game, I finally realized something was amiss. I grow Chinese herbs in the hills behind my house. When I heard the plants had a 20% bonus, I was calmly happy, thinking the herbs back there might increase their medicinal properties by 20%. But then, as soon as I used them, I realized something was amiss. It's more than 20%. Some people even believe it's increased by 200%. Besides enhancing the medicinal properties, there are also very subtle benefits, such as relieving liver qi and depression, and boosting qi in blood. These things have become real. Someone might refute me at this point, saying that these things were real before. But I'm a professional, and I can tell you that if you don't do anything else, continue to stay up late, and still suffer from the same frustrations, simply taking Chinese herbal medicine and thinking it will solve everything is absolutely impossible. So that's where the problem lies. These things have become possible. Maybe it wasn't obvious after the fourth game, but just now, after the sixth game, everything has become unreal. My grandfather picked some herbs in the back mountain and brewed a pot of herbal tea for me to drink. It's common knowledge that herbal tea is used to clear heat and moisten dryness, but when you've been working in the back mountain for half a day and finally get to sit down and play on your phone, only to lose 8 games in a row and be scolded in several dialects, even a Yangtze River of herbal tea will be of no use. That's where the problem lies. I was filled with rage, but once I downed that bitter cold tea, the world seemed different. The restless air became tranquil, the scorching summer heat cooled. From head to toe, I felt refreshed and cool, my mind clear enough to take the college entrance exam right then and there. Oh, I forgot to mention, the original poster has been out of college for 4 years. Yi Zifeng saw this, and expertly clicked into the comments section. The first comment read, "You don't need to read all the text the original poster has posted, just look at his nickname." Yi Zifeng curled his lips, and couldn't help but give the comment a thumbs up. Then he scrolled away, and began browsing the internet. If I remember correctly, only one country received a 20% increase in air attributes, while the other 8 either remained the same or had their attributes reduced, so it should be quite lively right now. As expected, we should put those contestants on trial. They're doing nothing but making it so difficult for us to breathe. I agree. I have to wear sunglasses and a mask when I go out now. Otherwise, I can't open my eyes. Oh my God. This is so cruel. I think we deserve compensation. Thank you, my compatriots. The air in our country is much cleaner. My pet loves going out. It can finally lose weight. I envy our country. What are the requirements for immigrating there? We should choose Yen country, where the attributes are increased the most. Can anyone from Yen recommend it? Haha, it's already a paradise on earth. I want to ascend, but I pee and look in the mirror first to see if I'm worthy enough. What's the meaning of the above? The translation is so infuriating. Man, the Yen people have always been winners on the internet. Although their words are like thorns, their actions are correct. I suggest our people learn from Yen. Strive to win the next game. This comment garnered hundreds of thousands of likes, and several countries began to ponder this question. If they wanted to win the next game, wouldn't they have to emulate Yen's actions? Should they also follow Yen's example and hold nationwide tutoring sessions 7 days before the game? Leaders from various countries began to ponder this. Amidst the hazy yellow dust outside the window, they made this incredibly difficult decision and then implemented it with decisive action. We must organize and start within a day, providing tutoring services to every household. We must also work together like Yen has. Only then can we protect our country and our environment. The subordinate seemed silent for 5 seconds, but finally replied, "Yes, sir." Chapter 92. Unlike the hasty orders from other countries, the people of Yen country, needless to say, spontaneously prepared their school supplies on the third night after the competition. Why are there no pens for sale around here? Are there any extra pens in S City? I have classes tomorrow. Help. Let's wait for the bookstore to get back in stock. The bookstore owner said it'd be available tonight. I'm waiting too. Does anyone want the book Agricultural Encyclopedia? I've memorized it. It's 70% new. Anyone want it? You memorized it? Are you a genius? No, I'm just an ordinary liberal arts student. My memory has been really good lately, so I've been memorizing it when I have free time. Then sell it to me. I want to memorize it too. Sorry, someone just paid. I have a book here too. Does anyone want biological fertilizer production technology? Once you learn it, you can dominate the dungeon. Have you memorized it too? No, I wrote this book, Grin. Does anyone want it? I pay for it, and send it to you. I pay for it, and send it to you. You're reliable, right? Don't worry, it's definitely reliable. I run a farm in the countryside. Do you have any recordings of Mr. Y's lectures in the capital? It's fine for a fee, price is negotiable. I have this, I sent it to you in a private message, it's free. Okay, then I share an audio clip of a course in our city. It's not very long, you can finish it tonight. Okay, thanks. Yitzifeng looked at his phone. The online learning atmosphere was incredibly intense. Gone were the entertainment gossip and tidbits of the past. It was all about learning. Even in the social media posts, 99% of them indicated they were learning. In reality, celebrities are really learning. They have to. If they're chosen to participate in a dungeon, their idiotic actions could cost the country something. Not only would they gain fans, they might even end up in jail. Learn. You absolutely must. Mastering and shining in dungeons is the perfect path to becoming a national star. You must work even harder than you did during the art exams. The enthusiasm for learning has swept the internet. No one dares to rest at this critical juncture. With a little dedication, a bicycle can quickly become a luxury car. Yitzifeng is also planning to learn, but first, let's see what foreign netizens are thinking. The most popular post seems to be from a famous celebrity. Oh my god! Someone suddenly broke into my house. They told us all to go to class. What the hell is going on? Scared. Yitzifeng clicked into the comments section. Same thing happened to me. We were enjoying dinner, when someone suddenly knocked on the door, and demanded we put down our dishes and attend their class. This must be a cult. So bold. They look like government officials. They want to learn about Yin country, but the class is terrible. I can't understand anything. The advanced terminology is too difficult. Those teaching the class seem to be scientists. Their knowledge is even more complex. It's hard for us to learn. What the hell is the government trying to do? My son was in skateboarding class, when they suddenly broke in and demanded, "Everyone, please stop and attend their ridiculous classes immediately. This is infringing on our rights." But sadly, they're the ones who answered the police call. The air is already bad. Is the government going to degrade our quality of life? If they can't do it right, just replace them. What the hell is the president doing? Hey guys, calm down. We have to learn first to win the competition. Otherwise, we keep losing, and our country will be in a worse state. This is the president's responsibility. He shouldn't be putting the blame on us. The president should be studying harder. Hey! Don't say that. The contestants were randomly selected. We have to ensure everyone is prepared. Okay. But don't you think this is too sinful? I was showering in the bedroom when they pulled me out, the white foam still on me, and I was slipping like a snake in the mud. This is terrible. God will never forgive me. This decision is completely wrong. You should also prepare the course, because the content is too complicated. It's like a course for scientists. It's really terrible. My 10-year-old daughter asked me what the teacher above was talking about, and all I could say was that I had no idea. Oh my god. My daughter will no longer be proud of me. These terrible courses should be heard by the president himself. And he should translate them for us to learn. We are so disappointed. Not only are people forced to attend classes regardless of their wishes, but the course content is also completely unrefined. I suggest anyone who wants to learn about nature seek help from netizens in Yin country. They teach a lot. But their language is quite thorny, making it difficult for me to approach them for help. I've tried this, but I don't recommend it. They mock you harshly, and not only won't you get the study materials, you also lose your confidence to live. Yin country people are truly terrifying. You could try pretending to be 10-year-old girls. There might be kind Yin country people who might share some information. Good idea. Thank you. After a while, a new reply appeared under this post. Yeet Sifun clicked on it. My disguise has been exposed. Yin country netizens are calling me a lecherous, vulgar, and super male person. God. I never private message netizens again. How did the OP manage to pull off this disguise? I'd like to give it a try. I'm not pretending. I'm a 10-year-old girl. After the video call, the older woman on the other end quickly shared some information with me. You can try it too. Okay. Yeet Sifun continued surfing the internet, watching Yin country netizens enthusiastically learning. He saw the strong protest from foreign netizens. Even though a small number of people online expressed a willingness to learn, the authorities failed to provide appropriate knowledge in a timely manner. The cognitive gap between the two sides was considerable. The authorities provided relatively advanced subject knowledge, but simple, intuitive operational skills were required for the public to master and utilize within 7 days. Yin country students enthusiastically resumed their studies, becoming increasingly motivated by the intense learning. They woke up with a clearer mind, a more relaxed body, and a stronger physique. Even their ability to slurp noodles was more vigorous than before. People in other countries were bustling with activity. Some were organizing advanced courses, others were protesting in the streets, some were self-studying agricultural information online, and some were practicing camouflage on social media platforms. 7 days passed in a flash. On a cool morning, that indistinguishable androgynous voice resounded throughout Yin Nation once again. Attention all participants. The first round of the finals is about to begin. Please search for the heart of food. 20 countries are participating in this competition. The top 10 will be judged on a standard basis. The bottom 10 will be deemed unsuccessful, and our team will directly seize the spoils. The criteria for results were as follows. Find 6 or more grain hearts, and your country wins. 5. A draw. 5 or fewer hours wins. Good luck. Yeet Sifun had just finished sending the treasure hunting pigs home when the competition began. He leisurely poured himself a glass of water, drank it, and then stood by the window to watch. The square was packed with people, but the silence was profound. Everyone stared intently at the large screen in front of them, where 10 randomly selected citizens were displayed. This time, he sent 2 treasure hunting pigs out, one with a 50-year-old housewife, and the other with a 25-year-old female chef. What these two had in common was their unique skill in transforming grain into delicious dishes. Yeet Sifun looked at the screen. Sure enough, the competition wasn't taking place in a field, but in a long, wide room. It was furnished with firewood, a stove, and various knives. Overall, it looked like a kitchen. All 10 people began to work. Besides the 2 people who had Xiaoyu because of their exceptional cooking skills, the other 8 people weren't idle either, because there was a huge bag of hulled rice in the kitchen. Rice. Rice. Fragrant white rice. Over 2 months. Over 2 whole months had passed. Every day, I just slurped noodles, and the rice had slipped away like a dream. But now rice was back. Rice. 7 out of 10 people immediately started looking for tools to wash the rice. With a flurry of activity, they started to light the fire. Cooking rice with firewood alone had already been a skill they'd learned at least 5 times in that time. Rice cooked over firewood. Easy as pie. 10 screens were gradually filled with fireworks, but soon faded away. The people outside the screens looked at the cooked rice inside, and the sound of gulping saliva echoed throughout the open space. Oh my! Why wasn't I chosen? Rice. It's perfect with some braised pork. But we've finished the meat, and only have 1 sausage left. You still have some sausage? How about giving me a piece? There are 8 people in my family, so giving you 1 is a bit difficult. I'd better satisfy my craving by watching the screen. Does drooling count as satisfying a craving? Oh my god! This guy is eating so deliciously. Yes, someone had started eating. For some reason, the screen zoomed in, focusing on the pot of white rice and the smacking of lips. The rice grains were crystal clear, and a certain indescribable light shone through them. The person inside ate without stopping, 1 mouthful after another. Just from the movements, one could tell how soft, glutinous, and sweet the rice was. Oh, Mom. Mom, I want to eat too. Baby, hold on for a moment, and have some instant noodles. Okay. Someone finally regained their composure. No, I can't look at this little screen anymore. Look at something else. That old lady's been busy all this time. I bet she won't be tempted anymore. Yeet Sifun happened to hear this, and raised his gaze. Is she really not tempted anymore? That's one of the best cooks, recognized by the piglet. The old lady with the treasure-hunting piglet left the room and found all sorts of things in the maze-like path. A steamer, a wooden hammer, an iron pot, a wooden lid, a spoon, a mold, everything you could possibly find in a kitchen. The old lady picked some out and then calmly returned to the kitchen. The first pot produced rice, and everyone remained calm. The second pot produced rice cakes, so soft and stretchable that the people in the square practically drooled. The third pot produced Rice Krispie treats. No one knew where the candy came from, but they only saw the old lady working on them, and the candies were neatly arranged. They looked fragrant, sweet, crispy, and crunchy, utterly tempting. The fourth pot produced egg fried rice. The fifth pot produced rice dumplings. The sixth pot produced rice pudding. The seventh pot produced rice noodles. The eighth pot. The ninth pot. Yi Zifeng was amused. How could that spiritual vein be any more obvious? All that sugar, oil, meat, and eggs appeared in the blink of an eye. So, can spirit veins that have become spirits also eat human food? Yi Zifeng returned his gaze to the screen. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but it seemed like there were fewer of these things than when they were freshly cooked. Before, the Rice Krispie treats were so full they were practically overflowing, but now they seemed much flatter. Huh? Did I see that? Why did a few strands of rice noodles suddenly slip out? There's no wind in the kitchen. Someone in the square said this, and everyone looked at the screen. Hey! There's a hole in the fried rice too. I remember there was a big piece of egg there. Now it's gone. Is there one of the zongzi missing? I remember there were 10, but now there are only 9. Did the old lady eat zongzi while she was working? I didn't see. Chapter 93. Could someone steal food in a dungeon? This question popped up in everyone's mind. It was known that this dungeon only had visible contestants and invisible referees. The contestants were busy, so who had stolen that food? Everyone couldn't help but think this way. Intellectually, it seemed impossible, but the facts were already before them. So, although that mysterious being was cold and domineering, it took all the rice after their first encounter, and half the water and animals after their second and third encounters. So cold and heartless. But could it be hiding in the kitchen and stealing food? How can I put it? It was a very subtle feeling, hard to describe right now. Mom, I want to drink that bowl of soup. The little girl pointed at the screen. Everyone turned their eyes, and saw that the bowl of rice noodles had turned into a bowl of soup. This is a bit too fast. I was wondering why they wanted our rice for the first match. So they love it. Isn't that too much? That's our rice. A man pointed at the screen angrily. Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. An elderly man nearby patted him on the shoulder. I like rice noodles too. I used to have a bowl every day. But now I haven't had it in almost 2 months. I'm craving it. A faint voice echoed from the other side. Who wouldn't be craving it? Everyone couldn't help swallowing. Looking back at the screen made them even more craving it, but they couldn't bear to stop watching. That was rice, the rice that had disappeared from Yin country. Forget it, just swallow and watch. Didn't the news say rice was being imported? Someone suddenly asked, why haven't we seen a single bag in our supermarkets? I see you haven't been paying attention. We only imported a batch, and then the foreigners got reluctant and rejected us with some weird excuse. Now, they're going to the competition too. So that's how it is. Where's the first batch of rice? You didn't? I remember everyone got one. A few grains in a cloth bag. We got them before the second game. Isn't that a talisman? The young man was shocked. Haha, you could use it as a talisman, but since there's so many of us, we just make porridge. It's so soft and sticky, and so delicious. The older brother smacked his lips, and went back to looking at the screen. Huh? Why did that girl leave? Everyone looked at the screen. In the lower right corner, a young woman took a large pot off the stove and calmly walked out. Yi Zifeng also witnessed this scene. If he guessed correctly, the chef girl with the fortune-bringing piglet was out looking for ingredients. Since she was already preparing pot after pot of rice in the kitchen, it was obvious that the ingredients she was looking for were side dishes. The pink piglet was very skilled at finding food. It caught 2 fish in a split second, then a chicken and a duck. The girl took the items and began cooking with great efficiency. The people outside the screen were drooling again. Fish, chicken, duck, sweet-smelling meat. Ever since losing the animals in the third game, no one had eaten much meat. They were reluctant to use up their stockpile, and the amount of meat they were given was limited. They were so eager to devour a palm-sized piece of meat that they could devour it in 3 different ways. The most popular video a while ago was called, How to Make 8 Dishes with 1 Piece of Meat. A piece of fatty meat was stir-fried with the first dish, then removed and added to the second. This fine piece of meat, like a flowing companion, was paired with one dish after another. Finally, the mincemeat was poured over the bowl of egg custard, and the meat finally stopped flowing, because the 8 meat dishes were complete. I'm from Northeast China. I've never felt so wronged. No matter how delicious fruits and vegetables are, they're still vegetables. I want meat. Sweet and crispy sweet and sour pork. One man was so angry that he burst into tears. Don't be sad, just watch that girl cook and satisfy your craving. One dish after another, vibrant and steaming, emerged from the pot. Squirrel fish, double pepper fish head, pan-fried fish, braised chicken strips, white-cut chicken, garlic roasted chicken wings, 8 treasure duck, lemon duck, dry pod duck. Everyone was speechless as the dishes appeared on the screen, each one zooming in for some reason. The golden color, the alluring sheen, and the wispy steaming air made it seem as if you could actually smell the aroma. Gulp. So hungry. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed. No one spoke, fearing the drool would start flowing if they opened their mouths. The cook was still busy inside, steaming a mixed grain rice with a mixture of different types of rice. Then she ladled out a bowl and placed it on the stove. All the dishes were ready. The screen seemed to flicker for a second, and then, looking again, each dish had flattened a little, as if there had always been so little. Mom, I want to eat too. The little girl broke the silence again. Oh my God! It's eating now. Our rice. Our meat. Ah! The eldest brother pointed at the screen and spoke incoherently. The screen seemed to freeze for a second, but then returned to normal. Nothing had happened, not even the food was missing. Yi Zifeng leaned against the window to check the time. It was almost time. Attention contestants. 10 seconds left until the end of the competition. 10, 9, 8. Wait, someone in the crowd soon noticed something was amiss. Where was the reminder about 10 minutes left? Why was it just 10 seconds? People across the country were watching the screens, watching the steaming kitchens, the rice candies and rice cakes, and the alluring white-cut chicken and dry pot duck. No way. Could it be that I was so busy eating that I forgot to count down to the 10th minute? 3, 2, 1, the game is over. The ranking will now be determined. First place, Yin Country, 21 food hearts, 1, 10, 10. Second place, Y Country, 3 food hearts, 1, 2. Third place, R Country, 0 food hearts, 0. Fourth place, M Country, 0 food hearts, 0. 20th place, W Country, 0 food hearts. The loot will now be drawn. Congratulations to Yin Country for increasing its food properties by 100%. The voice broadcast suddenly stopped. Congratulations to Yin Country for regaining its rice, which has increased its properties by 100%. Draw 40% of the food quality of Y Country. Draw wheat from our country's crops. Draw wheat from M Country's crops. Draw wheat from W Country's crops. The next game will start in 10 days. Good luck. The entire nation fell silent. No one paid any attention to the subsequent voice announcements about other countries. The initial voice still echoed in everyone's ears. Congratulations to Yin Nation on regaining its rice crop, which has increased its stats by 100%. Rice? Rice. Ah! There's some to eat. The southern brother was the first to wail. Rice. I'm craving braised pork. Woohoo! I want rice noodles. Xinjiang fried rice noodles. Snail noodles. I want egg fried rice. I want egg fried rice now. I want the fragrant, crispy rice crust. I also want clay pot rice. People across the country were howling, their minds replaying images of delicious rice dishes like a slideshow, one after another, making their mouths water and their hearts overflow with joy. Across the country, countless harvesters were in motion. As soon as the rice was dumped, the grains gurgled into bags, where they were immediately hulled. The rice, still warm, was slammed into the pot. Wife, bring us our last 3 quail eggs. We must have egg fried rice today. Hubby, add that last bit of bacon too. It'd be so delicious. Just add it. Just add it. Every household started making fried rice. Those who could afford it added meat, eggs, and sausage, while those who didn't simply added oil and stir-fried it. Once cooked, they drizzled on a drizzle of soy sauce for a rich, salty, and fragrant flavor. Old woman, I give you a whole clay pot rice. Take that sausage out of the fridge. I know you're hiding it. It's the sausage under the flour. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat all day. You've eaten the whole house. The old woman said this, but she went straight to the refrigerator. In some remote villages, the sound of popcorn popping could be heard again. Popcorn. A pound of rice makes a big bag. New rice is the best. Come on, popcorn. Here I come. Uncle, wait for me. The greedy child was the first to run out, breathlessly handing the rice to the uncle making the popcorn. The uncle took it, placed the dark machine on the ground, and after preheating it, he poured the freshly harvested rice into it. After a pause, he started cranking the lever. Amidst the creaking sound, the popcorn machine made a loud bang. It's done. The child grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth. Ah! It's so hot. So delicious. Mom, give me another handful. It won't burn you to death, you're so greedy. The child's parents arrived, picked up the popcorn in one hand and the child in the other, nodded to the others, and went straight home. Mom, give me another bite. It's so delicious. I've never had popcorn this good. The child's voice was exaggerated. I got tired of this stuff when I was little. Don't stuff it in my mouth. Hey, why is it so delicious? People all over the country were moved to tears by the deliciousness. Is this the rice everyone remembers? How could it be so divine? Soft, glutinous, and springy, the moment you put it in your mouth, a faint rice aroma emanates. The slightly mellow feeling is like a rice bath for your tongue, a sweet and delicious aroma that sinks down your throat while your soul soars. I want to eat, I want to eat. Another bowl. Give me 2 more eggs. Zhang Yi's gluttonous piggy howled loudly in his mind. Zhang Yi quickly dumped all the remaining rice into the pot and cracked 3 eggs into it. The range hood rumbled as he frantically cooked the rice. The whole country was feasting, and Yi Sifeng, inspired by the atmosphere, also cooked himself a pot of enhanced rice. It was fragrant and rich, imbued with a rich spiritual energy. Eating it made me feel incredibly comfortable, my spirit floating in a sea of rice. If only there were some side dishes at this time. Wouldn't rice pair well with squirrel fish, grilled garlic chicken wings, or dry pot duck? That spiritual vein had been quite delicious during the dungeon mission. Yi Sifeng put down his bowl, breathing in the fragrant aroma of rice that drifted through the air. Thinking of the fancy dishes in the dungeon, he suddenly understood why the spiritual vein had been so willing to return the rice. The spiritual vein that had come from the world of cultivation, but accidentally became a spirit probably couldn't cook, unless something unexpected happened. But the Yin people could, very well, exceptionally well. Chapter 94. Number 100 Ways to Eat Rice #. This has been the hottest topic of the past week. Clicking on it reveals countless tutorial videos and countless cooking tips. Help! Why is this rice crust so bitter? Image. Oh my god! Your rice crust is burnt. Huh? No! It's not black, it's quite fragrant and crispy. It's just a little bitter. Rice these days smells burnt when you burn it into charcoal. Yours is burnt. It's carcinogenic. Oh well, I can't bear to throw it away. I keep it nearby as an aromatherapy diffuser. You? Okay. Just a quick swipe, and another request for help. Does anyone know how to make glutinous rice cakes? Why can't I shape my rice? Hey, glutinous rice cakes need to be made with glutinous rice. Gently sliding, another one popped out. Does anyone know how to make popcorn? Why won't this rice pop in the pot? Rice needs a special machine. Only corn can pop in the pot. Browsing through the pages, countless requests for help abounded, all centered around the return of Yin country's rice. Most were asking how to eat it. Recovering something lost is the greatest joy, not to mention the days when rice disappeared, when everyone missed it 3 times a day. Alas! While noodles topped with sauerkraut are delicious, why can't there be a bowl of white rice? If only there were a bowl of white rice. Everyone's thoughts surged at that moment, countless waves of warmth and melancholy emanating outward, then receding at this very moment, condensing into the pot of cooked white rice before them. We ate. Finally we ate. We ate all sorts of different things. Hey! Did you make the rice crackers? Want to come over to my place for some? They're so delicious. No, we've already made them. Want to come over to my place for some? They're so fragrant and chewy right out of the pan. Okay, I'd be happy. Oh! They smell so good. How do you make them? Can you teach me? Oh! It's so easy. First, grind the rice into rice flour. Everyone enjoyed the feast enthusiastically for 10 days, and everyone automatically started eating smaller meals more frequently, because that way they could enjoy more variety. Delicious, really delicious. How did this rice grow? How can it be so fragrant and sticky? Every chew makes my heart soar with joy. It's so comfortable. A month ago, I wouldn't have dared to imagine such a life. Yes, I remember it so clearly. Back then, I hid in my room every day, afraid to even look at the screen, afraid I'd lose something again. I'm so happy, I'm really happy right now, but I'd be even happier if I had some braised pork. Can we have some after the next game? I wonder if I can have some. I think we can, right? We're so strong. Wow, if that's the case, I can't wait for that day to come. This last comment was posted online, and countless foreigners were stunned. This is all a Yang conspiracy, otherwise we wouldn't be so helpless. No bread. No beer. Everything is terrible. Oh my god. White rice tastes terrible. I want a yellow hamburger. Not that damn rice burger. The Yen people should be held responsible for this. They're the beneficiaries. They should grow wheat for us. And then deliver it to our mouths. Oh my god. I really don't want to go to class without bread. But the government is so overbearing. Get that damn class out of here. We want bread. The internet was abuzz with calls for bread. Yen people, eating their vegetable rice bowls, suddenly found it even more delicious. It turns out happiness is all about comparison. White rice is delicious, noodles are good too, and even the upgraded wheat bread is so delicious. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, the 8th match arrived with great fanfare. Attention all participants, the second round of the finals is about to begin. Please search for the water heart. 30 countries are participating. The top 15 will be judged by a standard process, while the bottom 15 will be deemed unsuccessful, and our team will directly claim the spoils. The criteria for judging performance are as follows. Find 6 or more water hearts, and your country wins. 5, and it's a tie. 5 or fewer, and our team wins. Good luck. The entire nation was watching while eating. It wasn't that everyone was greedy, but rather that they'd been getting hungry so often lately. And the food was so delicious, even the roasted sunflower seeds were incredibly fragrant. The quality of this group selected is quite good. I think so too. Compared to other countries, they're much more professional. There were 10 people on the screen, at least 5 of them calmly analyzing the situation, first analyzing the sand, then working with the soil, then constructing tools to measure bit by bit. Oh my god! They're so fast! They're almost catching up to me. Haha, Ertsuzi, it would be strange if I couldn't catch up to you. Don't forget, you're only at the level of our neighborhood. Hearing this, Ertsuzi paused, then rubbed his head and smiled. Yeah, I'd forgotten it's different now. The air grew fresher, the plants flourished, and everywhere, whether in the city or the countryside, was filled with an indescribable vitality. People found their minds growing clearer, and many chronic illnesses gradually faded with day after day of good sleep. Their bodies grew stronger, their minds became clearer, and no matter what they learned, they could deeply imprint it in their minds after just 2 readings. It's really different. Ertsuzi sighed, holding his fried rice. Hey, what are the others doing? Why aren't they studying? Everyone's eyes shifted. Besides the 5 straight-faced academics on the screen, the others were each acting strangely. Some were mumbling around a tree, while others were spinning in circles. What are they doing? Why do they look so weird? Are they ravenous because they've been starving for meat? Wait, what is that? Why do I feel like I've seen this before? Didn't the contestants have this before? It's round and pastel pink. Someone said it looked like a piglet. That's impossible. It can't be a live pig. Our country's animals have been lost. The mosquitoes and cockroaches are gone. How can there still be pet pigs? Is that a popular toy? Why don't we see any for sale here? Ah, it's not a toy. It moves. It leads the way. How can it run so fast? Someone on the screen began to run. A pink, toy-like piglet was running ahead, and the contestant was right behind, sweating profusely but refusing to stop. What's going on? Why did it suddenly start running? Where are we going? Isn't there a river over there? Let's quickly find the source of water. Oh my god! There's another one running over there. As if on cue, a small, round piglet appeared on all 4 screens. It was chubby and pink, its round eyes fixed with determination, its gaze fixed forward, its gaze fixed on the ground as it ran with rapt attention. The other contestants were all following suit. What's going on? I don't know. Why do they have pigs? Why are the big fat pigs in my pig pen gone? My chickens are gone too, and the turtles next door are gone too. How do they have pigs? They can't be real pigs. How can real pigs be that cute? They're small, round, and pink. Aren't there those little pet pigs? Aren't they very small? Those are caused by starvation. Try feeding them enough, and they instantly grow to 500 pounds. How do you know? That's nonsense. Because I sell them. No. Why worry about pigs? These 4 people just ran away. What about the competition? We only have half the water left. This cry caused everyone to worry. Although the air was fresher, the soil was fertile, the trees were growing stronger, and the fruits were more refreshing than ever, but all of this relied on having half the water left. After all, even the strongest plants need water, and people can't live without it. A long-lost feeling of anxiety crept up from the tail vertebrae of every Yin nation, quickly spreading across the land. No one could sip the powder, no one could crack the melon seeds, no one even bothered to stretch the popular rice cakes. Everyone stared motionlessly at the screen. 5 or 6 people were diligently studying, but yielding no results, while 4 others were running recklessly, unbridled and carefree. No, I've only had a good month. A groan echoed from the crowd. The competition was almost halfway through, and none of the 10 people on the screen seemed to be making any progress. Researchers continued their research, toolmakers continued their toolmaking, and those chasing the pigs continued their gallop across the endless mountainous landscape. But the contestants inside the dungeon were oblivious to the thoughts of the spectators outside. Number 1's eyes were fixed on the pink pig running ahead of him, filled with satisfaction as he determined to find the true source of water. Just a little faster, a little harder, the wind whistled in his ears, and his feet strode across the ground. The distant scenery gradually drew closer, with only 1 step left to victory. Go! The treasure of water lies just ahead. The cheers of the round pigs echoed from deep within his mind. Number 1 pushed harder. The audience outside the screen held their breath, watching the 4 frantically running figures. A towering mountain appeared on the screen, and then the 4 pink pigs darted into it. A narrow spring emerged from the dense forest. Tinkling water dripped into the spring, casting a faint coolness across the entire screen. Wow, Yizifeng exclaimed, leaning against the window. A hidden agenda. While they spoke of searching for the water heart, they actually wanted to show the entire Yin nation a glimpse of its true form. The spiritual spring, born in the mountains and forests, seemed quite satisfied with its food during the previous dungeon, so eager to reveal itself even before the final match. They were quite discreet, pretending to be the water heart of the dungeon. Just as Yizifeng was lamenting the scheming of even a spirit vein, he heard a voice gradually rise from the crowd. I'm quite proud of this little spring. I wish it were back home, so ice cold. Yes. It's been ages since I've seen such refreshing water. Mom, I want some water. I want to drink that little spring. Is the water heart in this spring? It looks like it. This place looks really high-end. The spring on the screen continued to gurgle, but it seemed to have dripped a few more drops. 4 pink piglets circled the spring, about to jump in, when that voice suddenly echoed across the country. The game is over. Congratulations to Yin Nation for winning 40 water hearts. Other countries have a total of 0. The loot will now be drawn. Yin Nation has regained 50% of its water resources, and its attributes have been improved. Yin Nation has received a mysterious gift. Please be sure to collect it. The remaining 29 countries will draw 50% of their water resources. The final game will begin in 20 days. Please prepare yourselves. Good luck. The crowds across Yin Nation were silent for 10 seconds. They were so caught off guard that the first words they spoke were, "Why isn't there a countdown this time?" Thinking back to the last scene, those little pink piggies seemed to be about to jump into the fountain, and then the game was announced as over. How should I put it? It really was. It was as if some mysterious entity was preventing the piggies from jumping. It felt so strange, so humane, so unique. Chapter 95. Hashtag Yin country should compensate for our losses. Hashtag. This topic on foreign websites suddenly went viral, with countless foreigners listing reasons, from the mysterious dungeon's arrival in Yin country to Yin country's recent victory in every match. This is a complete conspiracy. Yin country did this all on purpose. They just sit back and reap the benefits after sacrificing us. Please, Yin country, return our water source. Please, Yin country, compensate for our losses. Shao Qi ate stir-fried eggplant while watching the screen. The soft, juicy eggplant strips were smooth and fragrant, paired with the mellow, chewy white rice. A truly delicious experience. Ah! Shao Qi took another big bite, scrolling the mouse as she chewed. The protests on the foreign websites were endless, but they boiled down to one simple point. Yin country should compensate for the world's water source. Shuqi couldn't help but laugh at the thought. How shameless. They knew Yin country was just a participant, but seeing how Yin country had been winning every day lately, leveling up and receiving mysterious gifts, they couldn't contain themselves anymore, accusing them of treason and conspiracy. Shuqi ate indignantly. If the stir-fried eggplant hadn't been so delicious, she would have burst into a tirade. But tirade wasn't very effective. After a moment's thought, Shuchi scooped the last mouthful of rice mixed with eggplant juice into her mouth, chewing while typing. The Yin country people are exhausted too. The government distributed tons of vegetables and giant barrels of water, forcing us to finish them within a week. We can't even eat or drink enough. Send. Shuchi stood up and poured herself a glass of water. Drinking the cool, delicious water, she read the jumping replies and felt a sudden sense of relief. And this water is so delicious. It's slightly cool, but not at all icy. It's gentle and soft, yet refreshing enough to make your body feel lighter. Xiaoqi savored it for a moment, then poured herself another glass. There's no way to finish it all. Every household has been given buckets based on the number of people, so drinking water intensively is key to avoiding waste. After 3 glasses of water in a row, Xiaoqi closed her computer and, with a determined look, picked up her book. She couldn't surf the internet anymore. With only 7 days left until the final match, every Yin countryman should strive hard. Learn. Only by learning can you avoid losing anything, and only by learning can you live a better life. Determinedly opening the book Postpartum Care for Sows before her, Xiaoqi calmly read and took notes. 3 hours passed before Xiaoqi finally put down her pen, closed her eyes, and mentally reviewed the contents of the book. Then she got up and went into the kitchen. She quickly prepared a bowl of cucumber salad, which she ate while reviewing. Crunch, crunch. The cucumber salad was crisp and refreshing, and paired with peanuts and chili peppers, it was incredibly delicious. After finishing a bowl of cucumbers, Shuchi had almost finished her review. Shuchi put away the booklet Postpartum Care for Sows and its notes, then began to review the material she had just received today. Classes start tomorrow, so it's best to prepare today. Shuchi picked up the bound booklet and noticed that the first page wasn't printed with the topic, but with the words Cultivating the Mind clearly marked. Shuchi flipped to the first page. Section 1, Meditation. Shuchi continued flipping. Section 2, Sensing the Flow of Reiki. Section 3, Patiently Seizing Opportunities. Section 4, How to Find the Reiki that Best Fits You. Section 6, How to Choose a Subject. Section 8, On the Different Systems of Science and Spiritual Qi. Section 10, The Co-Development of Science and Spiritual Qi. What's going on? What is this? Did I get the wrong document? Xiaoqi picked up her phone, clicked on the Community Homeowners group, and tapped Shoot to directly upload the document. I love potatoes. Image I love potatoes. I think I got the wrong document. Does any neighbor have the correct information? I take a photo and copy it. The next second, someone replied. Fleeting years. No, I got the wrong document. This is the same one I said today. I'm still studying it. Xiaoqi read the message again. Study? Study what? Study this manual on cultivation? I love potatoes. No, this is obviously the wrong document. What's the point? I don't understand. Aren't we supposed to be learning about agriculture? How come no one said anything? 9 turns big cucumber. Sister, didn't you see the news today? I didn't send the wrong document. This is the course I'm taking tomorrow. Officials say a new energy source has been discovered, and spiritual energy will be a compulsory course for students. Adults like us need to study it diligently, or we'd be easily eliminated by society. Huh? Xiaoqi glanced at the Immortal Cultivation Manual beside her, and suddenly felt the world spinning. But she was still feeling better, so she didn't faint. Xiaoqi patted her face, and poured herself a glass of water before she regained consciousness. She opened her phone, and clicked on the news channel. The elegant host was smiling. Good evening, everyone. Today is September 27th, 2024. There are 96 days left until 2025. Today we will release an important report. Our scientists have discovered a new energy source and, with the help of enthusiastic individuals, have begun exploring this field. We are now calling on everyone to learn. The gentle and kind host spoke in a soothing, concise, and objective manner, introducing the new field. It said that the mysterious entity that has landed in Yin country is about to land, so everyone needs to be ahead of the curve in learning about this new power. To safeguard national security and stability, please carefully prepare for the materials, listen attentively in the upcoming classes, keep pace with the nation, and explore this new power to the best of your ability. The dignified host's eyes were gentle. A good life requires energy to maintain, and a good country requires the efforts of all people to build. No matter what difficulties we face, as long as we work together, we will surely continue in peace and stability. After the news ended, Shuchi's mind still echoed with the gentle voice of the host. New energy. Calling upon the entire nation to learn. Xiuqi picked up the booklet with the words cultivating the mind printed on it, and belatedly realized that this new energy source was spiritual energy, and the new subject everyone was being urged to learn was cultivating the mind and cultivating the spirit. No way. This is too sudden. How long has it been? Xiuqi suddenly remembered that just 2 months ago, the world was still normal. Spiritual energy, cultivating the spirit, and so on only existed in fantasy novels. But until that indistinguishable male and female voice echoed in Yin country, everything rumbled into the unknown. But even so, directly cultivating the spirit is too exaggerated. Xiuqi was lost in thought until the ding of her phone brought her back to reality. Sunshine Community Homeowners Group. Wakai Fukue. What's that patiently capturing opportunities on the second page? Why don't I feel it? Does anyone in the community know? Ding dong, another message. Jiu Xuan de Pai Huang Cucumber. That refers to the opportunity to tap into spiritual energy, Grandpa Zhang. When you meditate, don't you feel it sometimes light and sometimes strong? That transition from light to strong is the opportunity. Just try to tap into it with your spirit. Huakai Fukue. Okay. Xiaoqi's eyes widened. She scrolled up and down a few times, exited and re-entered, and read the message several times before starting to type. I love potatoes. No, am I the only one still shocked? Why are you suddenly cultivating immortality? What is capturing spiritual energy? Jiu Xuan de Pai Huang Cucumber. Sister, I understand. I'm shocked too. But even shock has to be learned. There are only 7 days left until the final match, and we can't lose anything. The last sentence was like a thunderbolt, waking Xiaoqi awake. Yes. Only 7 days left until the final match. Who knows what that mysterious being is going to wager? Air, water, land, plants, every one of them is great right now, but none of them can be used against us. Xiaoqi immediately cast aside all distractions, jumped onto the bed, grabbed the materials, and began studying. First session, meditation. Xiaoqi assumed a similar position according to the study materials, adjusting her hands and feet as she continued studying. First, you need to sense the various forces distributed in the air. Xiaoqi closed her eyes, but felt nothing but darkness. No, what if I can't sense anything? Xiaoqi, anxious, frantically studied the materials. She only realized this sentence at the bottom of the first page. Enthusiastic citizen Mr. Yi, try holding your breath for your first meditation. The moment you release it, you feel something different. It turns out there's a trick. Xiuqi immediately followed suit, holding her breath for a long time, then releasing it suddenly when she reached the limit. The light, lively air danced into her nostrils. In that instant, Xiuqi realized something was truly different. The air was no longer the same air as before. It danced with joy like musical notes, and a strong sense of initiative permeated her body. Heart of the air, heart of the air. Ah. I see the change occurred so early. After the match, the sky over Yen Nation was already filled with this joyful element, or rather, this spiritual energy. Xiuqi's heart gradually settled. When the unknown became known, everything became easier to accept. Cultivating immortals wasn't that difficult, after all. Didn't Yin country have people ahead of the curve? Like this enthusiastic citizen, Mr. Yi, who had even compiled some tips for getting started. Keep going, keep going. If others can do it, surely she can too. Xiuqi encouraged herself, capturing that profound feeling as she studied. A busy night passed, and surprisingly, she didn't feel a single discomfort. Was this the charm of cultivating immortals? She was actually going to start cultivating immortals. Xiuqi's body trembled. Memories of things she had seen before, flying with a sword, twisting leaves into needles, creating the world with a single sword energy, calming all living things with a single finger, all flashed through her mind. Oh my! Oh my! Everyone's going to cultivate immortals. Why so suddenly? She hadn't saved much money yet. She couldn't even afford an expensive sword. Would there be any cultivation classes? Which course would be best for someone like her? Eager and talented citizen, Mr. Yi, wasn't resting either. He leaned against a massive golden beast of light, thinking and writing about what kind of things this world was suited to learning. Yin Nation is so small, it certainly can't be divided into so many factions, like the cultivation world. It's best to have a single core discipline that aligns with current scientific and technological advancements. Which one should I choose? Sword control. Formations? Beast control? None seem quite right. Forget it, let's wait and see. We see after the spiritual vein is established. We still have several days to go. Yi Sifeng put down his pen with a sense of contentment, found a comfortable position, and closed his eyes. That's all that's come to this. Time for bed. Chapter 96. The enormous golden beast of light lay still. It stirred when it sensed the person's breathing calming down, raising its head and sniffing twice before lying down and closing its eyes to rest. Yi Zifeng had slept for a long time, and when he opened his eyes, he felt refreshed. He stood up and casually touched the golden Ing Fengshuan twice. The feeling was still that strange, like touching a gust of wind. The road to recovery is long and arduous. Yi Zifeng staggered to the window. Classes hadn't started in the square downstairs yet, but people were already setting up the venue, arranging cushions, moving speakers, and adjusting projection. Another 7-day class was about to begin. But this time, the course wasn't about agricultural knowledge, but about cultivating immortality. Although it might sound strange, it was indeed time for Yin Nation to get ready for some immortal cultivation. The greedy spiritual vein is about to land, appending Yin Nation and the entire world. If the foundation isn't laid beforehand, the people will inevitably fall into chaos. And with everyone currently attending cram school, it's a golden opportunity. Missing it would be a waste. So, 2 days ago, Yi Zifeng approached the officials and briefly explained the situation regarding the spiritual vein. Perhaps because he seemed credible, or perhaps because the purpose of the spiritual vein in the dungeon was already clear, the officials didn't dwell on it for long and quickly accepted everything. However, when saying goodbye, the official seemed hesitant to speak, as if he wanted to ask about something like the pink pigs, but when they didn't ask, he pretended to be unconcerned. There were only 5 or 6 pigs left, just enough for the final match. There weren't any left to eat at the government's expense. The final match. That spiritual vein is almost ready to land. If only he were still in the cultivation world. If he saw a spiritual vein capable of becoming a spirit, he'd definitely dig it up. How rare. Maybe the spiritual energy would even mutate. But now he's a homeless man, still struggling to assemble his mortal enemy. If things go wrong, his merits and virtues might be reverted to pre-liberation levels. Forget it. Yi Zifeng sauntered to the window again. More and more people were gathering downstairs. It was almost time for class. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Someone on the stage was testing the microphone. Is the volume okay? Yes. Suitable. The audience responded. Okay, I know everyone's nervous, but don't be afraid. We've always been this way. We learn from everything we see, and we act on everything we encounter. We're where we are today thanks to our concerted efforts and our constant learning. Do you have confidence? Yes. The crowd roared. Yi Zifeng stood at the window, watching. The inspired crowd quickly began meditating according to the diagrams on the big screen. First, regulate your breathing. Slowly, slowly, imagine your spirit reaching out like a hand, feeling the wind, feeling the flowing air. The stands continued to output audio. Inhale. Inhale. The flowing wind swayed across your spiritual palms, and the air seemed to hold different elements. Take your time, and feel it. A morning passed, and Yi Zifeng slowly approached the window again, listening to the conversation downstairs. Old Wang, how are you feeling? It's okay. Haha, you're still pretending. I could hear you snoring right next to me, old man. You're sleeping so soundly. You still have the nerve to criticize me? You're scratching around like a monkey. What are you two arguing about? Go back and eat. Didn't the teacher say drinking plenty of water after a meal is more beneficial? Let's go! Mom, I just fell asleep and dreamed of colorful little elves floating around. They were so cute. Really? Did the elves tell you to eat well? No, the elves can't talk, they just jump around. Haha. The crowd gradually faded away. Yi Zifeng counted on his fingers. Sure enough, this little girl was the only one in the entire square who had sensed spiritual energy. The younger, the purer. It was too early for the others. They still had to wait for the spiritual vein to truly take root. But now it wasn't all in vain. At least everyone knew about it, and the country had already prepared for the corresponding study. 7 days flew by. After 7 days of immersive learning, the entire nation was mentally prepared for the idea of cultivating immortals. Hey, it sounds impressive, but it's actually just a new energy source. The government has already printed the textbooks, so what's there for the people to worry about? Just learn. You must study hard when the time comes. Choose sword cultivation when you're assigned a major. Once you master it, you fly me through the air with a sword. This is my only wish, and as my son, you must help me realize it. Dad, aren't we studying together? I've only reached the first page, and you've already reached the third. Shouldn't you be the one to take me to the heavens? You kid. How many years do I have left to live? Of course it depends on you. Hurry up and read. Choose sword cultivation when the time comes, you hear me? Mom appeared just in time. You're old enough. Why don't you learn on your own? Why force Xiaobao to choose sword cultivation? The child nodded repeatedly. I think Xiaobao should choose Gushu. Then you can control the cockroaches in the house, and make them leave. There are so many of them in the kitchen, it's really annoying. The child's eyes widened. The child's father laughed. You didn't let him go either. Ha. Mom laughed. Mom and Dad. The child's voice faded into the night. Yi Sifeng walked through the city, having just delivered the last 5 little pink pigs, and was now preparing to return. A crescent moon rose in the sky, and then gradually set. When the sun rose on the 8th day, that familiar voice echoed throughout Yin Nation. Attention all participants, the final round is about to begin. Contestants from all countries are invited to search for animal hearts. 50 countries are participating in this competition. The top 25 will be judged on a standard basis. The bottom 25 will be deemed unsuccessful, and our team will directly claim the spoils. The criteria for judging results are as follows. Find 6 or more animal hearts, and your country wins. 5, and it's a tie. 5 or fewer, and our team wins. Good luck. The screen flashed back to life. 10 squares were neatly arranged. Of the 10 contestants from Yin country, 5 had stoic expressions, while the other 5 covered their pockets with strange expressions. Why does this scene look familiar? A girl asked. It's a bit like the last round. An old man hesitated. It must be a coincidence. Each round has a different theme. Animals. Is this one about breeding? It doesn't seem so. If you look closely, the 10 screens seem slightly different. The crowd looked at the screens, but the competition had just begun, and most cameras were focused on the contestants, so it was hard to tell what was different about the background. Wait, is there something moving in their pockets? A chubby pink thing. One of those piggies, right? A young man exclaimed. What piggies? Someone was puzzled. That's the kind. All the previous contestants had them. The same piggies that led everyone on a run to find a spring in the last competition. Ah! Everyone remembered how suddenly the previous competition had been won. The pink ball piggies were leading everyone on a frantic run, and before anyone could even see the spring they had found, the competition was over. Perhaps those springs are the very source of water. Perhaps these piggies are machines, used to clear levels. Perhaps these little pink piggies are treasure-hunting piggies, the nation's secret weapon. That was what everyone thought at the time. So, everyone turned their attention to the screens. Now that the treasure-hunting robot pig is out again, we're guaranteed to win. Someone in the crowd slapped their thigh. Don't get too cocky yet. Someone else in the crowd forced themselves to remain calm, but a closer look revealed a smile. Let's wait and see. We celebrate when we win. That makes sense. Hey! The pig's moving. A pink piglet on one screen jumped down, and the contestant immediately followed. It was a familiar scene. Then, pink piglets popped out from the other 4 screens, and the 5 of them broke into a run. Wow! They're running! Go! We're going to win! The 5 contestants ran like the wind, their form perfect and their movements light and graceful. But no one was surprised, because over the past 7 days, the officials had spent 2 hours explaining standard running form. 2 hours might not have been much use in the past, but now everyone is refreshed and sharp-eyed. Just standard running form can be mastered thoroughly in an hour and a half. Almost there. I see something up ahead. Wow! Are we going to win? The 5 contestants slowed down, and 5 different buildings appeared on the screens of people across the country. Why are they still different? Someone wondered. Why does that thatched hut number 1 look a bit like my pig pen? Someone asked. Why does that one number 3 look a bit like a chicken coop? The contestants continued running, and the image got closer and closer. Me! A sheep appeared on the screen. And then, the sound in the screen became noisy. Me! Hum! Kuh! Ga! The 5 screens corresponded to 5 different animals. The 5 contestants seemed stunned, but then reacted with remarkable competence. Animal heart. So, feeding animals is all they need. No problem, they've learned that before, right? The 5 pink piglets simultaneously dug into the person's pocket, then remained silent. Wow, so they're supposed to work on a farm. The audience outside the screens realized what was happening. Although a little baffling, they knew there had to be a reason for the competition setting. Contestant number 3, you look so serious in class. This pig feed is so nutritionally balanced. Number 5 is also very skilled at herding chickens. He must have gotten a lot of points in the practical class, right? Number 9 is also very skilled at herding sheep. It seems they're all studying very hard. But why aren't any people moving on the other 5 screens? Someone noticed something was amiss. Everyone's attention turned to screens 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 0. Behind the 5 contestants, there was nothing. They looked left and right, unsure where to go. Yi Zifeng was also a little curious, so he pinched his fingers along the line on the screen. He found a strange clue, which still puzzled him. He pinched again, but the result was the same. So Yi Zifeng had to believe it. Surely, such spiritual veins really exist in the world. When they first came to Earth, they were seriously working on dungeons, but now they've found something they like and are satisfying their own selfish desires right there. Kitchen. The results showed that the 5 contestants were waiting for the kitchen. Yi Zifeng looked at the screen. The 5 contestants from the 5 farms had been busy for a while. It should be almost time. As expected. Attention, all contestants. The competition is already halfway through. Contestants at the farm, please select your favorite animal and click submit. You have 10 seconds to select. 10, 9, 8. Yi Zifeng laughed. But the 5 contestants hadn't noticed yet. Upon hearing they were about to submit, they immediately sprang into action. The one mixing the pig feed quickly stopped, the one in the chicken coop immediately herded the chickens, and the one herding the sheep quickly stood high and began to carefully select the perfect animal. 3, 2, 1. The 5 contestants with odd numbers all completed their selections. At the same time, the screens of the 5 even numbers merged into one. The kitchen, a vast one, stretched from the camera's front to the horizon. Countless kitchen utensils and appliances filled the space. Rice, flour, grains, oil, and various seasonings. But the most striking thing was the freshly prepared ingredients: beef, fish, lamb, duck, and chicken. The 5 even-numbered contestants inside looked at each other in bewilderment. Those watching the screens across the country were also stunned. Attention, all contestants. The competition time has already passed. Those in the kitchen instance, please utilize the ingredients provided by your companions and create a dish that will touch your heart. Good luck. The 5 contestants realized there was no time to hesitate. Despite the suddenness and strangeness of the situation, they had to act immediately to have a chance of victory. I specialize in Cantonese cuisine. I'm good at cooking with the right amount of heat. I specialize in Sichuan cuisine. I'm good with my knife skills. I'm good at plain pastry and can make all kinds of dim sum. I know a bit of everything. I prefer rich, oily sauces. I can do it all. I help you. The 5 of them bustled about, the sound of chopping vegetables non-stop, white smoke rising from the steamer. With a whoosh sound, the vegetables were put into the pot, and the fire quickly flared up. But the contestants remained calm, wielding their woks and spoons with earnest effort. These 5 are all chefs. Judging from their proficiency, they can't have learned this through recent cram school. They must be professional chefs. What a coincidence. 5 chefs out of 10. God bless Yin Nation. We're sure to win. Yi Zifeng happened to overhear these words, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He wasn't sure if it was God's blessing, but a certain spiritual vein was definitely active. It seems that it did not rest during the 7 days that the Yin people were studying. While others were studying, it was picking out its favorite contestants. It is amazing that it figured out the cuisine of Yin during this period of time, not only picked out its favorite flavors, but also hired itself a dim sum chef. Life is pretty good. Yi Zifeng suddenly felt furious. What was going on? We were all refugees from the world of cultivation, yet this spiritual vein seemed to be on the verge of a better life. It was all Ing Fangxuan's fault. Yi Zifeng quickly turned and rubbed the golden-souled beast from head to toe. He felt a little better until it lay sprawled on the ground, transformed into a giant cat. He raised his hand and snapped a quick, sharp gesture, adding 1 to his threat evidence. After venting his anger, Yi Zifeng's conscience briefly returned. He rubbed Ing Fangxuan 2.0 again to apologize, then raised his hand and snapped another gesture. Finally feeling better, Yi Zifeng calmly continued to watch the screen. The 5 chefs were clearly skilled. Although it was their first meeting, they worked in perfect harmony. One dish after another was presented, each one a feast for the eyes, its color, aroma, and flavor evident. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed from the crowd. Mom, I'm a little hungry. The child was incredibly honest. Wait a minute, we go back and eat after we finish the show. I brought a few cucumbers. If you don't mind, share some. The old woman nearby brought out a bag and broke open a few cucumbers to feed the small group. Crunch, crunch. Crunch, crunch. These chefs are truly skilled. Crunch, crunch. Yes, yes, they managed to fill such a large table all at once. Everyone nibbled away at the cucumbers bit by bit. Suddenly, someone revealed they had brought some cherry tomatoes and shared them with everyone. This time, everyone had some experience, taking small bites of each tomato. Fortunately, the upgraded tomatoes were quite flavorful, and eating them slowly helped to soothe the drool. But the tomatoes were finished too. Someone else shared dried vegetables. Just as the vegetables were finished, someone else shared sweet potato fries. The hard fries were gradually ground up before someone finally noticed something was amiss. Isn't the competition taking a little too long? Mom, I'm so hungry. Oh no! It's already dinner time. The crowd suddenly became noisy, their stomachs rumbling, but the competition wasn't over yet. The 5 Yin Nation contestants on the screen were still furiously cooking. Countless dishes were laid out on the table, stretching from the front of the screen to the far distance. It's worthy of being the last match. Some of the slower ones sighed. The more intelligent ones, recalling the previous instances and seeing the bustling kitchen on the screen, suddenly understood something. Should I learn to cook someday? Those smart ones thought. The hungry crowd waited for a while longer, but the indistinguishable male or female voice still didn't ring. The competition continued, and the 5 chefs continued to work. Is there a bug? The match should have ended by now. It's hard to say. Maybe it's stuck, or maybe the last match is just that long. No, when the 5 contestants from the farm were choosing their animals, the dungeon said halfway through the time limit had passed. Maybe they have other plans. Let's see. Could it be that the dungeon doesn't want us to win? They're deliberately keeping people inside to prevent us from winning. Haven't we already won many matches? Don't talk about the dungeon, sister. She's so kind. She brought all my sunflowers back to life. She wouldn't do that. A child's tender voice echoed, and the screen seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, that familiar voice echoed across the country. Attention, contestants. The last match is over. Congratulations to Yin Nation for winning 50 hearts of XX. Other countries have a total of 0. The loot draw will now begin. Yin Nation has recovered all animals, and their attributes have been upgraded. Yin Nation has obtained XX, which will land in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Yeet Sifeng raised his head. 3, 2, 1. Thunder suddenly roared across the sky above Yin Nation. Amidst the swirling dark clouds, a dragon-shaped white light gradually emerged from the sea of clouds. The next moment, a dragon's roar echoed, and the white dragon leaped down, disappearing into the earth. Across the land, a hush fell. Yeet Sifeng was truly moved. This spiritual vein had been working incredibly hard recently. Not only had it studied Yin Nation's cuisine, but it had also emulated its cultural symbols with uncanny fidelity. A white dragon descending into the earth, truly a design. Chapter 97. Yin Nation has officially begun cultivating immortality. This may sound a little sudden, but as soon as the dragon-shaped white light entered the ground, everyone felt something different. Something immense filled the air, and the air suddenly became vibrant and lively, full and complex yet not crowded. Simply standing there, people's minds felt like tiny fish, happily swimming into the surrounding ocean. I feel it. Someone in the crowd clapped and shouted. What feeling? Someone sniffed repeatedly, as if still a little unaccustomed to such a cheerful atmosphere. The opportunity to capture spiritual energy. That thing from class a few days ago. So this is what it feels like. I'm about to achieve enlightenment and ascend. What? Some people felt a surge of crisis. Enough, enough. I'm going home to reflect. The crowd looked at each other, as if something had occurred to them. Without even saying goodbye, they took off running. Time is opportunity. Now the whole country is on the same starting line. Every minute can be used to catch up. Learn. This emerging field is taking off. Everyone in the country has learned. The elements in the sky are jumping with joy. Even with closed eyes, one can feel the overflowing spiritual energy, leaping and agile. With diligent practice, it will penetrate one's body. I heard that Erzwang next door has already reached the 5th page and is almost figuring out which spiritual energy is best suited for him. That's not fast enough. My friend's daughter is already halfway through the 6th page. She could be a teacher for the whole family. What? Doesn't that mean she's almost a god? If one person achieves enlightenment, everyone in the family will ascend to heaven. Yeah, other people's kids are so promising. Mine just plays with their phone all day. My kid's the same. No. I have to go back and urge him. I won't talk to you, Aunt Jiang. I'm going home now. Come, everyone, sit in meditation with me. Imagine your mind is a vacuum cleaner. sucking in spiritual energy and exhaling foul air. Inhale. 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 In the community's open space, the former square dance troupe sat neatly on the ground, breathing in and out to the sound of the broadcast, each person attentively, feeling the joyful spiritual energy nourishing their aging bodies bit by bit. Okay, now open your eyes, and take out the materials we distributed a few days ago, the Spiritual Cultivation Booklet. If anyone has lost one, come to the front and get a replacement. Everyone else, please turn to the first page. First, check your posture against the diagram on page 1. Be careful from top to bottom. Here I come, the village chief. Village chief. What does page 2 mean? What does preferred spiritual energy mean? Village chief, can you please read me page 4? I'm confused. Village chief, when can we complete this? Before the new year? By then, I want to step on that knife and fly to my son. Village chief, please come and look at this. What subjects do you think I should choose? Don't worry, come one by one. I've only learned 2 more pages than you. Line up. Otherwise, I won't answer your questions. Countless conversations took place across the country. Because they had been prepared for this, everyone accepted it well. Even the elderly, after learning from the young people, gained a general understanding of what cultivation was all about. Will I be able to become the Jade Emperor by then? An elderly person asked. Maybe in the end. The young man stroked his chin. This is all about cultivating immortality. I think anything is possible. The whole country was buzzing with activity, everyone working incredibly hard. The young and energetic dreamed of soaring into the sky with swords, the weary elderly hoped for a better life, and the passive and depressed, fearing being left behind, hurried to study. But that prep material was so thick, and with the nation's intense efforts, it was thoroughly studied over and over again. By the 5th time, we could almost recite it by heart. I believe everyone has new insights with each recitation. Xiao Lu is the same way. He's also reviewing the material while teaching you. Every time I give it, I can't help but exclaim, it's truly amazing. I won't be live streaming for the next few days, so everyone can take a break. The official new textbook is almost out. The teacher at the institution waved at the camera, and then closed the live online course, titled Interpretation of New Era Cultivation Materials. Yi Zifeng, browsing online, saw this and realized he couldn't delay any longer. Although the authorities had been tactful and not urged, the new textbooks were indeed due. Yi Zifeng ceremoniously took out a pen, and toyed with it for a moment, before slipping into his storage space to search for books. He was only a cultivator, not even in human form. As for what the Yin nation should cultivate, he could only look to see if there were any books among the spoils of war over the centuries. Yi Zifeng searched for a while, and finally picked out 2 books. Introduction to the Principles of Weapon Refining. Food Cultivation in Pots. The first book came from a cultivator from the weapon refining sect. Yi Zifeng still remembered the cultivator's high-spirited expression, as he threatened to make a young version of Ing Fengshu in his mount. Then he disappeared, his storage bag completely divided between the 2 of them. But where did the second book come from? Yi Zifeng couldn't quite remember. He seemed to have found it, or perhaps picked it up from some ruins. I've forgotten. But it wasn't a big deal. Despite the odd name, the second book was equivalent to the introductory rules for food cultivation, except that one had to cultivate a natal cauldron first. Quite stylish. These were the only 2 books I had. Weapon refining and science go hand in hand, and food cultivation fits the Yin Kingdom's national conditions. Spiritual veins are born from greed, so how could they not be suitable? Yi Zifeng copied the 2 books and handed them in without a hitch. After 3 days of overtime work, the first phase textbooks were finally released. The Way of Weapons required Course 1, Weapon Refining Mantras and Hand Gestures. The Way of Food Cultivation required Course 1, Finding the Most Suitable Pot. Yes, both courses are required for the first phase. In official terms, it's just that the division of subjects hasn't yet arrived. Schedules needed to be restructured. Those in school, of course, had to take these 2 required courses, but those already working would have to restructure their work and study schedules. The government quickly issued relevant policies, stipulating that for the next 3 years, those under 18 must take these 2 required courses in school. For those 18 and older and employed, employers must allocate 3 hours of work time for online learning. For those unemployed or retired, the government has also prepared schools. Since cultivating immortality can strengthen the body, all elderly people must attend school from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. to study these 2 systematic courses. Yin country's operations were launched with great fanfare, astounding foreigners and shocking the entire world. How do you do that hand gesture in Unit 2 of the Art of the Weapon? My hand's almost cramping. Is that diagram of a human hand? Can anyone teach me? That's not that hard. Put your hands together, then wrap your index finger around, then your middle finger around, and you be done. I can't wrap it around at all, Smiles. Help. Is there a reliable shop? I want to custom make a large wok. Which wok absorbs spiritual energy most evenly? I've been using spiritual energy to cook, and the bottom of the wok is always burnt. The above person is exaggerating. How can you actually cook with spiritual energy? Aren't we still in the spiritual energy capture stage? Sorry, maybe I'm just more talented, even though I don't feel it. But all the other students in my class say that, scratching my head, which school is the one upstairs from? That famous culinary school? Help. I just changed the batteries in my remote control, and suddenly remembered the training formula from Unit 3. Now the batteries are burnt. What should I do? Which training formula? The melting formula? Yes, yes, yes. Oh my god, you're so bold. Didn't your teacher say you can only train on ice? This thing might explode. Sorry, I've been memorizing so much lately that my mind hasn't caught up with my mouth. The batteries burned, and then I realized I was just reciting the melting formula. This is terrible. I'm saving your comment as a warning. I almost recited the melting formula while charging my phone just now. Transformation technique, so thrilling. Hearing you say that makes me so scared. Why does it feel so dangerous? No. Just reciting the mantra won't work for this thing. You need to mobilize spiritual energy. The OP managed to burn the battery when he plugged it in, so he must be incredibly talented. So that's how it is. I was wondering why I just recited it for so long and nothing happened. I'm such a fool. Smile. I recited it for so long and nothing happened. I think it might be the mantra. The authorities should give us better mantras. I'm paying attention to the IP above. Wow. Foreign IPs. I've been studying so hard lately that I almost forgot there were foreigners. This has nothing to do with whether I'm a foreigner. I strongly recommend that Yin country provide better mantras. Now. This is completely useless. It's just like a line from a movie. Is there a possibility? Let's just say. It seems like Yin Nation won that match. It seems like only Yin Nation saw the white dragon entering the earth. So does that mean only Yin Nation can cultivate immortality? Impossible. Victory belongs to Earth. Yin Nation is just at the core. Before, I would have argued with you, but I really don't have time now. Sorry, I'm busy studying. You could explore the Yin Nation internet and have fun. Yi Sifeng, browsing the internet, raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. Not bad, not bad. Focusing on studying is worth the 2 loot. Time passed with great vigor, and Yin Nation's spiritual energy grew stronger day by day. Perhaps it was the image of the white dragon that had taken effect, as the entire nation became increasingly integrated with that spiritual vein. The gradually rising spiritual energy, the increasingly vigorous spiritual power, perhaps one day, the spiritual vein would cover other countries. But for now, in the early stages of spiritual energy's revival, Yin Nation was still the center of the world. I made my own natal cauldron. I can now cook a decent serving of spiritual water spinach. What's the standard? Greetings, sir. What should I pay attention to when making a cauldron? I suggest learning weapon forging first. Once you've mastered both, you'll be able to create a cauldron all your own. But I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel like my spirit pet is getting bigger after eating the food I cook. It used to be the size of my palm in pink, but now it seems to reach up to my first knuckle. What kind of pet is that, sir? Haha, it's hard to say, but you've definitely seen it. Oh, if you don't want it to grow bigger, just give it less food. Pets are cuter when they're smaller. That's not something I can control. Okay, I be honest. It's much more prestigious than me. It orders whatever it wants, so I just have to cook for it. Seeing this, Yi Sifeng stretched out his hand and pinched his fingers. Sure enough, this lucky pig was the original one, the one whose owner was Zhang Yi. It's doing quite well. It's only been a short time, and it's already eating spiritual water spinach. It seems its owner is doing well, at least it's been personally trained by it. Yi Sifeng stayed in this world for a while, until the first batch of food cultivators entered society, and until the required 10th course for both subjects had been completed. He had originally planned to leave, but the food cultivators' cooking was so delicious. Eating takeout, brimming with spiritual energy and rich flavors, while surfing the internet was truly relaxing. If only he hadn't seen that enduring topic. Hashtag why is there always one pot missing from my stir fry? Hashtag. It seems that spiritual vein is still doing well. Chapter 98. It's almost time to leave. Yi Sifeng stood in front of the window, with the expansive view again. The square was no longer packed with people, but the large screen remained, and it wasn't idle. Every day, it displayed something related to food, sometimes text, sometimes pictures or videos. At first, nearby residents thought it was put on by the grassroots staff. After all, it would be a waste to have such a large screen there without using it. Until then, at 10 o'clock every evening, the screen began playing audio. Tender and juicy spare ribs paired with flavorful minced garlic. Take a gentle bite, and the chewy meat melts between your teeth, filling your tongue with the aroma of garlic and meat. The first time they heard it, everyone rolled over in bed, thinking that the screen was quite tempting. Crystal clear braised pork belly paired with slightly sour and astringent preserved vegetables. Put them together in your mouth, the mellow meat juices melt on your tongue, the lean meat and preserved vegetables between your teeth. The second time they heard it, everyone wiped their saliva. Spicy, tender beef paired with vibrant red chilies. As soon as it hits your lips, your mouth starts watering. The third time I heard it, everyone rushed to the neighborhood office at first light to file a complaint. What's going on? Even if you were supposed to use this screen, you shouldn't be using it like this late at night. This is just social retaliation. I'm so sorry, but we're not using this screen. We have other plans. Let's all write it down and report it together. It might take a while for a response, or maybe everyone can try to control their spiritual power and get earplugs. The staff looked apologetic and sincere, even giving everyone a tutorial on making Reiki earplugs. Now, no one could say anything, so they grumbled and went home. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the screen started beeping again. Cantonese-style white-cut chicken, tender and bouncy, every shred of meat, juicy and overflowing with flavor, with just the right hint of saltiness. Everyone got out of bed, swallowing their saliva, and hurried to grab the Reiki earplug tutorial. They might as well plug them in now. There was no telling when the screen would be turned off. People across the country protested, but somehow there was no response. The grassroots said they'd reported it, and the authorities were vague, saying they were discussing it. We waited and waited, until everyone had mastered making Reiki earplugs, and before bed, they could channel their entire body's Reiki energy into covering their ears, and fall into a sound sleep without any sensation, but still no official response. Are we deliberately trying to learn how to mobilize spiritual energy? I think it's more than that. It also involves endurance. Hilarious. My mom loves this and loves it. She recently learned how to make a spiritual mouth mask to block her saliva when she sleeps. Hilarious. By the way, why can't it be turned off? For internal staff, I can only say this nightly audio. Everyone should try to get used to it. It shouldn't be changeable. Huh? Why does everyone want to turn off the audio? Isn't it helpful for cultivation? Listen to the audio the night before, and you get a buff when you cook the corresponding dish the next day. Huh? You didn't notice? I thought everyone knew. My main focus is food cultivation. I heard the garlic pork ribs audio the first day and the next day. I made it and felt like I gave it 150% of my effort. It was incredibly delicious, so fragrant I even used the minced garlic in it to mix with my rice. And good things are always eaten quickly. They're gone in the blink of an eye. Holy crap. Really? I'm going to try it today. I'm going to try it now. What did we put in last night? I think we put boiled fish head here. We put in boiled cabbage here. How do you make it? Boiled cabbage? I think so. You can try it. Hashtag it really works. Hashtag. The topic went viral, and soon everyone knew about it. Dishes put on the screen the day before would turn out incredibly delicious the next day, overflowing with spiritual energy and rich in flavor. Eating them before practicing would make you even faster. Happy again, spiritual vein. After realizing this, Yi Sifeng stood by the window, pondering for a moment. Then, he pulled a large cauldron from his storage space and placed the carefully prepared ingredients into it one by one. Threads of spiritual energy flowed in, and the ingredients began to emit a fragrance. Yi Sifeng stirred the spoon, using his spiritual energy to disperse the fragrance. Stirring and waiting, he soon saw a unique spiritual energy surrounding him. Active and rich, it rushed towards him at an elusive speed. Yi Sifeng reached out and plucked a chubby child from the air. Ah! The child opened his mouth wide, waves of spiritual energy emanating from it. Yi Sifeng covered his mouth with his hand. Don't scream. It's my fellow villager. The child continued to whimper, still trying to slip away into thin air, clearly understanding that his fellow villager was the most dangerous. Scream again, and I take you away. The deadly fellow villager spoke coldly. Woo! The child's eyes trembled with tears, his mouth wrinkled into wavy lines, looking both pitiful and adorable. You're about my age, right? A little older? Yi Zifeng asked politely. The child's mouth paused, then he pretended nothing had happened. Yi Zifeng didn't continue to criticize him, but simply carried the 1,000-year-old monster to the edge of the cauldron. Rich spiritual energy emanated from it, and the fragrance of precious spiritual objects dried the child's tears and made him drool. You're dying to try it, aren't you? Yi Zifeng put on a friendly smile. The child nodded cautiously, wanting to slip away but unable to resist staying. It smelled so good. Even in the world of cultivation, it had never tasted so many top-quality ingredients in one go, let alone so carefully combined and cooked. As a spiritual vein from the world of cultivation, you should know there's no such thing as a free lunch, right? The chubby child took a step back, but still couldn't bear to leave. Yi Zifeng knew it was likely a given. Actually, it's easy enough for you to eat. It just requires a little sacrifice. Yi Zifeng gestured with his palm. A main body about this long will do. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zifeng grabbed the child, who was about to slip away, and spooned a spoonful of the ingredients from the pot into his mouth. Then another spoonful, another. The aroma of the premium ingredients filled the air, and the spiritual energy seemed to be materializing. Gradually, the spiritual vein stopped moving, as if accepting some fate. With a mixture of grief and indignation, it chewed, carefully savoring the entire pot of ingredients. When the last spoonful entered its mouth, Yi Zifeng sealed a contract on the spot. Even if it wanted to renege, it couldn't. Trying to do so would surely break its heart. How could someone as evil as you still exist here? The spiritual vein child raged. This is the first time I've seen such a greedy spirit vein. Yi Zifeng responded politely. The two stared at each other for a moment, and finally, the spirit vein child was defeated. With a look of anger on his face, he severed a section of his arm. As soon as the white and tender arm landed on the table, it transformed into a stone brimming with spiritual energy. Yi Zifeng could tell that this was a relatively late-stage piece of the original body, not as rich in spiritual energy. But it didn't matter. He wasn't after the spiritual energy. It was just that this spirit vein could become a spirit and then transform into a physical human form. It was so rare that he would be doing a disservice to Fang Sun if he didn't keep a peace. Yi Zifeng put the spirit vein away and looked at the child who hadn't left yet. He paused for a second before pulling a piece of paper from his sleeve. Here's the menu for that cauldron. Humph, you're smart. The child waved his newly grown arm, then vanished into thin air without a second's notice. At 10 o'clock that evening, the entire nation was playing the same audio. A hodgepodge of spiritual objects. This is the starting point and the end of all flavors. Snowgrass at the end of the world, the blazing rock spirits from the depths of the volcano. Words can't describe the flavors of this world, encompassing everything and brimming with vitality. If I could do it again, I'd trade my heart. Hearing this, Yi Zifeng tentatively extended his spiritual power. No trace. What's going on? Didn't they say they could exchange hearts? It seems the other party is quite adept at dealing with people, having learned to distinguish words from reality so clearly. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but curl his lips. After extending his spiritual power to greet this world, he truly prepared to leave. He pulled out the compass, leaving a path back to the spirit beast realm for the treasure-hunting piglets. This world should be quite comfortable, with spirit veins constantly growing and spiritual energy gradually reviving. It might take tens of thousands of years for another cultivation world to form, but this concentration of spiritual energy would be sufficient for daily life. Let's make a deal. Deed? Several piglets raised their heads in the night sky, humming as they realized what was happening. Don't worry, treasure. I definitely make sure you live a good life. Some of their owners patted their chests and promised. The image gradually blurred, and a meteor streaked across the sky. In the first Earth, there seemed to be a saying that making a wish at a shooting star would have it come true. Yi Zifeng glanced at the glowing spirit vein in his hand, and waved to the massive golden soul beast. Time to go. The compass whirred, countless scales passing by the thin needle, specific characters lighting up one by one. The next moment, a powerful suction force was felt. The pure black spatial rift was incomparably silent. Yi Zifeng and the golden soul beast hovered in the air. Before he could turn, he heard 3 chimes from behind him. Ding! 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 The ancient chimes seemed to ring from the center of the world, harmonious yet slow, clear yet silent. The deep blue planet behind him trembled 3 times, and golden light points, many times larger than before, gathered together. Yi Zifeng pushed the golden light beast out, and at the moment the beam of light struck, he slammed the section of the soul vein that had transformed into a human form into it. There was no trace of time in the spatial rift, so Yi Zifeng had no idea how long he had waited. He waited until the brilliant golden light gradually faded, until the golden light beast gradually withdrew its human form, and a pair of narrow eyes appeared in his sight. Yi Zifeng curled his lips, then quickly pulled out 3 photos, and slapped them into Ying Fangxuan's outstretched hand. Ying Fangxuan. Yi Zifeng gestured for him to look at his palm. This seems like the transformation wasn't quite right. I can't see clearly. Don't pretend. Yi Zifeng immediately exposed him. Sorry, if I do this again. As soon as he finished speaking, Ying Fangxuan's body gave way, transforming into a round, furry little animal. The little animal fluttered in the air twice, then casually approached Yi Zifeng, slipping into his sleeve in a matter of seconds. Yi Zifeng stood still. Although a single spiritual vein was only sufficient to create such a small body, it clearly had memories. How could it slip into his sleeve without a word? Did it even have muscle memory? Chapter 99. Yi Zifeng reached into his sleeve and pulled out the furry Ying Fangxuan. The light in the spatial rift was dim, so Yi Zifeng had turned on a light. The furry creature in his hand was very well behaved. Even when held by the back of its neck, it didn't move. It seemed to notice the brightness and blinked. Yi Zifeng stared. The palm-sized little creature was furry, its ears were ears, its eyes were eyes, and it looked completely intact. It was normal from head to toe. Its soul was almost fully repaired, so it couldn't have lost its memory. Yi Zifeng reached out and flicked the furry creature's head. Just as he was about to speak, for short legs suddenly hugged his hand. The little creature rubbed its head against his fingers, then blinked and leaned into his hand. Yi Zifeng felt an itch in his palm. What was going on? What did this mean? Why did it look so like a spoiled child? It was fine if he couldn't control his instincts when he'd lost his memory, but now his memories were back, hadn't he? Yi Zifeng pinched the fur in his palm, and a cooing sound came out. Yi Zifeng found it curious. He pinched it twice more, and the little animal cooed again, but still didn't struggle, leaning against his palm. This gesture brought back memories for Yi Zifeng. Ying Fangxuan would do this when he was little, leaning against a stone cave, making this sound when he'd eaten and settled into his nest. It meant he was at ease, happy. We knew Ying Fangxuan had definitely regained his memory, so why was he still assuming this gesture? Is he just going to give up? Yi Zifeng pinched the fur in his palm again, and the cooing sound was quite adorable. Ying Fangxuan did it on purpose, Yi Zifeng was certain. Why on purpose? He wanted to show off. Yi Zifeng suddenly realized something. His sworn enemy had strayed from the path of cultivation, oblivious to his passions. Alas! Yi Zifeng sighed, already imagining himself ascending to immortality years from now, while his former sworn enemy, obsessed with love, remained stuck in the same place for the rest of his life. Thinking about it, Yi Zifeng suddenly felt amused. Was this what it felt like to surpass his sworn enemy? It was quite refreshing, I had to say. If only all beings in the cultivation world were obsessed with love, I couldn't imagine what his cultivation would become, a place at the pinnacle of the world. Yi Zifeng suddenly found Ying Fangxuan rather endearing, but as their childhood rival and partner, since he hadn't directly stated it, he pretended not to notice. Ying Fangxuan stretched his short legs and tilted his head. Yi Zifeng glanced at the love-struck little head with pity, then pulled out his compass, ready to locate the next world. Although Ying Fangxuan had already begun to regain a physical form, he was still too young, his combat power only a fraction of his former strength. His road to recovery was still long and arduous. Yi Zifeng believed his life was valuable, and naturally worth continuing through each world. He had to repay the life-saving favor. He was aiming to ascend to immortality, and it would be unfortunate if his Dao heart was tainted by impurities. Yi Zifeng casually lifted Ying Fangxuan up, while with his other hand, he spun the compass, beginning to locate the location. The compass word, auras emanating from it, specific characters lighting up one by one, and at a certain moment, it captured another point. This was it. Yi Zifeng channeled his spiritual energy into it, a sense of attraction building up, and when he opened his eyes, he was in a brand new world. Very peaceful. This was Yi Zifeng's first feeling. It wasn't just superficial calm, but rather a sense of order in the world. The air was filled with a sense of normalcy. Cars rumbled by, cicadas chirped loudly from the trees, and pedestrians walked by with normal expressions, chatting and laughing. But the fact that he had reached this world meant something was amiss. Everything has cause and effect, and everything happens for a reason. After traveling through 5 worlds, there must have been some kind of destiny. So what was wrong with this world? Yi Zifeng stretched out his fingers and pinched them. As expected, his upgraded deduction skills yielded nothing. I need some clues, Yi Zifeng thought, then he skillfully disappeared and entered an internet cafe to surf the web. If nothing could spread information faster than the internet, veteran internet user Yi Zifeng turned on his computer and skillfully typed in a few keywords to search. Apocalypse. Natural disaster. Mutation. Miracle. Shock. And so on. He actually discovered something unusual. Student who attempted suicide was fortunately rescued by a kind-hearted person who climbed 6 floors to save him from certain death. Shocking. 27th floor apartment burglarized. The news headlines were quite normal, but they were accompanied by a blurry image. The image in the first news item was a bit blurry, showing an old building with a small, dark figure between the 3rd and 4th floors, apparently struggling to climb the stairs to rescue someone. The image in the second news item was much clearer, taken from inside the building. A cracked window appeared to have been smashed from outside. Yi Zifeng clicked on the second picture. It was clearly high up in the sky outside the broken window. If it was indeed the 27th floor, it would be incredibly incredible. Yi Zifeng lowered his gaze and saw, just below the window, a half-cut footprint pointing towards the house. This footprint. Yi Zifeng switched back to the first news report to see the small figure climbing the rocks outside to rescue someone. The figure was small, but not too small for Yi Zifeng to discern. So, it must be the same person. Yi Zifeng followed this hypothesis and, as expected, got the answer. It's the same person. Amazing. So where's that person now? Yi Zifeng closed the computer and walked out. Li Ping's mood has been a bit unstable lately. Ever since he noticed the changes in his body, he couldn't calm down. The texture of his hands and feet had become strange, slippery and numb. And, whether it was an illusion, the ends seemed a little swollen. They didn't look like human hands and feet. At this thought, he shuddered, wondering if it was a mutation. It was terrifying. Could it be the unclean food from eating too much takeout? This was too unclean. Li Ping wanted to go to the hospital, but when he took out his phone and looked at the balance, he immediately put it down. Forget it, he decided to observe it himself. Maybe it was just an allergy. Don't scare yourself. Li Ping deliberately avoided touching his hands and feet. It was strange, so strange that he couldn't help but clench his fists while walking, trying to hide his slightly swollen fingertips. Ah! Someone's about to jump. A sudden scream came from the front. Li Ping looked up and saw a small figure standing on the roof of the small white building in front of him. It seems he's become a little nearsighted lately. Li Ping squinted and vaguely made out the figure was a child, about 8 or 9 years old. Li Ping couldn't help but move forward. If an adult were about to jump from a building, it would certainly be a difficult hurdle to overcome, but for an 8 or 9-year-old child, no matter what the reason, it was unbearable to feel pity. Li Ping squeezed downstairs and looked up at the frail figure of a little girl with short hair, dangling on the rooftop, very close to the edge. Have you called the police? Yes, we did. Girl. Go home. Your parents are waiting for you at home. People around were busy, some moving blankets and mattresses, others shouting, but the child upstairs seemed oblivious and moved closer to the edge. Li Ping thought to himself that something was wrong. The police car was still roaring in the distance, but the child upstairs was clearly in critical condition. Back off. Li Ping couldn't help but shout. The little girl upstairs seemed to glance down at him. From 6 stories up, Li Ping couldn't see her expression, but he sensed a deep sense of sadness. TSK. What does that little brat know? He has no sense of discerning the importance of matters. Giving up his life over something so insignificant would be a truly tragic loss. Li Ping couldn't help but scratch the ground with his feet. Even through the soles of his shoes, he inexplicably felt his feet were incredibly strong, or rather, they could hold onto anything tightly. Police cars roared in the distance, and the crowd bustled with activity. Some were shouting, some were carrying things, and some were making plans to get people from the rooftop. But the child above was already very close to the edge, so close that he could see her expression without even looking closely, so close that if she took 2 more steps, she would fall over the edge. At that moment, Li Ping didn't know what he was thinking. He left his Crocs behind and used his mutated hands to scale the wall. Wow! Whoa! The crowd behind him gasped. He climbed up, bit by bit, stepping onto the edge of the window. With his incredibly strong hands, he clamped the security window shut. With a push of his foot, he advanced a significant distance. He had saved the little girl. The little girl was so frightened that she took 3 steps back. But he understood perfectly well. Even he would be frightened if he saw someone climbing up from the first floor like a gecko. Wait, a gecko. Back home, Li Ping held out his hand. The lines on the palm had faded, making it look very smooth. His fingertips were slightly swollen, but the back of his hand was even more numb, with the skin slightly wrinkled. He looked quite like a gecko. Gecko. Li Ping's thoughts wandered. Could a person transform into a gecko? Was there any precedent? If there wasn't, he really didn't dare go to the hospital. What if it's dissected and observed? Wait, Li Ping suddenly remembered a movie a co-worker had mentioned. It seemed like the protagonist, bit by a spider, gained spider powers. After watching the movie, Li Ping sat on a stool, lost in thought. Perhaps, turning into a gecko would be a good thing for him. He gained the ability to climb stairs, becoming capable of doing things he couldn't before. For example, going to his boss's house to collect a debt. Li Ping took immediate action. Donning a helmet and raincoat, he climbed to the 27th floor overnight, and hid in the darkness of his boss's house. The boss was off work, and he was being intimate with a woman. He pulled a large wad of bills from his wallet, and placed it in her hand. Damn it! That's everyone's hard-earned money. Didn't he say there was no money to pay? Li Ping gritted his teeth. Li Ping wasn't in the habit of eavesdropping. After the boss moved on, he quietly walked out. He picked up his briefcase and looked inside. Inside was a thick stack of bills, at least 100,000 yuan. Li Ping reached out his hand, then retracted it. After a long mental preparation, he sighed, took out his phone, calculated the number of days he worked, and then took out the corresponding salary from his briefcase. Thinking for a moment, he sent another message to his coworker. How much does the boss owe you? 2532. Li Ping counted out 25 bills from his bag, and found 3 10-yuan notes, and 2 coins from another compartment. The boss and the woman had already gone into the bathroom. Li Ping put the money away, and quietly walked out. He climbed onto the windowsill, and looked back at the neat, luxurious, and clean room. In anger, he punched the glass. Crash! The glass shattered, and Li Ping quickly climbed out. Perhaps because of what happened that night, Li Ping's mood was still a bit volatile. He felt strangely at times, then a monster, breaking into a house through a window and stealing. But he already owed wages. Taking without asking is theft. The two thoughts battled in his mind, but in the end, the former won out, because he really needed the money. Mom's legs were swollen again, and she needed more plasters. Dad couldn't lift his hoe anymore. His rent was almost due. Everything required money. In reality, the money he'd gotten back was just enough to cover his expenses, and he'd already spent most of it. Li Ping looked at his palms. They were smooth, with a slight swelling at the ends, like a fusion of a human hand and a gecko's paw. He was almost out of money again. Li Ping pursed his lips, and, distractedly, opened his phone. Just as he was about to numb himself with some internet time, a message suddenly arrived on his short video account. Zoologically based human evolution course. Super value. Exclusive for the first class. First to sign up not only gets food and lodging. Plus, get an exclusive 888 renminbi discount on the course. Chapter 100. Li Ping almost crossed out, but the changes in his body during this period made him very sensitive to words like animal and mutation, so he began to read the message. Special Human Evolution Course. First class. Free food and lodging for the first person to sign up. Li Ping clicked on it. He was completely different now. It was a little strange, but it had to be said that a 5 feet 7 inches tall man with the climbing ability of a gecko was simply invincible. Of course, if Li Ping had read online novels, he would have been wary, like Cold-Blooded Laboratory and Anatomy Secrets. But Li Ping hadn't read much. Ever since he started working on the construction site, his back and waist ached at the end of the day, so he'd just lie down in bed to rest. At most, he'd rewatch the TV series Drawing Sword. Never mind reading novels, even reading a text message was a struggle. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. Hello, do you need to register? The first payment is only 888, and you get access to the full offline course, with free food and lodging. Li Ping finished reading and struggled to type. What course is this? We're in the new human training class, specifically for students in the early stages of mutation. We have a dedicated teacher to lead the class, and tailor it to your needs. It's only 888, a great deal. Li Ping read the message 3 times before realizing it meant he wasn't the only one in the world mutating. He couldn't tell if he sighed or breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a little better. After careful consideration, he sent a message. What teacher is teaching the class? The other party quickly responded. Different families have different mutational specialties, so we try to assign the right one. Any questions, dear? Li Ping still had many questions, but they all jumbled together in his mind, morphing into a single message. Do you really provide free room and board? How many months? The other party's reply popped up almost instantly. Of course, dear. We provide it until you graduate, but there's only one spot available, so hurry up. Laughing with a hand covering his mouth, Li Ping glanced at his payment balance, 880, and typed, Can you make it 8 yuan cheaper? AAA Master Teacher Lecture Rooms Lao Yi. Sorry, dear, we've already given you the lowest price. Li Ping reread the message, then pulled out his phone and checked the green bubble app. His balance was 0.6, leaving him with a shortfall of 7.40 yuan. Having been rejected again, Li Ping felt discouraged, but he refused to give up. He was curious not only about the human mutation course, but also about the free room and board. It was so tempting, 888. You can't afford to lose money, you can't afford to be ripped off. Li Ping searched all the software and painstakingly scraped together 9 yuan, a total of 889.5. He didn't keep a cent for himself and sent it directly to the other party. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room Lao Yi. Got it. Here's the address. You don't need to bring anything, just come over. After reading the message, Li Ping felt something was wrong. If they didn't need to bring anything, not even bedding or toiletries, how did they make money? 888 wouldn't be enough. That's what Li Ping thought, so he just asked. The other party responded quickly. The first spot is for the introductory price, so it's only 888. Our regular price is 88,888. Li Ping felt relieved. It wasn't an ambush, but simply luck, or perhaps this grown man possessed superpowers. Who could possibly catch him? He scurried away in a flash, leaving no trace. Li Ping packed up all his supplies and gave them to his co-worker, then, carrying a backpack, followed the navigation system to his destination. It was a bit remote, but there were still passers-by outside. Li Ping breathed a sigh of relief and strode inside. Ding dong. His phone rang. Li Ping picked it up and saw it was a message from the other end. Hello, the accommodation you're staying in is in the first room on the top floor. It has Wi-Fi. Just connect to it during class. Li Ping read the message as he entered the rusty, old elevator. He read the text 3 times before realizing what it meant. He needed to connect to Wi-Fi during class. He could just take it on his phone, online class. These 3 words suddenly popped up in Li Ping's mind. They weren't unfamiliar, but they had never been relevant to him. When he was younger, the internet wasn't as developed. During the period when online classes were rampant, he lay in his rented apartment, worried about having no work. At the time, he was anxiously watching short videos and lamenting, students these days are so lucky. They can take classes at home, just by looking at their phones. So now it was his turn, and for a moment, he wasn't sure how to react. It wasn't that it wasn't possible, it was just a little different from what he'd imagined. After struggling for a long time, he finally typed. Hello, Teacher Yi. Can I take the class without sitting in the classroom? That's for the later stages, right? Now let's get used to it. Once you're comfortable, we have in-person classes. Good luck. Since the other person had said that, Li Ping put down his phone. Online classes were pretty good, at least without being watched. After all, attending classes at such an old age was still a little awkward. Li Ping entered the dormitory. It was empty, with only a bed and a few simple household items. Single dorm. Li Ping was delighted. 888 provided accommodation, meals, and online classes. What a steal! God truly treats honest people well. Luckily, he didn't take a penny more from his boss's wallet. If he had, he wouldn't have been so lucky. Li Ping put his bag down and surveyed the room again. It was clean and tidy, a bit worn but very quiet. There were no neighbors milling about outside, and the closed windows were perfectly soundproof. This was his own private space. Realizing this, Li Ping opened up completely. His clenched fists unclenched, revealing a slightly misshapen hand. Smooth, slightly sticky, with rounded fingertips. Something was wrong, but no one in the room could see it. Li Ping took out clean clothes, washed, and changed into them. Then, he carefully laid down on the bed. Good luck. Good things really do happen to good people. Look, he finally had a clean room. Li Ping felt an unprecedented peace. He drifted off to sleep, only to be awakened by the sound of his phone. The room was already dim. He picked up his phone, and saw it was 9:30 p.m. Ding dong. Another message came from the other end. Click the link and note your name. Class starts in 10 minutes. Be sure to pay attention. If you fail the weekly placement test, you'll be expelled. Expelled. Li Ping immediately sat up and frantically prepared his things. 10 minutes later, he was sitting at his desk, pen and paper in hand. The phone, placed on the shelf, began spinning after clicking the link. Li Ping was completely focused, his eyes fixed on it. The screen froze for a moment, then lit up. A dazzling, pure black lizard appeared, wearing white headphones. It moved, and an AI voiceover began playing. Teacher Xiaoxi greets the students. Teacher Xiaoxi asks if they've eaten before class, saying that eating can affect learning efficiency. Teacher Xiaoxi picks up the textbook. The voiceover was still Xiaoxi, but Li Ping was already stunned. Even though he'd never taken an online class again, he vaguely understood that the instructor should be a human, walking upright, not a dazzling, pure black lizard. The lizard, wearing white headphones, stared directly at the screen. Li Ping quickly lowered his head, holding a pen, and pretended to take notes. Suddenly, reality felt so surreal, like a dream. A suddenly mutated body, first place with free food and lodging, a black lizard swishing back and forth on the blackboard with a set square, and emotionless AI voiceovers. It was outrageous. Was he dreaming? What a strange dream. He had never seen anything like it. Teacher Xiaoxi reminded the students to take notes. As mutant members of the Squamata, the most important thing is to protect your body and avoid direct contact with sharp objects in daily life. Teacher Xiaoxi is providing a set of mantras. The effect may be less pronounced in the lower spiritual realm, but as long as you persist, you will surely become the coolest lizard on your path of cultivation. Of course, the same goes for members of the Gekkonity family. If you persist, you can become the most powerful gecko on your path of cultivation. Remember to take notes. Li Ping blankly took notes, not daring to ponder why the pure black gecko could use chalk, fearing he would faint if he thought about it for even a second longer. When the online class ended, Li Ping sat in his seat for a quarter of an hour before rubbing his face and then his eyes. The world is truly wondrous. It turns out ordinary people only see superficial things. Even after mutation, lizards can teach online classes, complete with perfect AI voiceovers. Li Ping tried to brainwash himself. Since humans have mutated, what's impossible? He thought this as he went to shower. After waking up and lying in bed, someone suddenly knocked on the door, saying takeout had arrived. Ding dong. A message came on his phone. Dinner has arrived. After dinner, go to bed early. Teacher Xiaoxi has a class tomorrow. Remember to listen carefully. Li Ping went to get his takeout, half-hearted. He opened the large lunch box. One compartment held rice, and the other compartments were filled with various meats, some fried, some boiled, and some braised. The aroma filled his nose. Li Ping suddenly came to his senses. He picked up his chopsticks and ate everything in a rush. After a burp, he regained his composure. Since humans have mutated, isn't it normal for lizards to teach? It means there's supervision. There's a systematic education. So reassuring, Li Ping threw himself onto the bed and drifted off to a peaceful sleep. Li Ping spent half a month like this, eating and reviewing during the day, and attending online classes at night. Everything was perfectly organized, and he didn't have to worry about anything. Because he studied so diligently, Teacher Xiaoxi even gave him a reward, 2 round, exotic-looking fruits. This is a reward from Teacher Xiaoxi. It's her first time as a teacher, and she really likes you. Eating these fruits will strengthen your constitution and help you maintain stability on your path of cultivation. Strengthen your constitution? Li Ping asked if ordinary people could eat the fruits, and after receiving permission, he sent the 2 fruits back home. Son? Those 2 supplements you said are amazing. So sweet. They warmed me up after eating them. So comfortable. Your dad said so too. He'd show off to the village entrance whenever he got the chance, saying he had a son with a conscience. Li Ping's smile grew wild, and he studied even harder. During the day, he spent his days memorizing notes, and during the evening lectures, he cherished every second. Gradually, he felt something different about himself. His body felt lighter, less like a human and gecko hybrid than something more advanced. He stretched out his hand and laboriously chanted a mantra. The swelling receded. It looked like a bee sting, but it wasn't strange at all. He had been reborn. The dusty construction site, the boss who withheld wages, the easy climb to the 27th floor, the bright red bills in his wallet, all faded away, leaving only this tidy, clean room and densely packed notes. Next class is at 12 p.m. Please note the time. Teacher Yi sent another message. Li Ping thanked him gratefully, then relaxed on his bed, ready to rest. There were still 2 hours until 12 p.m. He was completely familiar with all his notes. He hadn't checked his phone in ages, so he decided to play for a while. Li Ping opened his social media app and suddenly saw this message in a group chat. Hey carrots, do front teeth continue to grow after age 21? My front teeth are itchy lately, and I really want to chew on them. Hate carrots, image. Chapter 101. Will front teeth continue to develop after age 21? Li Ping thought about this question and clicked on the picture again. The 2 large front teeth were somewhat noticeable, but still within the normal range. Li Ping zoomed in for a closer look and, for some reason, felt something was off. Li Ping returned to the message page and read the comments from the group members. Moonlight over the lotus pond. I know, those are rabbit teeth. They're quite cute. My friend's daughter has them too. Dripping water into ice. But teeth definitely won't develop after you're 20. Go to the dentist and see if you have cavities or something. A perfectly healthy tooth wouldn't itch for no reason. Hey carrot, you might not believe this, but my teeth were normal a week ago. Hey carrot, picture. Li Ping clicked on the picture. His teeth were perfectly straight and beautiful, with no trace of rabbit teeth. Hate carrots. Furious hate carrots. I really want to chew on something. Grab one of my friends. My front teeth are itching. Take a bite of durian pizza. Don't chew on me. Don't chew on me. The atmosphere suddenly lightened up, and the conversation gradually shifted to other things. Only Li Ping was still inexplicably concerned, but fearing he was overthinking it, he switched to a browser page to search, under what circumstances do front teeth grow? The first reply was about possible dental problems, and the second was about daily dental care. After scrolling through the chat without finding anything substantial, Li Ping returned to the group chat to look at the photo of the front teeth. He glanced at his swollen fingertips, and returned to the group chat to reply to the photo of the rabbit teeth. Hello, do you have any other feelings? Like, your front teeth are really strong and easily break things? Carrot hate, huh? Carrot hate, no, I just have front teeth, not a mutation. Are you a doctor? Li Ping hesitated. I'm a professional in this field. Carrot hate, you're a doctor really? If I have to say anything else, would liking vegetables more count? I never used to eat raw celery, but now I think it's incredibly crunchy. Carrot hate, oh no, now you're really like a rabbit. The rest of the group laughed again, and the atmosphere suddenly became light and cheerful again. Only Li Ping looked at his hands, still a little hesitant about this matter. His phone's alarm suddenly went off, and he was almost ready for class. That's right. Just because he's unsure doesn't mean others aren't. Li Ping decisively took a long screenshot and sent it to Teacher Yi, who always showed up online. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Teacher Yi. Wow, a mutant student with rabbit attributes. She probably jumped very high and loved to chew things. A slew of thoughts raced through Li Ping's mind, but he ultimately typed only one. Should we recruit her to join the class? Teacher Yi on the other end replied instantly. Of course, we recruit as many as we find. This first batch of students is very important, and they must study hard. Li Ping felt reassured, as if he had found his backbone. He put down his phone and returned to studying diligently. Xiaoling munched on celery while playing with her phone, chatting and laughing with her group friends. Her initial worries quickly faded. A mere second growth of a front tooth doesn't seem like a big deal. It could be some growth hormone secretion, or perhaps just a little gum swelling. Just observe for a couple of days, and if it doesn't work, go to the hospital. Crunch. The celery is quite juicy, but not crisp enough. It would be even more flavorful if it were fresher. I buy another bunch downstairs later. Xiaolin was chewing celery leaves while typing. When her best friend asked her what she was doing, she replied, she's chewing on celery. Little sugar bean, question mark what celery, hate carrot, it's just big celery. Little sugar bean, don't you really hate celery? You always say it tastes so strong, so why are you suddenly enjoying it again? Xiaoling's chewing of the celery leaves gradually slowed down, her mind racing. She quickly realized that she really didn't like celery. She froze. How had she suddenly grown front teeth, and was she still chewing on vegetables she disliked? The taste of celery still lingered in her mouth, crisp, juicy, and with a unique aroma, so different from her memory. She had always remembered celery as a pungent vegetable. She reached out and touched her front teeth. They were clearly prominent, hard, and strong. Wait, why did she describe her front teeth as strong? Xiaoling spat out the vegetables in her mouth and ran to the bathroom to look in the mirror. Her front teeth were slightly large and protruding. If it weren't her own mouth, just looking at those 2 teeth, they really looked like some animal. Xiaoling suddenly felt something was wrong. The sudden growth of teeth, the sudden deliciousness of celery, gave her an amazing idea, but she needed to confirm it. She put on a mask and a hat, and went to the supermarket downstairs. She quickly bought a carrot. When she got home, she simply rinsed it under the tap, and popped it directly into her mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Crisp, tender, and sweet, that unique sweet aroma spread throughout her mouth as she chewed. It was simply delicious. Xiaoling paused mid-chew, looking at herself in the mirror, obsessed with the carrot. Suddenly, goosebumps broke out all over her body. Oh no, she had some kind of rabbit rabies. Xiaoling suddenly felt overwhelmed. She had only worked for a few years, and her savings were very limited. She couldn't afford a serious illness, let alone something she had never even heard of. It was over. Life was hopeless. Xiaoling squatted down, holding the carrot. The sweet aroma still lingered in her mouth, but tears kept falling. She had always been kind and humorous, so how could she have contracted this? She wasn't bitten by a rabbit either. Ding dong. A message suddenly came to her phone. Xiaoling didn't pay attention at first, but the message kept ringing, and she finally picked up the phone with tears in her eyes. Lao Yi from the AAA Master Teacher Lecture Hall has requested to add you as a friend. Greeting message. Are you a student of the Lagomorpha class? We specialize in the New Humans course. You can get to know us through your friends. Xiaoling squinted her eyes, wiped her tears away, and read the message again and again before she realized it was indeed such a message. Mamela class, Lagomorpha, New Humans course. Xiaoling touched her front teeth and pinched her thigh. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. So she had really undergone a rabbit mutation, and was being targeted by strange people. What kind of sci-fi plot was this? Xiaoling read the message again. Her novel reading experience told her that an organization that approached her on their own initiative was definitely a villain, perhaps waiting to send her to a lab. Xiaoling didn't want to accept it, but she really wanted to get some information. She was classified as a member of the Order Lagomorpha, class Mamela. Are there other classifications? What does New Humans mean? Could it be that she wasn't the only one with health problems, but a whole group? Xiaoling's heart was pounding. She reached out tremblingly and accepted the friend request. She was cautious, not proactively revealing her situation, trying to elicit as much information as possible without alerting the other person. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. Hello, student. Would you like to learn about our course package? For only 88,888, you get room and board, plus full instruction from a renowned teacher. To accommodate the transition, the initial courses will be online, with the later ones being in person. Register now, and receive a free quilt. First come, first served. Xiaoling paused typing. She double-clicked the message, enlarged it, and read it 3 times. No, this was completely different from what she'd imagined. Where was the supposed villain? Shouldn't he have sent a mysterious message? You should have noticed changes in your body, right? Such a message? Why is it an 88,888 tuition package? How could it be so expensive? Xiaoling squatted there, organizing her words for a long time, and finally sent a so expensive message. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. This price is already the lowest. It's mainly due to operating costs and accommodation. We aim for high-quality service, so these expenses are a bit higher. You should think about it carefully. In any case, in these critical times, enrolling in a class is definitely not a bad idea. It was well-reasoned, objective, and appropriate. It was the price of 88,888 that made her a little convinced. While it was a bit outrageous, ordinary scammers wouldn't dare to ask for so much. A sinister lab villain would definitely lower the bar by saying something like 888. Eliminating the other answers, only the most unlikely possibility remains. A training institution at the forefront of a new field, daring to ask for 88,888 yuan. Xiaoling thought for a moment, and sent a message. What exactly is the course about? AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. Every student's situation is different. Take the rabbit students, for example. In the early stages of mutation, there may be some physical changes, such as growing teeth and ears. We help address these issues in the early stages. In the middle and late stages of mutation, rabbit students will still be unable to stop jumping around. We help you adjust these aspects. In general, we aim to help you maintain the best and most balanced state despite the mutation. Hey Carrot, you're just helping me level up and evolve. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. I understand. Register now, and get a new quilt. Xiaoling glanced at the new quilt. After reading these words, She reread the conversation from beginning to end several times, finding it increasingly believable. Would a ruthless villain organization say something as down-to-earth as giving away quilts? Probably not. Only a genuine training institution would dare to say that. I really hope someone will sign up. But 88,888. Xiaoling looked at her savings. After deducting this amount, there wasn't much left. Was it worth the gamble? Xiaoling stood up dazedly and turned around, startled by the large, prominent front teeth in the mirror. They looked exactly like a rabbit's spirit at first glance. Transfer, 88888, enter password confirm. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room Lao Yi, received. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room Lao Yi, would you like the free room and board? If not, you can still take online classes at home. No thanks for now. Xiaoling was still a bit cautious. Okay, classes officially start tomorrow. I message you when it's time. Yi Zifeng sent the message quickly, then entered the spirit beast realm in front of Ying Fangxuan. The furried little beast king followed him in, though for some reason, his posture seemed hesitant. Yi Zifeng picked and chose in the space, examining each tribe one by one, occasionally picking up one to judge whether it was suitable for teaching. This one wasn't tall enough for the blackboard, this one's fingers weren't nimble enough to use chalk. Yi Zifeng threw and analyzed as he walked. The furry beast king followed behind him, like a quiet little pendant. Chapter 102. Yi Zifeng threw the darts as he walked. After a while, he turned around and pinched the furry Ying Fangxuan. You know your people best. Help me find one who's most suitable for an institution instructor. The furry little legs moved, as if confused. Yi Zifeng then remembered that Ying Fangxuan, a native of the cultivation world, might not be entirely clear on what an institution instructor is. It's someone with a clear understanding of racial talents, a certain understanding of cultivation, the ability to summarize and systematically articulate the cultivation process, a clear understanding of both their own and others' progress, and preferably relevant teaching experience. Think quickly. Yi Zifeng pinched Ying Fangxuan, making a gurgling sound. Even without the memory talent, stay here. The Beast King can't say no. Yi Zifeng considered himself very considerate, even offering a way out. Perhaps his words had worked, as the idiotically pale furry creature gradually straightened its expression. Though its posture still bore traces of pretense, at least it was truly using spiritual energy to communicate with the beasts. Satisfied, Yi Zifeng lazily watched his nemesis radiate spiritual energy. It was so skillful and smooth, he wouldn't believe he'd lost his memory. Incredible, are there really people who are addicted to role-playing games because of love? That's not fun either. Every day, it's either being cute or being manipulated by him. If anyone dared to treat him like that, he'd wait for 3,000 years to annihilate that person. How magical. Perhaps this is the world of the love-brained, so elusive, so light, enduring 300 times just for the sake of a single closer encounter. No, that's too far-fetched. It doesn't even make sense for a beast king who's been fighting in the world of cultivation for thousands of years. Yi Zifeng suddenly thought of another, more realistic possibility. The small, furry creature ahead was still communicating with the beasts, its spiritual energy spreading out like a vast net. With a nearly recovered soul, and a weak, cute body, only by maintaining a cute appearance could she seek his protection without embarrassment. The question was, there were no memories. Yi Zifeng put his own feelings into context, and realized the truth. The main problem was that being in love was simply too incompatible with a veteran demon from the cultivation world, who had lived for thousands of years. It was like a 40-year-old adult obsessed with My Little Pony cards. The two attributes were simply hard to put together. But if acting cute was a lurking attempt to seek protection from a mortal enemy, then that made perfect sense. Yi Zifeng's mind suddenly opened up, and he couldn't help but sigh at how many strange things could happen on the road of cultivation. It was a close call. He had almost been dragged into a romantic drama. The furry creature ahead suddenly stopped. It could have easily floated over, but it chose to stride through the air, its four legs crossed as it moved forward, its fur waving adorably. Bearing humiliation and bearing heavy burdens. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but sigh. With such perseverance, Ying Fangxuan would surely succeed in everything he did. It was truly impressive. He himself needed to cultivate even harder. Have you found a suitable animal? I forgot to mention, preferably a rabbit. The furry creature shook its head and blinked, indicating that it was his responsibility, and that the institution had already selected the teachers. Not bad. Yi Zifeng smiled and reached out to give Ying Fangxuan a pinch. Xiaoling squatted at her desk, checking her phone balance and rubbing her front teeth. Her mind was in a trance, jumping back and forth. The more she thought about it, the more it felt like something was wrong. It felt more and more like a dream. The money was gone, but 2 giant front teeth were added. I love eating carrots and vegetables jumping around. No, Xiaoling pinched her leg again. It hurt. How could this not be a dream? The hands of the bedroom clock ticked. Time passed, and night gradually fell. Logically, she should have washed up and gone to bed, but she just wanted to stay here. Is this also a symptom of rabies? At the thought of this, Xiaoling jumped up, rushed to the bathroom to wash up, and then threw herself on the bed, covering herself with a quilt, trying her best to maintain her normal sleep and rest schedule. Rabbit. 88000. New humans. Institutional courses. 3,000-meter jumps. Carrots are sweet. Celery is so exciting. Amidst this bizarre thought, Xiaoling drifted off to sleep. Ding dong. Ding dong. The sound of a message jolted Xiaoling awake. She fumbled for her phone and opened it. 6 o'clock. Ding dong. Another message. Xiaoling slowly clicked on it, her eyes half closed as she deciphered the words on the screen. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. Hello students, it's time to get up. Class officially starts at 6:30. Be sure to arrive on time. Live stream link, XXX. Xiaoling sat up immediately, her consciousness returning. Her large front teeth, strangely transformed. In half an hour, her 88,000 yuan new human course would begin. After a flurry of activity, she washed, dressed, drank water, and ate celery. Finally, she sat down at her desk at 6:27. Xiaoling took a deep breath and clicked on the live stream link. The video hadn't loaded yet, and the white dots and circles kept spinning. Xiaoling didn't blink, her heart racing. Click! The screen froze, a noise echoed. Before Xiaoling could react, a sturdy creature appeared on the screen. It had long, wide ears, a round, furry face, and held a long teaching stick, pointing at the marks on the blackboard. Teacher Xiao 2, please turn on your microphone and read the first sentence on the blackboard. Xiaoling was stunned, unsure how to react. Why was a dark brown, furry creature teaching her? What was the current situation? Teacher Xiao 2, please turn on your microphone. I repeat, please turn on your microphone, the only student born under the rabbit zodiac, and read the first sentence on the blackboard. The only one, rabbit zodiac. Was this a call to her? Xiaoling's heart raced with realization. Before she could decide how to react, the AI voice on the screen urged her again. The furry rabbit's expression also turned serious, looking rather irritable. Xiaoling's heart trembled. With trembling hands, she turned on the microphone and began to read the words on the blackboard. In terms of training. Rabbit is the best. Skilled in. After stumbling through the interaction, Xiaoling returned to her original position. The stool had been put aside because the AI voice said that Teacher Rabbit believed that students born under the rabbit sign should touch the earth. Now we have a set of exercises. Please follow me. Perform the movements accurately, and pay attention to your breathing. The rabbit on the screen began to move, placing its front legs horizontally, then paused as if waiting for her. Xiaoling followed suit and performed the same movement. The large rabbit on the screen performed one movement after another, occasionally pausing. At these moments, the AI voiceover would say, Teacher Xiao 2, please observe carefully. This movement is a little off. Pay attention to the intensity. Xiaoling adjusted her movements. Once she was okay, the big rabbit teacher would move on to the next step, and she would follow suit. Between sessions, sweat dripped onto the floor. Seeing the marks, Xiaoling suddenly felt more at ease. She was truly in class. Although her teacher was a giant rabbit, it was clearly very reliable, offering both academic and practical lessons. These unprecedented gymnastics moves might seem intimidating at first, but her body could actually follow along now. So light, so flexible. Xiaoling sweated profusely, moving her body constantly. She lifted her legs, extended her arms, spun in circles, and kicked high. After each set, she paused for breath, while the big rabbit teacher on the screen showed no signs of movement. Teacher Xiao 2 asked the students to look at the blackboard and read the second sentence. Xiaoling clicked on the microphone and cooperated perfectly. She continued to learn and exercise until the AI voiceover announced that the class was over. Only then did Xiaoling realize it was already 12 noon. After 5.5 hours of class, she was completely absorbed. Teacher Xiao 2 expressed her confidence in you. To reward your hard work, she's given you a small gift. Please sign for it promptly. A small gift. Xiaoling was surprised and delighted, and even felt a magical feeling. A small gift from Teacher Rabbit. A reward for her attentiveness in class. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Local errand boy. Xiaoling went to open the door, and the errand boy handed her a box. Something your teacher asked me to bring you. Xiaoling signed for it blankly, then returned to her seat. The screen was off, and silence fell. Only the neatly packaged wooden box remained before her. Xiaoling took a deep breath and opened it. A crystal-clear carrot lay in a box, its sweet fragrance wafting through the air. Inside the box was a small note. Xiaoling picked it up and took a look. Family specialty, better health after eating. Xiaoling followed her first instinct and ate it. It was crispy, fragrant, sweet, and delicious. And she didn't know if it was an illusion, but an indescribable power spread through her mouth, warm and refreshing. So happy. Is this what it feels like to have a teacher? Even carrots are so delicious. An 88,000 yuan course is so worth it. Is this the power of money? After chewing the whole carrot, Xiaoling felt at ease. Although it might sound strange, a teacher who could lead her in exercises and give her carrots couldn't be a villain. Thinking back to that teacher's long, broad ears and round head, Xiaoling felt a sense of relief. Even the protruding front teeth didn't seem so scary anymore. Becoming a rabbit didn't seem so bad after all. Being a rabbit meant jumping higher, running faster, and loving carrots and vegetables. Wow, so special, so magical. Xiaoling slumped back onto the bed when her phone dinged. She opened it and saw a message from Mr. Yi, the admissions officer. Inviting you to join the group chat. 2024 Fall New Humanity course. There's another group? Xiaoling clicked yes and entered. She found 6 people in the group and clicked on the member list. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi, AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Xiaoying, Teacher Xiaoxi, Gecko Man, Teacher Xiao Tu, hate carrots. Xiaoling carefully examined him and realized that this Gecko Man might be another student. Could Gecko Man be a mutated gecko? Xiaoling was curious but didn't ask further questions. After all, this was considered a private topic. Ding dong. A message popped up in the group chat. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. From now on, all our class notifications will be here. Remember not to block the message, and it's best to pin it to the top. Xiaoling silently long pressed the group chat to pin it, and from then on, she began immersive online learning. From 6:30 to 12 o'clock, she attended classes with teacher Xiao Tuesday. From time to time, she would receive rewards. Sometimes it was a piece of vegetable, sometimes a piece of fruit, and sometimes a piece of grass cake. Regardless, it was all delivered to her door by local errand runners. How amazing! It turns out the 21st century isn't without mysterious powers. It's just completely infused with modern technology. Xiaoling munched on the grass cake while reviewing the mnemonics. According to teacher Xiao Tu, in another week, she'd almost mastered retracting her front teeth, then bringing them out when necessary, and still be able to chew through a lot. The grass cake was delicious, tart, sweet, juicy, and incredibly chewy. I wonder where the grass comes from. I asked teacher Xiao Tu during class later. This is grass grown by someone at teacher Xiao Tu's residence. If you like it, I give you 2 extra grass cakes after today's class. Just study hard. The AI voiceover responded. Thank you, teacher. Xiaoling was delighted. Time passed, and several new members joined the group chat, though their names alone revealed no animal affiliation. Xiaoling didn't get distracted. Her teeth gradually retracted, and her legs grew stronger and more powerful. She tried it in her room, and with a single bound, she could leap from the door to the window. Mutation, real mutation. Xiaoling suddenly felt lost. What would have happened now if she hadn't signed up for the 88,000 yuan course? Hiding in a room? Refusing to face reality? What would the outside world be like? How many people would have mutated? On the day her front teeth finally healed, Xiaoling changed and went out. The sun was shining brightly outside, and Xiaoling felt as if her hair had stretched out. Her leg muscles felt strong, and each step was light and effortless. As she walked, she couldn't help but want to jump, but there were people everywhere. She just tiptoed gently, using the balls of her feet to hop forward slightly. After a few tries, Xiaoling put her feet down again. Restraint is the essence of practice. People came and went, the air was filled with the bustling smell of people. Cars passed by, the red light turned green, and Xiaoling followed the crowd. So lively, so light. Perhaps it was the contrast around her, but Xiaoling felt that each step she took was farther than others, and each one was incredibly easy. Could she win the world championship in the hurdles? Xiaoling let her imagination run wild, squeezing into the bustling crowd. Beep, beep! Suddenly, a horn and the sound of brakes approached. Xiaoling turned her head and saw a car barreling down the sidewalk. It was too late to brake. In that instant, Xiaoling's mind flashed to the image of teacher Xiao Tu doing exercises. She spread her arms and pushed the people about to be hit forward. The next moment, she leaped onto the approaching car. Whoa! A sharp brake screech rang out. Are you okay? Are you okay? Ouch! I'm dying! You were crushing me. That little girl saved us. The crowd reacted in a flurry. Some rose from the ground to demand justice, some climbed out of their cars to apologize, and some immediately called the police. But the majority pulled out their phones to take photos and videos. Ouch! Thank goodness for this amazing girl. She pushed us forward so we didn't hit anyone, and she even managed to jump onto the car. She must be an athlete. Or from some martial arts family. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! I need to thank them. If it weren't for this girl, I'd be dead. Move aside, move aside. Chapter 103. Welcome to our local news. This morning, a car's brakes failed in the city center. A woman pushed the person about to be hit out of the way and immediately jumped onto the roof. In the end, no one was injured. Next, listen to the live report. Yes, that was amazing. That girl pushed me to safety in an instant. Before I could react, she jumped onto the car. She's a martial artist. She must be a martial artist. Please get her contact information for me. I want to learn from her. Don't look at my age, I'm in great shape. I'm so grateful to her. If it weren't for her, I can't imagine the disaster I would have caused today. I'm so grateful to her. You can see that the people at the scene are so grateful to that woman. Without her intervention, this would have been a very horrific accident. The traffic light was green, and there were so many people on the sidewalk. If it weren't for her push, more than a dozen families would have been in turmoil. Next, I interview her. You can see her in the back holding the banner. Hello, ma'am. What's your last name? Luo. Hello, Ms. Luo. Have you ever learned martial arts? Not really, it's just my race. My talent? Do you mean genetic talent? Something like that. It's mainly because of my teacher. I'm naturally gifted. I can only thank him for his guidance today for my quick reactions. Oh! Is your training hard? You must have endured a lot of hardships to achieve your current skills. Not bad. Not much. I usually enjoy both sweet and sour food. Haha, Ms. Luo, you're so humorous. We all admire you. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Well, I'd say study hard. Learning is the most important thing. Don't skimp on your education. If you discover something amazing, be sure to hire a professional to give you a systematic course. It won't be long before you're as accomplished as I am. That's all I have to say. Okay, we thank Ms. Luo for her advice. Xiao Huang is also reminding everyone to be safe and watch out for oncoming traffic. That's all for today's program. Thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow. The news ended, and the commercials began. The three people sitting on the ground looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, the young man on the left broke the silence. Boss, do you think that woman we saw on TV just now was also an evolver? The young man in the middle pondered. I think she was. She looked so thin, she didn't look that strong. Did you see that jump? She was stronger than any of the three of us. Better than you, boss? The man on the right was shocked. It's hard to say. I'm a bit stronger, but she's also very strong, and clearly more agile than me. As expected of the boss. Humble behavior. The henchmen on either side began to applaud. The man in the middle nodded calmly, clearly used to it. So what do we do next? The henchman on the right asked again, should we let her join our organization? She's so talented, she'd be perfect as our little four. You're so stupid. She's better than us. Who wants to be number 4? At least number 2. Yeah. Let her be number 2. Our organization will have another great member, and she even have her own banner. What a face. I think that's great. I've never even touched a banner before. Let the second one bring it in so we can touch it, and even better, take some pictures. Boss, I think this is a great idea. Go contact the second one. From today on, I'd be number 3. The man sitting in the middle, Xiao Wu, looked at the two excited guys on his left and right. There was a pause. That might not be possible. We don't have her contact information, so it's hard to find her quickly. Besides, she's better overall than me. How could she be willing to be inferior to me? That makes sense. The guy on the right rubbed his chin. If that's the case, then we can't accept her. It's a shame, but it's also good that there are only 3 of us in the Creation Alliance. Creation, always the strongest. Creation, always the strongest. Xiaowu glanced at the two guys who suddenly started chanting the mantra, and suddenly felt that the future of this alliance was quite uncertain. Boss, don't worry too much. We just need to do our best. Hey, isn't it time for training? I want to go to the yard to practice my voice. Okay, go ahead. Xiaowu reached for the headphones next to him. Okay, I'm going. Boss, then I go to the yard to practice for a while. I feel itchy all over without exercise. Go ahead. Xiaowu put on his sunglasses again. After a while, the yard was filled with the sound of zirwa. Zirwa. The cicada's chirping was so penetrating that it could be heard clearly even through headphones. Xiaowu took a minute to adjust, then donned his sunglasses and walked to the window. The second child was slithering along the ground, while the third child was chirping in the tree. That was a polite way of putting it. In reality, the scene in the yard was quite shocking. A skinny man of 17 or 18 was grumbling on the ground, while a similar-sized man next to him was in a tree, screaming with his mouth wide open, making a series of squeaky sounds. Mutation? It's more of a mutation than evolution. Some people first took on animal attributes, like the second child being a snake, the third child being a cicada, and him being an ant. At first, he didn't notice anything was wrong. He just felt pretty energetic. It wasn't until he started craving sweets more and more, wanting to take them home whenever he saw them, that he realized something was wrong. Something was wrong with his body, he thought. But after a series of tests at the hospital, nothing was found, so he tentatively posted his symptoms online. What's wrong with me lately wanting to carry candy home whenever I see it? What's wrong with me being incredibly strong lately but craving candy? I didn't find any answers, but I stumbled upon someone asking a similar question. What's wrong with me lately wanting to hide in a tree and scream? What's wrong with me lately wanting to crawl around in the mud? Xiaowu added someone as a friend, and after a conversation, he discovered a remarkable secret. Mutation. A human acquires animal attributes. He's an ant, growing stronger and stronger, and eventually might be able to lift objects several times their own weight. The second child is a snake, who loves crawling on the ground. He might eventually awaken fangs or skills, like strangulation. The third child is a cicada. Currently, his voice is loud, but he might eventually master special abilities, like mind interference. Of course, it wasn't the end yet. The three of them were known for their immense strength, their love of crawling on the ground, and their tendency to squeak and annoy nearby residents. At first, he thought they were the only 3 mutants in the world. Isn't that how it's written in novels? The protagonists and their followers all gathered together in the early stages of their evolution. Although he didn't have much money, and the second and third brothers were spirited young men, the organization's name was already chosen, the Creation Alliance, meaning to create a new world. Xiaowu had originally thought the 3 of them would be unstoppable, and were only in a dormant phase. But today, watching the news, he realized there were even more powerful mutants out there, beyond him. They'd saved so many lives with a simple push, and even received several banners. They were simply able to turn the tide. Why did that woman look more like the protagonist? Xiaowu glanced at his hands, then at the 2 unsightly followers in the yard. Something's wrong. Is this what the protagonist team is like? Even in the early stages of hibernation, they shouldn't be so unrefined. One's an ant, one's a snake, and one's a cicada. They look like 18th tier cannon fodder. No! At least join the protagonist team. Cannon fodder has no future. Xiaowu excitedly hammered the window, creating a crack in the stainless steel. He jumped and quickly pinched it, fearing the landlord would find out and demand compensation. No, this kind of pathetic life isn't for mutants. At least join the protagonist team. That's the only way to have a future. Boss, what's wrong? Old 2, who had been groaning on the ground, stood up, dust and grass falling from his body. Boss! You were hammering the window just now to signal us to assemble. See if I'm quick to react? The third brother also came over, his voice still a little sharp from not having mastered the transition. Looking at the 2 energetic young men, full of Chunibya fighting spirit, Xiaowu suddenly felt his future even more bleak. He made up his mind, we must change. We must find that more powerful evolver. Let her lead us forward. The 2 younger brothers were silent for a few seconds. Oh, I agree. Genesis. Keep moving forward. Boss, are you sure the new boss will pass by here? The second brother, wearing a mask, crouched stealthily at the intersection. I'm not sure, but she's done heroic deeds here before, which means she lives nearby. As long as we persevere, we definitely see her. Xiaowu sat on the flower bed, staring at the intersection. The sun's a bit hot here. Boss, please move aside and let me sit. The three of them waited constantly. When they were tired, they sat down. When they were thirsty, they drank the water they brought from home. When it was time for lunch, they took turns going back to cook and bring food. Anyway, there was always someone waiting at the intersection. 3 days passed like this, and finally, someone arrived. Boss! Is that the new boss? The one chewing celery? The second brother's eyes lit up. Xiao Wu casually looked up, saw the face from the news, slapped his thigh, and ran over with a grin. Boss, wait for us. The two younger brothers followed. Xiaoling, who was waiting in line for fruit and vegetable tea, suddenly heard a noise behind her. She turned and saw 3 people running towards her, their expressions frantic and their movements strange. She instinctively tiptoed to the side. The 3 men, as if realizing something, immediately slowed down and stopped not far from her. Boss! The 3 men's eyes were intense, their voices loud and enthusiastic. Xiaoling shuddered with fear, nearly dropping her fruit and vegetable tea. Xiaoling bought 3 glasses of lemonade and went over, still feeling incredulous. Did you see it on the news? You think I'm so powerful that you want to follow me? Yes, boss. The second and third brothers spoke first. Our Creation Alliance is searching for a leader. You look like a perfect fit. If you're willing to be our leader, I promise you never go west if you tell us to go east. Yes, yes, the fourth brother echoed, sipping his lemonade. Xiaoling looked at the 2 immature boys, then shifted her gaze to another adult who looked reliable. Xiao calmly sipped his lemonade. I think so too. Now that the crisis has arrived, only by forming an alliance can we survive better. The 3 of us feel you're perfect to lead us because you're both powerful and compassionate. Xiaoling shuddered, feeling as if she'd stumbled into some male-oriented novel. Sorry, I don't have any plans. I'm in a hurry to get home. After you finish your lemonade, remember to throw your trash in the trash can. Xiaoling lifted her bitter melon lemon tea. The errand runner she'd asked to run was almost there, and she still had to deliver the fruit tea to teacher Xiao Tu. Boss! Don't abandon us! The third boss yelled, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Xiaoling dug her toes into the ground in embarrassment, and quickly pulled the 3 people into a corner. To be honest, I'm not a big shot yet. I'm still learning. There's no way I'd join an alliance. I'm only at the beginner level, and my teacher is expecting me back for class. Oh my goodness, boss, how come you're so strong and so eager to learn? The third brother immediately applauded. Xiaoling's face was furrowed, and she squinted as she looked at the 3 high-spirited faces. Suddenly, her brows relaxed. You want to improve, right? Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to gain more self-defense in times of crisis? Yes, yes, yes. How about this? I send you a WeChat message. This is our school. As long as you pass the entrance exam, you can join us. Everyone will have a dedicated teacher who will provide customized lessons. All 3 pairs of eyes sparkled. Is the entrance exam difficult? Not difficult either. It depends on your aptitude. Xiaoling composed herself. About 88,888 yuan. Huh? 2024 Fall Newcomer Course 3 new members joined the group chat. Although all 3 had only paid half the tuition, they were admitted because of their high spirits and potential. Xiao Wu glanced at his bank card, which had a balance of 0.02, then at the 2 younger brothers in front of him, their eyes sparkling. Boss, you always be our boss. I pay you back the 40,000 yuan as soon as I make money. I pay the tuition later. Boss, a brother's kindness is greater than heaven. You've been kind to me today, and I repay you double in the future. Wait. We talk later. I have to go to class. The third brother, whose transformation had transformed him into a cicada, quickly sat down at the desk and picked up his phone. Since they had only paid half of their tuition, the 3 of them were living together, but Teacher Yi added this. You 3 have a good relationship, your destinies overlap, and living and practicing together will be even more beneficial. Keep going. Pay your tuition soon, and remember to study hard. The third brother stared seriously at the screen, where the cool, hemichron-shaped teacher swayed its antennae, tapping the words on the blackboard. Teacher Xiaomu, please ask the students with the cicada attribute to read the questions carefully, and truly appreciate the rhythm of the sounds. The third child stood up and read the text bit by bit. He felt his throat gradually relax, and his chest unconsciously emitted a unique vibration. Ding dong. Xiao Wu's phone rang with a message. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. Attention students of the Hymenity family, your class will begin in an hour. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. Live link XXX. The trio began their class. Although it's expensive, this isn't just any ordinary class. It's a customized course on the evolution of new humans during a unique period. The alien-shaped teacher is very dedicated, and the AI voice acting is spot on. There's a customized study plan for each day, and if you do well, the teacher will reward you. Sometimes it's a round egg, sometimes a crystal clear sweet, and sometimes a small twig. So powerful yet so gentle. This is the teacher dedicated to the 88,000 yuan course. Hey boss, if only my old teacher had been this gentle, I wouldn't have dropped out to become a spirit boy. The second child gnawed on a white egg. If you hadn't been a spirit boy, you wouldn't have met boss. If you hadn't met boss, you wouldn't be here today. 40,000 yuan. Who in this world would be willing to spend 40,000 yuan on you? The third child waved the branch in his hand. It's a loan, and you have to pay it back. Xiao Wu emphasized, choking on a candy bar. Time passed, class after class, and the trio truly felt the allure of the 88,000 yuan course. Xiao Wu grew stronger, able to lift a millstone with one hand. The second child became more agile, twisting his body to climb walls. The third child's voice grew louder. The cicada's chirping seemed to tug at one's heart. That's all for today's class. Teacher Xiaoxi requires all students in the Reptilia and Serpents Order to go home and record a video tonight of themselves lurking in the forest late at night for a quarter of an hour. This will count towards the final exam. The AI voiceover was steady. On the screen, a cool black snake, wearing glasses, slowly swam through a simulated scene beneath the blackboard, demonstrating how to film a video to this standard. I promised to complete the task. The second child tapped the screen and said an OK. The online class ended, but it was still light outside. Videos wouldn't be available until dark. So, the third child thought for a moment and decided to play with his phone. Although the class was very interesting, sometimes the phone was stuck to his hand like glue. The third child opened a forum he frequently browsed, intending to savor some of the hottest memes, when he suddenly saw this message. Things are about to change. Anyone who has undergone a physical transformation and wants to give it a try, come with me. If you succeed, we split the huge sums of money. I see you at the foot of Xiaofei Mountain on Sunday afternoon. Chapter 104. Big brother, second brother, come and see. The third brother turned around and called. The three of them huddled together to look at their phone screens. The body has changed. That's what they mean by mutation, right? If you want to make a killing, you make a lot of money. That's breaking the law. Is Xiaofei Mountain in the next city? What's wrong? The second brother looked at the third brother. We can't break the law. We have a legitimate master and can't get involved with those outlandish practices. That's not what I meant. I just thought, after training for a while now, we should be able to help those in need. Just like second sister. Maybe we even get on TV and win a banner. The second and third brothers' eyes lit up, and they immediately looked at Xiao Wu with anticipation. Xiao Wu looked at his two eager younger brothers. Let's get started. Don't be so impulsive. Who knows how many people there are? We're only at the beginner level. What if they're delivering groceries? Besides, I can't bear to miss a single class worth 80,000 yuan. Boss, you have a point. So what if we just do nothing? That doesn't seem very loyal. Aren't we stronger now? We should shoulder some social responsibility. Xiao Wu looked up. The third brother had a righteous expression on his face, looking like he wanted a banner. The second brother nodded beside him. Everyone agreed that their opinion made sense. Xiao Wu checked his phone, then extended his hand and shook it again. The force gave him some courage. I'm not saying I won't go. It's just that there aren't enough of us three. Can we find someone else to go with us? Boss, are you saying? Xiao Wu texted, Teacher Yi, I saw a post like this online. Picture? This person looks like he's about to do something bad. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Rooms Old Yi. Yes, he's clearly showing it. Xiao Wu pursed his lips. The three of us would like to go check it out tomorrow. Is that okay with you? AAA Master Teacher Lecture Rooms Old Yi. Of course. We're a legitimate institution and don't restrict students' personal freedom. But remember to bring your phones tomorrow. Just bring them out when class starts. Xiao Wu, okay. There's one more thing I'd like to ask the teacher for help with. The three of us aren't very confident, so we'd like to ask other students if they're interested in joining us. That should be fine, right? AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room. Mr. Yi, you guys can discuss this privately. But everyone, remember to bring your phone. Missing class on time will result in a markdown. No problem. Xiao Wu looked up. Teacher Yi said yes. Quick, ask the former leader first. Ask her if she's coming with us? Xiao Wu took out his phone and started typing. sending a message to Xiao Ling without much hope. Carrot lover, Xiao Feishan? Then I join you tomorrow. The former leader agreed. The three of them were pleasantly surprised. Seizing the opportunity, they privately messaged the other students in the group chat. 3 out of 10 responded positively. One is Xiaoling, one is Gecko Man, and the other is called Nianyanyuyu. Nianyanyuyu, sure, I just want to go out and relax. I live across the street from you guys. Just knock on my door tomorrow. Yes. The second and third brothers looked at their phones happily. Xiao Wu also felt that the action was more reliable, and he casually created a 6-person action group. Xiao Feishan Anti-Violence and Protect Good Team, 6, Wudong Qiankuan. Then we will set off at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and meet up downstairs in the dormitory. What do you think? The second Master of Creation, I can. The third Master of Creation, got it. Love to eat carrots, won the Gecko Man, I have no problem. Year after year of abundance. Animated emoticon. Okay. Looking at the neat replies, Xiao Wu immediately felt that the action was reliable, and his heart settled down when he saw the two brothers jumping up and down. You two still have a class later, why don't you pack your things quickly? I'm coming. Night gradually fell, and the third brother finished his class, but Xiao Wu couldn't rest yet, because the second brother had to go to the park outside to slither, and he had to help take pictures. The three of them sneaked into the park and filmed furtively, encountering various unexpected situations along the way, including scaring the pet dog, a dead fill light, and someone suddenly approaching. But thankfully, they finally finished. Less than 10 minutes after submitting the finished work, it showed as graded. Yes. 90 points. Teacher Xiaoxi said, she give me an egg tomorrow. I'm told to keep working hard next time. Not bad, not bad. I definitely pay attention in every class. So this is what it feels like to be praised by the teacher. It's awesome. The moon gradually climbed higher, and then set in a still silence. The next morning, the three of them awoke and hurriedly began packing. Bring a power bank, portable Wi-Fi, a bottle of water, and some bread, boss? Is there any food at the foot of the mountain? Are you here to fight violence or go on an outing? Just bring a power bank in case your phone runs out of battery during class. You don't need anything else. Just buy it on the spot. Oh! The three of them traveled light, and knocked on the door of the dormitory across the street. Year after year of abundance. Year after year of abundance. Time to go. It was very quiet inside, not a sound could be heard. Xiao Wu pulled out his phone to check the message. It was supposed to be here, so why was there no response? Knock, knock, knock. Year after year of abundance. Year after year of abundance. The three of them shouted together, and finally there was movement inside. After a few rustling noises, the door finally opened. A pale-skinned girl with short hair appeared behind the door. Martial Universe and the second and third masters of the creation world, right? Come in and sit for a while I pack my things. She lowered her hand, leaving the door open. The three of them exchanged glances, and finally Xiao Wu spoke up. We 3 grown men will be waiting for you at the door. Oh! A faint voice came from the room, as if completely unconcerned. Xiao Wu, a male office worker with normal values, suddenly felt a sense of responsibility. Sister Nianyanyou, if you live alone, it's best not to let anyone in, especially men like us. It's very dangerous. You have to be careful. Yes, 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 girls should protect themselves. The second and third brothers echoed. Oh, thank you for your kindness, but I wasn't afraid before, and I'm even less so now. I'm still quite strong. The voice was a little slurred, as if through a layer of water. Xiao Wu realized that the physical changes Nianyanyou was talking about were mutations, and he suddenly felt curious. Nianyanyou should have known that the three of them were mutants, but she wasn't on guard. Could it be that her mutation was much more severe than theirs? Abundance every year? Koi. Extra lucky? Nianyanyou, what kind of mutation are you? The third child asked immediately. We 3 are snakes, cicadas, and ants. The room was silent for a moment, and then Xiao Wu heard Nianyanyou walking towards the door, her footsteps very light. A girl with short hair and a pale face appeared at the door, her fangs flashing in her smile. I'm a piranha. The 4 of them walked down the stairs in silence. Nianyanyou seemed accustomed to it, following behind with her school bag, gnawing on crispy bones, the sound of them crunching. Xiao Wu got goosebumps at the sound behind him. Although he knew there was a living person behind him, the piranha was mutated. This thing was Xiao Wu's childhood nightmare. He had seen a TV show where a pond was densely packed with small, man-eating fish. If anything living came near the water, The screen would show a scene of them being gnawed to the bone. It was terrifying. Even after all these years, the fear was still so vivid. Crackle, crackle. Xiao Wu quickened his pace. The second and third brothers, though somewhat confused, hurried to follow. Carrot! Gecko Man! Xiao Wu saw them, and quickly greeted them. The six of them quickly gathered downstairs, briefly introduced themselves, and discussed their course of action. Let's not alert the enemy yet. Let's pretend we're here to seek refuge. We see what that person is up to. Gecko Man, also known as Li Ping, began his analysis. I think it's okay. Xiao Ling nodded. Okay. Nian Yu, also known as Xiao Yu, also agreed. The six of them began their journey, first taking the bus and then the subway. The journey took 2 hours. During the journey, 3 of them attended a class, and 1 filmed a video for their homework. Here we are. This is it. Xiao Wu charged his scorching phone and began to look around. There weren't many people at the foot of Xiaofei Mountain, but there weren't any strange people either. Most of them were normal people. Some were hiking, some were dating, and some were just enjoying the fresh air at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Wu suddenly felt a little dazed. After spending so much time in the agency, he had the feeling that everyone was mutating. Now that he was out, he realized that wasn't the case. Only a small number of them had mutated. Most were normal. Boss, where is that person? Why hasn't he arrived yet? The third brother checked his phone for messages. I don't know. Xiao Wu said this, but he couldn't help but feel like someone was watching him. It was very likely the person who had posted the message. Ding dong. Xiao Feishan Anti-Violence and Protection Team. 6. Nian Yu. Someone is hiding behind that crooked tree. I smell a human scent. The members who saw the message did not move on the surface. They glanced at the tree out of the corner of their eyes. There was nothing behind the crooked tree. A gust of wind blew away a few leaves, but there was no human figure. But Xiao Yu said there was someone there. Xu Wu's heart was pounding. Mutant, it must be a mutant skill, most likely invisibility or something like that. That person was hiding there watching them. Ding dong. Chuanshi Eri, watch me pass through the bushes. Xiao Wu thought for a moment and typed. Give me a signal when the time comes, and I catch him directly. Gecko Man. Then I pass through the tree. Love to eat carrots. I check for any omissions. Nian Yu. I help you keep track of the location. If you leave, I remind you. The 6 people were typing quietly, pretending to be absorbed in their phones, and not paying attention to the surroundings. Nian Yu, there seems to be more than one person behind the tree. Be careful. Chuanshi Second Master, Roger, start moving. Chuanshi Third Master, if they're discovered, I yell and disrupt his mind. Martial Universe, don't worry, there are so many ordinary people here. Chuanshi Third Master, okay. Lao Er shoved his phone in his pocket and, with superb acting, pretended to be desperate for a piss. He asked around for a restroom, but when he got a negative response, his expression froze, and he dove into the bushes. Li Ping walked to the other side, reached a deserted area, and began climbing trees. The trees on Xiaofei Mountain were large and dense, their branches easily obscuring his presence. All 5 of them took action. Xiao Yu pretended to wait for someone at the foot of the mountain, but was actually keeping an eye on the person behind the crooked tree. Everywhere was completely quiet. Wang Hu, holding the hostage, hid behind the crooked tree, watching the movements below. The person he wanted didn't show up. They were all ordinary people, with clear eyes and a student-like air, carrying backpacks and power banks. Did they think this was a picnic? So childish. Wait a little longer. The mutated ones were easy to spot. Even if their faces weren't as menacing as his, they still had a unique aura, clearly different from ordinary people. They were chosen beings of a higher level. Wang Hu worked hard to manipulate his body, blending his color with the surroundings. Chameleon, this was his mutation. It was truly a blessing from heaven that he still had this day. Wang Hu glared at the hostage in his hands with a cold gaze. As soon as he could see the child, he would kill him and then pass the blame on to them. By then, he'd have the money, someone to blame, and no one in the world would be able to find him. Money, as long as you have it, there's nothing you can't get. Spend it all, you can always make another, one after another, one after another. Money is never spent. Wang Hu's mind was throbbing, his breath heavy, but the next second, his neck was strangled. Got it! A steady male voice came from the tree. Ahem. Wang Hu's face flushed red. He dropped the child and reached out to grab him, but the next moment, his body was constricted. I'm coming! Xiao Wu forcefully dislodged the man's arms. I got it. Xiao Ling walked lightly, holding a fainted little boy in her arms. The six-member group reunited, looking at the heavyset man gasping for breath on the ground, then at the flushed little boy. They suddenly realized that the terrible incident wasn't just about to happen, but was nearly irreversible. Should we call the police? Xiaoling asked, holding the child. I don't know. Is it convenient for us? It should be possible. We've all learned about hidden mutations, but the main thing is, this kid has a fever. We need to rush to the hospital. We're all broke, right? Yes. We've already paid for our tuition. Then we have to call the police. The six of them agreed to call 110. The police quickly arrived with the parents, who burst into tears, clutching their children in fear. Thank you so much. Please accept this small gift. It gives me peace of mind. Can I have an interview? Could you share how you caught this criminal? Yes. Ding dong. A distinctive phone chime rang. The six of them jolted in surprise, quickly pulling out their phones and opening the group chat. Sure enough, it was a notification that class was starting in 5 minutes. Sorry, we have to rush to our online class, so we can't do the interview. We accept the gift. We contact you next time if you need anything. Xiao Wu quickly waved goodbye and joined the group in finding a place to sit and listen to the class. Media cameras captured their studious backs. We can see that these six kind-hearted individuals are not only strong and intelligent, but also deeply passionate about learning. Even in the face of praise, they remain undaunted and don't waste a single moment. I wonder what they're learning. Curious, we decided to wait here for a while until the six kind-hearted individuals finish their study, then approach them to ask what they're learning. Chapter 105. The six-person group took an online class, occasionally taking notes and answering questions. Sometimes they stood up and imitated the movements, which had to be done perfectly. Well, we can see a few kind people taking it very seriously. Let's keep our voices down and wait until they finish before interviewing them. The host whispered to the live stream. The camera footage lasted for a long time. 6 people sat on the flower bed, each wearing headphones and looking at their phones. They shifted around from time to time and often stood up to answer questions. Man-eating. Dao. Specialization. The voice was a little unclear, and the audience watching the live stream couldn't figure out what the short-haired, pale-skinned young lady was learning. Maybe it's a history class. I heard something about scholars. I think it might be a Taoist class. So curious. Everyone's so focused, not even distracted. It's not that they're not distracted, they're trying to control themselves. I just saw the guy next to me go blank for 3 seconds, and then quickly pinch his thigh. Wow. Isn't anyone curious about what kind of online class they're taking? It's so interactive. It doesn't feel like mainstream learning. Mainstream classes don't have so many movements. It's a bit like martial arts. Professionals speak out. I've never seen anything like this in any martial arts school. The camera remained steady, watching as some people stood up and twisted, some carried things, and some practiced the long jump, effortlessly leaping a great distance. Why does he look like he jumped so far? Any data? I don't want to go over there, afraid to disturb the class. Why does that data feel off? Am I seeing things? How could he jump so far? No, isn't anyone else curious about how the guy can twist so well? He's even twisting into an S shape. What kind of class is he taking? I think I have an idea. Let someone upstairs share their thoughts. It's hard to say. You might find out in a while. We have to wait and see what happens next. It's still pretty incredible, but that's what happened. Riddler upstairs? We can see these 6 kind people are really serious. They're probably taking a physical training course, so they're covering both theoretical knowledge and practical skills. We shouldn't disturb them right now. Let's just wait a while. After it's over, we go interview these 6 kind people. The live stream was still buzzing with discussion, sometimes about why the tall girl was jumping around, sometimes about why the boy wasn't twisting his body, but all the topics centered around one core theme. What class were they taking? Some were saying dance, some were saying martial arts, some were even saying mantis fist and the 18 dragons subduing palms, but no one could convince anyone else. As the discussion raged, the live stream suddenly became a trending topic. Hashtag highly interactive mysterious class hashtag. Netizens suddenly saw the tail of this trending topic and clicked on it. It turned out to be a news story about a good person. The live stream was waiting for a good Samaritan to finish their work before interviewing them. No way. They're still waiting after dark. What kind of good Samaritan is making such a big deal out of this? They're not just any good Samaritan, the kind who saved a child from kidnappers. What are they doing? They're taking an online class. As soon as their phone rang, they sat down and started. They've been attending since noon, without a single second's pause. This is terrifying. Is this why others succeed? I just want to ask, are there no mosquito bites? Obviously, there are. I saw the man in the middle scratching his leg while taking notes. More and more people were discussing the topic, and the 6 people who were immersing themselves in the 88888 course finally began to wind down. That's all for today's class, the AI voiceover said calmly, but the conversation continued. In view of your special circumstances, Teacher Yi is offering a mentoring program. Anyone who calls tonight to inquire about the course and successfully pays will receive 1 point per person. The points will be settled in a week and can be redeemed for a variety of mysterious gifts. As if worried they hadn't heard clearly, an image popped up on each of the 6 people's phones. Black text on a white background displayed the previous paragraph in extremely large text, as if to prevent them from seeing it clearly. The 6 people exchanged glances, and finally Xiao Wu, a former salesperson, spoke first. It seems like they want us to recruit people. The second brother scratched his head. Are they handing out flyers? They haven't printed them out yet. Probably not. I think they want us to recommend an organization when we're being interviewed. Xiaoling raised her head and gestured. The gentle and elegant host approached. Hello everyone, can I do an interview? Sure. Xiao Wu nodded. Then I briefly interview you all. It'd probably take about 10 minutes. The host was very understanding. He turned and waved, and the camera was set up in front of the 6 people. Excuse me, are you classmates? The 6 of them stared at each other for a second. Yes, we are classmates. We could even be considered fellow apprentices. Wow, you must have a great chemistry. Could you briefly describe how you worked together to capture the criminal? Well, we first saw his message online. We immediately thought he was suspicious. After reaching a consensus, the 6 of us set out. Once we arrived, we coordinated and quickly apprehended the criminal. Did you quickly locate the criminal after you reached the foot of the mountain? Yes and no. We found him with the help of junior sister Xiaoyu. Due to her professional background, she's more sensitive to hidden people. Xiao Wu organized his words. Oh. Out of respect for the individual's privacy, the host didn't ask further questions. And the next question is, for selfish reasons, could you please tell me what online classes everyone is taking? The viewers in the live stream are also very curious. The host looked expectant. Here it comes. 6 minds raced. First, they couldn't just say it directly, because there were still many ordinary people who hadn't mutated. Even the most clueless knew that revealing mutations in front of so many people in this situation would definitely cause social unrest. But the organization also had a mentoring program. Actually, we're practicing martial arts, Xiaoling spoke first, looking seriously at the camera. It's a brand new school, the animal school. Various animals are responsible for teaching, helping people fully tap into their potential and adapt to their environment. Wow. The host covered her mouth, but her surprise was within the normal range. So were you just imitating animal movements? Yes, the second child continued, wiggling as he spoke. I'm a snake, and my class is taught by Teacher Shi. I've learned a lot from him. I'm a cicada. The third child also raised his hand. My teacher is also very responsible. He said he has a lot of teaching experience. In his tribe, he's the one who teaches children. Tribe? The host was curious. Do you mean the family? Ah. Yes. So, what kind of animals martial arts is this short-haired girl learning? The host turned the camera to focus on Xiaoyu. The hostess understands me. I've been curious about this beautiful girl for a long time. Her skin is so white. I'm from the Piranha faction. The short-haired girl smiled, and everyone in the live stream room saw her pointed teeth. I knew it. Why is the Riddler still up there? This girl is so cute, with those little canine teeth. Do you have so many canine teeth? What do you know up there? The more, the cuter they are. No one's paying attention to the piranhas. Piranhas? The host was a little surprised, but then became curious. What do the Piranha clan learn? The previous snake cicada martial arts were fine, but the piranhas were completely unheard of. A lot. Swimming, hunting underwater, identifying creature states, bite strength, adaptability on land, caring for teeth, socializing, etc. The live stream room fell silent for 3 seconds. Did I hear it wrong? What are all these things? I thought it was some kind of martial arts concept about grasping your opponent like a piranha. How come it's so real? Where can I sign up for this organization? Wow, you guys are so action-oriented up there. I don't even know what they're talking about. Is this just a traffic boosting move? This girl looks pretty good. Could the heroic act have been staged? The hostess felt a little strange, but out of professionalism, she smiled and said, "What a unique course, with such natural elements. Perhaps, after being smoothed over by life, we really need a bit of animalistic wildness." That's all for today's interview. Wait! Xiao Wu raised his hand and quickly displayed the organization's phone number. "Welcome to inquire about the course. We provide food and accommodation, and we have dedicated instructors to help you manage your physical problems. Special courses during this special period are here to protect you and resolve your worries." Hey! Wait! The host quickly stopped him, but the quick-witted netizens in the live stream had already captured the phone screen. Yi Zifeng's recruitment calls kept ringing, and several devices rang simultaneously. He tapped his mental power to answer the call, and the pre-recorded audio echoed through each phone. "Welcome to the new human training course. To explain your situation, press 1. To learn about the payment schedule, press 2. To inquire about the course philosophy, press 3. To place an order, press 8. To contact live customer service, press 9. Those who needed to explain their situation passed. Those who wanted to understand the payment schedule received a message like this. Please pay 88,888. Account number, XXX. Those who wanted to inquire about the course philosophy received a long official message. Those who wanted to place an order were directly transferred to the AAA Master Lecture Hall WeChat account. As for those who chose live customer service, Ying Fangxuan was responsible for answering the call and playing the recording. This process basically screened out most of the people who were just joining in the fun. After adding them as WeChat friends, he calculated and deleted those who were just joining in the fun. The remaining people were basically prospective students. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. That's right. We specialize in institutions specializing in physical mutations in the New World. We have specialized teachers who will provide you with one-on-one guidance on your development. Whether you're looking to conceal a characteristic, enhance your potential, or develop special skills, we have specialized learning strategies to help you seize opportunities during this challenging period. The 6-member group didn't know the enrollment situation, but they clearly saw that there were only 108 members in the group for the Fall 2024 New Human class. Fall 2024 New Human course. Bukamingzishan, we finally found the organization. Should we go undercover first or seize resources? The apocalypse is here, and this is our chance. Taio Taiyu, huh? Aren't we a class organization? Bukamingzishan, it's obvious that a class organization is just a facade. Who needs to attend classes when they've all evolved? Wild fighting. Fighting and struggling. That's what matters, Cecilia Lu. So what's the 88,000 yuan tuition I paid for? Bukamingzishan, investment. Seeking quick wealth. Huh? Tian. Picture Tian. I never thought I'd have cat ears. Seeking quick wealth. No, I'm really here for class. At AAA Master Teacher Lecture Hall Lao Yi, what kind of organization are we? Bukamingzishan, it's clearly an apocalypse organization. Otherwise, why would the first group member be named Chuangshi? That must be the name of the organization. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Rooms Lao Yi at Bukamingzishan AAA Master Teacher Lecture Rooms Lao Yi. Your class will begin in 5 minutes, so please prepare your school supplies. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Rooms Lao Yi. Livestream link, XXX. Chapter 106. At first, the 6-member group thought 108 group members was already a lot. But the livestream went viral, and as if by some force, the group chat for the Fall 2024 New Human course swelled with people, and even 2 and 3 groups were created. Yi Zifeng was busy every day in the Spirit Beast space. Although a Spirit Beast teacher could teach multiple students, they had to be of the same species. If they encountered different species, they had to find a dedicated teacher. After all, you couldn't have a cat student learning from a dog teacher. That won't do. He trembles in front of the camera. Yi Zifeng tossed aside a furry monkey. This one has a bad temper. We might get sued. Yi Zifeng swatted away another goose. This one has a nice figure and clear ideas. Even if you don't have any teaching experience, you can still teach. We're a bit short on teachers. Yi Zifeng patted the Sika deer and pointed at the line of teachers. Go ahead. The Sika deer chuckled and walked over. Yi Zifeng was frantically shaking the animals ahead, selecting as he went. A quarter of an hour later, he had selected another 20 teachers. Ying Fangxuan, come here. Yi Zifeng waved. The furry Ying Fangxuan swayed and flew to his side, his expression strange, as if he had never imagined that his people could become human teachers. You're just too backward. Yi Zifeng said casually, come, talk to these animals. Let them endure a little hardship and take on more students. You give them a higher salary at the end of the month. The furry Ing Fengshuan paused, but then silently flew ahead of the prospective teachers, extending the Beast King's spiritual power, and began training institutional teachers. Yi Zifeng nodded in satisfaction. You go ahead and do your thing. I filter out a few more. I'm going across the street now. It's up to you if you want to come over after you're done. Yi Zifeng teleported across the street and began catching animals. The famous Beast Instructor Agency was thriving, with a constant stream of inquiries. Students from all corners of the country were bussed in to sign up, many accompanied by their parents. Oh my god, this is so scary. I thought my child had rabies, and suddenly turned into a dog. Turns out it's a mutation. God bless. Come, call the teacher. You be taking classes here from now on. Teacher Yi, our accommodations are provided, right? How's the food? How many people are in the dormitory? Yi Zifeng's clone technique was incredibly proficient, surpassing even the time he was being hunted in the cultivation world. He had 81 clones, some answering the phone, some reminding students to watch online classes, and others responsible for admissions, cleaning, cooking, packing, and advertising. Cultivating immortality is incredibly convenient. Anyone can start a large organization. Although it's called a large organization, it only has 1,000 or 2,000 students, but that number wouldn't even be enough when spread out among the nation's 1.4 billion people. Ordinary people still make up the majority. The biggest feeling is that there seem to be more talented individuals online lately, and you can easily find one at a glance. Livestream name: a hand-knitted scarf in 15 minutes. Yes, it only takes 15 minutes. You order the yarn and pattern, and I start knitting right there in the live stream. Minor imperfections are fine, so I can trick my boyfriend into thinking it was my own. The labor fee is 20 yuan, regardless of the number of patterns or colors. I'm not trying to attract attention, and the live stream isn't speeding up. My hand speed is just that fast. I'm not a robot, I just have a little talent. This isn't a charity, I'm just completing the teacher's assignment. Yes, my teacher asked me to knit a few more scarves. Sure, you can knit the words Zhangxian, I love you on the scarf. Do you need red thread? It also take 15 minutes. If you're interested, just give me a like. I'm starting now. The two hands in the live stream moved swiftly, leaving a trail of afterimages. The scarf was created at a speed visible to the naked eye. After 14 minutes and 30 seconds, a scarf with a white background and a pattern of Zhangxian, I love you was complete. Okay, let's knit the next one, a scarf made up of 5 different knitting techniques. Let's start now. The hand shadows on the screen moved so rapidly that anyone watching wouldn't have noticed the speed was turned up. Scroll down one more video. Hungry again? Let's ask the seagull to go grab some bread from the store. Let's call that one. Coo coo coo. Here we go, see? Let's point it to the store, woo coo coo. See? It went over there, looking for the bread I wanted. The one with the Orleans chicken cutlet. It's back. Hey guys. This bread the seagull grabbed is delicious. But Lao Wang has a tip. If you want to eat the bread the seagull grabbed, make sure it's packaged. Don't eat it without packaging. It's full of germs. Scroll down for another video. Sisters, backpacking through the mountains. Let's jump straight in from the tree. See that big tree up ahead? There's a branch in the middle that's a perfect place to land. Let's take a run. Hey! We're up. Now let's find the next tree. See the one on the right? There's a foothold there. Let's just jump over there. Okay, keep it up. The livestream screen kept shaking, and the audience watched in amazement as the host jumped non-stop, leaping from the foot of the mountain into the mountain, emphasizing as he did so. I don't recommend you follow my example. I have a professional instructor. Jumping from a tree into the mountain is just an assignment. I'm a professional. It would be extremely dangerous for ordinary people to do that. Hey, there's a monkey up ahead. Let's go say hello to it, and let it give me the persimmon it's holding. The hottest forum on the internet for daily life. What's going on lately? Why do I feel like society has become so frivolous? Why are there so many outrageous personas online? I even saw someone backpacking through the Ileo Mountains yesterday. I've seen that too, but that's not the most outrageous. At least they still look like human beings. Yesterday I saw someone diving all day, and he said he didn't need to eat, just eat plankton. You're just saying you don't need to eat. Yesterday I saw a streamer who looked so energetic after a day in the sun. When I asked her about it, she said she was a mimosa plant and only needed photosynthesis. Is this kind of abstraction popular now? I don't understand it at all. It's so outrageous and not interesting. Have you ever considered that it's not just a persona? Those people really seem to have something wrong with them. They're just different from ordinary people. Ah? Are you serious? This is hilarious. There are people who actually believe this online meme. Merchants hide faucets inside oranges to sell goods. You must be one of those people who's worried about the orange juice flooding your house. Believe it or not. I'm just giving you one tip. Find the right live stream and spend a few days there, and you know if they're just creating a persona. Actually, I wanted to say this. I watched a live stream yesterday. That girl was really jumping from a tree, jumping from the foot of a mountain into the depths. She even fought a monkey for persimmons. The monkey refused, so she beat him up and eventually became the Monkey King. I watched this live stream yesterday too. The scene was so real. I can't convince myself it's fake. Every frame looks real no matter how I look at it, or how I take screenshots. What's wrong with the world? Why do people believe such a ridiculous story? What's wrong with the world? How can someone really become the Monkey King overnight? I'm starting to question my life. Haha. I'm an insider. I study at the same institution as all those talented people online. All I can say is, don't worry, just keep calm. What's meant to happen will happen. If it doesn't, just surf the internet. It's quite entertaining. Are you being mysterious? Reported. Let me say one last thing before I close this thread. If you notice anything wrong with your body, not an illness, but changes that can't be explained by science, just call this number and study with us at this institution. Tuition is a bit expensive, but Professor Yi is very easy to talk to. Just say you owe it, and you pay it back when you start making money online. He agree? But you must attend class carefully. If you skip, you be punished. Yes, you must listen carefully. What's going on above is so clear and logical. Someone please explain what's going on. This is so confusing. Is it the end of the world? Is there a resurgence of aura? Is it the magical world? Why am I still a muggle? Why are everyone else jumping around in the forest? I'm still at home, having fun with Wi-Fi. I don't understand. Just trust the country. As long as the higher-ups don't say anything, it's fine. We ordinary people just need to do our best. If we have nothing to do, go earn some money, or we won't be able to afford tuition. Huh? What tuition? Tuition for continuing education. Don't overthink it, doghead. The thread was a mess. There were curious passers-by, people trying to be mysterious, and a few who knew the truth or were students at the institution. But the majority were just ordinary netizens, who noticed something was amiss, but couldn't quite put their finger on it. Wow, I received a scarf knitted for me in 15 minutes from the livestream. It's so exquisite, the stitches are so dense and neat, and it smells so good. I know that livestream. The girl there even claimed to be a spider spirit. I thought she was just joking around, so I didn't place an order. Turns out there's a real scarf. You can buy one. The main thing is, they accommodate any request you make. The 15 yuan labor fee is like charity. Oh my god. The girl's live stream went off, and she said she was taking online classes. What a coincidence. I'm crying. Li Jia turned off his phone and looked at the captain sitting by the stream not far away. Captain Yuan, what about online classes? Is it really okay to ignore public opinion? It's hard to say. A teammate came over. Have you been online again? Did you see that organization again? Yes. Li Jia nodded. Is it really okay to ignore this organization? Who are they? They teach mutants. Where did they come from? What's their purpose? Is there really no need to investigate? The higher-ups have their own plans. Captain Yuan washed his hands. No need to discuss anything else. We haven't found our target for this mission for 2 days. Mutants from other countries are too dangerous for local residents. Yes. Li Jia and his teammates responded loudly. Captain Yuan glanced at them. As for that organization, don't worry too much. We have people inside. Yes. It was time for a break. The three of them dressed, pretended to be ordinary tourists, and headed into the forest, following the designated path in search of the 2 foreign mutants who had wandered into the area. The forest was deep and dense, with trees filling every inch of air within sight. The dense vegetation was like an airtight cage, completely trapping the 3 people inside. Li Jia pushed aside the grass in front of him and stepped inside, feigning a helpless expression. He shouted, "Is anyone there? Help!" as he walked. Are we going to get stuck? The teammates' acting was also excellent. It shouldn't be possible. Just hold on a little longer. We still have some food left. We should be able to stop there until tomorrow. Captain Yuan's face was grave, his voice immersed in the performance. The forest wasn't particularly quiet. The occasional calls of birds and animals could be heard, and the slight creaking of something treading on branches echoed through the dense forest. But then, at some point, silence descended. Ligia's heart began to pound, but he forced himself to remain calm. The captain must have sent a signal, and everyone was armed. But for some reason, he had a bad feeling, a sense of foreboding, as if something was lurking around. There were faint noises from all directions, as if something was lurking around, rustling, but when he looked up, there was nothing. The three men gradually closed in, keeping their distance, their bodies unconsciously adopting a defensive stance. We've been targeted. Realizing this, everyone stopped pretending. They slowly pulled their weapons from their bags and stood back to back, facing three different directions. Their expressions were calm and serious, and their breathing slowed. Swish. A breeze blew from the left. The next second, a shadowy figure leaped out from the opposite direction. The captain was the first to pull the trigger, then scurried a few steps back to join the others. The figure ahead collapsed in the woods, gasping for breath, its body heaving violently, but none of the three took a step. Enemies rarely come to your doorstep. They usually have traps hidden behind them. One person lay in front, paralyzing the other, but what about the other? The surroundings remained silent, but the panting in front was very distinct, gradually becoming lighter, as if gradually losing life. Captain Yuan remained motionless, maintaining a thorough defensive posture with his team. Now was not the time to take credit. The others would arrive soon. Only by protecting their own men to the greatest extent possible could they claim credit for their extra efforts. Mutant. The three remained vigilant, alert until the man lying in front had completely stopped moving. Ligia was beginning to feel a surge of anxiety. The intense tension was exhausting. What if it really was just the enemy in front? Wouldn't this be too time-consuming? Captain. Ligia couldn't help but speak, but the captain didn't respond, so he turned to look. At that moment, a gust of wind sounded, and a dark shadow suddenly pounced from Ligia's blind spot, pinning him to the ground. Ugh, chuckle, chuckle. The furry face above let out a strange laugh, its teeth sharp and razor-sharp. Bang, bang. Two gunshots stopped the spotted hyena mutant's claws from digging at Ligia's butt. Reacting quickly, Ligia grabbed the mutant's injured claw and swung it violently, coordinating with the captain's attack to get out from under him. The three of them ran through the dense forest. The ammunition they had was limited, and now only a few were left. The mutant behind them chuckled, its claws scraping against the tree with a sharp, metallic sound. Ligia was covered in a cold sweat, and the wind chilled him to the bone. Hyenas were renowned for their anal digging skills. If it weren't for the two blows the captain had just given him, he might have been gored himself. Ga. The sounds behind them were getting closer and closer, a mixture of human and animal voices, forming an eerie laugh that echoed through the forest, echoing in all directions and terrifyingly. The trio didn't dare stop for a moment. They were out of ammunition. The good news was that no one had been hit yet, but the bad news was that there were two more behind them. The eerie cries continued, sometimes farther, and sometimes closer, but the trio could no longer run forward. They were nearing a residential area. Captain Yuan raised his hand to signal a halt, and took the lead, turning around. Ligia and his teammates realized something, paused for a second, then resolutely turned to face the two hyena mutants behind them. The two hyenas stopped, staring at the trio's lowered weapons. They grinned at an odd angle, revealing sharp teeth, and letting out a laugh that sounded both animalistic and human. I don't want to go over there. It sounds weird. Unless you give me 60,000 likes, then I go over and see. I didn't ask to come over. It's my teacher's assignment. People like me should go out into the forest, or I fail the class. I don't dare fail the class. If I fail, I have to work in the cafeteria for 3 months. Teacher Yi says we have to take turns washing dishes. Who dares to fail the class? Do you? Okay. It's almost 60,000. If it gets 60,000 likes, I go over and see. No matter what it is, if it's a monster, I capture it and dissect it. If it's a ghost, I pick it up and show you. That's potential, don't you understand? The king of beasts, you know? That's me. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just know I'm awesome. It's almost there. It's almost there. Okay, 60,000 likes. I'm going over now. Wow. It's so lively here. There are 3 people panting. Why are the 2 across the way so blurry? I can't see them clearly. Let's get closer and take a look. Wow. So much hair. They don't look like yin people. Chapter 107 No. Is it just hairy? Ah, host, take a closer look. Oh my god, This is terrifying. Is it a human or an animal? Why does it look like a cross between a human and a spotted hyena? No, what's this live streaming room for? Filming a movie? Such a terrifying character. Lu Ruihu glanced at the hairy figure in front of him, his face relaxed. What's so scary about this? They're just trying to scare people. They're no match for you, host. If you don't believe me, I catch them and show you a closer look. Wait! Don't go over there. Captain Yuan came to his senses and quickly intervened. Hey! There are even kind-hearted people telling us not to go over there. Lu Ruihu said to the screen, who are we then? Are we afraid of something like that? Captain Yuan was somewhat helpless. Don't come over. It's dangerous. Go. We're professionals. We're on a mission. At this point, the anchor in the tracksuit seemed to finally react. Are you three maintaining social stability? Yes. Go. Captain Yuan waved. Lu Ruihu glanced at his phone, then at the two furry mutants, and finally at the trio, as if thinking, but his feet didn't move at all. Go. Captain Yuan urged again. But before Lu Ruihu could act, the two hyena mutants, enraged at being ignored, let out a sharp, strange howl. One charged at the trio, claws extended, while the other, fangs bared, charged at Anchor Lu Ruihu, standing on the slope. The audience in the live broadcast room only saw a blurry, hairy creature rushing towards the anchor, but the next second, the phone spun around and the picture froze on the messy grass. The next second, a whistling sound shook the phone. Roar! The sounds of running claws and hooves, crashing sounds, strange howls, whimpers, hurried footsteps, and yawns approaching from afar. Finally, the phone was picked up by someone, and the host appeared in the camera with messy hair. Lu Ruihu waved his hand. Sorry, I was just busy catching those two hairy guys, and didn't pay attention to you all. Move your fingers and give a thumbs up. I won't throw my phone away next time. No, what happened? Huh? You're not showing me what's going on, and you still have the nerve to give a thumbs up. No, what was that just now? How could it be so real? It must be an act, just playing a recording. Let me see the host in front. What's going on? Here, it's just like that. The live screen trembled slightly, but soon became clear. 3 people were lifting 2 dark figures from the ground. Before anyone could get a clear look, the camera cut back to the host's face. All right, it's a secret operation. All you need to know is that I defeated those 2 hairy guys. Awesome, isn't it? The tiger, king of beasts. My attributes. Don't worry if you don't understand. Just know I'm the most powerful. The audience was still a little skeptical, mainly because the whole process went so quickly. They didn't see anything. After the heart-pounding tiger roar, there was a clatter of bells and bangs, and then the host suddenly appeared, claiming to be the best. It was completely impossible to react. It's acting. Otherwise, why didn't they show us? Maybe the props hadn't arrived yet, so they could only play the audio. No one asked what happened to those 2 hairy guys. Why were they being dragged away? Huh? It's acting. The actors. No, am I the only one who thinks this is real? Are those 3 special forces soldiers on a covert operation? People up there should watch less TV. Haven't you figured out what's going on? The host is in that mysterious organization. I don't understand. This is a mess. Reporting. Hey, wait. Lu Ruihu's words died in his throat as the screen went black. Oh my god. I've been blocked. Lu Ruihu reacted with regret. He should have stopped trying to show off and just stayed honest with his outdoor live streams. But it's so hard to resist. Anyone who transforms into a tiger and receives instruction from capable seniors would find it hard not to show off. Livestream. If he'd done this before, he'd been laughed at by his peers. But now that he's in the organization, he's realized how many people in the world don't have 88,000. Classmates are all live streaming, from lions and elephants to silkworms, ants, snakes, and insects. Many are facing the camera, and from initial inexperience to mastery, some are even gifted and have mastered the art without any instruction. I actually received an 800 yuan gift today. My fans even praise my sense of humor. I don't know what it feels like to be watched by so many people. It's so fulfilling. I'm going live tomorrow. My audience is different. They say I'm the most abstract streamer in the world. That's ridiculous. I'm so civilized. Hee, I feel like I'm the real me after putting on the mask. Being stared at is even more exciting. Lu Ruihu's heart was slowly stirring. Live streaming, even though he'd never considered it in his entire life, who could resist it? He couldn't believe someone could transform into a tiger and resist showing off. Who could resist not live streaming? It's already live streaming, and if I don't show off, what kind of live streaming is it? Damn it! How could the person who reported it be so inconsiderate, and the reviewer too? Don't they know he's the eldest son of the Liu family? Damn it! Liu Ruihu pounded his fist again. Hello? Liu Ruihu looked up, his expression slightly more restrained. Hello? Li Jie thought, trying to organize his words. Are you from that institution? The one with the 88,000 yuan tuition? Yes. Liu Ruihu nodded nonchalantly, but then thought, Teacher Yi would be happier if more people knew about the institution. There must be mutants in the official team, each of whom costs 88,000 yuan. Yes, I'm from that institution. If you have any questions, just ask me. I definitely answer them. Li Jie felt the other person's attitude was overly enthusiastic, but he was genuinely curious, so he asked anyway. I'd like to ask about this institution. Who runs it? That's what you want to ask. Liu Ruihu glanced around, his cautious demeanor exaggerated. Actually, aside from the boss's surname being Yi and the assistant's surname being Ying, we don't know anything else. But I have a piece of information, though I'm not sure if it's true. It came from a teacher who accidentally let it slip. Li Jie leaned over curiously. It said they came from another world, originally cultivating immortals, but when the cultivation world collapsed, they ended up here. Teacher Yi opened the institution to make money. It said they have so many mouths to feed, countless. Li Jie fell silent. He wasn't being sarcastic, but what difference did this make between that and I am Qin Shi Huang versus I'm 50? And cultivating immortals? Don't be so ridiculous. People these days are so bold in their nonsense. You don't believe it? Liu Ruihu turned his head. Actually, it's understandable that you don't believe it. After all, you didn't go to class. Li Jie was at a loss for words. Forget it, ask something else. Liu Ruihu continued to work hard, desperate to expand the institution's enrollment. How do you usually take classes? Li Jie thought for a moment before finally asking. Online classes. When it's time, Teacher Yi will send you a link to remind you to join the live stream. Very thoughtful. Aren't you already enrolled in the institution? Why are you still taking online classes? Li Jie was a little confused. You don't understand this, do you? Give us some time to adjust first. Later, we have in-person classes. How many teachers are there in the institution? I'm not entirely sure, but no matter your background, you have a teacher right there. If you're lucky, you can even get one-on-one instruction. It's definitely better than being anxious at home. Is there anyone in your group who needs help? There are discounts for grouping. It's okay if you're unsure now. If you need help, you can add me on WeChat. Come, scan this code. This is the institution's admissions consultation number. If you have any questions, just ask Teacher Yi directly. Liu Ruihu was very enthusiastic. Li Jie was a little dazed, still half-hearted as he took out his phone to scan. No, just add them as friends like that. Isn't that a mysterious and intimidating organization? How did it get to this point? AAA Master Teacher Lecture Halls Lao Yi has accepted your friend request. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Halls Lao Yi. Hello. Is there anything you'd like to know about? Consulting agency-related matters, or anxiety related to physical changes? Li Jie's scalp tingled, as if he'd just read a military document and was about to go into battle. Reply? Aren't you curious? Just ask. Liu Ruihu gave Li Jie an encouraging look. Li Jie had no choice but to bite the bullet and type. Xing Rufeng. Consulting agency-related matters. AAA Master Lecture Hall, Old Yi. Okay, we offer special courses tailored to the changes that occur in the human body. If you notice anything amiss with yourself, don't worry. This is the trend of the times, and proper care will be all you need. AAA Master Lecture Hall, Old Yi. If you're struggling, you can enroll in our courses. Room and board are included, and we offer small class sizes. It's only 88,888, and you be in class until graduation. Xing Rufeng. What do you mean by graduation? AAA Master Lecture Hall, Old Yi. You've adapted to your changes, both physically and mentally, found a balance in your real life, and are able and adept at leveraging these changes to improve your life. You have the ability to live independently, and are passionate about life. After reading this, Li Jie couldn't help but change his mind about this organization. It clearly looks like an organization with ideals, and a commitment to social service. Facing Liu Ruihu's expectant gaze, Li Jie coughed. I pretty much figured it out. I go back and ask the others. I definitely sign up if I need it. Then when you sign up, just say, Lu Ruehu was itching to act. I definitely say you were the one who introduced me. Li Jie responded affirmatively. Haha, so loyal. Well, we've got something to do, so we be leaving first. We contact you later? Lu Ruehu nodded, watching Li Jie walk back, watching the trio gather, and watching as more people arrived shortly after they sent the message. The team, well trained, tied up the two unconscious hyena men on the ground and carried them to the car. Before the car started, someone in the team saluted him. Lu Ruehu replied, somewhat awkwardly. The car rumbled down the mountain. Lu Ruehu watched for a moment before pulling out his phone to send a message to Teacher Yi. Not going to Mingji Mountain. Teacher Yi, the team I just talked to you about is the official team. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Old Yi. Animated emoji. OK. Lu Ruehu reviewed the emoji again and again, confirming it was alright. He adjusted his status, went to the short video page, switched to another account, and started a live stream. Haha, brothers. I, the King of Beasts, am back. I'm still in the woods. I lead you inside. Maybe we see something even more thrilling. Go. Get 10,000 likes, and I drill a kilometer. Brothers, use your old tricks. Let's brave the jungle together. Li Jie's car sped down the road. The team members watched the live stream on his phone. Lu Ruehu laughed as he charged straight ahead into the woods, the screen awash in green. But he didn't even blink, forcing himself to walk straight ahead. The grass rustled and the trees crackled under his feet. Is this the Lu family's? Yes. Li Jie nodded, his eyes fixed on the screen. Wasn't he the main target before? The mutation was towards tigers. Yes. Another teammate spoke up. And he's a bit impulsive. He got into trouble early on in the mutation process. It was only because his father guaranteed him nothing happened. Why is he live streaming now? Lu Ruehu's voice came from the phone. Family, give me a like. When you get 20,000 likes, I walk a kilometer in a straight line. No pretense. What human forbidden area? If you're strong enough, I fight my way in and out of it, and you have a blast. He looks a little different than before. How come he's so skilled? Li Jie actually felt the same way. He started live streaming right after joining that organization. He wasn't coerced. Or rather, it's more than just being uncoerced. It's downright addictive. The broadcast lightens up completely, exuding enthusiasm and cheerfulness like a completely different person. That organization? A teammate grasped the point. Yes, that organization. Li Jie nodded, organizing his words, and recounted everything that had just happened, including but not limited to what the agency's owner said after adding them on WeChat. The teammates exchanged bewilderment, but the captain finally made the final decision. The higher-ups will have the final say on what exactly happened. We just need to report it truthfully. That evening, Yi Sifeng, who was watching Ying Fangshu and training a new batch of teachers in the Spirit Beast space, received a message. Z requested to add you as a friend. Yi Sifeng raised an eyebrow and clicked yes. Z, hello, is this the new human training program? AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Old Yi. Yes, what can I do for you? Z, about 100 or 200 of my members have undergone physical changes, and I'd like to inquire about the course content. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. Okay, we have dedicated teachers to guide students' development. There are 3 development paths: Hidden Mutation, Professional Elite, and Commercial Development. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. Which one do you think is needed? Z. What does Professional Elite mean? AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. Literally, it means exploring and developing traits more suitable for your profession within your mutation attributes, such as increasing physical strength, improving endurance, and honing observation and acuity. You could also focus on a specific area, such as tracking, capturing, and other skills required for your profession. After Yi Sifeng sent this message, the other party fell silent. The other party was typing for a long time before sending a message. Z, are there any discounts for group registrations? Chapter 108. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Hall, Lao Yi. Yes, dear. If the number of applicants reaches 100, we offer a discount of 88 yuan per person. The other party was silent for a moment. Z, we really want to sign up. Can we negotiate the price? AAA Master Teacher Lecture Hall, Lao Yi. The costs are really high, dear. Our teachers are excellent and earn high salaries, and the institution's operating costs can't be reduced. Well, how about this? If the number of applicants reaches 200, we offer a discount of 888 yuan per person. Z, can we negotiate the price? We have a large group of people, and we might form a long-term partnership. This price is still a bit high. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Hall, Lao Yi. For a long-term partnership, this price can be the lowest. 66666 per person, including food and accommodation, and customized development courses with a dedicated teacher. Any cheaper, and we lose money, and my other partner won't agree. There was a moment of silence on the other end, probably discussing a meeting or something. Yi Zifeng tucked his phone into his pocket and continued working. After a while, he heard a ding-dong, a message. Z deal. Z, I have 200 people interested in taking the class. How much would it cost? Yi Zifeng typed. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Hall, Mr. Yi. XXX just transfer it to this account. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Hall, Mr. Yi. Please also give me the attributes of the 200 students. I need to choose a teacher. Z document. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Hall, Mr. Yi. Received. Yi Zifeng grabbed his phone and entered the Spirit Beast space. 200 people are hardly identical. Even if they all mutated into birds, they're still divided into forest birds, seabirds, and migratory birds, all with different habits that need to be distinguished. Not to mention the other birds and beasts. Even if you divide them by their major attributes, there are over 100 different species. 66,666 yuan per person is a real bargain. Yi Zifeng wiped the non-existent sweat off his face. He was busy in the Spirit Beast space, his hands never stopping. 50 clones joined in, each catching animals and carefully observing them, discarding some and keeping others. After working for most of the day, they finally narrowed down to 60 suitable for teacher roles. No, that's too hard to find. Lower the requirements. After all, not every spirit beast has the natural talent of a teacher. Average ones will do. A little sluggish expression is fine, and a bad temper can be tolerated. Those with poor quality can be managed by Ing Fangxuan. As long as they have achieved success in cultivation, they be fine. With the lowered requirements, the scope expanded rapidly. Yi Zifeng consulted the attribute list and caught over 100 of the appropriate creatures, some flying, some swimming, and some crawling on the ground. I've never touched more spirit beasts in my entire life than in this world. Yi Zifeng dusted off his hands and called Ing Fangxuan over. Give them some training, and they start work tomorrow. Ing Fangxuan was already quite skilled. He quickly flew over to over 100 spirit beasts and began working. Strands of mental power spread out, connecting with various small heads, then transmitting information using the Beast King's innate talents. Tomorrow, we teach the humans. Each person will have one. King, why are you so small? King, what are humans? King, what does teaching mean? I know humans are delicious. Ing Fangxuan used his mental power to slam the one who said delicious. Eat humans, and I eat you. None of the beasts dared to complain about the delicious food. They all listened attentively to the training. Each beast was assigned a human to teach them how to cultivate. Today, I'd learned what areas they wanted to develop. Tonight, each beast had to write me a lesson plan. After review, I could start implementing it tomorrow. The beasts were completely silent until a long moment passed before one asked, "What's a lesson plan? A magical tool?" Ing Fangxuan suddenly remembered that these were native spiritual beasts of the cultivation world. They didn't even know what a class was, let alone a lesson plan. They'd cultivated to this point entirely through sheer savagery, without knowing a single word. Being a teacher was truly a stretch for some beasts. But Ing Fangxuan furtively turned back. Yi Zifeng was standing not far away, watching him. Just the sight of them made his heart pound. It took immense self-control to turn his head away calmly. It was a close call. He'd almost been discovered. Who could have thought? Who could have thought? He'd actually survived. At least, in that split second, when his cultivation exploded in the cultivation world, he'd been completely prepared for death. But who could have imagined? A tiny trace of his soul remained within the compass, and was also retained by Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng had traveled across several worlds for this, dedicating several lifetimes to him. Wait a little longer, until I could stand upright and confess my feelings to Yi Zifeng. I've admired you for a long time, perhaps 3,000 years. The spirit beast I picked up at the moment the cultivation world collapsed was simply to make your path less lonely. No regrets, not a single one. The moment my consciousness faded, I only felt a pang of regret for not expressing my feelings sooner. Ing Fangxuan's memories drifted back and forth. At the time, he truly believed he had no afterlife. It wasn't until his consciousness returned within the small light beast that he realized Yi Zifeng seemed to have misunderstood something. But his return to consciousness was brief, and his memories were disjointed, so he had no chance to explain. He could only follow his heart and use his shattered soul to cling to the afterlife, as if fulfilling his last wish. This was fine. At least Yi Sifeng had something to do. Since he couldn't cultivate in a world with low spiritual power, finding a master for the spirit beast was a goal. But as the second world ended, the golden light of merit reappeared. Isn't it something you only encounter once in a while? Why does it appear in every world? The warm, brilliant light particles nourished the fragments of his soul, repairing his spiritual body. Bit by bit, his shattered consciousness merged, and his spiritual sea gradually became whole again. Yi Sifeng. Yi Sifeng ran around for him, entrusted with one spirit beast after another. The third world. The fourth world. It seemed as if he had truly recovered. Occasionally, when consciousness fully returned, he would feign stillness, sneaking closer to Yi Sifeng, his heart softening when he touched his cold, long hair. If Yi Sifeng knew he had regained his memory, would he still be so close? Obviously not. Not to mention that he wasn't ready to confess his feelings. His current, weak appearance was too weak. Yi Sifeng wouldn't treat his feelings as an equal, only to see him as a hopeless, love-brained person. Yes, love-brained. This was a word Yi Sifeng had uttered in the 1801st year of their acquaintance, mocking a cultivator who had given up cultivation for love. The moment he heard the word, his heart skipped a beat, as if something had clicked. Yi Sifeng was extremely ambitious, truly too ambitious. After all these years with him, he hadn't even had a single thought. Due to their equal strength, he even considered Yi Sifeng his mortal rival, constantly aiming to surpass him on his journey of cultivation. They had been close before, usually when both were bruised and battered, but as soon as Yi Sifeng recovered a bit, he'd immediately stand up and declare victory. Ah, truly too ambitious. But even with such a drive, with such an outstanding Yi Sifeng, someone who had worked for him for several lifetimes, how could he not support him in this world simply by wanting to open a school? Of course not. Hurry up, Ing Fangxuan. The ambitious Yi Sifeng urged from behind. Ing Fangxuan strengthened his mental power to connect with the large and small heads in front of him, relaying the basic common sense of this world all at once. Classes will be taught online. Expressions will be voiced by robots. Students should be treated with the utmost care, and no beating or scolding is allowed. Especially those who want to eat people, just wait to be eaten. Ing Fangxuan paused, ensuring everyone had grasped this point before continuing with the teacher training. Yi Sifeng nodded from behind. Although Ing Fangxuan was a bit of a love-brained person, he was clearly quite enthusiastic about his work. Without his training, the institution would have been difficult to launch, or at least wouldn't have grown as quickly. He might have needed some hands-on instruction. After all, not everyone is cut out to be a teacher, let alone a homegrown spirit beast from the world of cultivation. Yi Sifeng watched Ing Fangxuan work, watched all the spirit beasts straighten their postures, watched each one display subtle teacher-like qualities during the training. Almost there. As long as they didn't show their teeth, they were ready to teach. Zhang Jun's hairy arms held his phone, feeling nervous because his superiors had said they were going to that institution. Junzi, are you nervous? His roommate asked, pressing forward. Zhang Jun swallowed, feeling his protruding teeth. It's okay, just a little sudden. Haha, I'm fine too. I wonder when the captain will message us. Sigh, I can't wait. The roommate kept shaking his legs. Zhang Jun looked up, but still didn't call him out. He was a little nervous too, wanting to shake his legs, but he held back. Ding dong. A message came on his phone. Zhang Jun instinctively unlocked his phone with his fingerprint. When the screen displayed an error, he remembered that his body had undergone significant changes. He entered his password to unlock it. Captain, join the group Captain. 2024 Fall New Humanity Course Discount Group. Zhang Jun's fingernails tapped the screen, and he joined the group. The group grew in number, soon reaching 300 members. 200 of them were his own, and the rest were members of the organization. Zhang Jun swallowed and clicked on the group members. The first and second were AAA Master Teacher Lao Yi and his assistant Xiao Ying, followed by a few team leaders, and then everyone's teachers. Teacher Ying, Teacher Hu, Teacher Song, Teacher Tu. The pronunciations of the characters almost reminded me of animals. So is it real? Real animals teaching people? What's wrong with this world? It's completely reversed, and they're going to be taught by animals en masse. AAA Master Teacher Lao Yi has requested to add you as a friend. Here you go, the sole administrator of the organization, and the legendary boss. Zhang Jun approved the friend with a trembling hand. AAA Master Teacher Lao Yi. Recommended Business Card Teacher to AAA Master Teacher Lao Yi. Hello Zhang Jun. I understand your attributes, and this is the teacher assigned to you. Remember to say hello after adding me as a friend. Teacher 2 has a bad temper, so you should be careful. How should I be careful? But Zhang Jun's heart was pounding. He quickly typed and hit send the moment his friend's message was accepted. Military Soul. Hello, teacher. I'm Zhang Jun. I've admired you for a long time. I'm so happy to be your student. Military Soul. Sprinkle flowers. It took less than 20 seconds. The other party displayed entering. Teacher 2. Zhang Jun squeaked, and before he could even consider what the period meant, another message popped up. Teacher 2. Live link XXX. Zhang Jun clicked on it, and the class began. Teacher 2 was different from a normal groundhog. He had a broader body and sharper eyes. He always had an air of formidable fortitude. He loved to make a crackling sound with his chalk and pointed his staff at the blackboard, as if he was about to strike. Zhang Jun listened to the class nervously. He learned how to identify plant characteristics in 3 seconds, then how to dig a habitable burrow under a rock, and finally, how to kick someone in a split second. It felt great. Perhaps it was the release of his repressed animal instincts. Learning to kick someone felt like my chest had opened up. The wind of the world howled through him, and he heard the empty echo of the wilderness, the sound of freedom, the release of everything. That's all for today's class. There's a written test tomorrow. Remember to prepare paper and pen. Teacher 2 said if you get a perfect score, you get a reward. The AI voiceover was flat. But Zhang Jun's eyes lit up. All his worries and fears were cast aside, and he only remembered that if he did well on the exam tomorrow, he'd get a reward. Studying was great. It was said that the tuition was 66,000 yuan per person. He was grateful to the country and the people. He would not let this money go to waste. The learning atmosphere within the 200-person group was thriving. If the initial emotions were one of doubt, fear, and disbelief, now they were filled with joy and anticipation. I loved learning. Before, the physical mutations felt like a disease. Hair suddenly grew long, mouths suddenly became pointed, and even my body shape felt a little off, with a constant urge to crawl on all fours. It was strange and terrifying. Although the team didn't abandon us and even provided us with professional medical care, watching our bodies become less and less like those of ordinary people, and watching our dietary preferences change, was strange and terrifying. The mutated bodies gradually transformed into a wall, separating the mutants from the ordinary people. Though no one said it explicitly, everyone knew it was different. Until a message arrived. The official notification announced that they had entered that mysterious institution. Teachers, chalk and sticks in hand, appeared one by one. The information on the blackboard was simple and easy to understand, and the AI voiceover was timely, almost as if the spirit beast teacher could speak. A sense of openness and life became brighter. The hair on their bodies seemed to have been blown away by the wind, and their alienated spines straightened. The team didn't abandon them, and even spent 66,000 yuan on each of them. Improvement followed improvement, as if their limbs had been upgraded and reconnected. Every movement was agile, every leap felt like it could soar with the wind. The 200 students were incredibly engaged, and they immediately started attending class. Theory in the morning, practical sessions in the afternoon. The air whistled as they ran around. They smiled at each other when they met their companions, and those who bonded would rub shoulders. Good to see you haven't fallen behind. 1,000 words were hidden in their smiles. No one said much, because class was about to start, and being 3 minutes late would result in an absence. There were many students in the open space, each occupying a spot and practicing in front of the screen. Teacher Lingshou's eyes were sharp, especially for the special offer group. He would strictly point out every slight mistake and deduct points promptly, taking away even a single point for slacking. Students in the regular prize group might protest this, but those in the special offer group were generally from elite teams and were already accustomed to strict self-discipline. The body improved at a noticeable pace. The abnormalities gradually faded, but the physical characteristics remained. The vision became sharper, the observation skills became stronger, and the physical endurance and various physical qualities all improved significantly. Everyone became more engaged in learning. The wonderful study life swept by like a whistling wind. When we received the news, we realized that a month had already passed. Fall 2024 New Humanity Course Discount Group. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Laoyi. The first phase of online classes has concluded. Next up is the advanced courses. All advanced courses will be held in person. If that's inconvenient, you can apply for online classes. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Laoyi. I personally strongly recommend attending in-person classes. It's practical, offers more opportunities for practice, and allows for close interaction with the teachers. Thousands of people in the group saw this message immediately, but I reread it several times before confirming it was correct. Offline classes. The institution is starting to offer in-person classes. Xiaoling was dazed, her mind filled with images of Teacher Rabbit leading her around the grasslands. The creation trio racked their brains, unable to figure out how the three teachers, Snake, Cicada, and Ant, would teach them in person. As Xiaoyu placed her wetsuit order, she wondered if Teacher Piranha's diet had changed recently. Would he take advantage of the opportunity to bite her? When the 200 students in the discount group reported this news, the official team was in an uproar. Offline classes? I haven't received the land application yet. Where will the classes be held? Thousands of people will surely have to be spread out, right? Where are they going? Will they be held in the mountains or forests? We might not need approval for activities in remote areas. That's not enough. Not every student is suited to activities in the woods. Even those who can fly or swim need to take offline classes. Where are they going? Were we going abroad? Huh? Chapter 109. Of course not going abroad. After estimating the preparation time, Yi Sifeng sent a message to the group chat. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Olgi. Starting tomorrow, we have a 7-day holiday. Classes will resume on the 8th day. For in-person classes, you need to arrive at the institution before 9 a.m. on the 8th day. No latecomers. Ah. Xiaoling looked up dazedly. So we're going on vacation? 7 days. A mini vacation. Oh my god, boss. A full 7 days off. We can go strolling around the streets again. My old friends have been asking where we've been lately. Now we finally have time to get together. The second brother beamed, clutching his phone. Yeah. We have milk tea first, then go hiking. We have noodles together in the evening. It tastes better when we're together. The third brother began to daydream. Xiaowu endured for a moment, then asked a soul-searching question. Are you too rich? Of course they weren't. The tuition was paid for by the eldest brother, who had done something heroic. What little money was left was practically unavailable. It was either spent on coke or milk tea. After the mutation, his physique improved, and he could eat 5 meals a day without even getting a stomachache. It's okay, eldest brother. Ask the brothers to treat us to milk tea. We're such close friends, what's the big deal? We're all honest people. Xiaowu imagined the scene of 8 people drinking a cup of milk tea. Can you two be more ambitious? You've already taken a class worth 88,000 yuan, and you're still thinking about sharing milk tea with others. The second and third brothers paused for a second. That's okay. We're all brothers. Xiaowu sighed. Forget it, if you want to get together, then go ahead. I still have 20 yuan here. Split it between you two, and divide it however you like. Hey! Thanks, boss. Boss, come with us. I introduce you to the guys. You're the best boss. Xiaowu waved his hand. No, I'm planning on going back home. I'm stronger now, so I'd love to renovate my house back home. Okay, see you in 7 days. The students all had their vacation plans. Some were going out, some were staying home, and some were eager to show off their uniqueness in their daily lives. But they didn't dare to go too far, because Teacher Yi had said that if anyone disrupted social order and affected the organization's reputation in business, he would force them to work like slaves. Working like slaves. It's hard to say whether this phrase would actually become a cow and a horse. No one dared to try, so they just quietly displayed their uniqueness. Mom, look at my arms. Are they bulging? I've been very successful lately, and my investments have paid off big time. I'm no longer the same person I was before. I'm more confident no matter what I face. I don't understand. Hurry up and stir-fry this dish. After serving it, wash the dishes. Oh. Hey. Grandpa, you don't need a ladder. I'm just climbing this tree for fun. Look. I'm already up there. Are we picking those dates? Look at me. I'ma be awesome. I won't fall at all. I can pick even the smallest pieces. I don't even need a stick. Just take me with you wherever you go. I'm so nimble. Hey! Grandpa, stop yelling. Dad. Don't hold the stick. Oh, sister, let me tell you, a while ago, I thought Xian was sick, but it turned out to be that. He's really good now. He knew there was something wrong with the wine at the banquet yesterday with just a sniff. Those underhanded tactics of the host family won't be a problem anymore. Come on, Xian, let your aunt see. Hey! Just show me. How did you smell it yesterday? Didn't you move your nose first, then your ears, and then you knew instantly? Mom. Ha, aunt, we're family. What's there to be afraid of? So cute. Hey, don't go. Hey, kid. You're shy. That's a mutation, isn't it? It's not a disease or something. I thought you ate too much seafood. Is there really such an institution? Are there people teaching you how to train yourself? Not humans? Animals? What are spirit beasts? 88,000 for online classes? That's too expensive, right? Oh, there are offline classes, that's fine. What? Or animals teaching? Can crabs teach? They are. How does he talk? What? AI dubbing? Has technology really advanced to this point? Can I still sign up now? I'm just joining in the fun. I've been feeling dry lately. I originally thought it was a skin disease, but now I think it's probably just a mutation. Hello everyone. I'm back. I'm live streaming 24/7 these days. Our agency has a full 7-day holiday. I'm going to live stream to my heart's content. What? I'm not going home. If my family doesn't understand my ambition, then they don't need to. All I need are likes from my fans. Use your lucky charms and get 10,000 likes. I live stream a mountain picnic for 7 days. Ingredients? No ingredients, caught on the spot. No protected animals. I'm live streaming, so I still have some points. But I can't break the law. I still need to keep learning. I'm about to start the advanced course. Falling behind at this stage is a disaster. Hey, 10,000 likes already. Thank you all for your support. Let's get started. Lu Ruehu ventured deep into the mountains, hunting on the spot when hungry. He's been banned several times for his gory scenes, but even his fans don't know why he has so many Smurf accounts. He's often banned for handling prey, then scroll down and see him setting up a fire and grilling. Wow, the streamer's hand speed is amazing. Why are there so many Smurf accounts? Has anyone counted them? Reply to the above. 8 have appeared already. Wow, the streamer has a team. How can there be so many accounts? Reply to the above. Someone has connections. Someone has connections. The streamer? Viewers. Seeing this news, everyone couldn't help but watch the live stream. The streamer was grimacing from the burns of a roasted rabbit, his eating manner so extreme, he looked like a completely unremarkable person. Maybe their family has a wild upbringing. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. I want to see how this streamer, with such a strong background, manages a 7-day picnic in the mountains. New fans were also curious, watching the streamer venture deep into the mountains, drinking mountain spring water when thirsty, and hunting on the spot when hungry. He took on everything, whether flying, swimming, or running, and after a simple preparation, he swallowed them, along with their entrails. What a glutton. If he keeps eating like this, the mountain's ecology will be disrupted. Luckily, he's only broadcasting for 7 days. If he'd been on for a month, he'd have eaten the whole mountain to death. This little snake tastes good, but be careful when handling it. The venom sac is a bit numbing. A little bit is fine, like a spicy snack. But too much is too much, so I can't handle it, so be very careful. Hey, isn't that the legendary 7-step snake? Long time no see, how come it's turned into a spicy snack? I'm dying of laughter. Huh? What's wrong with the people in this live stream? Didn't anyone tell the host? This can't be eaten. There's toxins in the meat. He's new here, don't worry, the host has already transcended the human realm. There's no meat he can't eat. Roasting the meat before eating is his last human characteristic. Dear viewers, don't talk nonsense. I just have a good appetite. Although I have the qualities of the king of beasts, I'm still human. Don't try to imitate me. This thing is inedible. It tastes crunchy to me, but eating it would be life-threatening for you. Blocked again. Lu Ruehu expertly devoured the strip of meat in his hand, then stood by the river and cut another. Hello everyone, it's me again. I just ate something inappropriate and got blocked. Now let's just be honest and fish by the river. No need to look for tree forks, I just go in and get them. Brothers, give me a like. If you get 10,000 likes, I give away all the fish I caught in a raffle. I guarantee they're edible and absolutely non-toxic. Lu Ruehu spent the rest of his vacation fishing, and his success was booming. Nearly 100 fans received fish mailed to him, and sharing them online generated another surge in traffic. But just at the height of his popularity, this streamer who eats everything and is a master of fishing emerged from the river, waved at his phone, and said, "That's it for the 7-day live stream. I have to go to class tomorrow. Will I have time to stream later? Not necessarily. It depends on my free time. If I can, I stream. If not, I can't help it. You can't give up. Making money is nothing. This is a very important course for me, it affects my life. Enough talk, enough talk. Gone! The live stream went dark. New fans were still dazed by the black screen, while veterans had already begun refreshing with practiced ease, figuring they'd find the smurf within a minute. But after an entire hour, they couldn't find it anywhere. Oh no, brother, you're serious, is still trending, and the massive traffic is practically reaching out. So you're just going to stop streaming? Huh? Old fans refused to give up and kept refreshing the platform. How could it be possible? How could someone not make money? Was live streaming myself eating raw meat and drinking blood for 7 days just a personal hobby? Impossible. As for actually attending class, no one had considered it. It sounded like an excuse. What's the point of attending a class? It's not as plausible as just claiming personal interest. Was he really going to class? It's even harder to understand. He just became popular. I'm a career fan. I'm so heartbroken. There's nothing to be heartbroken about, haha. He really went to class. He's from the same institution as me and is starting the second phase of his studies. Making money from live streaming is nothing. It's a live get out of class. Who dares to miss it? I wouldn't even consider it if you gave me 100 million. What institution, what class? Why do I feel like there's always talk about this online lately? What kind of class is it? It seems like a fantasy class. The students who entered were all half-heartedly thinking this. The second in command of the Genesis group stared ahead in amazement. The endless yellow sand plain stretched from their feet to the horizon. At the end, a setting sun was strung where the sky and sand met. The sky and the earth were dim and yellow. The wind carried the scent of sand and a faint fishy odor, passing through him and carrying it into the distance. Ding dong. A message arrived on his phone. Lao Air felt a sense of reality when he pulled out his phone. He hadn't time-traveled and was still in the modern world, where he could still receive messages. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. We have arrived at the offline get-out-of-class location. Please find your teacher within half an hour. Points will be deducted if you exceed the time limit. Please unleash your wildness and fully experience this land. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. Animated emoji. Come on. Lao Air was dazed, looking up at the yellow sand and then at the message. No, this is the offline get out of class? Shouldn't this be like traveling? How did he end up in another world? Huh? The sun gradually set in the sky, the light growing dimmer. The wind blew through his body, bringing a chill. Lao Air felt nothing, but a cold sweat broke out on his back. What's going on? Something's going on. His hair stood on end. Darkness filled the surroundings. He could hear the sound of falling sand, but that was perfectly normal. So where exactly was the danger? The air seemed to stagnate. Scenes from all directions flashed through his mind. Fine sand rustled beneath his feet, and small animals occasionally appeared. But the only thing that could instill such a profound sense of danger in him was. Lao Air's back suddenly felt numb, and in that instant, he leaped forward. A fierce wind whipped past him, accompanied by a sharp eagle cry. Eagle, a desert eagle that specializes in catching snakes. No, he had all his limbs intact. He looked like a human, no matter how you looked at him. He just had the mutated parts of a snake, not a small, fleshy snake, but the giant eagle ignored his thoughts, turning midair and swooping down. No way. Seriously? The second child took off running, stepping onto the soft yellow sand. He stumbled forward, the sharp cry of an eagle behind him. When the wind blew closest, he could still feel the hard feathers. Oh my god. I'm going to be caught up in the sky. No, the yellow sand is useless. It's too soft. I can't run fast at all. The second child stumbled forward, completely forgetting what kind of online class he was taking. All he saw was the dim yellow sand. He felt like a savage desert snake, scurrying haphazardly through the undulating sand. A loud eagle cry echoed from above. Just the sound told him how hungry and powerful the eagle was. The second child fled desperately. The sun had completely set in the sky, and everything was dark. Normally, he should have been unable to see anything, but the second child didn't realize it. His eyes were turning into a heat map. Countless small animals were in the sand, and the red head of an eagle was circling in the sky. Sand. Yellow sand covered him in all directions. Where could he escape? How could he survive? All his energy was concentrated into a single-minded pursuit. From this tense force, the AI voiceover from Teacher Shi's previous class suddenly emerged. You are both human and snake. At the critical moment, don't resist. Grab that balance point and leap forward. All the scenes gradually shrank. The air carried a moister, richer scent of life. The sand turned from scorching hot to slightly cool. The eagle behind him roared and rushed towards him. In that instant, Lao Er had no idea what was happening. As soon as he regained consciousness, he had already burrowed into the sand. Ding dong. The phone received a message. Congratulations. You've started the advanced course. For the next few days, please stay with the teacher in the desert and study. Be sure to stay close to the teacher and don't get left alone. The second child turned around in the dark sand cave and saw the vague shadow of a snake next to him. Hiss. Let's go eat eagle eggs later, teacher, she said. Xiaoling jumped up and down, unable to pinpoint the moment she transformed into a giant rabbit. The group was quite lively, for rabbits of different colors jumping together. In the front was teacher 2, leading the way with a familiar-looking teaching stick. Could those two beside them be siblings? Xiaoling wondered as she jumped, but they all looked almost identical, with long ears and short tails. Their fur trembled as they jumped, making it impossible to tell if they were rabbits or siblings. Jump onto the cliff, and there be grass to eat, teacher 2's voice echoed in her mind. It was magical, like a phone call in her head. Could this be the legendary spiritual conversation? So mysterious, so interesting. Xiaoling leaped all the way to the foot of the towering cliff, only then realizing what she had just heard. Jump up the cliff, there's grass to eat. Jump up the cliff. The vertical cliff, the sheer rock, barely a blade of grass or tree. The night wind rustled through, rippling her fur and chilling her heart. Jump at teacher 2's command, she began to leap upwards, so lightly, so gracefully, it felt more like an autumn outing than a cliff climb. Xiaoling stared blankly at the cliff, seemingly falling from the sky. A nearby rabbit, eager to make its own move, hopped twice in place before suddenly leaping onto the cliff. Step by step, it too was getting into shape. Xiaoling and a nearby rabbit stared in stunned silence as the two rabbits on the cliff gradually vanished. Night fell, and the wind carried many messages, eagles circling high in the sky, flocks of wild animals scurrying, and rustling sounds on the ground, perhaps even a snake emerging. Xiaoling felt goosebumps rising. Although her entire body was covered in fur, the feeling was very real. Danger, her instinct told her. Xiaoling couldn't help but squeeze in, huddling with another timid rabbit. A glance at each other confirmed they were comrades. Looking at their shocked eyes and cowering demeanors, they were undoubtedly new rabbits. The two timid rabbits exchanged encouraging glances, but after a long while, neither took a step. Luckily, rabbits can't talk, otherwise they would have had to say a few words to ease the awkwardness. Jump quickly, snake coming. As soon as the voice in her head finished, Xiaoling's fur stood on end, and she rolled away from the whistling, fishy wind. Before her mind could react, her body was leaping upwards. The sound of a snake slithering rapidly could be heard from behind her. Oh my god, why did it go into survival mode? The sound behind her was getting closer and closer. Fear gripped her whole body, and Xiaoling's teeth went cold, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. The wind whistled in her ears, and the fishy smell grew stronger. Oh my god. Xiaoling gritted her teeth, not daring to stop for a moment. She leaped upwards with all her might, but out of the corner of her eye, she saw another rabbit pass her. Oh my god, no way. She didn't want to become the snake's dinner. Dead legs, jump. Xiaoling's tears welled up as she jumped. Everything faded away, leaving only the path above. She kept jumping and landing until she reached the cliff, her body unable to contain itself, bouncing 3 times in place. Cliff test passed, now off to dinner. Teacher 2, holding a teaching stick, said this. The little fish lurked at the bottom of the pool. The piranha teacher had just assigned her homework. Identify which passing creatures were edible. This one has thick skin. This one is all bones. This one is very vindictive, so I don't recommend it. This one has tender, chewy meat and rich fat. So bad, so satisfying. I felt like the most vicious character in the world. The little fish grunted with glee, fangs bared, and dragged the selected prey back to the piranha teacher. Groundhog Zhang was still looking around. What kind of grassland was this? I'd never seen this kind of soil before, and these kinds of vegetation were unfamiliar. Was this still Earth? Didn't he just walk into the classroom? What kind of advanced technology was this? Was this world truly fantastical? Zhang sniffed around but couldn't detect anything. He only realized that his nose was quite large, and it was a little hard to get used to, and his claws weren't as flexible as they were when he was human. Follow me. A large groundhog suddenly appeared before him, its sturdy build and sharp eyes. Who else could it be but Tushar? Zhang followed Tushar into the cave, looking down for a moment, wondering if it was time for dinner. We've arrived. Tushar in front of him emerged, and Zhang poked his head out of the dirt, only to be stomped back into the ground before he could even see what was happening. Quick, get out. Fight. Seize the turf. A belligerent voice emanated from Tusher on the ground. Yi Zifeng finally rested, lazily leaning back on the recliner. The space he'd urgently renovated in 7 days was already being put to use. Ying Fengxuan had experience as a beast king, perfect for keeping hundreds of animals safe at once. Animal mutation? Human bodies develop animal traits. If he hadn't arrived, perhaps development would have taken a different path. For example, they could be treated as a disease or eliminated as an anomaly. Non-human traits always seem terrifying. For the sake of world peace and tranquility, everyone would definitely choose to retain their human form. But why can't we have both? If we want to become human, we become human. If we want to become an animal, we become an animal. This seems to be a setting in the entertainment works of the first life. After adulthood, we differentiate into animal forms. At the beginning of the story, did all humans also take classes in the world of cultivation? Yi Zifeng swayed slowly on the sofa, his thoughts wandering freely. The second phase of the course has no fixed time. As long as the spirit beast teacher approves, you can beautifully enter the space. I wonder who will be the first to emerge. Who is so wild and talented? Yi Zifeng thought leisurely. Captain Yuan was still a bit dazed when he stepped out of the snowy mountains. Behind him was an empty classroom. In front of him was a quiet corridor. The rise and fall of the wolf pack faded from his mind, leaving only the appearance of the present-day human race. Offline classes. Isn't this a bit too offline? Report immediately. Captain Yuan pulled out his communicator and began to contact his superiors, but before he could say anything, he heard a voice from the other end. Yuan E. Urgent mission. A well-trained foreign mutant force has infiltrated our country at midnight. Please don't attend class yet. Get ready and report to the usual location in 1 hour. Captain Yuan didn't even have a chance to speak before the communicator was quickly disconnected. It seemed like it was really urgent. Chapter 110. Yuan Yi took a step outside when he suddenly remembered something and pulled out his phone to send a message. Teacher Yi, I'm taking a day off. I have something important to attend to. I've already finished my first offline get out of class. Ding dong. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. Okay, finish your work early and come back for your second class, or you be caught up. Keep up the good work. AAA Master Teacher Lecture Room, Lao Yi. Animated thumbs up emoji. Yuan Yi shoved his phone back into his pocket and couldn't help but glance back at the empty classroom behind him. He shook his head, leaving the snowy mountains and wolves behind him. He straightened his clothes and strode out. He was leading this operation. The 10-man team, camouflaged and fully armed, entered the mountains. Based on satellite imagery, they determined that the team that infiltrated Yin country's territory was near this mountain. 0101, the invading team was at the foot of the mountain 3 hours ago. They were moving very quickly. We suspect there's some kind of abnormality. Got it, please reply. Got it, please reply. Over. Yuan Yi adjusted his communicator. 0101, got it, over. Yuan Yi turned and waved, signaling his teammates forward. The 10-man team quickly followed, clad in camouflage uniforms, moving through the woods. Yuan Yi, weapon in hand, moved swiftly, inching closer to the foot of the mountain. 10 minutes later, the group had reached the foot of the mountain. There were signs of someone lingering. Yuan Yi found something in a secluded corner. An unmarked military can of food, with most of the meat still inside. It tasted fresh and unlikely to have spoiled. The surrounding weeds were clearly trampled. Such a large area could not have been trampled by a single person. There were at least 5 people on the other side, yet they threw out a can that had only been slightly touched. This doesn't make sense. When traveling, all supplies are precious, and the amount you can carry is limited, so you only choose the most important and crucial items. I'd already brought the canned food, but I only touched it a little bit before throwing it away. Yuan Yi had a bad feeling, remembering when he was a wolf, nibbling on a few wild vegetables, only to find they didn't taste right, and spit them out. I had to find that group quickly. Yuan Yi's heart raced as he looked around. The grass and trees at the foot of the mountain were sparse, offering excellent visibility. This was definitely not the right place to hide. Yuan Yi looked up. The trees, gradually becoming dense, stretched from the foot of the mountain to the top. If he wanted to hide, the other side was most likely inside the mountain. This mountain wasn't uninhabited. There were small vegetable plots cultivated by residents at the back, and nearby residents occasionally went up the mountain. Yuan Yi had a bad feeling, and an animal instinct prompted him to rise straight up, heading straight for the area where residents were most active. Hurry up! The 10-man team moved quickly, But even so, getting from the foot of the mountain to the middle, and then back down would take a while. As he ran, a sense of foreboding grew stronger. Yuan, not caring for his companions, rushed straight down the steep mountain path. There was no path, and the surrounding vegetation was lush, but he dodged every obstacle as if his body had eyes. The wind pushed his body forward, whistling in his ears. His mind was highly focused. A second after leaping out of the dense forest, he focused his gun. Bang! The figure fell. Woo-woo, cough, cough! The dying uncle nearby suddenly regained consciousness, stumbling over, clutching the blood from his neck, coughing and spitting blood. Police, help! They're vampires. It's okay. Stand behind me. Someone take you to the hospital right away. Don't be afraid. They're not vampires, just sick foreigners. Mutants, vampire bat mutants. Just standing here, you could smell the fishy odor. Cough, cough, cough. The man clutching his neck coughed continuously, blood foam flying everywhere, but Yuan Yi didn't blink. Captain! The team members caught up. 809, you two take the men to the hospital. The rest of you stay here. Yuan Yi's expression grew increasingly grim as he watched the increasing number of bat mutants. People from your own country can't bear to suck their blood, so they've come to Yin country to enjoy a buffet, right? If he hadn't been so quick, that man wouldn't have survived, dying from being sucked blood right in his own vegetable patch. Yuan Yi's face darkened as he raised his hand to reload his gun. The 5 mutants who had just appeared saw his movement, exchanged glances, and scattered. Yuan Yi charged, shooting the figure twice in the legs as he stepped over him. The deep mountains were silent, and the 4 men were long gone. Captain Yuan sneered, letting the animal instinct in his chest relax his body. He sniffed twice, then charged in that direction. He nimbly moved through the trees, catching the distinct fishy scent. Compared to hunting prey on the snowy mountains, it was much easier in the woods. That distinct stench was like a thread in the forest, pulling him forward. Yuan Yi raised his hand. Bang! The first man fell, and 2 team members rushed forward to deal with him. Yuan Yi turned in the other direction without even turning back. Bang! The second, the third, the fourth. The 5th man was lurking in a tree. As he passed it, Yuan Yi showed no sign of abnormality, simply raising his gun without changing his expression. Bang! The 5th one. The 6th, the 7th. When the woods were dimmed by the setting sun, Yuan Yi sheathed his gun. 9 in all. Yuan Yi couldn't believe it was such a coincidence that a team of vampires had all mutated into vampire bats. The fact that they could assemble such a team could only mean one thing. The enemy did it on purpose. They couldn't bear to keep them in their own territory, so they deliberately spread them to Yin country to raise them. Yuan Yi immediately reported the situation, hung up the call, and calmed his anger before taking 2 steps forward to look down. The view from the top of the mountain was excellent. Below were the people living in the community, and the houses gradually lit up with white and yellow lights as night fell. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, the light shimmered like a sea of stars, dotting the place. It was beautiful. Yuan Yi sheathed his gun, stood on the top of the mountain, felt the night breeze, and then, without looking back, descended the mountain. I had to report to my superiors on the offline classes tonight. After all, my vacation ended tomorrow. You're saying you were on a snowy mountain the moment you stepped into the classroom, transformed into a wolf, and are now vying for the position of Wolf King? The leader was still shocked. Yes. Yuan nodded. But to be precise, I was initially being chased by the wolves, and only at the critical moment did I transform into a wolf and infiltrate the pack. The leader was silent for a long time before finally asking, "What about your teacher?" Yuan hesitated. "I haven't seen him there, but I suspect it's the old Wolf King. He's always watching me, constantly asking me to be humble, and giving me a warning every now and then." The leader hesitated. "Not necessarily. Isn't this how the throne of the wolf pack always changes? Perhaps your presence has threatened the old Wolf King, and he wants to consolidate his authority, so he's giving you a warning." "That makes sense." Yuan Yi wasn't entirely sure. "I've lost track." The leader wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Back to the offline get out of class mechanics. You mean the moment you stepped into that classroom, you saw a different scene? Like a holographic image?" "No." Yuan Yi was certain. "It wasn't on the same level as the holographic game. When I entered, I was completely immersed in the snowy mountains." He thought for a moment and added, "For a moment, I suspected I'd traveled through time and space." The leader was speechless. "Also, at the moment I transformed into a wolf, it felt like something had truly been breached. My mind remained, but my body seemed to have passed through a certain point. My flesh transformed, hair grew, and when I opened my eyes again, I was a wolf. So, when you were on your mission today? Yes. My intuition is incredibly strong, and I'm very agile when navigating the mountains. My sense of smell is incredibly sharp, and I was able to sniff out the locations of the 9 people. Get a physical checkup. The leader wiped the fresh sweat from his face. Okay. Yuan-Yi walked straight ahead. The test results came back quickly. As a human, all his data were normal, healthy and strong. But once Yuan-Yi crossed the point he'd mentioned, the data began to fluctuate. Not quite at the wolf level yet, but something close. Yuan-Yi verbally recounted his feelings, and then all the materials were collated and submitted that evening. The higher-ups were shocked, and a meeting was held. In one meeting after another, the various factions clashed fiercely, with votes of approval and opposition taking turns to dominate, and countless abstentions. Data was compiled and compared in each case, and the middle-aged man at the top excitedly gave examples. The border is getting more and more invaded. A while ago, a mutant earthworm emerged from the ground. He claimed he'd been digging for 10 days and nights and just got lost. It wasn't intentional. What should we do? What do you say we should do? The trend is unstoppable. Instead of trying to exploit this advantage, you're trying to suppress it. Everyone's going to mutate, and won't your family members change? Your old man was bald for 30 years, and then he grew hair again a while ago? I think it's some animal's hair. You didn't even hide it, and yet you dared to vote against it? I think you're blinded by greed. A spy. Hey, hey, hey. The people below intervened. There's no need for personal attacks. Oldley is just worried about the risks. It's too unbelievable after all. People mutate, so they're not criminals. Is that out of the question? The middle-aged man pointed his finger at Oldley. Let me ask you, if that institution moved abroad, would you be happy? Wouldn't you be happy that others could train and attend classes? Oldley, being pointed at, blushed. Of course not. I'm just a little worried. What do you mean? You're slandering me. I'm going to sue you. If it's not, then what are you opposing? It's fine if you're not secretly happy that they chose our country, but you dare to slander them. Who else objects? Come and debate with me. Let's see who's been hiding for so many years, and finally revealed their true colors. No one dared to speak, fearing they'd be instantly slammed. Actually, everyone here knew everything. They simply didn't want to be scolded for nothing. A relatively young man whispered to the person next to him, "What's wrong with Mr. Zhang? Why are you so excited?" The person next to him lowered his head. His granddaughter turned into a piranha a while ago and nearly collapsed. She later took some kind of course and recovered. Now it seems like she's most likely from that institution. So impressive? How can one get into that institution? Well, I'm just a little curious, nothing more. The person next to him glanced at him and said in a lower voice, "It seems you can enroll by adding him on WeChat. Tuition is 88,000 yuan, and they guarantee you attend until graduation."